Chapter 1101. Revival Point. While the various guilds pondered how to steal the monsters raised by other guilds, they certainly wouldn't forget to protect their own. Each of them sent extra players to stand guard over their own monsters. After receiving news from guild leader Changing Spring, Blue River sighed. Another round of deception and scheming was beginning again. How tiring. Nowadays, Blue River no longer led teams. He preferred to serve as an ordinary guild player, just fighting wherever he was told. But there was an overabundance of players willing to do such work in the game. Blue River was more valued for his ability to lead and manage teams. Changing Spring understood and respected Blue River's state of mind, but faced with the current situation, he still highly valued Blue River's ability, and ultimately sent Blue River to organize patrols at the revival points of each city. Revival points. These were unavoidable for the guilds raising monsters. Even if they brought clerics with the revive skill, revive's cooldown was 30 minutes, not to mention that there was a limit on how many times in a row a player could be revived. It would be impossible to rely on revive to seamlessly continue the process of raising a monster. Because of this, during this process, there would inevitably be players traveling from the revival point to feed themselves to a monster. And these players had a distinguishing characteristic: in order to quicken the process, they often wouldn't wear any equipment. Blue River quickly understood this point and began to direct his subordinates. Changing Spring gave him 3 5-man teams. Including Blue River himself, that made 16 people in total. There was a reason for this number. There were 32 cities in the Heavenly Domain, and therefore 32 revival points. 16 people meant that each person was responsible for 2 cities. After Changing Spring finished distributing the troops, he began to take action. Kansas City was one of the 2 cities for which Blue River was responsible. By the time he arrived at the city, Blue River had already switched to another account. His main account, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, was a well-known figure in-game and attracted much attention, so he couldn't use it for covert operations like this. Now that he switched to an alt, Blue River tried to lie low, picking roads that weren't frequented by many people as he quickly made his way to the revival point. Once he was close, Blue River stopped. A good deal of time had passed since the start of the event, and the guilds must have reached a steady rhythm in raising the monsters. If Blue River stayed here for a while, he was sure that he would make some discovery. The guilds had to be efficient, so they wouldn't be raising the monsters somewhere in the deep mountains and forests. Too much time would be wasted traveling. Blue River hid his character behind a corner of a wall. Because there was an event going on, there were more players online than usual. In addition, the inherent difficulty of Ghost Parade made the death count high. There was a constant stream of players emerging from the revival point. Every time the white light flashed at the revival point, Blue River tensed. At the same time, he closely observed the players and his surroundings, and he discovered that there were several other players nearby doing the same thing that he was. Some were ducking this way and that as they furtively looked around, while others merely waited casually by the revival point as if they were meeting up with someone. Blue River turned his camera, studying his surroundings, and sent a message to Changing Spring, advising him to conceal their tracks carefully. Blue Brook Guild definitely wasn't the only guild that had sent players to watch the revival points. "How many did you find?" Just when Blue River sent the message, he suddenly heard a voice from right beside him, startling him so badly that he burst into a cold sweat and instinctively directed his character to roll to the side and unsheath his sword. But once he finished the roll and saw the other player's name, he faltered. "Lord Grim. What kind of luck was this?" Blue River felt like he was going crazy. 32 cities. 1 in 32 chance. Yet despite the odds, he still ran into this difficult guy. And this guy had just directly approached him. Was Blue River exposed? No. No, he shouldn't have. This must be a coincidence because Blue River had been very careful, choosing the most cautious and secure route here. And this guy wasn't even using an alt, he was directly using Lord Grim, so of course he would be taking the quieter roads as well. So for the 2 characters to meet here like this, it could be considered an inevitable coincidence. Blue River steadied himself. And then without waiting for him to say anything, the other side had already asked, "Which guild are you?" I've been seen through. Blue River felt regret. Even though he wasn't using an account with the guild tag, in this current situation, who could fool anyone? Hadn't Blue River just sent a message to Changing Spring to warn Blue Brook Guild to be more careful? I'm in. Herb Garden. Even though Blue River was sick of this sort of deception, with things as they were now, he still had to play this game. He didn't have a plan in mind, but concealing his identity was a basic first step. With this easy lie, Blue River allied himself with Blue Brook Guild's death rivals, Herb Garden. Oh, how despicable, you're trying to steal the monsters that other people raised. Yishio said. Aren't you doing the exact same thing? Blue River felt like coughing blood as he replied. It had been a while since he'd seen him, and the Grey God was still as shameless as ever. Ha ha, I've actually already stolen one. You want to guess how I did it? Yishio said. How did you do it? That caught Blue River's attention. Was the god about to reveal some sort of ultimate technique? I was just passing by and picked it up. How lucky! As Yishio spoke, he sent a thumbs-up emoji to float above Lord Grimm's head. Blue River resisted the urge to stab him, and laughed dryly. Lucky indeed. Did you discover anything here? Yishio then asked. Not yet. Blue River's reply was automatic, but once the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Why was he telling him anything? There, and there, those are all guild alts, right? Lord Grimm lifted his myriad manifestation umbrella, pointing in several directions as he spoke. Should be, Blue River said. If all the guilds continue like this, what do you think will happen in the end? Yishio said. Blue River stared blankly. The actions of the various guilds were too predictable. If it were really just 1 or 2 or 3 guilds sending people to monitor the revival points, they probably wouldn't be exposed. But now, however many guilds there were, that was how many people there were. With that many people loitering about the revival point, it'd be very difficult for them all to conceal themselves. If they discovered each other like this, they'd send news to their own guilds, and then of course the players who were sent to be food for the monsters would disguise their identities by putting on equipment and whatnot so that they would be harder to recognize. At that point, in order to tell if a player was food, then you'd have to check their stats. Repeatedly dying in-game would cause their stats to drop drastically. But checking another player's stats was much more of a hassle. Blue River's current hiding place was far enough away from the revival point that he couldn't see the stats of the players appearing there, so if he wanted to check, he'd have to go closer. But if he did that, then it'd be obvious that he was monitoring the revival point. If the opponents were really in this city, and they discovered him doing this, then what would they do? Blue River was still thinking when he saw a person's shadow pass by him. He glanced and saw that Yishio's Lord Grimm had actually just walked right out there. He boldly stood at the exact center of the revival point, turning this way and that, surveying all of the revived players. This guy, he's already just doing that. Blue River was dumbfounded, and his mind rapidly ran through calculations. If he were in charge of raising a boss, and suddenly received news that Lord Grimm was sitting at the city's revival point, what would he do? He would certainly pause the feeding process. And then things would be difficult. Taking direct action against Lord Grimm would be akin to admitting that yes, our guild's boss is right near here. Even if they were able to kill Lord Grimm, he would certainly come back. The revival point was unavoidable, and moving the monster elsewhere was even more unrealistic. Would they have to send a special team to protect the players who were being fed to the monster? Then that would just attract all of the other guilds to attack them. And considering that the monsters were ultimately being raised to be fed to professional characters, it was very likely that the attackers would be the gods of the various teams. That was a terrifying thought. No, it couldn't be allowed to come to that. Just thinking about this all was enough to get Blue River sweating. And so he decided, if he were trapped here by Lord Grimm waiting at the revival point, the safest plan would be to just sacrifice a little time. Lord Grimm had no reason to wait at this revival point forever if nothing happened, and the feeding could resume once he left. As Blue River thought this, another character appeared at the revival point, and this time, Lord Grimm fixed his sight on this one character. Was that? Blue River jolted. He was too far away, but he saw that once this character noticed Lord Grim, he also immediately stopped moving. Blue River had a feeling that this was the person they were hoping to find. Which guild was still bold enough to continue sending players? Blue River wondered. He didn't consider himself especially smart, so he figured that any issue that he could think of, the other guilds absolutely would have realized as well. When there was someone so domineering monitoring the revival point, there really shouldn't be any reason for someone to expose themselves like this. But as soon as he thought that, Blue River suddenly realized there was one situation where that could happen, which was, the guild didn't know that there was someone so bold at this revival point. The guilds had only just started to mobilize, and then monitored and investigated each other. When the plans couldn't keep up with changes, there would inevitably be mistakes. This guild member was wearing equipment which showed that their guild had realized that everyone was spying on each other. But they hadn't yet sent their own people to monitor all of the revival points, so there was a hole in the reports they received. They just inferred the condition of this revival point from what they knew about the other revival points. And so, they put on equipment and boldly continued, only to find that there was an anomaly at this revival point. Were they overconfident? Of course they were. But then again, aside from Yi Xiao, who else could be this domineering? Blue River ultimately felt that this guild was just unlucky, very unlucky that Yi Xiao came to their city and dragged the fox by the tail out of its den. Kansas City, a guild is raising a monster, the situation right now is unclear. Blue River immediately sent a report to his guild. As for the player at the revival point, once discovered by Yi Xiao, he obviously wouldn't lead him to where the monster was being raised. This all just directly logged off. Looks like we'll have a lot to do here. Lord Grim walked over and spoke to Blue River. We? Blue River wondered. Since when was there a we in this? Chapter 1102. Who's raising this one? Blue River had sent his message, but the members from other guilds, who were also clustered around the revival point, weren't slow either. Kansas City's teleportation formation was soon bustling with people sent by each of the big guilds. It didn't matter who was raising the monster, only where it was located. There were guildless alts, as well as many famous guild elites that were easily recognizable even without their guild tag. These people met each other at the teleportation formation, but quickly went their separate ways. However, after going their ways, they didn't forget to send people to spy on one another. Kansas City was soon filled with a jumble of different people, and Blue River also received a message from Changing Spring, telling him and the other teams from Blue Brook to regroup. Understood. Receiving the message, Blue River immediately headed for the coordinates Changing Spring had sent. However, he had only taken a few steps before realizing something was wrong and turned to look. What are you doing, following me? HM? Haven't your people from Herb Garden arrived? Yi Xiao asked. What does that have to do with you? Blue River yelled. Don't you need a powerful helper like me? Yi Xiao asked. Ha ha, of course we welcome powerful helpers, but not you. Blue River laughed coldly. Did this guy still think he could take advantage of them after so long? Is that so? What a shame. I'll be off then, Yi Xiao said, a shrug emoji appearing above Lord Grim's head as he turned to leave. Blue River watched him go, but soon realized that the scouts from the other guilds hadn't left the revival point. Their gazes were all locked onto one character, Lord Grim. Soon enough, they all began to head in the same direction that Lord Grim went. Blue River suddenly came to a realization. There was no way they could let a dangerous person like Lord Grim go unwatched. He had brought on the current situation, so why wouldn't he have tricks up his sleeve? Of course he would. This guy definitely had some sort of scheme. They couldn't be careless, they had to keep an eye on him. Thinking of this, Blue River hurriedly had his alt follow as he sent a message to Changing Spring, I'm not coming anymore. I'm keeping an eye on Lord Grim. Changing Spring, who didn't like chatting through messages, used 3 exclamation marks to express his emotions. Yes, he's here. He's also the one who leaked that there was a monster located here. Blue River explained. Chang Spring didn't dare be even a little careless, immediately turning to order the other members of the guild. We need another 3 teams in Kansas City. 3 teams? Is that necessary? Someone objected. Stealing raised monsters is just to get some points, but it's also very important that we keep up with the event on a larger scale. Isn't it too risky to have so many elites focus on the raised monsters? You're right. Changing Spring calmed himself immediately. We need to keep a balance. We don't need 3. 1 team will be enough. Yishio, Lord Grim. Just the name could cause a guild leader to lose his cool at once. The trauma his presence had left on these people in the heavenly domain was clear as day. What was he planning here? It wasn't just Changing Spring wondering about this. He wasn't the only one allocating more people to Kansas City. Kansas City suddenly became an important tactical point for them. They hadn't even found the raised monster but were already on their highest guard against Lord Grim. During all of this, the situation in Kansas City brought a lot of attention. The guilds that hadn't checked this city yet all heard of the unusual situation and quickly gathered people. This was almost like stealing a wild boss. The activities of guilds were obvious. This was because if you had few people, you wouldn't have a chance of winning, but if you had many, then it would be very hard to cover up your movements. With this, the guilds fell into a very awkward situation. Manpower. How much manpower should they send? For a wild boss, they would naturally have all the elites join in the fray, but now they had to consider a balance. They didn't want to waste their resources on this battle and affect the overall score of the guild in this event. It was just that different guilds had different ideas of balance. Some guilds would think 1 team was enough, others, 3. That meant if they faced 3 teams with 1 team, they wouldn't have a winning chance. Thus, the guilds looked for the monster as they scouted out the strength of the other guilds. After that, they would make the necessary adjustments. Most of their adjustments were to increase their numbers, because it wasn't just enough to have the same manpower as the others, but they had to be stronger. That way, they would have a better hold. Thus, if one side made adjustments, the other side would, too, then this side would notice and make more adjustments. Was there an end to this loop? After sending 2 more teams to Kansas City, Tyrannical Ambitions Jiangyu was the first to break. He jumped into the guild leader chat and sent a message. Holy crap, are we planning to put all our manpower here? Where? Someone asked. Jiangyu was about to type, but then stopped suddenly. The one who asked was Blossom Valley's guild leader, Blooming Blossoms. Did 100 Blossoms have any people in Kansas City yet? If they didn't, then wouldn't he give it away by speaking? Jiangyu hurriedly looked back at his message history. He really couldn't recall if 100 Blossoms had or not. Yet soon enough, someone gave him an answer. Herb Gardens Arasima replied, "Stop pretending, Blooming. Where do you think?" "Ha, I'm just testing the waters." "Is everyone here?" Blooming Blossom said. Jiangyu wilted. The communication between them guild leaders never hid any good intentions. But, speaking of, since when did they start gathering to chat about things like this? They hadn't had this habit before, they would just scheme against each other in the past. Jiangyu thought for a while until he saw someone mention a name in the chat. Lord Grim. That's right. It wasn't until after this guy appeared that their relationship had changed. Just this one person had managed to force these rival guilds to work together against a common enemy. He really was something. And this time, was this person here again? Tyrannical Ambition had been a little late to the game, so they didn't know Lord Grim's role in all of this, and Jiangyu had only just gotten wind of his participation. No wonder everyone was willing to talk about this together again. Could it be that everyone would be facing a dire situation whenever this guy appeared? By now, all the guilds that could come had come to Kansas City, so there was no problem in openly discussing this. However, they had a problem to solve. Hey everyone. Herb Gardens Arasima spoke up, the event is still ongoing and time is precious. Expending too much manpower and time on this isn't worth it. I suggest that we settle things peacefully for once and don't fight. Let's just use luck to decide this. Finders keepers, okay? This way, we won't have to endlessly put more resources into this. Good idea. Someone immediately agreed. My ass. Yet soon enough, someone objected. Curt and straightforward, it was Blue Brook's changing spring. It was impossible to have this guy type out and explain things clearly. It was a good thing that someone else had also thought of the same thing as him. Soon enough, the guild leader of Howling Heights, West Riding Wind said, "Hey, have you guys forgotten that this isn't a wild boss? This thing has an owner, and that owner is someone amongst us." Arasima was stunned. He really had forgotten about that. Could it be Herb Gardens? A guild leader immediately suspected. Though it didn't really matter, Arasima's suggestion of a peaceful resolution, not adding more manpower, finders keepers was just too much of a benefit for the owner, causing people to immediately suspect them of being the owners. TCH. Arasima immediately acted uncaring, but was it real nonchalance or was it pretending? Like the whole question around who the owner of the monster was, this was unimportant as well, so no one bothered to press. It was just that after realizing the target they were acting against was amongst them, everything became awkward. No matter what they came up with, the defending side would be able to put in precautions against them all. Poor guy, though, having to discuss how to deal with himself with everyone else. That was pretty harsh. How troublesome. Some people began to complain. They clearly had not an inkling of an idea as to how everyone should proceed. Whose monster is it? It's not like you can run with it anymore, just tell everyone already. Someone yelled. No one would own up to it, but this made many of the guild leaders realize something. They couldn't run. If the guild that was raising the monster also realized this, then what would they do? Doubtlessly, kill it immediately. Quick, check the rankings, see if anyone's points just jumped. Some guild leaders swiftly gave the order. But then, they thought things through again. What was the goal of raising monsters? To give them to the pro team. Even if Kansas City's raised monster was still rather small, it would still be better than a normal monster. If they were being forced to kill it, then they could also call people from the pro team over. Keep an eye on the teleportation formation, send people to the gates, take note of pro characters. The new order immediately spread through the guilds. Each guild leader had about the same reaction speed to situations like this. Pro characters. This was key. If the other was forced to kill, then they had to call pro characters over. Pro characters, pro characters. This order was swiftly relayed to everyone at Kansas City. Many people quickly replied to their guilds, pro characters? Does Lord Grim count? Lord Grim? Damn! Several of the guild leaders suddenly jumped up. Could it be that the monster being raised here belonged to Happy? With that thought in mind, the guild leaders became excited. Always, it had been Happy giving them blow after blow, and them? They hadn't ever seemed to be able to manage to deal a painful strike back. This time, they finally had the chance. So it was Happy who was raising a monster in Kansas City? Chapter 1103. Who? Happy. Changing Spring ran excitedly to the chat group to type a message. What? But his exclamation was too short. No one understood what he meant. Kansas City's monster should be Happy's. From our reports, the only pro character at Kansas City is Lord Grim. Does anyone else have information of any other pro characters there? Another guild leader explained in Changing Spring's place. Other pro characters? No, none. But wasn't it Lord Grim who revealed this information? Several guild leaders hadn't gone over their heads just because it might be Happy's. Misty Castle's Misty Lock asked. What? The guild leaders had been very excited, but then they discovered that they seemed to have neglected an important detail. How shameful! It was such a standout logic, yet these grand guild leaders had unexpectedly neglected it. What a disgrace! So no matter who it belongs to, it can't be Happy's. Why would they invite trouble to themselves? Misty Lock said. Or maybe it's some sort of scheme. A guild leader was dead set on it being Happy's. Scheme? What type of scheme requires one to reveal one's own raised monster? Misty Lock was doubtful. Then, he saw a report come in on his QQ. He clicked on it. Our raised monster has been discovered. What? By who? Misty Lock was shocked. It was too sudden. By Happy. Hold the fort. Misty Lock couldn't think too much. He could only give this reply. But before he could even get back to the game, a reply had already come: we can't hold it. They were truly unable to hold it. After news of a raised monster being exposed came out, the big guilds dispatched scouts to probe the situation, while they also increased their defenses and vigilance towards their own breeding cities. However, at this moment, outside of where Misty Castle's raised monster was located, every character there was from a pro team. Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, 1-inch Ash, Deception, Little Cold Hands, Concealed Light, even Dancing Rain. This was everyone in Team Happy apart from Lord Grim. Even though they were a new team, if they could beat Team Excellent Era, how could in-game elite troops be a match? Misty Castle tried to form a defensive line in an attempt to stop them, but their defenses were instantly broken through. Happy's team headed straight for their raised monster. Misty Castle's most effective method of obstruction was probably their angry yells and curses. A raised monster didn't have the same amount of health as a wild boss. In addition, no matter how long a monster was raised, it would always have a weakness. Yishio hadn't taken long to kill a seaweed monster worth 625 points, let alone an entire team charging at one. Misty Castle's raised monster might be a bit stronger than Samsara's seaweed monster, but under the combined attack from a team of players, it died even faster than the seaweed monster. It's over? Besides reporting to their guild leader, Misty Castle's players couldn't do anything else. They couldn't stop Happy's team from breaking through their defenses, let alone killing Happy's team. The monster, which they had spent close to 2 hours raising by sacrificing countless alternate accounts, was taken away by Happy just like that. Even though their guild was also working hard trying to steal other guilds' monsters, they were still incredibly furious after getting theirs stolen away. By the time Misty Lock returned to the game, everything was already over. He had no time to do anything. What the hell? Misty Lock now had plenty of time to ponder over what had just happened. His heart was in chaos. Even though he had the time, he wasn't in the mood to ponder over this question. The guild leader chat group was still arguing over what Lord Grim was trying to do, exposing Kansas City like that. Why? Seeing the guild leaders repeatedly ask this question, Misty Lock suddenly realized something. Could Lord Grim be trying to divert their attention? The guild leader chat group was in a fervent discussion. All of the guilds were focused on Kansas City. What about the other cities? It didn't seem like there was any information on the others. At least, Misty Castle didn't have any. But what about Happy? Not only had they found where Misty Castle's raised monster was located, they sent their pro team to kill it. Was it Misty Castle being unlucky, or could it be the start of Happy's scheme? Misty Castle's intuition told him that it was the latter. Lord Grim revealing Kansas City not only diverted Misty Castle's attention, but all of the other guilds. No, it would be more precise to say that they weren't focused on Lord Grim, but rather the monster located in Kansas City. But who had first discovered this monster? Lord Grim. Did Kansas City really have a raised monster? Misty Lock was starting to become suspicious of it. Their guild had searched for so long already, yet they hadn't found anything. What about the other guilds? They all seemed to be busy, but if they found anything, they wouldn't share it with anyone else. Even if they killed it, they might pretend like it hadn't been killed yet. Trying to confirm anything was very troublesome. Misty Lock discovered that they seemed to have walked into an alleyway, starting from when Kansas City's monster had been revealed. Misty Lock was very doubtful that this alley would end up being a dead end, but he didn't have any plans of telling these doubts to anyone because his guild had already suffered. It hoped that the other guilds would also suffer too. Now that he no longer had a raised monster, he needed to steal someone else's. As for what exactly Happy was scheming, why couldn't Misty Castle take advantage of their scheme too? Kansas City. Blue River had been carefully following Lord Grim the entire time, going around and around the city. Lord Grim wasn't moving too fast because whenever he saw a ghost, he would go kill it. He wasn't very focused on searching for raised monsters. Blue River understood the reason very well. Yishio had previously done everything on his own because Happy didn't have the conditions for it. Now that Happy had grown, even if it couldn't compare to the powerhouses yet, it wasn't so small anymore that God Yishio had to personally do everything. If Lord Grim had truly been focused on searching for raised monsters, Blue River would have been suspicious. But Yishio prioritizing killing monsters, while also scouting around in the passing, was reasonable. It was very reasonable. There were no signs showing that Lord Grim was doing anything unusual, but Blue River always had an uneasy feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that he was definitely missing something. Blue River replayed over and over everything that Lord Grim had done today, including all of the small details. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Blue River checked his cell phone. To his surprise, it was Changing Spring. Blue River's expression changed. Changing Spring could have easily contacted him online. He could even see that both Changing Spring was online both in the game and on QQ. Instead, he chose to make a phone call, meaning that he had something very important to say. This was because this guy refused to change his habit of not liking to type. If there was something important to say, he would always choose to make a phone call. Hello? Blue River picked up the phone. Our raised monster has been stolen by Happy. That was the first sentence he heard. How? Impossible. Blue River whispered. He could still see Lord Grim from his screen. Lord Grim is still on this side. Lord Grim didn't go, but the others in Team Happy went. Changing Spring said. The others? Yeah, everyone else in Team Happy apart from Lord Grim. Blue River didn't know what to say. What is Lord Grim doing right now? Changing Spring asked. The same as always. Wandering around while occasionally killing monsters. Blue River said. He obviously knew what his team was doing, but he was still idly killing monsters. There must be a scheme in this. Changing Spring was exasperated. Blue River stared blankly. His mind was a mess. He had replayed all the events that had happened today with Lord Grim, but he still wasn't able to find the important point. Does Kansas City have a raised monster or not? We've been searching for so long. Changing Spring shouted. Of course, there's one. I've personally seen that character. Blue River said, but then he suddenly stopped. What about that character? Changing Spring heard the hesitation. I feel like I've seen that character before. Blue River tried hard to search his memories, but his deepest impression of this character was that he had a dark red status. This was the main point he had noticed because he had tried to determine how much experience this character had lost based on his lowered stats to see whether he was a feeder or not. What's his name? Changing Spring asked. Backside Attack. Where have I seen him before? Blue River thought hard. Backside Attack. Changing Spring was even more puzzled than Blue River. However, the number of people at his disposal was more than just himself. He immediately had the entire guild reflect on this name. Sure enough, the collective knowledge of the guild was boundless. Soon afterwards, an upper-level player from Blue Brook Guild pointed out, he used to be from our Blue Brook Guild. There was this one boss fight where they and Yishio ripped us off. Did you forget, guild leader? Changing Spring suddenly thought to himself. Changing Spring remembered quite clearly that time's fight for the level 65 wild boss Swamp Hunter Leipu. Apart from Yishio participating and extorting them, more importantly, he had talked with one character, the character called Windward Formation. At that time, Windward Formation had been a part of Blue Brook Guild, but because of an incident, Changing Spring kicked him out. After that, he found out that Windward Formation was unexpectedly Team Blue Rain's former captain. How could he forget about that experience? As for this Backside Attack, he didn't have much of an impression of him. But with this reminder, Changing Spring understood that this guy must be together with Windward Formation, together with Yishio. Everything has come to light. The so-called feeder had been from Happy. As for those distinctly lowered stats, it wasn't just changing Spring, even Blue River got up. After that boss battle, that group of players had been attacked by all of the guilds and they annoyed everyone for a long period of time. But they were just purely annoyances. In terms of actual combat, those guys weren't their opponents. In the end, all of them lost a lot of experience. And now, this type of trash account was being used by Yishio, and it was being used well too. All of the guilds were focused on Kansas City. And at this moment, their rears were being wiped by Team Happy. A team, the pro team. Chapter 1104. Leaderboard Dominance. Changing Spring's target shifted back to the guild leader chat group, where everyone was trying to cheat each other. He wasn't someone who liked to chat through typing, so after there was nothing really important being talked about, he stopped paying attention to the group. The guild leader chat group suddenly became quiet at some point. If one looked through the chat log, guild leaders talked less and less as time went on. Something urgent seemed to have happened and every guild leader suddenly left the discussion, one by one. Up until the end, one of the sentences was left hanging as if it had suddenly been cut off. No way! The strangeness in the chat group made Changing Spring realize that the tragedy of getting their raised monster stolen wasn't unique to just Blue Brook Guild. Where did those guild leaders, who suddenly stopped chatting, go? Could they all have received emergency alerts reporting that their guild's wild boss was being stolen? They couldn't all have been happy, right? Thinking of this point, Changing Spring suddenly felt frightened. How? Their guilds had been searching for the raised monsters of other guilds the entire time. Even if they had focused more of their attention on Kansas City, they hadn't relaxed their searches for monsters in other cities. Why? Why was Guild Happy so efficient? How did they find out where every raised monster was located? What information do we have on Guild Happy? Changing Spring couldn't help but turn his head and ask one of his subordinates. Happy? Information. This subordinate stared blankly. None. None? We don't have enough manpower. Everyone's busy searching in the other cities for raised monsters. The subordinate reported. Changing Spring suddenly froze. He suddenly realized something. Happy had found these raised monsters so efficiently through a certain method. It was very simple: send a message in the guild and have everyone in the guild pay attention for any powerful monsters. Why didn't the other guilds employ such a simple method? One word: slow. The guilds had moved too slowly. From when Lord Grim suddenly jumped to number 1 on the leaderboards to the guild leaders trying to cheat each other in order to set their own plans in motion. They figured that they had to be discreet so that the others wouldn't figure out their plans. In reality? Unnecessary. It was completely unnecessary. In this sort of situation, which guild wouldn't want to steal other people's monsters? Wasn't it pointless to hide their intentions from one another? The guild had been thinking too much. Not only did they want to take advantage of others, they were also afraid to take losses, so they hoped to catch the others off guard and kill them in one go. They didn't want to encounter a well-prepared defense. But it turned out that if everyone was being sneaky, no one was being sneaky. Everyone's intentions were laid bare in the end. Despite having reached this step, their thoughts still hadn't changed. They still hadn't thought of directly getting their entire guild involved in the search. News of just a single Kansas City had made them excited enough to all start chatting about it. Ha, what a joke! Changing Spring actually laughed out loud. While their chat group had been bickering about Kansas City, everyone in Happy had already mobilized for who knew how long already. Happy might have already found all of their monsters' locations by that time. The guilds had tried to catch each other off guard and do things in secret. Guild Happy, on the other hand, brandished their swords for everyone to see, directly calling out to everyone in the guild. And the outcome? Happy's large-scale movements actually became secretive, completely catching the other guilds off guard. Because they had to act discreetly, they needed trustworthy helpers. The guild spies were naturally trustworthy, so with them temporarily being assigned elsewhere, there were no spies left, leaving them unaware of Happy's movements. Was it their stupidity that allowed Happy's plan to work beautifully, or was it Yishio guessing that they would act stupidly? Changing Spring didn't know. The silence in the chat group let him know that their guilds had paid the price for their stupidity. After having waged war with each other for so long, it was as if they were now all carved from the same mold. Changing Spring once again couldn't help but laugh. In the chat group, someone had finally discovered how abnormal the chat group felt and typed in chat, breaking the ice. Happy. Herb Garden's Arasima typed just one word. Emojis followed one after the other. Petrified. Sweating. Anger. Fuming. Sadness. Replace these with QQ emojis for better effects. Everyone suddenly had a gut feeling that there was an 80 to 90% chance that everyone had been duped by Happy. Whether or not someone had escaped from Happy's clutches was no longer their concern. Everyone ran to check the leaderboards. Everyone had been checking it constantly. If someone had instantly shot up like Lord Grim had, they would have definitely noticed it. No one had noticed anything when Happy had cleaned up another raised monster because it was Happy's team that went. Lord Grim killing the seaweed monster alone gave him 625 points, which would obviously make him shoot up the leaderboard. The seaweed monster was equivalent to killing 6 monsters, but for Happy's team, since the points were divided amongst everyone, the point increase wasn't as big. These ups and downs happened all the time in the leaderboards. It was nothing particularly noteworthy. They hadn't noticed Team Happy's rise in the leaderboards until they, who were originally at who knew where, had squeezed into the top 200, top 100, top 50, top 30 rankings. And from this, they realized that Happy hadn't stolen just one raised monster. Misty Castle's raised monster had been stolen first, but instead of telling others, Misty Lock had kept it a secret. Now, the fruits of their efforts had been reaped. Even though Misty Castle lost their raised monster, seeing the other guilds suffer lifted Misty Lock's mood. And relatively speaking, the earlier a raised monster was stolen, the smaller the losses were. After these emojis were spammed, the chat group returned to silence. No one knew what to say. Condemn Happy? Condemn Yishio? Everyone was dealing with shady business. The only difference was that Happy had succeeded and they had failed. Condemning Happy or Yishio was the same as slapping their own faces. This time, the guild leaders didn't explode in fury amidst this silence. They simply left. They told the unfortunate news to their teams. The teams didn't criticize them too excessively either. It was just that, after Happy had swept their pots clean, sending their characters up the leaderboards, the outcome was too stunning. Who knew how many pro characters had been left in the dust by them? On the leaderboards, of the first 10 places, Team Happy had stolen away 5 spots, monopolizing the top 3. Lord Grim, Deception, Dancing Rain. After those 3, it was Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain, who was spamming the pro player chat group in anger. At this point, there weren't many monsters left. Many players weren't able to find any more. The fluctuations in the leaderboards became less and less frequent. Even though the system showed that there were still 21 ghosts left, the heavenly domain was so vast. 21 was too few. Many players didn't want to waste their time wandering around for a chance to encounter one. Some of them directly logged off, while others started doing their normal day-to-day routine. Most of Guild Happy's players had left to do their own things too. However, their most trusted members were all called together. The play had come to an end and now it was time for the audience to go? Yishio didn't think so. He believed that the other club guilds didn't think so either. As the end neared, there were fewer and fewer monsters. As soon as a monster was discovered by a guild, that guild would certainly start raising it, and it would be easier to protect too. After all, the event could practically be considered over already. As a result, Yishio had called Guild Happy's most loyal members and tasked them with watching revival points. If a guild was going to raise a monster, a revival point must be used. Watching a revival point would reveal their activities. At the same time, an announcement was made in the guild chat. Players who hadn't logged off yet should be mindful for any monsters, as well as movements from the other guilds. For normal players, the event had ended, but for the club guilds, it was just the beginning. The remaining targets might be the key to their comeback on the leaderboards. These 21 monsters became the deciding factors for their victory. The guilds were sending out their forces, searching or monitoring their competitors' movements. There weren't just Happy's players at the revival points. All of the parties involved had made arrangements. It was just that this time, even with their enormous resources, they failed to make any progress. 21, 20, 19, 18. The number of ghosts continued to decrease, but these ghosts were killed by players who just happened to encounter one on accident. Soon afterwards, announcements were made by the various guilds in the global chat, spend money to buy the location of these ghosts. After one guild sent it, the other guilds followed suit. How could a club guild not afford these types of rewards? With everyone offering rewards, players either compared offers between several guilds or looked for the one they liked the most. The guild leaders didn't directly shout out an exact offer in the global chat. If everyone kept raising the bar and entered a price war, when would it stop? Although they were unwilling, in the end, midnight struck. The system announced that today's ghost parade was over. There were still 17 ghosts remaining, but when the system event ended, the system automatically removed them from the map. Yes, after the guild started offering rewards, no one managed to find any of the 17 remaining ghosts all the way until the system removed them. The leaderboards didn't change. The drops from killing ghosts was one portion of the rewards for the event. The other rewards came from leaderboard rewards. The leaderboards were split into daily rankings and overall rankings. The daily rankings would reset every day, while the overall rankings accumulated over the course of the event. When the day ended, the rewards could be given out. The rewards would obviously be given out according to the rankings on the leaderboards. There was no luck involved. Someone at a lower ranking wouldn't get better rewards than someone at a higher ranking. An event was an event. Just killing ghosts gave good rewards. The leaderboard rewards were even more resplendent, especially the top 10 rankings. The system publicly announced those in order to excite players. 5 of Happy's characters, Troubling Rain, Cloud Pisser, Demon Subduer, and Peaceful Hermit received brilliant rewards. Chapter 1105. Comprehensive Textbook. What was the significance of the leaderboard? Most directly, of course, it was that the system used to distribute rewards. Even the club guilds couldn't disregard these extremely valuable rewards, so they too actively strove for the top spot. Aside from this, the leaderboard was also a way of proving the strength of an individual or a guild. An in-game event like Ghost Parade was partially based on luck, but when the top of the leaderboard was entirely occupied by pro-level accounts, it was clear that luck only mattered when skill levels were similar. In front of the crushing power of pro players, no matter how good an ordinary player's luck was, he simply couldn't compete with the raw skill of the pros. The club guilds paid close attention to leaderboards, whether it was for the first wave of dungeon records for new servers, the records for the highest level dungeons, or the rankings for in-game events. The rewards were part of the motivation, but aside from that, ranking higher meant showing off their strength and expanding the influence of the team. The pro teams relied on their performance during the season to demonstrate their strength, but the club guilds, their representatives in-game, were a presence closer to home. Unlike pro players, the guilds didn't exist in a separate space, they existed right alongside the numerous ordinary glory players. Expanding the team's influence through activities in-game was one of the most important jobs for every club guild. And the leaderboard was the main battlefield for all of this. Thus, after the first day of the Night of 100 Ghosts leaderboard battle, the club guilds were unhappy. Very unhappy. It had been a rare opportunity for the pros to mobilize in-game, but in the end, the various guilds had been unable to coordinate well with their respective pros. Ultimately, of the top 27 places, 9 were occupied by members of Guild Happy. They managed to steal a third of the top spots. Of the top 10 places, Happy had snatched 5. First, second, and third place, Happy dominated, not leaving a single chance for the other guilds. The big guilds discovered that they had never tasted such a victory before. This result was a lively topic of discussion in the pro player group as well, after Huang Xiaoqian's angry spamming, of course. Happy's elegant victory had earned even their respect. And, from the reports of their guilds, they essentially understood how Happy managed to pull it all off. Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and the others still hadn't joined the pro player group. From Happy, only Yishio and Su Muqing were in here. Yishio was obviously targeted from all sides. After Huang Xiaoqian spam, everyone directed their spearheads toward Yishio, half-jokingly calling him sneaky, dirty, treacherous. Ha ha ha, Yishio laughed. If you're jealous, then just say it directly. They had no words. They were all pro players, after all. They didn't need this leaderboard to prove themselves, and they didn't care too much about particular rankings. They did care about the earnings that came with each ranking, but aside from that, it was all for fun. Would they really be jealous over something like this? Jealous my ass, you fucker, you fucker, you fucker. Huang Xiaoqian responded instantly, chaining together so many swear words that it seemed like endless echoes. System, Troubling Rain has been kicked out of Glory Pro players by the group moderator. Everyone's sweat dropped. Several of the rookies in this group didn't even dare to say a word. The mighty Sword Saint, Glory's #1 Blade Master, was kicked out of the group just like that. Sure, this senior was very noisy, but if these rookies had been in Yishio's place, none of them would have the courage to treat a god like that. Was this the power of Glory's former king, God Yichio? This was the first time the rookies had really felt the power of this former king. After all, the retired Yichio had been playing in the Challenger League during this past season, and hadn't surfaced in this group often. And now, the king made his grand return. In one move, he ruthlessly assassinated the noisy god Huang Xiaoqian. How powerful! How tyrannical! The rookies quietly admired God Yichio and sympathized for God Huang Xiaoqian. Anyone else? Yichio called. Childish! In fact, someone did still have the courage to speak out. Everyone saw the name, Desert Dust. It was Han Wenqing, a rare participant in the group chat. Was it that only someone like God Yichio could induce him to speak here? And was it that only he, who had toppled Excellent Era's dynasty, dared to directly call Yichio out like this? No. Some seniors corrected the rookies. The main reason that Han Wenqing dared to confront Yichio was that he, too, was a group moderator. Moderators had no way of moderating each other, so neither feared the other. The reality was often this ordinary and boring. Then, what about the group owner? One of the rookies asked. Only the group owner was more powerful than a moderator. Group owner? After joining this group, have you ever seen the owner? No. The group owner is a long-retired player and left this circle long ago. All we have left is this group. The group owner must have been a really incredible person, the rookies marveled. He was all right, was the response of the seniors. Because, in reality, this group-making senior really wasn't all that special. Of course, this person had made it to the Glory professional scene, one person out of millions of players. From that angle, he could be considered a remarkable person. However, comparing him to other pros, he really was a very ordinary person. He just made this group, that's all. There were no requirement necessary to do something as simple as that. Once again, the reality was disappointingly ordinary for the rookies. Yichio, you bastard! At this moment, Huang Xiaoqian crashed back into the group chat. His first sentence after returning was a shout at Yichio. The rookies couldn't help but feel awe at Huang Xiaoqian's fearless spirit. I'll let you off for today, was Yichio's indifferent response. After that, despite Huang Xiaoqian's provocations, he didn't say another word, having either muted the chat or gone offline. The group had to wait a while for Huang Xiaoqian's ranting to subside. There was a moment where everyone thought, kicking out Huang Xiaoqian was actually pretty nice. Why was he let back in? Of course, these were just their thoughts. Kicking members, letting them back in, that was a battle for the moderators, a battle of gods. The rest of the ordinary members, no matter how important they might be in the pro sphere, were just insignificant little monsters in this group. The group eventually quieted down, and everyone was finally able to discuss some more serious topics. The pro players joked light-heartedly about Happy's huge victory today in the event, but in their hearts they were all shocked by the outcome. They too had participated in this event, they too could direct their guilds to accomplish the tasks they wanted, but why couldn't they do what Yishio had managed to accomplish? This guy, seriously. One player wanted to talk about this, but couldn't find the proper words to express what he wanted to say. The glory textbook. In the end, it was Xiao Shiqin who brought up Yishio's longtime title. He then added, an extremely comprehensive textbook. Xiao Shiqin, you faced off directly with Happy. How is their team, really? Someone asked. What do you all think? Xiao Shiqin asked. Even though these people hadn't directly fought Happy, he knew that they had all paid close attention to Happy's players. Happy was really in the spotlight right now. Some of the players on that team really do have skill, said Lin Jingyan. Tang Ru. Someone said. Indeed, Tang Ru, aside from Yishio, was the most attention-grabbing member of Team Happy. A hot girl. Yeah, when I saw that picture of her in esports home last time, I almost fell right in love. Someone sent a rather shameless drooling emoji. It looks like you've already fallen in love. You know, Happy really has a lot of hot girls. Yeah, that's not fair. Misty Rain's two new sisters aren't too bad looking either. Twin flowers. Drooling, it was the drooling emoji again. Could you all be any more despicable? Finally, a table-slapping emoji, Chu Yunxiu of Team Misty Rain spoke up. The group instantly fell dead silent. In the eyes of the fans, the members of this group were refined, high-minded, all-powerful professionals, but in reality, they were just ordinary people who happened to be a little better at playing glory. Like anyone else, they had normal thoughts and desires, good ones, bad ones, noble ones, dirty ones. Not to mention, this was a male-dominated world. So when a pretty female player was mentioned, it was inevitable that her gender and appearance would become the topic of discussion. Fortunately, Chu Yunxiu appeared at the right moment and cut short the vulgarity of this group of males. Tang Ru is an extremely outstanding player. It seems like lots of teams are interested in her, but in the end Happy was still able to hold on to her. The discussion quickly turned back on topic. She's very strange, it's unclear what she wants. Wang Jieshi said. He was the first to offer her an invitation, and was also the first to be confused by her desires. Honor? Status? Money? He couldn't figure out what would move her. These three things were the main motivations for most pro players. After Wang Jieshi said this, Team Void's Li Xian added, Happy's Ghostblade is also pretty good. Wasn't that kid on your tiny herb before? Why'd you just let him go? You're interested in him. Wang Jieshi didn't directly answer Li Xian because he knew Li Xian wasn't really asking, it was just a casual comment. Every transfer period would have the transfers of good and even god-level players. Being a good player didn't guarantee that one would be able to remain a part of the team. Us? For now, no, Li Xian said. But he had said for now. Void's Ghostblade duo was still at their peak, they weren't yet ready to retire, so they didn't need another Ghostblade. However, did Li Xian's for now suggested that Void already had an idea in mind? Did anyone pay attention to that brawler in Happy? Samsara's Jiang Buitao suddenly spoke up, inserting himself into the conversation. The group chat wasn't like a competition on stage. During a competition, everyone could just battle to their fullest without holding back, but communication in the group involved feelings. There was less talk between those that didn't know each other well, while veteran players who had interacted with each other more were much more familiar with each other, and thus tended to speak more. This was a normal pattern for any human interaction. So, most of the time, veteran players took the initiative in conversations, while newer members of the group, even god-level players, found it difficult to open conversations in an unfamiliar setting, but this Jiang Buitao was an exception to the rule. Even though he couldn't really be considered an old player, he had integrated with the older players early on, and he was able to communicate naturally with all types of people. Oh, that guy, you noticed him too. What do you think? Lin Jingyan asked. Don't know. I can't understand him. Jiang Buotao said. Chapter 1106. Event Easter Egg. The gods certainly wouldn't overlook Steamed Bun's strength, but after a close investigation, they all shared the same thoughts as Jiang Buotao: incomprehensible. His mechanics are pretty solid, but his decision-making is rather fleeting. Lin Jingyan commented as the most experienced Brawler player in the chat. That's what makes it incomprehensible. Jiang Buotao sighed. To quote Zhong Xinjie, an excessively random player, Lin Jingyan said, "That sounds like something he would say." Li Xian laughed. Zhong Xinjie was known for his strict manner, so randomness was his greatest enemy. All these assessments are very good. He is indeed very random, and his movements are very hard to predict. He doesn't seem to use his experience and fights by relying on some sort of innate instinct. Jiang Buotao said. A natural destructor of balance. Wang Jieshi said. Were there any other players like him before? Jiang Buotao asked. Look at who typed before you. Lin Jingyan laughed. The magician was never this random. Jiang Buotao said. Is it because the magician's innate instinct is more precise? Lin Jingyan said. That's a pretty accurate explanation. Jiang Buotao was in a worshipping state. But do you still have this kind of instinct now, Wang Jieshi? Lin Jingyan asked. Would you like to see for yourself? Wang Jieshi said. Ha ha, I wouldn't dare. Lin Jingyan laughed. What will Steamed Bun Invasion's future be like? Jiang Buotao sent another thinking emoji. Wang Jieshi was able to help Tiny Herb win the championships because he had adjusted his play style. Steamed Bun didn't have the same talent as Wang Jieshi though. Could he continue to persist with such a random fighting style? This kind of problem was difficult to answer, so the pro player chat fell silent. It was unknown what everyone was thinking. Perhaps it was about time for them to go to sleep. The first day of Ghost Parade came to an end. On the second day, the ghosts spawned again at the same time. However, some attentive players would notice that the number of ghosts that had spawned on the second day seemed to be greater than the first day. Kill, kill, kill. After gaining experience from day one, everyone no longer stumbled over fear before these weak ghosts. Although the ghosts had strong attacks, they had their own unique weaknesses. Even if the players couldn't fully grasp their weakness, everyone could just group up and help one another. As for the big guilds, they no longer hid or stayed on the conservative side. The moment the event started, they publicly announced in the guild for everyone to take note of the existence of any raised monsters. Raising was no longer a method in this type of environment, so all of the guilds gave up on this thought. Since they no longer had any strategical confrontations, it was natural for the leaderboards to have rises and drops on a large scale because everyone's point totals were very close. Of course, the ones in the lead were the pro players. In the end, the ranking was no longer important because it depended on a person's luck and the number of mobs they were able to find. Third day, fourth day, fifth day. The event progressed mundanely. The head start the characters from Happy had achieved on the first day couldn't serve as a strong foundation. Their ranks fell in the overall ranking. After all, effort was useless in this case because luck was something that couldn't be explained. The guild leaders of the big guilds finally let out a sigh of relief. They had been very worried if Yishio had any demonic tricks up his sleeve. Now that a few days had passed, their hearts were at peace. They saw Lord Grimm's rank fall from 1st to 7th in the current overall ranking, so all the guild leaders felt an unspeakable happiness from inside. However, they were still unhappy with the player on the top of the list. Deception. Mo Fan's luck in the event for the past few days was pretty good. He was even able to pull a decent lead over those behind him in the rankings. The event only had 2 days left. Unless someone had an extraordinary boost in luck, first place seemed to be Happis. The guild leaders were also racking their brains and wanted to use different methods to help their pro players. However, during the few days of peace, they had discovered a truth: in this peaceful environment, Yishio didn't seem to be so fearful. it was only when they tried to play tricks that they lost everything they invested by encountering Yi Xiu. Maybe they should gamble their luck for the next 2 days? If they concocted a plan, Yi Xiu might take advantage of it and send all of Happy's characters into the top 10 though. It would be better to stay cautious. As they thought, the top guilds decided to not speak or act. On the 6th day of the event, Deception's place seemed immovable. However, Yi Xiu's luck seemed to have gotten worse. Lord Grim fell straight out of top 10. This brought happiness to all the big guilds just by looking at it. Following Lord Grim's drop from the ranks, Happy only had Deception who was first in the top 10, the rest had fallen out of the top 10. On the 6th day, it was the first time that all the spawned monsters were completely eliminated. No one would have thought that there was a bonus here. After the mobs had been cleared out, the system didn't announce the event's end for the day. Instead, it announced that after the monsters were all cleared, their ghost lair had been discovered by 5 heroic warriors. These 5 monster-slaying heroic warriors were Peaceful Hermit, Dazzling 100 Blossoms, Deception, Something to Hide, and Howling Fire. Everyone saw the names. These 5 were definitely not picked at random. They were the top 5 characters who managed to gain the most points today. The system then announced that the 5 warriors would each lead a small team of 5 to enter the Ghost Lair to find the Ghost King. The team who killed the Ghost King would be awarded with their choice of materials and equipment as rewards. When the details of this announcement came out, the teams that didn't make it in today's top 5 stamped their feet and beat their chest. The winner had the freedom to choose their rewards. Rewards like this were too tempting. All teams had a clear plan of what they needed, so rewards that could freely be chosen could complete their most crucial needs. However, the ones who had this opportunity were only those 5 characters. This meant that only their respective teams had the chance of getting this reward. Peaceful Hermit, Team Royal Style. Dazzling 100 Blossoms, Team Tyranny. Deception, Team Happy. Something to Hide, Team Misty Rain. Howling Fire, Team Wind Howl. Every character could bring 5 people, which meant that this was a standard team. The competition between the 5 teams would then unfold in the Ghost Lair, which was suspected to be a dungeon. The people, who didn't get the chance, were cursing, while the 5, who got the chance, were already starting to organize their teams when the system announcement came out. The 5 each received a teleportation scroll to Ghost Lair. If the scroll wasn't used in 10 minutes, it would self-destruct automatically. This meant that they must create a team within 10 minutes. This was too easy for a team. They only had to bring in the formation of the main force and a 5-man team would instantly be ready to go. However, Something to Hide had a bit of a problem. His player, Lu Yining, was a sub in Team Misty Rain. Especially after Misty Rain had enrolled the beautiful Sharpshooter sisters as another Sharpshooter player, the chances of him leaving this summer were very high. Players, who were put in this sort of situation, wouldn't be in the mood to sacrifice their break to get stronger. This was because there was a high possibility that their character would no longer be theirs next season. However, each person would look at each problem differently. Lu Yining figured that the probability of transferring to another team was very high, so he joined the event with vigor. He hoped his professional and vigorous attitude would give his potential bosses good impressions, which was more beneficial for his future development. There was no difficulty in fighting these monsters for any pro player because everyone would have the same efficiency. Lu Yining's luck was pretty good today since he was ranked 4th and even helped Team Misty Rain get an entrance ticket to the event. When he realized that he was a character about to be abandoned by the team, Lu Yining truly had the heart to throw the scroll away. However, he clearly cared more about the feedback he would receive for his actions, so he could only forcefully raise his spirits to find his teammates from Misty Rain. Another player who had a problem was Deception. The system announcement was very clear about the bonus event, but the entrance ticket was a teleportation scroll that was only valid for 10 minutes. Only Mo Fan knew this detail. He was waiting for Yi Xiu and the others to call for him to group up, but no one knew about the time limit, so they were taking their time in handling the tasks they had in hand. Seconds and minutes flew by. Mo Fan looked around, hoping that someone would notice him. No one did. Neither did anyone send him a message in the game. 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. 2 minutes! Mo Fan was so anxious that he stood up. With that, he was finally able to get everyone's attention. 2 minutes left. He said. HM. Everyone was puzzled. Mo Fan looked at the teleportation scroll, which his mouse was hovering over. It was no longer 2 minutes, but 1 minute and 45 seconds. Form a party for the Ghost Lair. Mo Fan said. Oh, let me see who should go. Yishio looked to the left and right unhurriedly. Quick, 1 minute and a half. Mo Fan said. There's a time limit? Fuck, why did you only tell us this when there's only a minute and a half left? After Yishio understood, he panicked. Little Tang, steamed bun, mooching, let's go. The moment Mo Fan heard Yishio randomly call out the names of the people he picked, he quickly sent team invitations to the characters. It was only when he was about to type their names that he realized he hadn't even added these people as friends. The sweat on Mo Fan's head was about to fall, his hand speed increased explosively while Yishio was hurrying him, hurry hurry hurry. Due to a slip of his hand, he messed up one of the names. Dancing Rain, such a strange name star. Mo Fan even hurried and cursed at it. At last, the 5-man team was formed when the scroll only had 10 seconds left. Mo Fan didn't even dare delay for half a second as he clicked the used button with a right click. Happy's 5-man team entered the Ghost Lair. Stay alert. After they were teleported, this was the first thing Yishio said. Only one team could win the prize, but the system didn't explain how they would get it. Did each team enter different dungeons and compete for the fastest speed? Or did they all enter one dungeon, so they would have to fight the Ghost King as well as one another? None of this was known at the moment. Yishio reminded them to stay alert beforehand in order to avoid the second situation. He quickly spun around in a full circle and began observing the situation in the Ghost Lair. *TL note, Dancing Rain. It's a play on Su Mooching's name, which makes it easy to make a mistake. The first 2 characters is a play on, which means to bathe. The first character is replaced with part of Su Mooching's name. The third and fourth characters is a play on. The third character is replaced with another part of Su Mooching's name. The name comes from a poem, which translates to gallop swiftly horses, keep moving in spite of the wind and rain. That was shortened to Dancing Rain. Fun fact, Su Mooching the author Butterfly Blue likes to name characters after poems. Lord Grim, One Autumn Leaf come from poems. Peaceful Hermit, Vicaria, Desert Dust, Blue Bridge Spring Snow, Sleeping Moon, and many more also come from poems. Chapter 1107. Ghost Lair. Stay quiet for now. Yishio sent this message to the team. Right now, not only did they have to watch, they had to listen, and perhaps they would hear the voices of other teams talking. So everyone kept silent. There wasn't a single sound to be heard. This Ghost Lair was an underground dungeon, the type where you couldn't see the sky. Yishio looked around carefully and didn't hear anything, but he didn't dare to be overconfident, and sent in the team channel, "We'll use messages to communicate for now." Okay, the others answered. There are 2 paths, which should we take? While Yishio had been examining the surroundings, the others had as well, and Su Mooching saw that they could take either a left or a right tunnel from their start point. The situation was entirely unclear and there were no clues, so right or left didn't matter. Either's fine, Yishio said. His Lord Grim was already headed toward the left tunnel. Will there be small monsters? Tang Ru asked. Still not clear, let's just all be careful, said Yishio. As he spoke, the 5 characters had all entered the left tunnel. What's that sound? Yishio immediately sent something. Everyone listened closely. There was indeed a sound, a sort of rumbling that seemed to be getting closer and closer, and then their cameras began to tremble, as though the ground itself were shaking. At the end of the tunnel, there was a shadowy mass that kept approaching, until they could finally see what it was. What? How cliché! Yishio yelled. Run! Su Mooching said, already using aerial cannon to retreat. The other four also turned their characters and began to sprint back along the path they came. Behind them was an enormous boulder rolling toward them, so large that it filled the entire tunnel. With this, the issue of which path to take was resolved. They returned to their start point and charged into the right tunnel, but that boulder was persistent. The system must have helped it move, because it also rolled into the right tunnel and continued to chase them. "Watch your rhythm," Yishio reminded everyone, seeing the boulder's perseverance. How long would they have to run along until this was over? So they ran and ran, the boulder behind them. There was still no way for them to get rid of it, and the road ahead didn't show any new opponents. It was just one tunnel, continuing on. What's that new sound? At this moment, Su Muqing heard some new movements. Echoes. Yishio guessed. No, ahead, it sounds like the same thing is happening, Tang Ru said. With her ear training, her ability to distinguish sounds was quite high. No way? That's shameless. The five were dumbfounded. They hadn't even done anything since entering the ghost lair. Sending boulders from the left and right tunnels to squish them dead, wasn't this design just too unreasonable? When they thought of that, the five couldn't be bothered to continue running. Their footsteps slowed to a halt, but then they heard very clearly, aside from the sounds of a boulder up ahead, there was also the sound of hurried footsteps. Oh hey, another group as unlucky as us. Yishio said. There has to be an exit. Let's continue forward, said Su Muqing. The five once again began their frantic running. At last, they could clearly see the boulder ahead that was rolling toward them. But more clearly, they could see the five characters running ahead of it, almost like the opening credits of the animation Saint Seiya. The five now discovered Happy's five, or perhaps they had heard their sounds earlier, but they didn't falter in their steps, because the danger of getting flattened by the boulder was much more pressing than the danger posed by Happy. If they hesitated for just a second, the boulder would crush them. Yo, it's the old bros. As they neared, Yishio called out. The five that were approaching were none other than Team Tyranny, and the characters were the five on their main roster, including the four gods. Is there no path on your end? Someone from Tyranny shouted toward them. Nothing, Yishio replied. Is this system actually as shameless as you are? Zhongjala exclaimed. But right at that moment, the two approaching teams simultaneously discovered a thread of hope. Right between the two teams, there was an indentation on one side of the tunnel. Did it lead to an exit? They couldn't tell. But this was the only choice they had, unless they just waited to be crushed by the two boulders. Lord Grim dashed forward and was the first to get into this temporary hiding spot. Zhongjala's dazzling 100 Blossoms was the second to enter, and immediately raised his guns toward Lord Grim. He didn't fire, but kept a close watch on Lord Grim's movements. Afterwards, the characters of the two teams jumped in one by one. This wasn't any exit, it was just a nook in the wall. With 10 people squeezed inside, it suddenly felt like a crowded elevator. Zhongjala, what are you so nervous for? Are you claustrophobic? Yishio ridiculed Zhongjala's distrustful attitude. Zhongjala hadn't relaxed a single bit, and neither had Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, or Zhong Xinjie. They all paid close attention to the actions of Yishio's Lord Grim. You ran quite fast, you were the second to enter. Yishio continued to talk. The word second stung Zhongjala, and he was absolutely sure that Yishio was doing this on purpose, because that guy added, "What place were you on the leaderboard again?" To get the teleportation scroll. For today's leaderboard, Zhongjala had gotten second place. Fuck you! As Zhongjala swore, dazzling 100 Blossoms finally lowered his gun. Not because Yishio's taunting made him forget his wariness, but because just now, there was a giant crash as the two boulders finally collided, just outside of the nook. Just like that, the two teams, 10 people, were shut into a nook that was about as large as an elevator. What's going on? Someone said, confused. There should be an exit, Zhong Xinjie said. Where's the exit? There's not a lot of space here, if I turn around I might hit you with my weapon. Yishio said. Hey, don't move now, be good for once. Dazzling 100 Blossoms raised his gun again. Fuck, don't be so arrogant, you're not the only one who can do that. Lord Grim raised his myriad manifestation umbrella, now in gun form. Su Muqing's dancing rain followed suit in perfect partnership, and her cannon was much more impressive than the small pistol in Dazzling 100 Blossom's hand. Everyone, look around, see if you can find anything on the walls near you. Zhong Xinjie completely ignored this squabble. And so Zhong Jiala turned his camera to look at the walls near him, when, bang! The sound of a gun. Lord Grim had opened fire. My bad, it went off accidentally. Yishio's voice came almost as quickly as the sound of the gun. Would a game have accidents like this? Of course not. Zhong Jiala fumed, and Dazzling 100 Blossoms reached for a hand grenade. Calm down, that can't go off accidentally. Yishio hurriedly said. It seems like there's something over here. Lin Jingyan's voice finally drew everyone's attention once and for all. Oh, looks like it's nothing. Lin Jingyan said. How do you know? Asked Yishio. Because I already smashed it. Lin Jingyan's brawler pulled his fist from the wall. His weapons were claws, after all. With one claw, he destroyed his discovery, and also got his hand stuck there. It looks like there isn't any trick here, said Su Muqing. Silence. If there was no trick, would they just be stuck in here forever? Try blowing apart the two boulders. Tyranny's Captain Han Wenqing finally offered this solution. How tyrannical. Yishio sent a thumbs-up emoji. Straight punch. Han Wenqing was a man of action. As soon as he finished speaking, his desert dust already sent a straight punch toward the boulder on the left, in order to try and send it rolling in the opposite direction. But even with this punch, the boulder didn't move at all. Collapsing fist! Han Wenqing's willpower was similarly unmoved. Desert dust continued with a barrage of attacks, yet the boulder still refused to budge. Emperor's fist! One of the striker's fiercest charged attacks was unleashed. It looked the same as a normal punch, but it would be a big mistake to think that this was only as strong as a normal punch. The Emperor's fist burst forth. At the same time, a silhouette flashed to Desert Dust's side. Lord Grim, a falling flower palm, struck the boulder at the same time as Desert Dust's attack. With that, the boulder finally wobbled a bit, as though it were finally about to separate from its companion. But it still wasn't enough. Desert Dust clenched his two fists and his body tensed. Striker level 75 status skill, 1-inch burst. A high-end status in which the attack range was shortened to raise the power of the strike. Desert Dust released a chain of punches, the level 70 skill Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Light flashed. There was the non-stop sound of strikes hitting the boulder, which continued to lurch back and forth, and finally seemed as though it were about to separate from its partner. Little Tang. Yishio called. Coming. Tang Ru answered. Soft Mist twisted her spear, Rising Dragon Soars the Sky. The Battle Mage Rising Dragon Soars the Sky had a high knockback effect, and was now used by Soft Mist from a close range on the boulder. Yishio's Lord Grim couldn't contribute this high-level attack, and just used another Falling Flower Palm to increase the pushing force. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky slammed into the boulder. The boulder wasn't easily pushed away, but Soft Mist herself was pushed back from the force of the blow. Zhong Xinjie's immovable rock immediately stood behind her. Lin Jingyan, Zhong Jiala, Su Muqing. Everyone's characters immediately clustered together, giving Soft Mist support. Boom! The boulder finally rolled in the opposite direction. Between the two boulders there was finally a gap through which people could pass. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It knocked away some of my health. Lin Jingyan looked at his character. Just now, when they had all gone to use their bodies to support Soft Mist, they had suffered some damage. Zhong Xinjie sent a few heals his way, then glanced at Happy they had and brought a healer. Yishio and Han Wenqing's characters had already walked between the boulders to look around and evaluate their next step. Are we going to continue pushing them like this? Someone asked. "There's a little bit of space above, we can see if we can squeeze through," said Yishio, after studying the surroundings. The boulder didn't block the tunnel entirely. In order for it to roll along, there had to be some space. At the top, especially at the two sides of the tunnel, it looked as though there were enough space for a character to pass through. "We'll go this way." Yishio pointed to the path from which his team had come. "We'll go this way." Han Wenqing turned to face their own path. "I hope we don't meet again." "Likewise," said Han Wenqing. "All right everyone, let's go. Watch out for these sneaky old foxes attacking us from behind. Hurry, hurry." Yishio directed his team. Chapter 1108. Shards of the Ghost King's Chamber. The two teams took a path each and soon made their way through the gap on top. Two large boulders laid between them. Before they got a good understanding of the ghost lair, it was reasonable for the two teams to not have any real conflicts. However, they still secretly hoped that when the other team climbed over, another boulder would immediately come to squish them flat. Unfortunately, both sides were disappointed. After they climbed over the boulder, the whole path stayed clear. After they walked through the same path as before, the dungeon finally started to open up more. This seems like a tomb. The 5 members of Happy reached the tunnel's end. The room was square and very spacious. It was also quite tidy. Apart from the chamber, there seemed to be no other constructions in the dungeon. After he spoke, the center of the room started to move and creak. A stone coffin slowly rose up from the ground. "HM? Is the boss about to spawn?" Yishio asked. "Ghost King. This easy? We gained without spending any effort." Yishio spoke while the 5 members of Happy started to stand in formation. "We should figure out the boss's attack patterns before we start our attacks. We don't have a healer, so everyone should be extra careful," Yishio reminded. Judging from the general event, the ghosts had high attack, but weak defenses. It was easy to handle them after their weakness was found, but before that, they were hard to deal with. Thinking back to the seaweed monster, the boss should be able to deal damage at that level. That ghost's attack was strong to the point it could instant kill anyone. Happy scattered and stood in position. The stone coffin was also finally able to rise up completely from the ground. A creaking sound came out as the coffin lid was pushed aside. The 5 were relatively calm because they had seen too many of these tricks in the game. A player might find it mysterious and terrifying the first time, but they grew insensitive to these long ago. When the coffin lid was shifted halfway, a pale, slim hand rose up to grab the edge of the coffin. The thing that was previously sleeping in there quickly sat up. It was a female ghost. The hair, skin, and clothing all gave hints about it being a female ghost. Yishio didn't hesitate and threw a grenade into the stone coffin. The grenade exploded and the female ghost shrieked. Her voice sounded as if she was terrified. Being scared by this type of skill wasn't something that should happen to a boss. The female ghost flew out from the stone coffin and rushed towards Lord Grimm's direction with a shrill shriek. The surrounding area instantly turned piercing cold. "Ice attack!" Yishio called and Lord Grimm had already rolled to the side. Dancing Rain set up her cannon, and 3 consecutive shots were let out. The female ghost was very quick and knew how to dodge the attacks. This was indeed the sort of intellect only bosses possessed. After dodging past the 3 anti-tank missiles, Tang Ru's soft mist blocked her way. She used series of low-level skills, combined with chasers. This forced the female ghost to a point she couldn't fight back. "Be careful, don't fight too close together," Yishio reminded. Understood. Tang Ru's focus was concentrated. What other unknown attacks did this female ghost have? They didn't know, but someone had to try. They wouldn't be able to test her thoroughly if they relied on long-ranged attacks, so they could only try with different methods. A fire chaser flew out. The buff from the fire chaser wrapped around Soft Mist's arms and her strength increased significantly. The female ghost let out another mournful scream. She's afraid of fire, so she's a pure ice type. Yishio recognized firmly. Gasoline bottle. Yishio shouted at Steamed Bun. Steam Bun Invasion threw out a gasoline bottle, and as expected, the female ghost was suffering and enraged in every way. Flame cut! Yishio called again. Deception sprinted ahead, trails of fire followed behind the ninja blades as they sliced the female ghost's body. The female ghost continued to shriek miserably. As the blade pierced her body, it directly left a cutting mark that seemed burnt. It seemed that this was more effective than the previous fire-type attacks. However, the female ghost's counterattacks also became incisive. She opened her mouth and blew out a gust of icy whirlwind. It was quick and covered a large area. Deception tried to dodge, but he wasn't able to dodge it fully, so his left arm, which got caught in the wind, turned into an ice block. What happened? Yishio asked. He wanted to know the effect of this attack. It's frozen. Mo Fan replied. This was the state the system gave Deception's left arm at the time. Can you still form seals? Yishio asked. No. Mo Fan said. All his controls that included movements with his left arm were forcibly deactivated. All the seals naturally required both hands, so without his left arm, the seals couldn't be formed. Then it would be like a silence. Yishio said. Steam Bun was a good fellow. When he saw Mo Fan's deception was injured, he gave up his safety to help. However, the female ghost was very agile, so after she had injured deception, she immediately turned around to blow towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Be careful, Steamed Bun! Yishio reminded immediately. Steamed Bun had already dashed behind the female ghost, but he didn't expect her to suddenly turn around and blow straight onto Steamed Bun Invasion's head. Could it be that his head would be sealed? What were the results of that? Would his intelligence decrease drastically? Because his brain was frozen? Steamed Bun roared even sharper than the female ghost's scream. Of course, his roar didn't deal any damage, because key presses were required for an attack. Steamed Bun Invasion, who faced the female ghost directly, lifted both his arms with a calm and collected manner. The female ghost opened her mouth to blow a gust of icy whirlwind, but she was lifted horizontally in midair. Steamed Bun was able to brush straight past her. Back throw! Steamed Bun Invasion threw the female ghost out with a back throw, so the icy whirlwind didn't even manage to brush him. This guy? Yishio was covered in cold sweat head to toe. He managed to use back throw's control to dodge the attack. Yishio wasn't sure whether Steamed Bun consciously knew what he was doing, but it was a brilliant move nonetheless by replacing defense with offense. So close, so close. In the next second, Steamed Bun exclaimed and controlled his character to escape by rolling and crawling. He carefully kept his distance between the female ghost. They had discovered the female ghost's weakness and had witnessed her attacks. Yishio quickly adjusted his strategical thoughts and commanded how everyone should deal with the ghost. The grave chamber was instantly filled with shrill shrieks of the female ghost. After further inspection, the ice-type attack she activated through her shrieks was the fastest and strongest. Finally, with the cost of Steamed Bun Invasion's head being frozen, the female ghost was completely taken down within some wave of attacks. Everyone hurriedly rushed ahead to surround Steamed Bun. There was a large ice cube on his head. At this moment, Steamed Bun Invasion looked like a bean sprout. What's up, is your intelligence still normal? Yishio was concerned about his hypothesis. There's nothing wrong with my IQ. Steamed Bun said. Yishio noticed that his voice was weak. It was obvious that the sound didn't come from the game. His voice had reached his ear in the training room, but it had been sealed in the game. This was very realistic because his mouth was one of the parts that were frozen. I mean your intelligence stat. Yishio spoke while he clicked onto Steamed Bun to check his stats. His intelligence was normal. The hypothesis that a frozen brain meant lower intelligence proved to be false. Keeping up with the large, frozen head, Steamed Bun Invasion took a few steps forward. He swayed to and fro, which showed his terrible balance. This was probably due to the destruction dealt by the freeze. Look, what's this? When everyone surrounded Steamed Bun Invasion, Sumuching noticed an item dropped by the female ghost. Shard for the Ghost King's chamber. HM. Yishio saw it. If there was one shard, there would definitely be a second one, as well as a third, fourth, or fifth. The female ghost was obviously not the Ghost King, but one of his subordinates. The shards of this chamber was probably a type of key to unlock the hidden chamber. How many shards were there? Were they still on the boss? Since they have already collected it, if someone else wanted it, would they have to kill them in order for the shard to drop? Could the teams cooperate by using the shards together? He tried to use it by right-clicking it. The system said that they needed the second, third, fourth, and fifth shard. As expected. Between the 5 teams, the 5 shards could only be used when they were put together. Through this type of method, only one team out of the 5 would have the opportunity to fight the Ghost King in the end. Countless of thoughts flashed past Yishio's head. At that moment, the wall facing them started to crumble. In an instant, the wall vanished. The crushed stones left on the ground didn't seem to match the quantity lost on the wall. When the wall tumbled down, the chamber became even more spacious. Yishio immediately saw a team before them who also just finished watching the wall tumble. Most importantly, a ghost's corpse also laid on their side. It wasn't the fully pale female ghost, but it should have been a ghost on the same level. The people on both sides were startled at first, then they became aware of something. The pupils of the players on both sides contracted. Heavenly lightning, earth and fire. The opponent's attacks came quicker and more direct. Young people. They were always rather impatient. The people who came over from the opposite side of Happy belonged to Team Wind Howl. Zhao Yuzhe immediately launched an attack. He attacked while using the spell's lights to cover his team. The tomb chamber was wide and spacious, so there were no covers. After going through 2 years of his career life, Zhao Yuzhe was no longer a fresh rookie. He was one of the excellent players from the new generation, despite not having received a god's title yet. The 5 from Happy dodged hurriedly. It was pretty easy to dodge such a high-level skill when it was launched straight ahead without any base. Even Steamed Bun Invasion, who still carried the large ice cube on his head, managed to sway aside and dodge. However, Zhao Yuzhe's aim wasn't to attack in the first place, his intentions mainly laid in screening. This was a fairly mature way of fighting for Wind Howl. Under the cover of his spell's light, Wind Howl's master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, started to fill the ground with his traps. Retreat for now, Yishio informed. Steamed Bu Invasion's rhythm was slow and his balance was messed up because his head was still frozen. Happy couldn't fight at full power at the moment, so they could only keep away from the vanguard temporarily. Unfortunately, Team Wind Howl's captain and ace, Tang Hao, was the type who wouldn't let things slip when he had a reason not to. The more Happy retreated, the fiercer he rushed ahead. The Brawler was originally a class that was very nimble and could change constantly. But with the class in his hands at this moment, Demon Subduer was brave and fierce like Desert Dust, the king of fighting. Tang Hao was extremely annoyed over the fact that his Brawler didn't have an impressive title. Just like the Battle God, Great Gunner, Sword Saint, and King of Fighting, Demon Subduer should have an extravagant title too. Demon Subduer then rushed ahead with a tyranny that his class didn't originally possess. Chapter 1109. 2-1v for S. He's too arrogant. Yishio sighed deeply upon seeing the ferocity of Tang Hao's Demon Subduer. Old Lin was never so indecent, despite playing a brawler his whole life. Steamed Bun, why is your head still frozen? Yishio spoke as he turned around to see Steamed Bun Invasion's big frozen head. Steamed Bun shook his big frozen head and expressed helplessness and regret. Demon Subduer arrived. He was currently the blade of Wind Howl, a dagger that was even sharper than when Lin Jingyan was present. Poison Needle, Gasoline Bottle, Sand Toss. Demon Subduer used a series of skills the moment he arrived. Lord Grim opened up his Myriad Manifestations umbrella into its shield form. Tang Hao was enraged and made Demon Subduer leap up. He stamped directly onto Lord Grim's head as he flew above the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella contracted immediately. Behind the umbrella stood Dancing Rain's cannon, which was already set in place. Tang Hao's heart thudded. The ray from laser rifle was launched out of the mouth of Dancing Rain's cannon. Eagle Stamp. Demon Subduer forcibly used this technique in midair, which seemed to have allowed him to halt momentarily during the time he stamped. He used the very technique Han Wenqing had used against Sun Song in the All-Stars Challenge. However, the AoE that the laser rifle covered wasn't something one could fully dodge just by making small changes such as a temporary halt in midair. Half of Demon Subduer's body was blasted by the laser rifle, and the strong force made him go spiraling through the air. There was a roof because they were in a dungeon. In the end, Demon Subduer didn't continue to fly in midair, but instead crashed rather tragically into the ceiling. Young people. Yishio sighed emotionally as he enjoyed the sight of Demon Subduer embedded in the roof. Tang Hao felt extremely aggravated. Such a penetrating charge was instantly diffused with the snap of a finger. He was even embedded into the ceiling like some sort of hanging light. How could he endure this? However, that wasn't all. Yishio wouldn't let things slip when given the opportunity. Such as now, he was sighing with emotion as the muzzle of the myriad manifestation umbrella was aimed at Demon Subduer. With the addition of Dancing Rain, 2 sets of Gatling guns were brought out together. The bullets crossed and shot Demon Subduer in sync. The attacks were very satisfying. Unsightly, it was too unsightly. Even the teammates of Tang Hao found it difficult to watch. They rushed ahead to save him. As a result of this, it was Happy's turn to act tyrannically. Dragon breaks the ranks. Tang Ru's Soft Mist sprinted ahead by using her customary starting skill. The players of Wind Howl, who sprinted ahead and were ready to attack, went past her like a strong gale. Soft Mist didn't bother with the charging players ahead, but passed through a gap between them to look for the healer standing behind them instead. The players of Wind Howl were stuck in a difficult situation. They had their captain at the front, and the healer at the back. Who should they save first? Save the healer! Their leader finally gave them a command. Everyone retreated to save the healer in a hurry. Lord Grim and Dancing Rain's joint shooting was also finally complete, and Demon Subduer fell down. Tang Hao impatiently wanted to attack. A shadow suddenly flickered behind him. Tang Hao was able to notice it, but since he was still adjusting himself in midair, he wasn't able to make too many movements freely. It was as if the other team had prepared for it, because they started their attacks immediately. Countless shadows scattered around Demon Subduer. Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. Mo Fan was the one who attacked. Deception grabbed onto the chance by giving Demon Subduer a wave of fierce attacks as he dropped from the air. Tang Hao was on the verge of coughing up blood. He had never been beaten into such a wretched state like this, not even when he was playing in professional matches. He was passive in every way, powerless to fight back. He longed for reinforcement, but he had just told everyone to save the healer. If he immediately called out for them to help again, wouldn't it become a joke? Would he have any reputation left? Tang Hao could only grit his teeth and endure. Wait until I reach the ground, he thought to himself. He finally reached the ground. What met him were poison needles, a gasoline bottle, and a sand toss. He used these 3 skills earlier when he sprinted boldly ahead with the grandeur of annihilating Happy all by himself. As Happy welcomed his landing with joy, they used the same 3 skills. Steamed Bun finally attacked. When the ice around his head melted, his condition returned to normal and he became exceptionally nimble. Tang Hao wanted to avoid it, but couldn't. He truly longed for reinforcements, so he spun his camera around. He then realized that Happy had Tang Ru take on the 4 players of Wind Howl by herself. It's been so long and you still haven't taken her down? Tang Hao was truly angry. Honestly speaking, he had never really thought much of Happy, including Yishio. Ever since he had gained fame in the All-Stars weekend by usurping the senior as a junior, he naturally possessed a strong psychological advantage when he fought with the older generation. For him, Team Happy was just a combination of old farts and rookies. What was there to fear? A bunch of gods were even seriously analyzing the members of Happy in the pro player chat. Was that necessary? And now, it seemed that the 4 from his team weren't able to swiftly take down Soft Mist like he had expected. After feeling mad, he realized that he needed to face Happy seriously. Soft Mist was fighting for by herself, and he was currently fighting for as well. Despite fighting the same numbers, they were in completely different situations. She had the initiative, while he didn't. Soft Mist was doing what he had originally intended to do. He was able to sprint ahead with daring spirit because he had planned to stall the majority of the opposition's main force by himself, like what Soft Mist was achieving right now. Then, his side would have the numbers advantage. This was the role of an ace. But now, he was on the back end. It could be said that the purpose of him as the ace was completely blown off by Happy. He had walked straight into the trap. However, he didn't want to lose face. He didn't want to call for reinforcements because he wanted to take on the burden of the current situation by himself. After Steamed Bun Invasion had greeted him with 3 skills after his landing, he dashed ahead with a strangle. Tang Hao was naturally incomparably familiar with the Brawler skills. When Steamed Bun Invasion slightly moved his shoulder, he predicted that a strangle was coming. Tang Hao hastily controlled Demon Subduer to dodge. No matter what happened at this moment, he would not allow himself to be hit by this type of CC skill. Despite having avoided Steamed Bun Invasion strangle, Demon Subduer was still caught in a strangle. Lord Grimm's Strangle. This was a low-level skill under level 20, so it was natural for the unspecialized Lord Grimm to use it. The strangle was the starting signal for focusing a target. When he was taken down by the strangle, the other 3 immediately launched another wave of targeted attacks. They wouldn't be able to recover because they didn't bring any healers, which increased the risk in fighting, but when focusing on a single target, their attacks stirred the soul. On the other side, Fang Rui's group of 4 was dealing with Tang Ru. Even though Fang Rui was an expert, his style of playing dirty was never a quick-paced fighting method. His specialty lay in continuous consumption. However, Tang Ru's ferocity and boldness made Fang Rui feel uneasy. He most definitely did not disapprove of the players of Happy like Tang Hao. There was no problem in taking Soft Mist down at all, but it definitely was not as easy as taking her down in one go the moment they reached her. More time was needed. If they needed more time on their side, what about Tang Hao? Could he hold on? Fang Rui soon recognized this problem. However, the moment he looked at the other side, he witnessed Tang Hao being in a complete mess as he was tortured by the other 4. His situation was more miserable than that of Tang Ru's. Fang Rui sighed. He knew that Tang Hao's pride wouldn't allow him to call for help. But at the moment, he really needed reinforcement. Switch targets. Under the signal of Fang Rui, Zhao Yu's group of 3 sprinted to assist Tang Hao. They left Tang Ru for Fang Rui to fight by himself because they didn't have any doubts about Fang Rui's abilities. When the 3 switched targets to reinforce the other side, Tang Ru now had a much easier time. After all, Tang Ru wasn't able to take care of every single one of the 4. However, the moment they left the battle to switch targets, Fang Rui immediately said, F***CK. Soft Mist immediately increased her speed. By going from a 1v4 to a 1v1, it was natural for her to suddenly release her battle prowess after the pressure dropped. What Fang Rui didn't expect was Soft Mist's immediate increase in speed to be so astonishing. What type of acceleration was this? At this moment, Fang Rui felt threatened and nearly lost his composure. He was the master at playing dirty, after all. Patience and calmness were top qualities that this style required. However, a mere increase in speed but nothing else had frightened Fang Rui. Then, her hand speed burst forth. A wave of powerful attacks pursued and rumbled its way towards Fang Rui's doubtful demon, the only target. Fang Rui realized that Tang Ru's sudden increase in speed had covered all of the distance between them. He was too busy being shocked that he actually forgot to pull away to a comfortable distance. Thieves weren't specialized in close combat fights. After suddenly having Soft Mist sticking with him, the wave of power smashed Fang Rui's heart into pieces. What made it worse was that the power didn't seem to have an end to it. What type of fighting spirit is this? Fang Rui was unable to relate this with the pretty girl in the report, who was beautiful to the point that one's heart would feel untroubled and pleased. What a troublesome person! Fang Rui came up with this complete analysis. However, despite being hard to deal with, he still believed that he could handle her. Doubtful Demon was on the defensive under Soft Mist suppression and continued to retreat step by step. However, they were moving straight towards the direction Fang Rui had hoped to reach. Nearly there. Fang Rui counted quietly. As a master at playing dirty, it would be impossible for him to forget where he had previously planted his trap. That was always his strongest weapon. Young people. Seeing Tang Ru's ferocity when she fought closed up, Fang Rui thought to himself. But it's over now. Fang Rui smiled. He was about to succeed in fooling a person. He enjoyed this kind of feeling, the delight when a prey lost its composure the moment it was caught in a trap. What sort of reaction would this pretty girl make? Fang Rui looked forward to it. However, the moment Soft Mist was about to run into his trap, she stopped. Switch positions. I'm here. Yishio shouted. The spear form of Lord Grimm's myriad manifestation umbrella flew forward and followed after Soft Mist's previous attack. What did you come here for? Fang Rui fumed. It was as if a good scene was just about to unfold before him, but someone called out cut. It was too anticlimactic. I'm here to teach you how to play dirty. Yishio yelled. There weren't many people who dared to say those words to the master. F*CK off. Fang Rui yelled. When facing Yishio, the majority of the pro players would lose their composure. Chapter 11:10. Forcing Demon Subduer. Fang Rui didn't immediately contend with Yishio. If Yishio was over here, then what was happening on the other side? Fang Rui immediately turned his camera to look. When he looked, Fang Rui almost cried. Demon Subduer had always been the symbol of Wind Howl. But the #1 brawler in glory was currently being ridden by another brawler who was using tyrannical chain punch on him. Fang Rui couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tang Hao, who was sitting not far away from him. It was evident that Tang Hao was furious. The veins on his forehead looked as if they would burst into antennas. What are they doing? Fang Rui found it hard to believe. Didn't they all go over to assist him? Why was Tang Hao being bullied to such a state? When he looked more carefully, he realized that Tang Hao wasn't the only person who was in a difficult situation. The 3 classes that went over to help were an elementalist, a knight, and a cleric. It was needless to talk about the cleric. He was a strong shield, but not a strong attacker. The knight? Since he moved so slowly in that plate armor of his, he was currently being blown to bits by Su Muqing's dancing rain. The elementalist? It was unknown what had happened, but the ninja from Happy was able to get close to him through a sneak attack, so Zhao Yuzha was also in a thorny situation. However, the greater threat was still behind him. After Soft Mist had switched places with Lord Grimm, she sprinted straight towards him. What is happening? Fang Rui found it unimaginable. He didn't mean to be contentious towards Happy, but to be completely oppressed by Happy like this? Retreat, retreat, retreat. Regardless of this, Fang Rui was still a general who could take charge. Although he was shocked at their current state, he wasn't panicked. It was still too early to determine whether this was a victory or a loss. Wind Howl just needed to reorganize themselves. After all, their team made it to the semifinals last season, so it would be illogical for them to be completely oppressed by a new team like Happy. There was only one explanation: their attacks were too careless. Without having a clear plan behind their attacks, it became very easy for Happy to catch their weaknesses. Happy was able to catch this point and counterattacked. Every mix-up was aimed at their flaws, forcing them into a passive state, making it difficult for them to establish a steady tempo. Excellent Era was defeated in the same way in the Challenger League. At least Excellent Era had the advantage in equipment at the time. They had made preparations as well, unlike Wind Howl. As a result, it wasn't surprising that Wind Howl was in an even more embarrassing situation. In any case, they should fully break away from the fight in order to cut off Happy's tempo. After that, they could start anew. Fang Rui thought. Instead of challenging Yishio by himself, he quickly turned away to provide cover for his teammates to retreat. In the end, it's the experienced players who are harder to deal with. When Yishio saw Fang Rui's decision, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, he still continued to taunt, "Why are you running, you crude thief? Won't you listen to my lecture?" Fang Rui ignored him. He was regretful that the middle finger wasn't an emoji, otherwise, he would definitely pointing it at Yishio. Doubtful Demon continued to run. He continuously planted traps in order to shrink Happy's maneuver space. Lord Grim pursued him, but how could Fang Rui give him another chance to close in again? He increased his speed to sprint all over the place. Thieves weren't able to directly break through places like certain ferocious classes, but by letting him lay out his pieces in formation, the limitations that he created would affect the battle as a whole. Yishio knew about this, but Fang Rui wasn't an opponent he could catch just by wanting to. The master of playing dirty wasn't a joke. As a result, Yishio decided not to waste any more energy and switched targets. F***CK, this guy wants to kill Tang Hao. Fang Rui immediately perceived Yishio's intentions. As expected, it was unrealistic for him to divert Yishio's attention so easily. In the end, it's the experienced players who are harder to deal with. Fang Rui came up with the same evaluation. The oppressed Tang Hao was finally able to find an opportunity to break out. After all, Steamed Bun couldn't oppress him forever. Uppercut, knee attack, powerful knee strike. Tang Hao delivered a wave of counterattacks after seizing the opportunity. He nailed Steamed Bun invasion onto the wall in an instant. He then spun his view around. In the end, he still remembered to take note of their situation first and saw Soft Mist charging forward in a threatening and aggressive manner. Tang Ru originally intended to fight Zhao Yuja's elementalist with Mo Fan, but when she saw Steamed Bun being knocked over by Tang Hao, she immediately assisted him first. Tang Hao let out a cold AHMPH. He was incomparably confident in a direct confrontation. Demon Subduer didn't retreat and sprinted straight towards Soft Mist. "You're fierce? I'll be even fiercer." Tang Hao liked this style. He wasn't afraid, so Tang Ru was even more fearless. When it seemed like the two characters were about to clash, Tang Hao took advantage of a brawler's mid-ranged attacks and launched the first attack. As his body flickered, he sneakily threw out a poison needle. If you played a brawler and couldn't play dirty, then you couldn't possibly be qualified to be called a brawler. This class had many skills that were suited to trick people. Tang Ru didn't detect Demon Subduer's hidden poison needle sneak attack, so she was hit by it. Tang Hao seized the opening and used a powerful knee strike. Right when his flying figure was about to crash into Soft Mist, he heard his teammate warn him to watch out. A sneak attack? Tang Hao laughed coldly. He knew that Steamed Bun invasion was currently behind him and that the fellow was very restless. Tang Hao had been prepared. The powerful knee strike was originally an attack that could fly out at high speed. If he slightly turned his body, how could a sneak attack hit him? As he turned, Tang Hao shot a glance at Steamed Bun invasion behind him. The glance showed contempt. "Little guy, if you want to play with me, you're still lacking." Unfortunately, a handful of sand immediately blinded Demon Subduer's eyes. Why would you use a sand toss when sneaking up on a person from behind? Steamed Bun invasion turned out to use it, so when Tang Hao turned his head to look, he happened to be hit by it. His screen completely blacked out as if the power was cut. Tang Hao was about to go mad. In order to prevent the opponent from closing up on him, he quickly used a chain of punches and kicks for the sake of self-defense. But then, a satellite beam dropped down from the sky and completely engulfed Demon Subduer. Supporting any spot on the map was one of Su Muqing's strengths. Scream Cannon? This attack had an air of tactics to it. Fang Rui discovered that Happy's tempo provided many tactical options. Just a slight change could produce a different tactic. Tang Hao immediately fell back down after just gaining the upper hand. His other teammates were finally able to search for ways to retreat under Fang Rui's commands. The traps that the doubtful demon had buried started to reveal its might. The existence of traps was similar to the principle of a skill cooldown. As long as it was there and not set off, then it would be an excellent restriction and limitation. Fang Rui was able to see the awkwardness of Happy's formation in regards to the traps. They didn't bring their cleric, so they definitely wouldn't dare to use methods like clear them out forcibly with their characters. Their tempo slowed down immediately, which met Fang Rui's expectation. The players from Wind Howl slowly started to withdraw. But their captain, Demon Subduer, was forcefully kept there. Fang Rui was gloomy. Happy even used such a shameful method like abducting a hostage. Should they return and launch a total fight with Happy with the help of traps? It seemed that this was the only way. The four made slight adjustments before advancing as a whole. This time, they kept a complete formation. Clang! A spike trap suddenly flipped up from the ground and clamped onto the knight's ankle. It locked his foot, so he wasn't able to move. The knight's player looked at Fang Rui with astonishment. Fang Rui didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Are you stupid? Is it even possible for it to be my trap? Traps couldn't be triggered by allies, so there was no doubt that it had been placed there by Happy. Fang Rui knew Lord Grimm's unspecialized possessed 3 traps. However, Fang Rui wasn't aware in the least about when this guy secretly planted his own trap among his. However, there were only 3 traps, so the threat wouldn't be too great. But the spike trap's effect in sealing one's movement was rather worrisome because their offense instantly became strangled. After that, Fang Rui realized that Yishio did something even more shameful. He summoned a goblin. That's right, compared to clearing the traps on one's own, there was one method that was even more grievous for fellow thieves. That was to summon creatures to clear out the traps. Unspecialized characters were too shameless. Fang Rui wept as he commanded everyone to destroy the goblin as soon as possible. However, under the command Yishio's control, the goblin was abnormally nimble. It managed to step into 3 mines before it died a heroic death. He can remember the location of my traps better than me, Fang Rui thought with a tear-streaked face. If he had these methods earlier on, why did he only just use it? Fang Rui now understood. In fact, he understood too well. It was in order to get an opportunity to kill Demon Subduer. Although Tang Hao was strong, he still feared being grouped on. People like Fang Rui wanted to rescue him, but they needed a systematic approach in their rescue. Unfortunately, Yishio's hidden trap was able to detonate Fang Rui's traps, which immediately messed up their plans. They could definitely continue to charge ahead, but if they did so, what difference would it be from the unplanned attacks they had launched previously? It would probably be oppressed by Happy in 2 or 3 moves again. Happy wasn't a jack-of-all-trades team that they could forcefully take down by merely relying on their skills. Happy was a pro team, so they had their own strength. Cut across to the right. Fang Rui called. His traps on that side were in good condition and could still be used. Wind Howl's players finally came over and met up with Tang Hao. The battle started once more. However, Fang Rui's original tactical plans were cut into bits and pieces earlier on. Retreat after rescuing Tang Hao. Fang Rui already made up his mind. He was resolute in not fighting with Happy and going at their pace. They wanted to retreat, but Happy wouldn't allow it. The power of focusing a single target was extremely prominent. They charged towards Demon Subduer, refusing to give up until he died. When had Tang however been this type of target? Fury burned in his heart. Fang Rui didn't understand. If they attacked forcefully like this, they could indeed take out Demon Subduer, but without a cleric, they would also take a lot of damage. Even if it was a 4v5, it was very possible for Wind Howl to wear them down to death. But considering the dungeon's contents, they would still have to face competition with the other teams. Without their ace player Tang Hao, they couldn't bear this trade. However, the current situation didn't leave them with any choice because Happy was the side attacking. Either the fish dies or the net splits. Fang Rui couldn't come up with any ideas. Tang Hao also seemed to have understood the situation, and that it was very possible for his character to die the earliest. However, he could also strive for the team's victory. Due to his professional attitude, he wasn't discouraged. In fact, he fought even fiercer than before. If he could exchange the team's victory by sacrificing himself, then he would have fulfilled his responsibilities as the ace. Demon Subduer finally fell. As Fang Rui had predicted, Team Happy had paid a great price for this kill. Let's see how you'll keep going, Fang Rui thought. He then heard Yishio cry out, F*CK, the shard wasn't on him. Retreat! F*CK, that was their aim? Fang Rui felt like fainting. Chapter 11:11. Wind Howl Internal Strife. Just like this, Tang Hao became the first member of Team Wind Howl to get eliminated, but at this moment, Fang Rui didn't have time to pay attention to Tang Hao's expression. After understanding Team Happy's intentions, a feeling of dizziness washed over him, making him almost fail to hold onto his own mouse. If this were the competitive stage, Wind Howl might be down a member, but they had the overall advantage right now. Happy had sacrificed a lot of health to take down Demon Subduer. Let alone having no healer. Even if Happy did have a healer, in a situation where every team member was at low health, it was very possible for the healing speed to not be able to keep up, resulting in the team being killed off one by one. But the problem was that this wasn't on the competitive stage. As a result, Happy had previously been fighting in disregard for everything else, but now they were running away as fast as possible. Where are you running? Zhao Yuzha roared. How could he put up with Happy running away? Elementalists had powerful attacks and strong AoE skills, the bane of Happy, whose members were on the brink of death. Their captain's sacrifice couldn't be wasted. Zhao Yuzha was quite confident. His elementalist charged forward like a battle mage. Careful! Fang Rui immediately warned. He hadn't seen what exactly Happy had set up, but since their intentions were so obvious, how could Happy not have made any arrangements for their escape? Let Wind Howl chase and kill them? If that was the case, it was no different from seeking their own deaths. Fang Rui's intention told him that Happy definitely had traps set up during their escape. Rashly chasing after them was dangerous. But Zhao Yuzha seemed to not be able to hear him. Even though Fang Rui was his senior in the team and had named a god for a long time, playing dirty was looked down upon by many. Zhao Yuzha rather liked Tang Hao's vigor with his "the junior succeeds the senior." He didn't admire Fang Rui's dirty playing from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't dare disrespect his senior most of the time, his hot-bloodedness had consumed him. There were a bunch of nearly dead players in front of him, ripe for him to kill. It wasn't hard to understand why he ignored Fang Rui's warning. Teleport! Zhao Yuzha was afraid of letting go of even a single player from Happy. He directly teleported into the enemy ranks in an attempt to kill all 5 of them at once. When he teleported, he had already activated Mobile Cast. His magic staff glowed with light, ready to release a spell. Fang Rui saw Zhao Yuzha's audaciousness and was stupefied. The opponents were at low health, but they weren't dead. For him to advance prematurely, did he really think these 5 were frightened dungeon monsters? Or did he think that his bold move would catch Happy off guard? Okay, Fang Rui admitted. From a reverse psychology standpoint, such a stupid decision was truly surprising. He only hoped that everyone in Happy was too smart and think that it wasn't possible for someone to be so stupid. Maybe because Zhao Yuzha had done it so quickly, the other side wouldn't be able to react in time? He looked back. Beautiful Light One was already laying on the ground. Fang Rui felt it was a pity that he couldn't see the expressions on everyone in Happy. Were they surprised? Were they in admiration of Zhao Yuzha's boundless bravery? They didn't seem to think twice though. After Beautiful Light was smacked to the ground, he was quickly smacked into the air. Then, Lord Grim and Soft Mist both used falling flower palms, sending him back along with an artillery shell from Dancing Rain. After all, no one in Happy had a lot of heath. They didn't dare keep fighting. After sending away Beautiful Light, they borrowed his body as their first form of obstruction and then utilized long-ranged attacks to suppress them further. The team's knight wanted to rush forward and block the damage, but in the end, he was yelled at by Fang Rui. Why aren't you all attacking? Zhao Yuzha's Beautiful Light climbed up from the ground after being sent back and shouted thunderously. In this instant, his dissatisfaction towards Fang Rui had reached its peak. The other side has made preparations beforehand. They're just waiting for us to fall into their trap. Fang Rui said. How would you know if you don't try? Zhao Yuzha yelled. Did you not just try? Fang Rui asked back. Zhao Yuzha was suddenly at a loss for words. He had tried, but he really wanted to say that Happy's way of dealing with him didn't seem to be the result of careful preparation. But why did it turn out the way it did? Because he had been an idiot. In a moment of hot-bloodedness and impulse, he had made a move thinking he was invincible. The other side didn't need any careful setups to deal with him. The openings that he showed were too big, so much so that they instantly swatted him away. However, Zhao Yuzha was unwilling to admit that he was stupid to Fang Rui. He felt like if he had just been a bit faster, the ones lying on the ground would happy. Hurry up and chase. Zhao Yuzha didn't reply to Fang Rui's retort. He just called over the other two members to give chase. Without Captain Tang Hao, there was a clear disagreement to how Wind Howl should fight. The Knight and Cleric weren't entirely focused on the game. They stole a glance at Fang Rui and Zhao Yuzha outside of the game. In the end, they didn't move. Zhao Yuzha's was an important part of Wind Howl's future, but Fang Rui was their team's most experienced senior. In addition to Fang Rui's status as vice-captain, the two didn't move, implying that they recognized Fang Rui's authority. Zhao Yuzha's beautiful light rushed out, but discovered that the other two didn't go with him. This time, he didn't dare charge into Happy's enemy rank so simply. In the end, he could only have his beautiful light stop. Outside of the game, he glared fiercely at those two players. He didn't dare be too brazen to Fang Rui, but he wasn't scared of those two at all. The entire practice room was deathly silent. There were only 5 players that could form a team to this ghost lair. The other 5 team members, who weren't participating, hadn't left. They also wanted to see what this ghost lair was all about. Instead, they got an internal conflict between their team's players. Most of the people there felt very uneasy, but a certain resolute person watched with interest at everything that was happening. Liu Hao. He gave up on Thunderclap and transferred to Wind Howl. It hadn't been long since he had joined the team. He didn't impatiently jump into the team and instead carefully observed this new team. Because this time, he truly wanted to achieve something here, unlike with Team Thunderclap. In his eyes, Thunderclap was nothing more than a stepping stone. That type of small team couldn't contain this senior. Speaking of which, Liu Hao felt like his strength was enough to replace Team Samsara's Jiang Butao. Unfortunately, Samsara was clearly very satisfied with the synergy between Jiang Butao and Zhu Zikai. They had invited Liu Hao's former teammate, Sun Slong, and one Autumn Leaf, but they definitely had no intentions of dropping Jiang Butao. In the end, Liu Hao was brought into Team Wind Howl. This rising team had performed outstandingly last season. Liu Hao was very satisfied and decided that he would do well here. However, in Team Wind Howl, Tang Hao was their core. Zhao Yuzha was the best rookie. His talent and growth would put him as a star in the future. Fang Rui was an all-star and their team's most experienced member. The team couldn't lack any healers, so of the 5 positions, only 1 spot remained. Was this spot for Liu Hao? From what he saw, he didn't think that Wind Howl valued him that much. They didn't seem to have determined that Liu Hao was the missing jigsaw piece. They were still searching for the most suitable combination. As for Liu Hao, as someone skilled and someone who free transferred, their thoughts were that they might as well sign him and test him out. This type of attitude meant that they weren't particularly fervent about signing Liu Hao. In fact, there were many other teams that were sincerely interested in him, such as Team Miracle. This team had took in 3 excellent era players. They had contacted Liu Hao too and gave him sincere promises. Core, Team Captain. They had prepared a generous offer and clearly laid it out to Liu Hao, but he rejected it without much thought. Miracle? In Liu Hao's eyes, more like Joke Star. They were a team that had just gotten into the alliance, and they wanted him to play for them. He might as well have just stayed on Thunderclap then. Core? Team Captain? You think I care about being the core or team captain of a team like that? Liu Hao ignored their sincere offer. When Team Wind Howl expressed their interest towards him, he immediately accepted. This type of powerhouse with hopes of winning the championships was where he hoped to be. Liu Hao. At the moment, he was just one of Team Wind Howl's choices. Rather than saying that their sincerity moved Liu Hao, it was more like Liu Hao's eagerness moved them to just sign him along in the passing. The team didn't need to offer any signing bonuses to a free player. The only requirement was to provide a salary. To be champions, no team would find it difficult to try out a player like that. As a result, Team Wind Howl moved quickly and immediately took Liu Hao as soon as the transfer window opened. Wind Howl hoped that Liu Hao would bring change to the team. However, they didn't have any clear plans at the moment. They were still studying Liu Hao, so Liu Hao could feel that he didn't have a stable position in the team right now. As a result, he was careful. As someone who had once been a part of a powerhouse, he obviously knew how to find opportunities in the team. And at this moment, a conflict had erupted in Team Wind Howl. Liu Hao observed it with interest. Fang Rui. Zhao Yuzhe. It was a common conflict between a rookie and a senior. The rookie felt like the senior was blocking his path forward. The senior felt like the rookie was a threat to his position. This type of conflict didn't appear only in pro teams. It happened all the time in all levels of society. Right now, at Wind Howl, the conflict was fully out in the open. However, whether it was Fang Rui or Zhao Yuzhe, they weren't the players with the most authority in the team. The direction that this conflict would move towards would depend on Team Wind Howl's captain and core, Tang Hao. Yes, Tang Hao. The Tang Hao who had become famous with his junior succeeds the senior. Liu Hao realized that the resolution to this conflict was very easy to predict. Chapter 11-12. Conflict between ideologies. Wind Howl's captain Tang Hao expressed displeasure at the conflict between Fang Rui and Zhao Yuzhe. His eye stopped at Fang Rui. It was plain as day who he favored. No one uttered a word. Team Wind Howl seemed to only be just 3 people. Zhao Yuzhe continued to glare at Fang Rui with unwillingness. Tang Hao didn't show any resentment towards Zhao Yuzhe, but he wasn't looking at him in a good way either. As for Fang Rui, he was still playing the game. His doubtful demon suddenly rushed out. What? Is he regretting it now? Zhao Yuzhe, who was also in the game, noticed Doubtful Demon's movements. He could see that he was chasing after Happy. Isn't it too late to start chasing? Zhao Yuzhe was puzzled. Fang Rui's Doubtful Demon suddenly stopped chasing. He just stood there, looking around for something. Zhao Yuzhe couldn't bear it anymore. He had his beautiful light move over there as well. The other 2 players followed. Fang Rui was looking at the passageway that Happy had left through. Zhao Yuzhe had solid fundamentals too. After all, he had accumulated quite a bit of tactical experience throughout his career of 2 years. When he looked at this passageway, he realized how the entrance could be utilized. At this instant, he noticed, Fang Rui was right. Happy indeed had made preparations. It would be very easy for Happy to ambush them at this entrance. So what? Zhao Yuzhe refused to admit his mistake. With their health, so what if they ambush us? In important playoff matches in Season 2, Season 4, Season 5, and Season 7, several teams encountered situations like this and lost as a result. Fang Rui said. Zhao Yuzhe stared blankly. He didn't know about these precedents. For a moment, he couldn't think of which matches Fang Rui was talking about. Do you think you're safe because the opponents don't have much health left? Throw away such naive thoughts. Glory isn't as sweet as you think it is. Fang Rui said. I? Zhao Yuzhe was at a loss for words. Fang Rui didn't say anything more to him. He glanced at Captain Tang Hao. We'll continue. Okay. Tang Hao nodded his head. He had heard the conversation between the 2. Right now, it was very clear who had been in the right and who had been in the wrong. The 4 players continued onwards. The other players in the team let out a sigh of relief. Only Liu Hao looked pensive. The others only saw it as different answers for a question. But Liu Hao saw it as a conflict in ideologies between two players. Fang Rui's style of playing dirty didn't synergize well with Tang Hao's and Zhao Yuzha's style of play. And those two were the pillars of Wind Howl's new generation. After Demon Subduer switched hands from Lin Jingyan to Tang Hao, Fang Rui's playstyle became more and more lost in this type of team. As Tang Hao's playstyle matured and as their other main talent Zhao Yuzha grew, Fang Rui's playing environment became increasingly difficult. At the same time, his existence itself made Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzha very uncomfortable. Wind Howl's style hadn't changed completely enough. With Tang Hao as the core, the set of strategies employed during Lin Jingyan's generation might no longer be suitable. Wind Howl still had its struggles. In the game, Happy's 5 players quickly retreated. After confirming that there were no pursuers, they stopped to rest. They drank potions and ate food to recover their mana and health. After all, this was the game and not the competitive stage. Though it wasn't the competitive stage, the dangers hadn't passed. When were there ever these sorts of large chaotic fights on the competitive stage? Happy stopped at a place to recover. It wasn't just a random place. Yishio saw that it was a wide open space where they couldn't be ambushed. After starting to recover, he requested that no one use food that made a lot of noise so as not to let any sound leak. The 5 characters sat together on the ground and recovered silently. The tense environment constructed by Yishio made everyone turn and look at their surroundings from time to time. Happy's cautiousness wasn't for naught. Amidst the silence, they could hear the sounds of footsteps coming from the passageway. That wasn't the direction Wind Howl would be coming from. Which team was this? Tyranny and Happy had run in the opposite directions. It was too early to meet up. Thus, it should one of the other 2 guilds. Was it Royal Style or Misty Rain? Withdraw for now. Yishio typed in the chat. The 5 characters stood up. To hide the sounds of their footsteps, they either crouched or rolled and quickly found a hiding spot. Yishio had found these spots as soon as Happy had gotten here. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Yishio told the others to retreat back, while his Lord Grim was positioned slightly more forward. The 5 characters finally revealed themselves. It was Team Misty Rain. Windy Rain, something to hide, Dark Forest, none dare attack, lower your head. Misty Rain's character choices were as bold as Happy's. They also didn't bring a healer. What's more, their team had 3 sharpshooters. Along with Windy Rain, that made for long-ranged attackers with Dark Forest as a ninja. Get ready to fight. Yishio called out to the other 4. Their positions were hidden. It wasn't possible for Misty Rain to directly see them. What followed depended on what Team Misty Rain did. If they decided to investigate this side, Happy had to attack first to catch them off guard. However, Misty Rain didn't seem to have any intentions of searching this area. Their team quickly passed by this point and moved ahead. Happy's 5 players slowly went out of hiding. Follow them. Yishio said it'd be best if they clashed with Wind Howl. Just when Yishio studied this, sounds of gunfire could be heard ahead. How aggressive! They really are pro teams. They've already encountered each other. Yishio praised. Team Wind Howl didn't chase after Happy as soon as possible, but in the end, they still headed in this direction. After all, Happy was moving about in this direction. They hadn't given up and obviously wanted to get all the shards too, but then they encountered Misty Rain. Wind Howl knew that Happy was ahead, so they had advanced very cautiously. When they heard footsteps, Fang Rui thought that Happy had finished recovering and had come back to kill them. This situation was within his expectations. He quickly set up traps and arranged a formation. When the first trap was triggered, a battle soon ensued. Fang Rui looked at the enemies and suddenly felt like crying. If it wasn't Happy, it was okay. But it just had to be Misty Rain. Misty Rain just had to have so many long-ranged characters too, reducing the threat of his traps. Long-ranged attackers didn't need to stick close to them to attack. If they didn't enter the trap zone, how could his traps be of any use? Today's been such an unlucky day. Fang Rui was gloomy. Wind Howl had once again been thrown into disarray. This time, under his arrangements, Zhao Yuzhe felt like he could finally breathe. Chu Yunxiu and her windy rain. Zhao Yuzhe really wanted to fight her. He hoped that he could crush her to prove that he was the #1 elementalist. Even though it was just the game right now, these thoughts were deeply rooted in him. As soon as he saw windy rain, his emotions became fervent. He started to think about how he should contend with windy rain. Retreat! But then his spirits were once again dampened. Again by Fang Rui. As soon as the situation looked slightly unfavorable, they would immediately retreat. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we harass. These were the guidelines on how to play dirty. Fang Rui was commanding the team, so he naturally made decisions depending on his own habits. But this made Fang Rui very, very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Retreat again? When are we going to fight? Didn't we already set up traps? Zhao Yuzhe shouted. Even though he could see that these traps would mostly fail because Misty Rain consisted of mostly long-ranged attackers, he had to say it to slap Fang Rui's face. The traps are no good. Retreat for now. Fang Rui's style of playing dirty didn't have the same sort of pride as Zhao Yuzhe's play style. He simply admitted that his traps were ineffective. *CK, communicating with this type of person is impossible. Zhao Yuzhe felt very bitter. The ideologies that the two sides had for glory were completely different. But seeing how the other two team members had followed Fang Rui's orders and started retreating, Zhao Yuzhe didn't dare challenge Misty Rain alone. He could only retreat as well. But Misty Rain refused to let them go. The three sharpshooters shot at them as they chased closely behind. The sounds of gunfire provided a good cover for Happy. They didn't need to hide their footsteps to avoid the notice of the others, making their tailing very easy. Soon, Wind Howl retreated back to where Happy had found the shard after killing the female ghost. When they saw the walls collapsed over there, they wanted to cry. Another team was coming in this direction, royal style. The poor Wind Howl was suddenly surrounded like a dumpling. No matter how crafty Fang Rui was, it would be very difficult for the entire team to escape. Both escape routes were sealed. Their only choice was to fight. You don't fight when we should fight and fight when we shouldn't fight. Zhao Yuzhe shouted in discontent. Indeed, compared to the previous 5 players from Misty Rain or the nearly dead Happy, their situation was even more disastrous right now. However, fighting in a tricky situation was one of the strengths of someone who played dirty. Team Royal Style was led by Chen Sen's exorcist, Peaceful Hermit. Starting last season, he had spent much effort in the game in an attempt to help Royal Style grow. Unfortunately, the effects weren't good. Royal Style once again failed to enter the playoffs. As for he and his Peaceful Hermit, his ranking in All Stars dropped again to 21st place. If he dropped another 3 places, he wouldn't make it into All Stars. To get chosen into All Stars was an honor for many players and characters. However, Peaceful Hermit was a god-level character that had been equally as famous as One Autumn Leaf and Desert Dust back in the early days. And now, Peaceful Hermit was actually struggling to make it into All Stars? Chen Sen felt that they were incapable of making it into playoffs. There has to be change. Chen Sen muttered to himself again and again. This summer, this break, he threw himself into the game even more fervently. Chapter 11-13. Sending a Shard. Royal Style on the left. Misty Rain on the right. Wind Howl in the middle. In this situation, no communication was necessary. Royal Style and Misty Rain were already thinking the same thing: eliminate Wind Howl first. Chen Sen's Peaceful Hermit grabbed with his left hand and pulled out a talisman, crackling with lightning, from the void. He swung his right hand and a scythe flew out along with that lightning talisman towards Wind Howl. Lightning talisman! Dodge! Fang Rui shouted. Wind Howls for players quickly dispersed. The scythe landed at the center of their original location. The lightning talisman exploded and lightning spread from where the scythe had pierced into the ground. Throwing the weapon was an exorcist skill called Spirit Guidance. Many exorcist skills could be utilized along with Spirit Guidance. A weapon thrown with Spirit Guidance wouldn't be considered as dropping it. Others wouldn't be able to pick it up. On the other hand, the exorcist could grab the weapon back from afar. It could be considered as one way for an exorcist to show off how cool he was. But for experts, looking cool was secondary. These types of class-specific skills were skills that best displayed a class's ability. All of these skills needed to be mastered. As the number one exorcist in glory, Tien Sen's mastery over this skill was needless to say. Spirit Guidance brought a lightning talisman with it, splitting up Wind Howl's team. Misty Rain coordinated very well with them. Chu Yunxiu complemented with a heavenly lightning earth and fire, a flame storm, and a thunder apocalypse. 3 AoE spells completely split apart Wind Howl's 4 players. Behind Whiny Rain, Team Misty Rain's 3 sharpshooters focused Wind Howl's cleric. Bullets rained down wildly onto Wind Howl's cleric. Tien Sen saw Misty Rain's actions and directed his team to coordinate with them. Team Royal Styles players belonged to the strength category. Xu Hualiu was a striker player. His fame might not be comparable to Han Wenqing's, but he definitely belonged to the upper ranks among strikers. Shen Wanhe was a Spitfire. After Zhong Jiala retired, he was even a candidate for Dazzling 100 Blossom's successor. His skill wasn't as high as a god's though, and in the end, Team 100 Blossoms chose their own team Zhu Yuan. Then, there was He Wei Tang. He even had a slight connection with Zhao Yuzhe. The two had joined the pro scene the same year and were both contenders for Best Rookie that year. Even though Zhao Yuzhe was chosen to be Best Rookie, the lead had been very slight. He Wei Tang lost, but he was definitely a talented rookie worthy of being nurtured. He Wei Tang was a summoner, which was a class that had always been missing among the All-Stars cast. The last player was their paladin, Ren Junkai. He wasn't particularly outstanding among healers, but for him to be a starter on a pro team, he couldn't be bad. The current Team Royal Style was their starting 5 players. Tien Sen's Peaceful Hermit initiated with a lightning talisman and then directed his team to coordinate with Team Misty Rain to target Wind Howl's cleric. Wind Howl was still within Fang Rui's trap zone. However, Royal Style had He Wei Tang, who quickly had his summons lead the way. Shen Wanhe's Spitfire was also a long-ranged attacker and he quickly formed a crossfire with Misty Rain's 3 sharpshooters. How could a cleric defend against so many attacks? His allies had been separated from him by AoE attacks. When Xu Hualiu's striker reached him, Wind Howl's cleric could no longer persevere and was the first to fall. Misty Rain only attacked from afar. They coordinated closely with Wind Howl, making sure to avoid any accidental injuries. But the instant Wind Howl's cleric fell, Misty Rain's Liu Hua's ninja, Dark Forest, very precisely teleported to the fallen cleric with a shadow clone technique. Royal Style was startled, but quickly realized Misty Rain's intentions. Xu Hualiu's striker was just about to punch, when everyone saw that the cleric hadn't dropped anything when he died. Xu Hualiu forcefully cancelled his skill. The two sides typed haha and tacitly understood to focus on the next target. Wind Howl's knight became the next target of the two teams. But this time, Royal Style was prepared. He Wei Tang's summon swarmed the knight. If Li Hua's Dark Forest tried to use Shadow Clone technique again, he wouldn't be able to squeeze in. Misty Rain saw this and figured that all of their efforts would have been for nothing, so they immediately switched fire to Zhao Yuzhe's Beautiful Light. They planned on testing their luck with Royal Style to see which player from Wind Howl would have the shard. Zhao Yuzhe was in a dire situation, but his fighting spirit didn't dampen. Even though he felt like there was no possibility of him escaping, he still wanted to attack Windy Rain to prove his skill. When the enemies stopped attacking him, Zhao Yuzhe was able to find an opportunity. He was just about to send a fierce wave of attacks at Windy Rain when Team Misty Rain suddenly switched targets. Bang bang bang! The 3 sharpshooters had shot 3 thunder snipes, striking the frail elementalist and shattering not just his heart but his body into pieces. Zhao Yuzhe, who had been planning on launching a fierce assault, didn't even have a way out anymore. He could only brace himself for the attacks and continue charging ahead as if he were a battle mage. But midway through, Li Hua's dark forest intercepted him. Along with support fire from the rear, Beautiful Light wasn't even able to touch Windy Rain's clothing. Fuck! Zhao Yuzha cursed fiercely. The instant he fell, he saw that their team's knight couldn't hang on any longer either. But what about Fang Rui? Zhao Yuzha immediately checked and was dumbstruck. Their teammate Fang Rui found an opportunity when the other 3 players died to run away. You! Zhao Yuzha fumed. Sound could no longer be transmitted in the game. He could only turn his head and shout at Fang Rui outside the game. But Fang Rui was completely focused. His hands were dancing across the keyboard and mouse. He didn't notice Zhao Yuzha's existence at all. You think you can escape from this kind of encirclement? Zhao Yuzha was solely preoccupied with Fang Rui's dirtiness, but ignored the outcome that resulted from it. Windy Rain and Royal Style, 10 pro players, discovered that none of those 3 in Wind Howl had dropped the shard. At the same time, they also realized with a start, Fang Rui's doubtful demon had disappeared. The thief's stealth allowed the character to move while invisible. But even so, with the 2 pro teams attacking from 2 sides, slipping away without them noticing showed Fang Rui's skill with it. Find him! The 2 teams ordered. The stealth effect would be removed at the slightest touch, and under stealth, the character would move at 60% speed. Even if the skill was maxed, the movement speed could only reach at 85%. Any attack or any movement that used stamina would automatically cancel stealth. The only exception was if the thief had trap proficiency and placed down traps under stealth. Pro players obviously understood how the skill worked. They naturally knew how to get a thief out of stealth, but despite their best efforts, they were unable to dig out Fang Rui's doubtful demon. The 2 teams continued to do their best, but at the same time, they had gradually started to shift their intentions. Next up was time for the 2 teams to fight. The teams already understood how this dungeon worked. They knew that they needed to fight for these shards. Fang Rui's doubtful demon was gone, so now it was time for them to fight. Spirit Guidance. Ice Talisman. Qian Sen's peaceful hermit moved first. He tossed his scythe, which landed on the ground along with an ice talisman. A ring of ice was just about to spread out when a pillar of fire shot up from the same spot. Raging flames. Team Misty Rain had been prepared. Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain had practically casted the spell at the same time. Ice and fire crossed. The 2 elements restrained each other, neither attack greater than the other. Raging Flame's fire pillar didn't last for even a second before it disappeared. The ice talisman's ice ring failed to spread outwards and disappeared along with the fire pillar. Following afterwards, the 2 sides attacked each other fiercely. Team Misty Rain had no healer, so they couldn't fight head-to-head with Royal Style. Their long-ranged attackers coordinated with one another, while Liu Hua's ninja weaved around. This type of playstyle was Team Misty Rain's distinguishing style. Only this time, they had no healer and instead had a long-ranged attacker. Their offensive was more powerful, but they needed to be more careful in protecting themselves. So they finally started fighting. Time to run. Fang Rui's doubtful demon started moving. This was the brilliant spot he had chosen. He knew that the 2 pro teams would quickly realize that he had disappeared with stealth. If he went to look for any hiding places, he would definitely be forced out by the enemies, so he simply stood there in place and gambled on it. Fang Rui's gamble paid off. The 2 teams were searching around the exit and failed to find him. The 2 then started attacking each other. Fang Rui was carefully weaving past the fires of the battle. Even though Wind Howl only had 1 person remaining, Fang Rui felt like they hadn't lost yet because the remaining teams would have to fight each other. After the teams killed one another, perhaps there might be an opportunity for him to finish it off. Doubtful Demon slowly left the battle, but he wasn't willing to go too far. He wanted to see what the outcome of the battle would be. Perhaps there was an opportunity there. He slowly retreated, looking for a safe place to peep at the battle. As he backed up, he discovered that he had backed up into a group of people. Fuck! Fang Rui suddenly fumed. He was just one person playing dirty, but Happy was going too far. All 5 of them were playing dirty. They were all shamelessly hiding in a corner, waiting to reap the benefits. Too shameless. Fang Rui cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare challenge Happy's 5 players. He took advantage of the fact that Happy hadn't discovered him yet and tried to leave. Fang Rui had wanted to quietly move his doubtful demon away when he suddenly heard a click from underneath his feet. A trap had locked up his foot. Doubtful demon stealth wore off. What the fuck? Steamed Bun cried out in surprise, seeing a person suddenly appear out of nowhere. Shush. He's here to send us his shard. Yishio said calmly. Chapter 11-14. Dangerous game. Shameless. Fang Rui immediately shouted, after being caught in the trap. Was he really angry enough to resort to such an outburst? Of course not. He already knew that there was absolutely no way for him to escape, but he refused to let Happy get away with this so easily. By yelling, he hoped that he could catch the attention of Misty Rain and Royal Style, drawing them over here to impede Happy's progress. Ha ha ha, go ahead and shout all you want, you can shout until you go hoarse and no one will hear. Yishio said, accompanied by a smirking emoji. Fang Rui turned his camera. It was true, there was no use. They were too far away, not to mention that they were fiercely fighting, with all sorts of sound effects from the skills they used. The sound of his voice had no way of carrying all the way over there. Kill him quickly! Yishio ordered, his Lord Grim acting first. A back throw pushed Fang Rui's doubtful demon into a dark corner, and the other 4 members of Happy weren't as polite as they unleashed a barrage of attacks on him. Fang Rui noticed that these guys were avoiding loud and flashy skills, instead using silent and subtle ones. They intended to smother him here. Fang Rui was upset, but what could he do? No matter his skill, no matter his status as the master of playing dirty, there was simply no way for him to escape from this corner after being surrounded by 5 pros. Doubtful demon fell. Now, Team Wind Howl was completely wiped out. The shard that Wind Howl had obtained was held by Doubtful Demon, as expected. Fang Rui had gone through great struggles to protect this shard, using all of his shameless tactics to escape from tight spots, but in the end, Happy snatched it just like that. Fang Rui shook his head and let out a sigh, then stood up and stretched his arms. He glanced around the room, and saw Zhao Yuzha still shooting glares at him out of the corner of his eye. Fang Rui could only smile bitterly. He was a veteran player, having played for many years now, and the problems that Liu Hao had noticed, he understood even more clearly. After Tang Hao had joined Wind Howl, it seemed as though Wind Howl's strength vastly increased, and they had even made it to the semifinals last season. However, Fang Rui's capabilities in this team had been suppressed. His dirty playstyle was entirely opposed to Tang Hao's playstyle, as well as that of the newcomer Zhao Yuzha. As time went on, he felt like more and more of a stranger to Wind Howl. They'd gotten through last season like this, but the problem was very apparent. Fang Rui felt it. Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzha felt too. How could the club managers not have noticed either? Fang Rui remembered how the club had acted when encouraging Lin Jingyan to retire last year, and he felt lost as to what his own future now looked like. Seeing the dissatisfaction that both Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzha displayed toward him, Fang Rui felt that his footsteps toward the exit were only quickening. Tang Hao was the now core of Wind Howl. Zhao Yuzha had a good future ahead of him and was being looked after heavily. Fang Rui had no chance of winning this battle. Should he just back off? Accept Wind Howl's new style? Unfortunately, Fang Rui had been playing dirty for so many years. These skills and instincts had been thoroughly ingrained into him. To have him follow Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzha, the fierce and direct play style of these youths, he simply couldn't do it. His class wasn't suited for it either. It looked like his time was up. In the training room, Tang Hao stood up, Zhao Yuzha stood up, and the rest of the players followed, returning to their rooms to rest. Fang Rui tilted his neck back and stared at the ceiling. For these people who spent their lives in the game, this was the sky they saw the most often, the ceiling lights acting as their starlight. After so many years, he was used to this sight. But now, it looked like he would be saying goodbye to this piece of sky. Let's take things one step at a time. Fang Rui shut off his computer. As the last one to leave the practice room, he didn't forget to turn off all the lights and power. Howl withdrew from the event, but the battle in the ghost lair continued. Happy now had 2 shards, and they were in a good position as they watched the ongoing battle without either of the 2 sides knowing. Right now, the most important thing was patience to wait until these 2 teams beat themselves bloody. This wasn't a competition where the goal was to kill the opponent. In this competition, there was only one goal: shards. A shard could only be held by one character on the opposing team, so in this battle, the strategy of attacking everyone and defending everyone wasn't used. Instead, both sides directed all of their attacks onto one target at a time. Kill one, see if they held a shard. If obtained, then retreat, if not, then repeat the process. Yishio hoped that both sides protected their shards well, that way more characters would be killed off one by one as each team tried to find the others. At the same time, he was also studying the battle closely, seeing if he could guess from their movements which characters held their respective teams' shards. Did you find anything? Su Muqing asked, as she too watched the battle. There's nothing standout about royal style. They're protecting their healer, but that's to be expected. The healer could have the shard, though, so protecting him would serve 2 purposes, Yishio said. So Misty Rain is currently targeting Gentle Angel, Su Muqing said. Gentle Angel was the name of Royal Style's paladin. As a healer, this sort of sweet and pleasant name was relatively common. This character was also a female character, and its previous owner was female. But now, the owner had changed. Ren Junkai, a manly man, but with an account called Gentle Angel. Just looking at the conflict of these names, it was fairly clear what kind of person this player was. Yes, exactly. It's more difficult to judge Misty Rain's side though. The full long-ranged attackers have the safety of distance, and Li Hua's ninja is nimble and evasive. The shard could easily be on any of them. Using what you know about Chu Yunxiu, who do you think she would have assigned the shard to? Yishio said. Like you said, it could be anyone, Su Muqing said. All right. Yishio was helpless. The current situation couldn't be considered too good. Better pay attention closely. If Royal Style did give it to Gentle Angel, and he's killed first by Misty Rain and drops it. Yishio trailed off. That would be the worst outcome for these lurkers. They were hoping for both sides to suffer heavy damage, so if only one person died before the battle finished, they wouldn't be at as large of an advantage. Footsteps. Tang Ru suddenly said. Who? Where? Yishio immediately asked. After all, Tang Ru's ears had been trained professionally and were sharper than those of anyone else here. From the way we came. Tang Ru said. I didn't hear anything. Steamed Bun was still confused, controlling his Steamed Bun invasion to crouch on the ground, turning this way and that as he pressed his ear to the ground. This seemed to be the legendary ear-to-the-ground listening method. Steamed Bun must have learned it from somewhere. But would Glory have this sort of mechanism? Yishio, the man titled the Glory textbook, made a face at Steamed Bun's idiocy. From the way we came. Tang Ru confirmed. It's tyranny. Yishio said. It couldn't be anyone else but tyranny. With this, Happy was stuck in the middle. On one side, there was the fierce battle between 2 teams, and on the other side there was the rapidly approaching tyranny. Happy had no way out. Although their current position hid them from the 2 fighting teams, there was no way they could evade the notice of tyranny unless they were completely oblivious or distracted. Prepare for battle. Yishio was helpless. For another team to come from behind, they really were unlucky here. Right now, should they try to keep their battle with tyranny separate from the ongoing one, or should they try to group all 4 teams together into a one big chaotic free-for-all? Yishio thought rapidly, and eventually reached a decision. A huge 4-way battle like that would be disadvantageous to the parties without healers, which included Happy. Plus, Happy had 3 rookies who lacked experience and judgment. In such a chaotic battle, they would certainly fare worse than the more experienced pros. Better keep the 2 battles separate. Yishio led his team out of the corner to advance towards where Tyranny was approaching from, to further separate themselves from Misty Rain and Royal Style so that they wouldn't discover their battle here. The footsteps grew closer and closer, until finally, the silhouette of Tyranny's 5 finally appeared in their view. "Don't act rashly, follow my lead," Yishio said in the team channel. It could be said that there were no secrets between the Yishio and Tyranny's old veterans. They understood each other extremely well, having fought for so many years, and it would be difficult for either side to surprise the other. With no surprises, then there was only direct confrontation left as an option. But Happy was much weaker than Tyranny. Yishio would have to figure out some sort of tactic if they were to survive this. Tyranny's 5, upon seeing Happy's 5, came to a stop. The 2 sides had already identified each other. Yishio heard someone on Tyranny say, exasperated, "How come it's you guys again?" "The feeling is mutual," Yishio said. Right after saying that, Yishio heard the sound of an explosion from behind him. He knew that there was a fierce battle ongoing back there, and he didn't want Tyranny to find out, so he arranged their meeting a little farther away. They shouldn't have been able to hear the battle from here, but that explosion. The battle over there, was it moving? Yishio heard the sound, so of course Tyranny heard as well. Flash bullet? Who's over there? Jongjiala immediately recognized the sound effect of one of his Spitfire skills. Royal Style it seems. Zhongxinjie immediately made this judgment. Flash bullet, a Spitfire skill. Among the 25 players who entered the Ghost Lair, there were only 2 Spitfires, Zhongjiala's Dazzling 100 Blossoms and Chen 1 has Flash Save. Who are they fighting? Zhongjiala asked. Misty Rain. The sound of numerous bullets gave them their answer. Only Misty Rain had brought 3 sharpshooters. How did the fight between those 2 teams move all the way over here? Yishio was quickly thinking over this question, but in an instant, he understood. It was Fang Rui. That guy, harming others even without any benefit to himself. Before he died, he must have sent a message to those 2 teams telling them that Happy was over here waiting for an opportunity. Since everyone was using their professional accounts this time, they had each other added as friends and it was easy enough to send a message like this to them. So these 2 teams pretended to fight, either trying to pull Happy into some kind of trap, or steadily approaching Happy until they could suddenly turn and attack them. In any case, they weren't going to let Happy just wait for easy pickings. As expected of the master of playing dirty, he had played a dangerous game that could have backfired. Messages were very easy to send, but Happy had forgotten this point. Good thing that Tyranny had come and caused a change in plans, otherwise who knew what would have happened. Chapter 11:15. What kind of lineup is this? Misty Rain and Royal Style's battle was approaching. It seemed like these 2 teams were preparing to fake their battle to paralyze Happy, then, once they were close enough, surround Happy and team up to attack them. But now that Yishio saw their plan, the paralysis was broken. He obviously wasn't just going to wait for them to come. Except now, Happy was trapped in between 3 teams and was unable to do anything. If Yishio were on Tyranny and saw Misty Rain and Royal Style's intent, he wouldn't hesitate to team up with them right here and ruthlessly destroy Happy in a 3v1 before anything else. What to do? Yishio's mind worked rapidly. At the same time, he looked around to observe the situation, and suddenly realized that Tyranny, upon discovering a battle up ahead, looked like they were subtly trying to retreat. Avoiding the battle first? Then coming back to pick off whoever was left? That was too naive. They were already exposed to Happy, how could Happy let them peacefully stand to the side and watch? Trying to retreat now would only make them suffer what would have originally been Happy's fate, being crushed by the other 3 teams. Such a simple logic, how would Tyranny's old foxes be unable to see it? In that instant, one possibility flashed through Yishio's mind, had these guys still not discovered what the goal of the Ghost Lair dungeon was? Because if that were the case, Tyranny still didn't know what the teams were supposed to be doing in this dungeon. And so they acted the same as when they had first met up with Happy, preferring to be cautious and avoid conflict, because they still had no idea why they should be fighting. To this, Yishio could only feel regret, even if it was a regret layered with elation. Luck was really a fickle thing. After obtaining a shard, the situation in the Ghost Lair was obvious. Happy, Wind Howl, Royal Style, and Misty Rain were all fighting for their lives, which showed that they all understood the point of this dungeon, and that they had all managed to obtain a shard. But Tyranny. It seemed like they still hadn't encountered a mini-boss and obtained a shard, so they still had no idea what was going on in this dungeon. Why are Misty Rain and Royal Style fighting? Yishio didn't waste any time, acting dumb to gauge how much the Tyranny members actually knew. Of course, on their own side, Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Mo Fan didn't have experience in this sort of tactical competition, so they would probably be confused. Yishio immediately sent a reminder in the team channel, so that they wouldn't expose his act. Unclear. Tyranny's Zhong Xinjia answered. There must be some special reason, Yishio said. Obviously. Zhong Jiala said. Let's retreat first, move quickly, Yishio called. Tyranny immediately retreated the way they came, which showed that this had been their intent all along. Yishio let out a long breath. They were too lucky. Happy was now, like Tyranny, a team that didn't know anything, and so together they could temporarily avoid conflict. 2 teams, 10 people together, they headed down the tunnel, putting some distance between them and the battle between Royal Style and Misty Rain. Let them fight first. And then we. Yishio sent a few laughing emojis. Shameless. Zhong Jiala said. Dirty. Lin Jingyan said. You aren't going? Yishio asked. Tyranny fell silent, because there wasn't a good answer to that question. How could they not go? Up until now, they still hadn't figured out the goal of this dungeon, but Misty Rain and Royal Style's fight should give them the answer. But if they revealed this now, there would probably be negative consequences for them, so the best plan was to wait for the other teams to destroy each other and then go in. And so Tyranny avoided directly answering Yishio's question. How come they seem to be getting closer? How are these 2 teams fighting? Lin Jingyan said, listening to the sounds of the battle. Did they discover us? Yishio pretended to be shocked. In reality, he was very clear the situation was like this exactly because those 2 teams hadn't discovered them here. Royal Style and Misty Rain received Fang Rui's message and knew that Happy was waiting somewhere for an opportunity, so they pretended to fight fiercely as they moved in this direction to surprise and block off Happy. But the 2 teams still hadn't found any sign of Happy. Was Fang Rui lying? Even though this guy liked to play dirty, there was no reason for him to lie to Misty Rain and Royal Style like this. So they were fairly certain that Fang Rui's information was correct. Then, there was only one explanation: Happy had figured out their intentions and were avoiding them. This upset the 2 teams. Happy avoided them, but would they stay away forever? Knowing that these 2 teams would fight sooner or later, would they just hang around to wait for their chance? The 2 teams couldn't decide what to do, and there was no further instruction, so they could only continue their pretend fight. When they arrived at where Fang Rui had said Happy was hiding, the 2 teams saw that there was only one path Happy could have taken from there. The 2 teams decided that, without knowing Happy's whereabouts or status, they had no way of confidently fighting. But since the situation had already gotten to this point, there was no reason to continue the pretense, so the teams stopped their fighting and began to charge down the path. Hey, they stopped. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped, coming as a surprise to Tyranny. They finished fighting? They shouldn't have. Zhong Jiala said. Just then, there had been the sounds of all sorts of skills being used, so clearly there were a good number of players still alive. Was there some giant fire that wiped out all of the characters on one side? That didn't make any sense. They must have discovered us and decided to give chase. Yishio said. Who ran so slowly that they saw us? Lin Jingyan said. Tyranny was still in the dark. Why are you still talking? What do we do? Continue to avoid them, or? Yishio said. We'll have to fight sooner or later, Tyranny's captain Han Wenqing said. They still didn't know the reason for battle, but seeing how Misty Rain and Royal Style were fighting, it seemed like it was an inevitable outcome. So, if they were going to fight anyway, then retreating certainly wasn't Tyranny's style. Since it's come to this, then we'll go fight together, catch them while they're disorganized. Yishio shouted. Upon hearing this, the Tyranny members agreed. If they were going to fight, then take this chance and fight quickly. So the 10 characters turned around and began charging back the way they came. At this time, Royal Style and Misty Rain had chased them here, and the two sides met. Happy and Tyranny's spirits were fierce and bright, but Royal Style and Misty Rain's spirits were suddenly crushed. Oh no! It's a trap! The two teams thought this simultaneously. They had clearly been chasing only Happy here. Where did Tyranny suddenly come from? It was originally supposed to be a 10v5, which the two teams felt would be an easy fight, but now it had unexpectedly become a 10v10. They had also spent quite some energy putting on that show of a battle, but even disregarding that, just look at the opposing side's roster. Yishio, Su Muqing, Han Wenqing, Lin Jingyan, Zhong Jiala, Zhong Xinjie. What kind of lineup was this? It was enough to make anyone cry. Royal Style and Misty Rain's lineups weren't weak among the professional teams, but in front of this intimidating list of names, they suddenly seemed pathetic. Could they fight this battle? The two teams were still in a shock because of this lineup, but Happy and Tyranny were already upon them, attacking without even a greeting. Su Muqing's dancing rain fired a stinger into the air, which exploded apart and rained down upon the players. To the left, Tang Ru's soft mist burst forward with a dragon breaks the ranks. To the right, Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 blossoms covered a path with a display of light and shadows, into which Han Wenqing's desert dust disappeared. When he emerged again, it was with a ferocious tiger flurry sweeping right into the heart of the opponent's ranks. Happy and Tyranny's allied assault was too ferocious, too relentless, too powerful. Royal Style and Misty Rain originally thought they had the initiative when giving chase, but now they couldn't find their pace at all. Yishio's Lord Grim had also charged into battle, but his eyes, instead of being fixed on his battle target, were continuously moving about, analyzing the field. Yishio was confident that in this situation, where the opponents were on the defensive, it would be easier to see which characters held the shards. These players would be at the center of their team's adjustments. Soon enough, Yishio saw the clues. Even though they had been caught by surprise, in the end these were professional teams, and there was order to their chaos. Misty Rain, for one, was trying to increase the distance between themselves and the others. The three sharpshooters and Chu Yunxio's Windy Rain were continuously retreating, and the crossfire pattern made by the three sharpshooters clearly served to protect one character in particular, Windy Rain. As for Royal Style, they didn't have such a sharp change in their battle pattern, but they continued to focus on protecting their healer Gentle Angel. The answer was right there. For Yishio, these were crucial clues, but Tyranny, it was a shame that they still didn't know about the shards. From their perspective, Royal Style's protection of their healer was a perfectly normal action, and Misty Rain using their sharpshooters to cover Windy Rain also wasn't out of the ordinary. The sharpshooters had much better mobility than an elementalist, so this sort of retreat would of course involve the sharpshooters helping out the elementalist more. After Yishio determined who held the shards, he immediately informed his team through the team channel, but he didn't make any adjustments to the battle strategy. They were currently teamed up with Tyranny, whose primary goal was to wipe out every opponent, so for now they could only pay closer attention to these two targets. Misty Rain, who lacked a healer, was currently in a much worse situation than Royal Style was. Additionally, in a chaotic 20-person battle, their long-range attackers didn't have enough space to maintain a safe distance and move around easily. Yishio saw that they were trying to escape, and immediately ordered Happy to block their path of retreat, and at the same time loudly shouted at Tyranny, reminding them not to let the fish slip through the net. Upon hearing this, Misty Rain and Royal Style became angry. True, they weren't in a good situation right now, but up until now none of their characters had fallen. The battle was in a stalemate right now, it was far from the point where victory or defeat was apparent. Fish slipping through the net? What are you talking about? Who's the net and who's the fish? The dissatisfaction caused by Yishio's words caused the fighting spirit of Misty Rain and Royal Style to suddenly spike. Multiple players suddenly started playing at a higher, fiercer level than before, suddenly stabilizing their positions. Can you shut up? Seeing this, Tyranny seethed. This trash talk, instead of crushing the opponent's spirits, served the opposite purpose. Misty Rain and Royal Style, in a disadvantageous position, had been hesitant with their attacks, but now that Yishio said this, they were like fish fighting to the death to break free of the net. Because these two teams knew that Wind Howl was done for, and all that was left were the four teams right here. Might as well use this one battle to decide a winner once and for all. With this thought, the two teams began to counterattack, with each player experiencing a small surge in power. And, as the battle rhythm shifted, the protection of their important characters inadvertently slipped, just the tiniest bit. Cloud-grasping fist. At this moment, Yishio sinisterly unleashed his ultimate move. Chapter 11:16. Duped. Cloud-grasping fist. Lord Grimm's actions were sneaky to the extreme. He had made his way to Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms, borrowing the flashiness of his attacks as cover. Just looking at Yishio's shameless sneakiness, Zhong Jiala was sorely tempted to toss a grenade to send this guy straight into the midst of dazzling 100 Blossoms attacks. Just kill him and be done with it. But then he remembered that they were supposed to be working together, and so he resisted the temptation. Yishio noticed Royal Style's shift in tempo shifted and seized it, using the 100 Blossom cover to launch a sneak attack. Royal Style was completely unprepared. As for Yishio, it was actually quite tricky to accurately attack while under the cover of 100 Blossoms' light and shadows. This was a detail easily overlooked. Royal Style's Ren Junkai understood that the victor of this dungeon could be determined with this one battle, and so he was supporting his teammates with all his strength, assisting their counterattack. But all of a sudden, his character was moving forward out of his control. Ren Junkai was confused, but he suddenly realized what had happened. Oh shit! Ren Junkai only had time to give a shout to warn his teammates, but everyone's reactions were too slow. They could only watch, wide-eyed, as Ren Junch's gentle angel was suddenly dragged from their sides, into the midst of dazzling 100 Blossoms' attack range. Save him! Chen Sen immediately shouted, already waving the scythe in his hand and sending several lightning talismans flying in the direction Gentle Angel had been grabbed. Before he reached the enemy ranks, first use some attacks to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. But Yishio was prepared. He directly pulled Gentle Angel out of the 100 Blossoms style cover, and with a fling, Lord Grimm sent Gentle Angel farther away. Fuck! Zhong Jiala cursed. Yishio hadn't even warned him that he was going to do this. After flinging Gentle Angel, Yishio just patted his butt and left. Meanwhile, Royal Style was still furiously trying to rescue their healer, and Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms was about to take the brunt of their fury. What's wrong with you? Zhong Jiala yelled. You can take care of this. I believe in you. Yishio replied as Lord Grimm quickly made his escape. Zhong Jiala was helpless, he couldn't just retreat. Once Royal Style saw that their healer had been sent somewhere else, he would probably have to stop them. And the other members of Tyranny, upon seeing that Yishio had captured Royal Style's healer, would of course have to cooperate to take out the healer. On Happy's side, Yishio had already prepared for them to receive the healer even before he went to grab him. Once he threw the healer over there, a barrage of attacks fell upon the healer. Under this fierce assault, how long could a healer last? Royal Style's rescue team couldn't make it over in time, and Misty Rain's attack strategy relied on distance, so they didn't have the power to charge in. In the midst of chaotic battle, Gentle Angel fell. Tyranny's members were pleased, but none of them noticed that in the crowd of happy members around the fallen player, someone plucked an item from the ground beside Gentle Angel. Tyranny was in the dark, but Royal Style was clear on the situation. Right now, they had neither healer nor shard, and they suddenly unleashed the ferocity of a team that had nothing to lose. But Tyranny's experts were experienced with this sort of sudden shift in tempo, and this change didn't throw them off. They were temporarily beaten back by Royal Style, but soon enough they stabilized and counterattacked, defeating another Royal Style player, Shu Hualio's striker. Royal Style was being thoroughly routed, and Misty Rain faltered as well, as the pressure of the attacks on them increased. Their long-ranged attack simply had no way of countering the explosive power of Happy and Tyranny. "It's time! Charge!" Yishio ordered. This time, he wasn't mounting a sneak attack, Lord Grim was playing a direct attacker. Together with Tang Ru's Soft Mist, they launched an assault that would deal the death blow to Misty Rain. With Tyranny's attacks restricting their movements, Misty Rain no longer had enough room to maneuver. The long-range attackers couldn't do anything as Yishio and Tang Ru's characters closed the distance. Their formation was instantly broken apart. "Beautiful. Working with you guys is great. You haven't let me down," Yishio praised loudly. When Happy attacked, Tyranny's coordinated support had been the key to knocking down Misty Rain. Without them, it still would have been possible for Misty Rain to defend. "Shut up, will you?" Tyranny, of course, didn't need any of Yishio's praise. "Keep working hard," Yishio called. On Happy's side, their attacks were clearly targeting one character, Chu Yunxio's Windy Rain. After they had blown apart Misty Rain's formation, the other players were seemingly forgotten. But Chu Yunxio wouldn't be going down that easily. With a teleport, the Elementalist instantly escaped from Happy's attacks, traveling to a place where it'd be the most difficult for Happy to readjust their formation and continue attacking. But as soon as Windy Rain reappeared, a satellite beam fell from the sky. This was an attack made by correctly predicting the exact location at which Windy Rain would teleport to. Chu Yunxio immediately realized she had fallen for the trap. Happy had known that she would try to teleport to escape, and they had purposely left that opening for her to jump to. And the launcher's extremely long range allowed her to instantly cover any corner of the battlefield. Caught by the satellite beam, Windy Rain couldn't move, and two shadows suddenly appeared by her right and left. Lord Grim and Deception, two shadow clones. Even though they couldn't travel as far as a teleport, it was an instant movement technique too, and there was no faster way to close the distance to an opponent. Afterwards, Windy Rain was grabbed by Lord Grim, and with another fling, was sent to where Happy wanted. Misty Rain's three sharpshooters pounced on them in an attempt to save their captain. Li Hua directly used a shadow dance with his Dark Forest, acting like a whole army of troops to try and disrupt Happy. "Help please!" Yishio shouted, of course not to Happy, but to Tyranny. "You hold your position, throw Windy Rain over here." Tyranny answered. This sentence was really a lucky hit. Tyranny of course didn't know about the shard held by Windy Rain, but in the current situation, sending Windy Rain over to their side was just one logical option. After all, even though the teams were allied, they could still take damage from each other, so executing a combined attack would require extremely careful coordination. For example, when Yishio's Lord Grim had stolen away Gentle Angel, he had to hide behind the 100 Blossoms display, unlike the Tyranny members who could dive directly into the lights and shadows. As soon as Tyranny proposed this plan, they prepared to receive the target, but when they looked over, they saw that Lord Grim and Steamed Bun Invasion were still fiercely engaging in battle with Windy Rain. Besides these two characters, the others didn't have fling. It seemed that tossing a character over wasn't very convenient for Happy. There was no other option, Tyranny had to change their plans. It was just a small thing, not enough to pose any difficulty for them. To supplement Happy's attacks without disrupting their rhythm, that was something they could do. Under Happy and Tyranny's partnership, the situation stabilized. Windy Rain was caught in between the two teams, and her health bar was plummeting. The three sharpshooters and the ninja persevered in their attacks, and Chu Yunxio coordinated with them as she fought back, but in the end they still were unable to rescue her. No solution. After fighting to this extent, both Misty Rain and Royal Style wanted to retreat. If they continued fighting, they would all die here and that would be the end, but if they retreated now and preserved their health, there would still be a bit of hope left. Both teams wanted to withdraw for now, but now Tyranny was making things difficult. They still didn't know about the shards, so they just wanted to wipe out the two teams entirely. Although they were currently partnered with Happy to crush their opponents, they were still calculating their chances as they compared the states of their two teams. Tyranny had a healer, while Happy didn't. Although Tyranny had supported Happy in their attacks, Jingyan hadn't let a single heal fall upon any of Happy's members, even though there was nothing in the system stopping him from doing so. After fighting Misty Rain and Royal Style, Tyranny and Happy would inevitably turn on each other. But one side had a healer while the other didn't, which alone was enough to tip the scales. After defeating those two teams, Tyranny was prepared to seize this opportunity to take care of Happy as well. Tyranny's ultimate goal was the total annihilation of all three other teams, a much more ambitious goal than the others. Royal Style and Misty Rain wanted to retreat now, but Tyranny wasn't about to let that happen. They would bite down hard, and not let go. So they caught Royal Style, but there was a hole in Happy's trap for Misty Rain. Just as they killed Windy Rain, the other four members chose to retreat. "Where are you running?" Yishio yelled. "Give chase." As he spoke, he led Happy to furiously pursue the retreating team. This guy did that on purpose, didn't they? Seeing this, Tyranny's players began to discuss among themselves. "It's clear, he's defending against us." Jingyan sighed. He hadn't given Happy's side a single heal. Looking back, that must have made their intent too obvious. That guy's just too sneaky. Jingyan shook his head. "I say. Happy's already gotten away with all of the shards, why are you guys still being so kind to them?" Royal Style's three players couldn't last much longer. Once they saw that Misty Rain's members had run, and Tyranny was still attacking them, they were helpless. Chen Sen had no idea that Tyranny still didn't know about the shards. He thought that Tyranny was trying to shake a shard out of these three players. But the issue was, their team's shard had already been dropped by Gentle Angel. Thinking about how Tyranny was wasting their time, but was in such a relaxed mood, Chen Sen couldn't resist any longer and exposed the truth. "Shards? What shards?" After Tyranny's five heard this, they were startled. "Fuck, no way." Chen Sen was shocked. These Tyranny brothers still didn't know what was going on? Chen Sen quickly explained the situation in the dungeon. Once Tyranny heard this, of course they understood what had happened. They had been duped by Happy. "Hurry and give chase." Han Wenqing ordered, and Tyranny turned their fire. Chapter 11-17. Catching Dark Forest. "Hurry and give chase." Han Wenqing ordered. Royal Style's three players let out a breath, for it seemed like they were saved. They could wait for Tyranny and Happy to fight it out, and maybe it'd be another devastating battle, providing them with an opportunity. But soon enough, the three realized that they had misunderstood. The hurry in Tyranny's statement included killing them. Then again, it made sense. Chen Sen admitted that their shard had already been stolen by Happy, but Tyranny had no way of verifying that this was the truth unless they killed all three of them to see if any of them was still holding a shard. They had already been fighting for so long that it wouldn't take very long for them to kill three players. Royal Style thought that they could relax, but ended up being the first victims of Tyranny's rage at Happy. Chen Sen was helpless, Chen Wanhe was helpless, He Wei Tang was helpless. The three players fell, and Royal Style was officially wiped out. Chen Sen had been telling the truth when he said that they didn't have a shard. Their shard was indeed on Gentle Angel, who had dropped it to Happy. To this, Tyranny was somewhat regretful, but they weren't annoyed. Royal Style had already been beaten down, but letting them go free would definitely have come back to bite them. Killing them now prevented that possibility from happening in the future. Now, it was time to chase after Happy. Happy had claimed they were going to kill Misty Rain, but Tyranny now knew that it was just as likely they had just used the opportunity to escape. Although they didn't know who on Misty Rain held the shard, just from looking at Happy's attack pattern, they were able to guess that Windy Rain had held it. Now that Happy had their shard as well, would they continue to cause trouble for Misty Rain? Happy wouldn't, but on the other hand, Misty Rain probably wouldn't just let Happy go. Misty Rain couldn't fight against the Tyranny-Happy alliance, but if it were just Happy, Misty Rain had a better chance. Just because they lost a player didn't mean that they couldn't fight. If that were true, then they might as well just withdraw from the game altogether. Tyranny had been duped, but that was only because they lacked information. Once they understood how the event worked, the logic was as simple as 1 + 1. After taking care of royal style, they would chase in the direction that Happy and Misty Rain had fled. They would hope that these two would fight bitterly, leaving a chance for them to defeat them and take the shards. Tyranny's thought process was entirely logical. Misty Rain ran, Happy pursued. After Misty Rain discovered that Happy was the only team chasing them, they suddenly changed their course of thought. Happy had taken quite a bit of damage when killing Gentle Angel and Windy Rain. It was the same situation as when they had killed Tang Hao's demon Subduer. It was unfortunate that Misty Rain didn't have a healer, so it was very difficult to recover health during battle. Happy didn't either, but they had Yishio's Lord Grim, who could serve as a healer in a pinch. It would be more disadvantageous for Misty Rain to drag this out longer. So Misty Rain suddenly stopped running. They turned and began charging back the way they had come. But this didn't catch Happy by surprise. They entered battle mode smoothly. Attack Dark Forest. Yishio had already issued orders in the team channel, so Happy's 5 members focused all of their attacks onto Dark Forest without holding back. They figured it out. Seeing how he was clearly singled out as the target of attack, Li Hua's heart beat faster. Yes, Yishio had figured it out. On Misty Rain's side, Chu Yunxio's Windy Rain hadn't been the only player with a shard. Li Hua's Dark Forest held one as well. Misty Rain had already obtained 2 shards, which also explained why Tyranny had been unable to find one. There were only 5 shards, and they were all claimed by 4 teams. How could there be any left over for Tyranny? Dark Forest had a shard? Yishio couldn't be 100% certain, of course, but after careful evaluation of battle, he made this judgment, and now, it was time to test his theory. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist was the fastest, separating from the others as she launched her attack. Li Hua frantically controlled Dark Forest to dodge, but unexpectedly, the target of Soft Mist's attack wasn't himself. She traveled right past him with her attack, landing in the midst of the 3 sharpshooters. Happy was focusing their attacks on Dark Forest, but they couldn't ignore the 3 sharpshooters completely. They still had to give them the necessary attention to stop them. Steamed Bun accompanied Soft Mist on her path of attack. Although Tang Ru's forcefulness and Steamed Bun's strangeness weren't enough to directly take down the 3 sharpshooters, the chaos they caused was definitely too much for the sharpshooters to quickly break free. While the 2 Happy players kept the sharpshooters busy, Yishio, Su Muqing, and Mo Fan surrounded and prepared to take down Dark Forest. Ninjas specialized in assassinations and sneak attacks, so they were normally relatively difficult to catch. But it was a shame, for Happy also had a ninja on their side. Mo Fan's technique might not be as polished as Li Hua's, but his scrap-picking experience made him particularly skilled in several areas. For example, when tracking a target, not only was he incredibly patient, he was able to focus all of his attention, make good decisions, and maintain precise control of his actions. Tracking someone while scrap-picking required picking them out from the midst of a chaotic crowd. Right now, however, it was just one opponent to track, and this was an incredibly simple task for Mo Fan. Li Hua was the #1 ninja in Glory, so he quickly sensed Mo Fan's skill and didn't underestimate him just because he was a rookie. And then there were the other 2 opponents, Yishio and Su Muqing, the most highly skilled partners in Glory. Li Hua didn't dare take them lightly, he wanted to withdraw. This was perhaps the greatest criticism the Glory world had toward Team Misty Rain. When facing difficult situations, they didn't have the fierce spirit to keep pushing, they would always reveal a thread of weakness. This had become an iconic characteristic of their team. Ninjas had many escape techniques, and as the #1 ninja, Li Hua's skill in this area was unquestionable. Immediately, Dark Forest tossed a smoke bomb, releasing a thick cloud of purple smoke everywhere. Dark Forest vanished in its midst, but he wasn't finished yet. The opponent could no longer direct catch him, but Li Hua didn't rely on his own movements to change coordinates and escape. Instead, using the smoke cover, he simply used a shadow clone technique, hiding his false body in the smoke, while his real body was also in a cloud of purple smoke. Li Hua wanted to cry. This cloud of purple smoke wasn't his, this was the smoke from a smoke bomb dropped by deception. Li Hua couldn't tell where it was dropped, he only knew that he was swallowed within. Originally intended as a technique for escape, this time it was used as a technique to prevent the opponent's escape. Right now, Li Hua had no idea what his surroundings were, and he didn't dare to randomly move around. What if he took 2 steps out and fell right into Lord Grimm's arms? However, this was also only temporary. As the number 1 ninja, after the smoke bomb finished exploding, Li Hua was able to judge from the smoke's thickness where exactly the bomb had been placed. From that, he knew which direction would be the fastest way to travel out of the cloud of smoke. But this could all too easily be a trap. Taking the shortest path, Li Hua felt that he was bound to be caught by Happy. Walk in the opposite direction, then? But what if it was reverse psychology? Fine. There were more than 2 directions, so he would take neither the shortest nor the longest, but instead a direction chosen at random. Happy couldn't predict randomness, could they? Indeed, Happy had no way of predicting a randomly chosen path. After Deception tossed the smoke bomb, they surrounded the cloud entirely, the 5 characters forming a circle. No matter where Dark Forest exited, they could immediately attack him. Although it wouldn't be enough firepower to directly kill him, it would at least prevent his escape. So when Dark Forest finally emerged from the smoke, a sword was already flashing toward him. Your defense isn't enough. This was Li Hua's immediate judgment. If he was only being attacked from one angle, even if it were Yishio, he believed that he could escape. Unfortunately, just as the sword was about to land, Li Hua heard an explosion above him. Lifting his head, he saw a stinger explode in the air, sending countless bits of shrapnel raining down towards him. Dancing rain. Su Muqing. Su Muqing, of course, was not the only launcher in the alliance, but she was absolutely the best at executing this type of supportive attack. Her timing and control were outstanding, resulting in this surprise effect. Su Muqing was a true expert of restriction. She restricted not just the actions of one player in particular, but the entire battlefield. Her playstyle took full advantage of the launcher's excellent range. If the player's skill wasn't up to par, then even if the playstyle were the same, the demonstrated power and efficacy would of course differ. Su Muqing was the number 1 in glory at this screen cannon style. Excellent Era had been relegated this year, and the Pro Alliance had almost forgotten the power of this screen cannon. In fact, shortly after Yishio retired, it seemed as though Su Muqing had weakened greatly. Those who didn't understand thought that Yishio's retirement had affected Su Muqing's state of mind, but those who understood knew that this restriction style, meant as a coordination with one's teammates, also in turn required the teammates to coordinate with the restriction, seizing the opportunity to kill. Su Muqing could coordinate with her teammates, but the return coordination she received was lacking. Because of this, it naturally seemed as though her power was lacking. This sort of perfect partnership and coordination, how long had it been since they'd seen this? Li Hua didn't have time to consider this question, because he was about to be played to death by this partnership. The partnership between one close and one far successfully immobilized him, and a second later, Mo Fan's deception arrived as well. In a 1v3 situation, Li Hua couldn't find an escape route, and it wasn't Misty Rain's habit to explode with power in the face of struggle. The 3 sharpshooters tried to help, but Happy already had Li Hua firmly under their control and didn't mind suffering some damage. Kill! At this moment, Tang Ru and Steamed Bun both turned their attacks on Dark Forest as well. Misty Rain lacked a healer, and ninjas weren't a durable class, and there was no escape route, and there was no way to pull off a sudden explosive turnaround. At last, Dark Forest fell, and, as Yishio predicted, he dropped a shard. Retreat! Happy had obtained all 5 shards, so they had no reason to continue fighting with Misty Rain's 3 remaining sharpshooters. Yishio immediately directed his team to withdraw. Chapter 11-18. Split up. Happy wanted to run. That was their current goal, but Misty Rain still had 3 players left and they weren't easy to escape from. Fortunately, there was a bit of internal conflict going on outside the game between the 3 remaining Misty Rain players. Lu Yining had been crowned Season 8's best 6th player, He was a very dependable player, but right now, his position in Misty Rain was somewhat awkward. He was likely to leave this summer. And the ones to push him into this situation were Shukari and Shukasin, the two sisters. It wasn't possible for Liu Yining to not have any opinions about this matter. Not only were Shukari and Shukasin new rookies, they were also quite arrogant. It could be said that Liu Yining didn't have any good feelings towards them. At the moment, Misty Rain was fighting to improve their team's hardware. Liu Yining was about to leave. His participation in this event had been forced to begin with. He just didn't want his emotions to ruin his reputation. Misty Rain was in a difficult situation right now, but hoping for Liu Yining to cooperate with Shukari and Shukasin to turn this situation around was quite optimistic. When Happy retreated, Shukari and Shukasin tried their best, shooting at them as they chased. For these sisters, a defeat in this dungeon and to Happy at that felt like déjà vu. In last year's Christmas event, the two sisters had planned on using the leaderboards to make a name for themselves. Unfortunately, they were defeated by Yishio multiple times in succession. In the end, even though they had been noticed by the pro scene, the results didn't meet their expectations. This time, they had come out to strengthen their team. Misty Rain's luck was quite good. They encountered 2 minibosses and obtained 2 shards, making them the team in the lead. However, they were once again thwarted by Happy. They only had 3 players right now. Besides Happy, there was also a powerful opponent like Tyranny glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. The two sisters had been a part of pro scene for half a year now. They knew how powerful the pro teams were and no longer had the naive confidence in thinking that they could challenge Tyranny by themselves. They didn't have any confidence in challenging Happy either, but they couldn't swallow their anger. They had to at least try. Bullets flew. The 2 sharpshooters fired their guns as they chased after Happy. Liu Yining was in no mood to fight, but he had to at least show a bit of effort. As a result, he also shot at Happy as he ran, but he clearly wasn't being very diligent about it. The 2 sisters quickly noticed his listless attacks. "Can't you try harder?" Shukari expressed her dissatisfaction. "HMPH." Liu Yining replied with his nose. Sure enough, he tried harder. He tried even harder to sandbag. The 2 sisters saw this. He was deliberately opposing them. There was nothing they could do though. They had heard the rumors going around in their club and knew Liu Yining definitely didn't have any favorable opinions towards them. The 2 were helpless. They hadn't specifically joined Misty Rain to kick Liu Yining from his position. Everyone played the same class, so it would be hard to avoid competition between them. Someone's spot had to be taken, so someone would naturally have to leave. The 2 sisters felt like Liu Yining's dislike for them was unprofessional. The 2 obviously weren't going to compromise. With their personalities, it would only serve to make them work even harder to let the team know that they had made the correct decision. Shukari complained to Liu Yining, but all it did was make that guy respond even more negatively, so she stopped talking. "Ignore him. We'll do it ourselves." The 2 sisters abandoned Liu Yining and attacked Happy even more fiercely. As for Happy, under Yishio's lead, they continued to run while constantly harassing Misty Rain's players. For them, Misty Rain was no longer a threat. Their only threat was the biggest threat in this dungeon, Team Tyranny, who were probably going after them right now. Tyranny's misfortune had been Happy's fortune. Because of their good luck, they were able to avoid fighting their biggest threat. Their luck was gone now though. Tyranny must have figured it out by now. Even if they didn't, after beating Royal Style, Tyranny would still chase after them. So they couldn't stop. They had to keep running. As for Misty Rain at the rear, Yishio didn't care about them at all because they weren't running from Misty Rain in the first place. Misty Rain just had to have 3 sharpshooters though. It was very annoying. The sounds of their gunfire echoed in this underground cavern. If Tyranny wanted to chase after them, they could do so just by following the sound of gunfire. In the end, Happy had to guard against Tyranny, only Tyranny. Thus, as Happy ran, Yishio took any opportunities that came up to counterattack. If these 3 tails could be removed, then it'd be best to remove them. However, the Shu sisters weren't stupid. They realized the crux of the issue. The two had a much clearer understanding of their skill now. Trying to steal the shards with just the two of them would be like trying to steal the sky. In this situation, they needed to rely on Tyranny's help and fish in troubled waters. Happy was running away as fast as possible, not because of their fear for the two sisters and that cheerleader, but because of their fear for Tyranny. The more scared their opponent was of something, the more they needed to help that something. The sisters immediately adjusted their plans. They stopped chasing Happy as closely as before and started being more on the defensive. However, they weren't going to let Happy escape from them either. Yishio immediately saw through this change. As a result, he promptly made a decision: Steamed Bun and I will stay. You three go find the Ghost King. Hurry! Team Happy split up. Su Muqing led Tang Ru and Mo Fan along with the 5 shards to figure out how to find the Ghost King. Yishio and Steamed Bun stayed behind to block off the passage. Fortunately, the underground passage was narrow, which made sealing it off that much easier. Yishio and Steamed Bun took the initiative to attack the two sisters. The two sisters were surprised. They clearly hadn't expected Happy to split up. Even though their side had 3 players, this underground passage was narrow, making it very difficult for anyone to circle around them. What's more, Liu Yinnig was still being very uncooperative with them. The two sisters had almost forgotten that their side had 3 people. Steamed Bun, you take the left. I'll take the right. Yishio instructed. With his sinister eyes, he had noticed that Liu Yinnig was intentionally sandbagging. Even if Team Misty Rain frequently dropped the ball in tense situations, it wouldn't so bad that anyone would sandbag. Yishio thought about it and guessed that it was probably unrelated to in-game matters and rather some sort of conflict in the team. As a result, Yishio didn't pay much attention to Liu Yinnig. Their priorities should be the two sisters. The synergy between those two sisters was quite impressive. There were even people in the scene that predicted these two sisters to be Glory's future best partners. Truthfully speaking, Yishio agreed with this view too. Steamed Bun followed orders. He immediately charged out, while also chatting with Yishio. Their names seem very familiar. They should feel familiar to you. Yishio said. Really? Bro, have we met before? Steamed Bun asked excitedly as he charged towards his opponent. Shukasin's None Dare attack. Lower Your Head and None Dare attack were 2 male characters. The two sisters had never attempted to hide their genders. Who would have thought that Steamed Bun would forget about them so cleanly? His impression of the two of them were practically 0. Shukasin completely ignored Steamed Bun and attacked him fiercely. Steamed Bun might be talking, but his playing wasn't weak. Steamed Bun invasion twisted and turned. He dodged 2 shots and suddenly attacked with a powerful knee strike, striking at None Dare attack. Yishio wasn't slow either. Lord Grim had started attacking from afar using his umbrella's gun form. Mid-range and close-range skills poured out endlessly. Shukui's situation was clearly more difficult than Shukasin's. In these consecutive intense battles without any healers, potions were Misty Rain's only way to heal. But better potions had longer cooldowns. In a pro-level confrontation, relying on potions wasn't reliable. Misty Rain's 3 players didn't have much health left. And Yishio and Steamed Bun were no longer escaping and instead attacking them proactively. Happy had a cheerleader healer Lord Grim, so their situation was slightly better. In this battle, Happy had the advantage. Liu Yinnig had to face an opponent now and he responded relatively seriously. It was just that their situation wasn't good. He wasn't able to turn the situation around. As he fought and fought, he concluded that it was impossible to win, so he turned around and ran. However, he still gave out a warning and shouted, "I'm retreating." This was clearly a formality. He wasn't being targeted, so if he wanted to retreat, he could just retreat. But those two sisters had their throats gripped by Yishio and Steamed Bun and were being beaten up. Liu Yinnig quickly retreated, not even attempting to help protect his teammates. The two sisters nearly died from anger, but they weren't the types to blame the gods and accuse others. The two tried hard, struggling to break free from their opponent's attacks. In the end, Steamed Bun wasn't always the most reliable. He messed up and Shukasin's None Dare attack escaped. But unfortunately for Shukari, trying to escape from Yishio and trying to escape from Steamed Bun were two entirely different matters. Shukasin obviously wasn't Lu Yining, who ran away on his own. After escaping from Steamed Bun's clutches, she tried to save her sister. But Shukari, who was fighting Lord Grim, knew better how difficult it would be and decisively rejected it. Forget about me. Run away first and look for an opportunity later. Even though the two were sisters, they neatly broke away. There was none of that cheesy drama like if you're going to die, I'll die with you. After hearing her sister's opinion, she didn't hesitate to turn and run. Yishio obviously wasn't going to let Lower Your Head go and killed her. Yah. Steamed Bun let None Dare attack go accidentally. He felt very ashamed and wanted to redeem himself. Recover first. Yishio yelled for him to stop. Lu Yining escaped. Shukasin escaped. But she didn't go find Lu Yining. She wasn't placing any hopes on this guy no matter what. The two characters ran one behind the other. They kept on running around randomly. They turned around and saw that Lord Grim and Steamed Bun invasion wasn't chasing after them, but there were people ahead of them. Tyranny's 5 had finally arrived. Lu Yining was running at the front. Before he could greet them, he heard someone from Tyranny say with a voice filled with gratitude, "Over here." And then he was killed. Tyranny was a very decisive team. Chapter 11-19. Catch up. Misty Rains too might have ran, but they had been counting on coming back when Tyranny and Happy erupted in conflict so that they could mop up the remains. Unfortunately, they had met Tyranny head-on as they turned. There hadn't even been a greeting before Lu Yining's Something to Hide was wiped out. Shukaxing's None Dare attack had been slower, allowing her to live for marginally longer. Seeing the 5 from Tyranny lunge predatorily, Shukaxing felt that being over there with Yishio and Steamed Bun was probably better. Neither of them have any. Tyranny lamented. They had killed another 2, but the ground was still clear of items. They had already asked Royal Style about how this dungeon worked. Even though Royal Style had been wiped out by Tyranny, everyone was a pro player. If they couldn't accept one loss, then everyone in the alliance would be sworn enemies with each other. Pro players were able to distinguish between on-field and off-field situations. Thus, after Tyranny wiped out Royal Style and turned to ask them about Ghost Lair's situation, Royal Style didn't hide anything and told them all they knew. The list of online characters made things even clearer. Wind Howl and Royal Style had all been kicked from the competition and had left the dungeon. Misty Rain's members were still alive, but could they still succeed in this dungeon? Tyranny had swiftly ran in the direction that Misty Rain and Happy had gone, soon hearing the sounds of gunshots and following them. That was when they saw Something to Hide and None Dare attack running towards them. Tyranny didn't show many mercy, crushing them at once. If they let them live, it would just come back to bite them. Tyranny wouldn't back down at all even if it was Happy in front of them. Having dealt with the 2, Tyranny continued to advance. They hadn't gone far before they saw Lord Grim and Steamed Bun invasion sitting in the tunnel ahead eating bread and drinking juice. Someone's here. Seeing Tyranny, Steamed Bun immediately jumped up off the ground. Stay calm, we can recover a little more health and mana. Yishio was much more nonchalant, allowing Lord Grim to continue eating, his health and mana continuing to rise. Steamed Bun had always listened to his boss and hastily had Steamed Bun invasion take out food to continue eating. Seeing the 2 like this, Tyranny slowed their steps. There was a fork in the road further ahead. Were the other 3 members of Happy waiting there in ambush? Tyranny had gone through battle after battle, hurrying over in pursuit after defeating Royal Style. They hadn't the time to sit down and use food to recover their health and mana like Yishio and Steamed Bun, so they weren't in an optimal state. Seeing that Happy seemed to be plotting something, they might not be scared, but they kept their guards up as they began to move themselves into more tactical positions. Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms was a ranged fighter. Seeing how Yishio noticed but ignored their approach, continuing to recover health and mana, he couldn't let this go on and shot at them. Lord Grim immediately got up and dodged, and his recovery process was interrupted. Zhong Jiala's skills continued to fly over, using his 100 Blossoms style to pave a way for Tyranny's charge. Yishio didn't dawdle either, getting Steamed Bun to follow him as he turned and ran. Tyranny couldn't afford to be slow. Regardless of the possibility of an ambush, they had to press forward. But that was when they saw Lord Grim and Steamed Bun invasion suddenly split up at the fork in the road, one swerving left, the other swerving right. Tyranny's players weren't sure how to react. They hastily led their characters to the fork in the road and took a look. There was a left path and a right path with one figure running down each. As for the other 3 members of Happy? Who knows where they were? Tyranny had already gained an idea of what Happy was planning. They had split up, Yishio and Steamed Bun blocking Misty Rain's way and getting the other 3 to go ahead. So, something as important as the shards would definitely be with the other 3. However, Yishio and Steamed Bun had split up as well. Left or right, which would lead them to the other 3. Logically speaking, Yishio was the core of their team, so Steamed Bun was more likely to be bait. However, on the other hand, Yishio might have made himself bait because he was the core of the team. But then, thinking from another direction. Stop. This sort of reverse thinking would never end. With Yishio's schemes, it could be either. Thus, there was no way to solve this problem with logic. They just had to chance it. It was a 50% chance. Let's pursue Yishio, Zhong Jiala suggested. He had voiced what everyone had been thinking. In that moment, their thoughts had converged. Wait! Zhong Xinjie suddenly spoke up. If this is what we're thinking, then Yishio might be using this to lure us away. So we chase Steamed Bun invasion? Lin Jingyan asked. So we're going to start guessing how far he's planned ahead again. Zhong Jiala said. Zhong Xinjie paused. True, hadn't they just decided to not try and guess Yishio's line of thought? But how come they felt like their thought process would be used upon coming to a decision? Let's go after Yishio. In this crucial moment, it was Captain Han Wenqing who stepped forth. What if we're wrong? Lin Jingyan asked. Then at least we can vent by beating him up. Han Wenqing replied. Immediately, everyone perked up. This reason was a great boost to their morale. Han Wenqing was a truly talented captain, able to boost everyone's morale with just a single sentence. The 5 immediately swerved left in pursuit. Their hesitation had cost them, but it was a good thing that Han Wenqing was able to settle things quickly. The 5 of them could, at least, still see Lord Grim's figure. This guy occasionally turned to use aerial fire to propel himself backwards as he ran, clearly keeping an eye on what was behind him. Since Tyranny wanted to catch him, they wouldn't just race him. They were pro players. If they relied solely on their movement speed to catch someone, then that was just competing with their equipment. A pro-level pursuit would involve skills as well, either to increase their movement speed or to use attacks to hinder their target. In Tyranny's formation, there were 2 ranged attackers. Zhong Jiala's Spitfire and Qin Muyun's sharpshooter naturally carried the task of hindering Lord Grim's movement. The 2 raised their guns and shot, different skills speeding forth. Lord Grim was forced to continuously dodge as he ran, and this naturally impacted his movement speed. After all, he wasn't faced with normal players anymore, but pro players, including an experienced godlike Zhong Jiala. As Zhong Jiala and Qin Muyun's gunners shot and ran, Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan's 2 fighters raised their speed and charged. Lin Jingyan could play dirty, but when it was required and when it was time to go all out, he wouldn't hesitate either. Brawler Dark Thunder directly activated a powerful knee strike, flying forwards. Skills that involved lunging or jumping forth like this moved much faster than normal sprinting. Han Wenqing's Desert Dust had also activated Cloud Body, his character bounding forwards rapidly with buffed speed. Yishio might be a god, but his current opponents weren't normal players. It didn't take long for Han Wenqing and Lin Jingyan to catch up under Zhong Jiala and Qin Muyun's control. Against this old opponent, Han Wenqing was merciless. He didn't wait for his character to completely catch up before activating a high-level skill. With a Soaring Tiger, Desert Dust lunged at Lord Grim feet first. High-level skills like this that came out of the blue were easy to dodge for pro players, but Yishio knew that under Han Wenqing's control, Soaring Tiger was a move that could vary in many ways. He would have to be extremely careful when dodging. However, there was also Lin Jingyan to consider, and the combination of the two could end up trapping Lord Grim completely with one strike. Thus, against this high-level skill, Yishio didn't bother dodging. Clang! The sounds of their clash rang out. Yishio might not have dodged, but he wouldn't just take the skill head-on. Lord Grim brought up a sword horizontally as he was about to be struck, blocking the blow with a Blade Master's Guard. The damage had been greatly reduced and Soaring Tiger's knockdown effect was neutralized. However, Lord Grim was still kicked back. Yishio used this momentum to go into a roll. Meanwhile, Desert Dust had been thrown up even higher by this kick and came crashing back down at Lord Grim with a 1,000-ton drop. 1,000-ton drop was a skill with super armor. Even a powerful skill like Dragon Breaks the Ranks wouldn't be able to knock this attack away. At most, the two sides would neutralize each other and both would take damage. In addition, normal super armor was able to neutralize most attack effects, but had a weakness to grabs. Grabs could break super armor. However, 1,000-ton drop was an exception. The super armor given by this skill couldn't even be broken by a grab and grabs would be neutralized. The only kind of skill that could be used to break the super armor from this skill were skills that specialized in breaking super armor. For example, the Brawlers inject poison. Unfortunately, Lord Grim didn't know any of these kinds of skills. Even though he had access to all the low-level skills of all the classes, low-level skills were for beginners that allowed players to experience the style of the class, but they wouldn't go too deep into things. Most of the contents of that class would be accessible after classing. Thus, Lord Grim had never learned any skills geared towards breaking super armor. Faced with 1,000-ton drop, he didn't have any way to counter it, so he could only avoid it. Thus, Lord Grim used Charge. He dodged and took the initiative to attack at the same time, faced with Tyranny's entire team while alone, no less. Yishio's choice of action was completely unexpected for all 5 members of Tyranny. Lin Jingyan wasn't prepared at all and the charge had been directed at him, throwing him out at once. However, Lin Jingyan was no punching bag. As he was knocked away, he also used Sand Toss. Yishio hastily turned his view. Lord Grim's head turned and dodged the blinding effect of the Sand Toss. However, a grenade from Dazzling 100 Blossoms then arrived in front of him. It was quite a ways away, having completely missed. But Yishio knew that this grenade wasn't used to deal damage, it was a bloody flash bomb that inflicted blind. Have you all no shame? The flash bomb went off under Yishio's accusing yell. Although being on a team meant that you wouldn't be inflicted with effects like this, the moment the flash bomb went off, the flash filled their screens with white light and they could barely see. But when their vision returned, they were met with the sight of Lord Grim holding the Myriad Manifestation's umbrella open and blocking his own view with it. Sand Toss from behind and flash bomb in front, but he hadn't been blinded at all. Have you no shame? Zhong Jiala bellowed in anger. Chapter 1120. Switching accounts. Using the Myriad Manifestation umbrella, Yishio dodged this seemingly unbreakable blind, but he was still surrounded. Although Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder had been sent flying by Lord Grim's heroic charge, Han Wenqing's Desert Dust had already landed heavily on the ground, directly charging toward him with a ferocious Tiger Flurry. Another direct powerful attack. A 1v1 would be a rough battle, but Han Wenqing wasn't fighting by himself right now. Although he himself hadn't done any setup for this powerful attack, he had his teammates. Lin Jingyan and Zhong Jiala's blinding partnership hadn't succeeded, but when he used the Myriad Manifestation umbrella to block the flash, he also blocked his own line of sight. By the time he could close the umbrella again, Desert Dust's fists were already waving before him. Ferocious Tiger Flurry, a level 70 attack, it was a skill that could be controlled after activation. Users of different skill levels could affect the power of this attack. Han Wenqing's skill as a striker didn't need to be mentioned, and the Ferocious Tiger Flurry was exactly the kind of powerful attack he preferred with his play style. Ordinary controls had no way of keeping up with the rapid flurry of punches and kicks from this skill. It was impossible to continuously dodge all of them. The only possibility was to escape out of the attack range, but this was also difficult, because Ferocious Tiger Flurry was simply too fast. Lord Grim closed his umbrella, the fist was in front of him. It seemed that Yishio had no way of countering. Lord Grim was hit. Lord Grim was instantly sent flying backwards, but Han Wenqing immediately knew that something was wrong. Ferocious Tiger Flurry was a series of attacks in succession. What was the point if the opponent was sent flying after the first punch? Lord Grim was sent so far backwards partly because of Yishio's own controls. He borrowed the power of this punch to put some distance between himself and his opponents. It was too naive to think that Yishio had no way of reacting to this attack. But it was also too naive to think that he could completely dodge Ferocious Tiger Flurry with that. Desert Dust leapt forward and instantly closed the gap between himself and Lord Grim. The punches and kicks still flew toward his body, ready to kill. Hit! In one punch, Lord Grim was blasted to pieces. But was Lord Grim that fragile? Of course not, it was Shadow Clone technique. In that split second during which he pulled away, Yishio sped through the motions and completed the skill. The false body was left behind, while Lord Grim's real body flashed away. Fighting against the entirety of tyranny by himself? Yishio wasn't that silly. No matter what, his goal was to run, and he was trying every method he could. He had no chance of winning, not unless the power went out at tyranny and everyone went offline at once. Unfortunately, running away wouldn't be easy. Space was limited in this underground dungeon, unlike the open-air spaces where he could run and hide in any direction. Right now, there was rock surrounding him, as though trapping the fleeing Yishio in a cage. It wasn't long before tyranny caught up to him again with their long-range coordinated attacking strategy. You don't drop your equipment in this dungeon, right? Yishio was already thinking about what would come next. Judging from previous battles, aside from shards, players didn't drop anything else. Given the drop rates in the heavenly domain, this outcome was very improbable unless it were true that no items could be dropped in this dungeon. You'll know once you die. Tyranny wouldn't be merciful to Yishio just because of this worthy. This time, their encirclement was more complete than before. Even the cleric Immovable Rock, who didn't have much battle power, was a blocking presence that limited the paths available to Yishio. Tyranny accounted for all possible locations that Yishio could teleport to with his Shadow Clone technique. Okay, I surrender, said Yishio. So what? Jala, not pausing in his attacks. This scum had to be dead before they could relax. If they just stopped their attacks when he announced surrender, he would certainly take advantage of that opening. Tyranny's old generals were unfazed by Yishio's trash talk. Go die. As Jala shouted, Dazzling 100 Blossoms was just about to toss a grenade at Yishio's feet to deal the final blow, but suddenly, the screen flashed, a QQ chat window popped up out of nowhere. It said, Lord Grim has poked you. Shameless. Jala almost spat out blood. By the time he switched back to the game, Lord Grim was already gone. This poke wasn't any sort of game changer, it just interrupted Jala's final attack, but Lord Grim was still taken out by Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder. What happened? Killing Yishio should have been an exciting thing, but Tyranny's members found that Jala was currently wearing a murderous expression. They all turned to ask what happened, only to find that Jala had opened QQ chat on his computer and was furiously banging out paragraphs denouncing Yishio's use of out-of-game interference tactics. You didn't mute. Tyranny's members sighed, and at the same time were quietly relieved that they had all muted QQ. When Lord Grim died, he didn't drop anything, showing that he really hadn't been carrying the shards. Tyranny didn't have time to stand around here and chat. They still had to find the other 4 members of Happy, and it was possible that they already used the shards to do something. Let's split up and search. Xinjie suggested. After killing Yishio, everyone felt a sense of relief. Before, they were wary of splitting up lest they fall into some kind of trap, but they now felt a little braver. Yes, let's split up. Tyranny divided their members into two groups, each taking one path. One path continued along their current route, while the other turned back to take the path along which Steamed Bun had escaped. However, Ghost Lair's tunnels weren't so simple. After splitting in two, they ran into more forks in the road, and Tyranny still didn't have a single clue that would lead them to Happy. They could only continue splitting up until all five were acting alone, increasing the number of paths they were checking at once. Found them! They've already started killing the Ghost King. Hurry and come! At last, Jingyan was the first to find Happy's 4 players, and they were currently engaged in fierce battle with the Ghost King. Once the Ghost King was killed, then everything was over. But Jingyan was alone. He didn't dare go up alone to attack. He could only sit and anxiously wait for his teammates. I'm close by, almost there. Zhongjiala answered. After wandering for so long, everyone had gained a sense of the layout of the dungeon, and Zhongjiala anticipated that he could arrive quickly. Indeed, after less than 2 minutes, Zhongjiala could hear the sounds of the boss battle. Where are you? Zhongjiala sent a message to Jingyan. You've arrived. Yeah. Us two will go first. Jingyan said. You stick to Sumuching, I'll harass the other 3. Zhongjiala laid out the plan. Okay, agreed Jingyan. Go. The 2 characters charged forward, and following the play, Jingyan's Dark Thunder headed toward Dancing Rain, while Zhongjiala took advantage of his attack range and began to harass the other 3. Facing against 3 rookies, Zhongjiala was confident in his abilities. Dazzling 100 Blossoms closed the distance, and his 100 Blossoms cover enveloped the 3 at once. This was a high-level playstyle only found at the professional level, and Zhongjiala knew that these rookies, lacking experience, would have their heads spinning under this interference. You came pretty quickly, huh? But at this moment, Zhongjiala suddenly heard someone speak from the lights and shadows. This voice, it was Yi Xiao, but how was he here? Zhongjiala was frozen, as though struck by a grenade, but in the next second, he wanted to cry. How could he not? After all, this wasn't an official match, just an in-game event. Lord Grim died, so Yi Xiao calmly switched to another account and continued playing. It was as simple as 1+1. But such a simple idea had been overlooked by Tyranny. Even the detail-oriented Zhong Xinjie had forgotten this possibility, after growing accustomed to his professional background. For these pro players, the possibility of such a tactic didn't even exist in their minds. Yi Xiao was still here. Suddenly, the plan of having just the 2 of them run interference seemed a lot less feasible. This is bad. Zhongjiala was so bold and reckless only because he was confident that the rookies couldn't handle his 100 Blossoms style, but now, there was a Yi Xiao. As soon as he realized something was wrong, a silhouette appeared out of the light and shadow. The rookies were disoriented, but Yi Xiao accurately determined Dazzling 100 Blossoms' position from the pattern of attack and instantly attacked in his direction. And Dazzling 100 Blossoms had indeed been standing a little too close. By the time Zhongjiala wanted to dodge, Soft Mist was already in front of him. Of course it's a battle mage. Zhongjiala had no tears left, no path of retreat. He was sent flying by Soft Mist's dragon breaks the ranks, slamming into the wall, and was then battered by several chasers. And then, that Ghost King sent an attack at Soft Mist. Soft Mist twisted and dodged, and the attack sent by the boss wasn't some direction-changing chaser. It landed upon 100 Blossoms' body. Once Jingyan knew Yi Xiao was here, he also knew they were in trouble. The 2 of them had only dared to attack by themselves because they knew that aside from Sumuching, everyone here was a rookie. Although they wouldn't be able to take them in a fight, they could still cause some chaos without too much difficulty. But Yi Xiao had switched accounts and run over here. Trying to interfere with him would be like kicking a steel board. I have to run. Jingyan immediately made this judgment. He detached from Sumuching's side and began to run. Sumuching counterattacked instantly, and the powerful blasts landing upon Dark Thunder's backside truly made him pathetically embarrassed. Meanwhile, after Zhongjiala was slammed into the wall, he didn't dare land directly. Yi Xiao was still there, eyeing him. This guy, not only could he use his own attacks, he could use his aggro to lure the Ghost King over here. The intelligence of an NPC was incomparable to that of a god. It should have been on Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan's side, 3 against Happy's 4. But now, under this direction, it was like a summoned monster at Yi Xiu's command, launching the fiercest attacks at Zhong Jiala. "Can't hold, retreat for now!" Lin Jingyan shouted. "What do you think I'm trying to do?" Zhong Jiala was depressed. Of course he wanted to run, but now he was stuck at the corner of a wall, surrounded by enemies. "How much health is left?" Yi Xiu asked him. Chapter 11:21. The troubled Lin Jingyan. To save or not to save, that was the question. Lin Jingyan was uncertain what to do in such a situation. Currently, Dark Thunder could easily run away, but Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms had been trapped in a corner and was doomed. However, was he alone enough to save dazzling 100 Blossoms from the 4 members of Happy who had Yi Xiu in command? Lin Jingyan doubted it. "Forget about me. You run first." In this crucial moment, it was Zhong Jiala who made the decision for him. "Who?" Steen Bun was confused. "How come he's like Misty Rain's little girls?" Zhong Jiala was enraged. How dare they mock his heroic and sacrificial act? "He really is like them," Yi Xiu said. "Die." Zhong Jiala didn't know that some of what he had just said really had been a repeat of what Misty Rain's sisters had said, taking it as mockery from Yi Xiu and Steen Bun, and wanted to risk it all in one final wave of attacks. But the 4, in addition to the attacks directed over from the Ghost King, instantly suppressed him. "Rest in peace," Yi Xiu said as Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 Blossoms was finally defeated. On the other side, Lin Jingyan had already ran for it with Zhong Jiala's heroic decision. If they were both wiped up just now, Han Wenqing and the other 2 probably wouldn't have an easy time fighting once they came over. Yet now, he had managed to escape and could take this chance to recover a little. By the time the other 3 arrived, they would be fighting 4-on-4 and had a good chance of winning. The current Happy really didn't have a healer anymore, not even a cheerleader healer. Dark Thunder hurriedly ran for it, settling down to one side to eat and drink to recover while keeping an eye on the situation. After killing dazzling 100 Blossoms, Happy didn't seem to have the intention to pursue him, turning back to the Ghost King. This Ghost King was immense in size, with curled horns protruding from its head and red eyes. It dealt physical damage with a rock-shattering swing of its claws, and magic damage with swift blasts of energy from its mouth. It was clearly a powerful foe. However, Happy clearly wasn't unfamiliar with this Ghost King anymore. They had figured out the Ghost King's strategy, to the point where Yi Xiu could use it as a summons. All the different monsters that the system controlled were nothing to pro players. After all, the online game was immensely popular amongst the general populace and tailored to normal players. No matter how hard it would get, it would be easy to adapt to for pros. Will they make it in time? Lin Jingyan's original worries returned. This wasn't a problem of if they could win or not, but if Tyranny's other players could arrive in time. Han Wenqing and the other 3 had gone in a completely opposing direction from Zhong Jiala and Lin Jingyan in the very beginning. Then, the 3 had split up even further as they searched, so they were currently very far from one another. Looking at the Ghost King's health and then asking after the other 3's positions, Lin Jingyan found that they really might not make it in time. He had to do something. Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder crept out again. If he faced them head-on, then he would lose for sure. However, if he stayed idle, that wouldn't be good either. He could only cautiously circle over. He had to find a way to do some damage, even if it meant directing a few attacks to himself, that would still help to lower their DPS. Dark Thunder came closer, and Hapisfor ignored him. Currently, he was definitely within Dancing Rain's attack range, at least, but Dancing Rain didn't even send a single missile towards him. Hapisfor focused on attacking the Ghost King. Closer, even closer? He continued to creep closer until, finally, some of his skills were in range. Hapisfor continued to ignore him. Lin Jingyan didn't have the time to spare for further consideration. He was already here, so he should at least try. Thus, Dark Thunder raised his hand and threw a brick, aiming at the back of Soft Mist's head. Soft Mist dodged to the side and the brick flew past. Lin Jingyan was about to follow up with a second attack to completely mess up Yishio's rhythm, but then he saw his brick smash into the Ghost King. Lin Jingyan coughed blood. Bricks weren't the strongest skill, but this strike enlightened him to Yishio's possible intentions. This guy? First he lured the Ghost King's attacks and dodged, resulting in the Ghost King's attacks hitting Zhong Jiala's dazzling 100 blossoms. Now he was baiting Lin Jingyan's attacks and then dodging, letting the attacks hit the Ghost King. Damn you! You think I'm your summon? After Lin Jingyan finished coughing blood, he still had to figure something out. Dark Thunder began to reposition himself as Lin Jingyan tried to find a position where Soft Mist wasn't directly between him and the Ghost King. Otherwise, if his attacks missed, they'd hit the Ghost King. However, Yishio didn't give up either. Soft Mist followed Dark Thunder's movements, keeping him behind her. Lin Jingyan wanted to cry. He was circling around from some distance away. The radius of his circular path was so long while Soft Mist's was so short. He had to take several steps, but the other only needed one. He still hadn't managed to throw the other off after so long. Of course, Soft Mist wasn't Lin Jingyan's only possible target. Happy had 4. No matter who he attacked, it would be enough to cause chaos and pull down their DPS. However, the problem was that the only target Dark Thunder could reach right now was Soft Mist. Dancing Rain didn't need to close into attack and stayed far away, sending missile after missile over. If Dark Thunder wanted to attack her, he would have had to walk quite a bit to get there. Steen Bun and Deception were currently behind the Ghost King. That meant that those two, the Ghost King and Soft Mist, stood in a straight line. Then, when Yishio repositioned himself, the two would cooperate. With that, they were constantly hidden behind the Ghost King. With Dark Thunder circling around, he didn't have an angle to attack. Even if he did, a Brawler didn't have such a long attack range. What accurate calculations! Lin Jingyan felt pretty helpless and could only say something to try and distract them. Then, Dark Thunder came closer. He couldn't not come closer. At this distance, he was being completely suppressed. After getting closer, the radius of his path was much smaller. Lin Jingyan didn't believe that he couldn't succeed here. Turn, move! Dark Thunder's figure swerved, beginning to move around again. As expected, Soft Mist followed his rhythm, turning. No matter what, Soft Mist's circular path had a smaller radius than his, so keeping up was easy. However, could you be certain that this continuous circling wouldn't impact your DPS? This was the first problem Lin Jingyan threw at Happy. Logically speaking, at a pro level, maintaining DPS while moving about wasn't a problem. It wasn't hard to keep up. However, there was a second problem. This time, Dark Thunder didn't keep a set rhythm to his circling. Sometimes he'd go left, sometimes right, sometimes quickly, sometimes slow. This wasn't done randomly either. Lin Jingyan was keeping a close eye on Happy's attack rhythm and picking the most debilitating moments to move. This problem was much harder to solve. Happy's members had to keep a good grasp on their rhythm as well. Yishio could probably do this, but Steen Bun and Mo Fan couldn't always keep up under the changing rhythm, occasionally tripping up on their mechanics. Happy's DPS rhythm was finally being affected. To outsiders, all Lin Jingyan was doing was circling around. He wasn't attacking at all. Only other pro-level players, with their experience, would be able to understand the debilitating effect this had on Happy's attack rhythm. Looks like you're asking for it. With a yell, Soft Mist whirled around suddenly. Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder hurriedly darted away like a rabbit, but then realized that Soft Mist was still attacking the Ghost King and hadn't pursued him at all. Tricked again. However, Lin Jingyan was in a good mood and wasn't frustrated at this at all, immediately darting back over. He still kept his distance, cautious. He didn't dare get too close. If he was really caught by the other, then that wouldn't spell anything good for him. Though it seemed like he was just circling around, this was quite a pain for Lin Jingyan as well. He had to observe the three's attack rhythm while keeping an eye on Dancing Rain in the distance. He had to disrupt Happy's attack rhythm while also carefully protecting himself. He didn't know how long he would be able to last. This wasn't an easy task. Why else would he wait for Brawler in the first place? He would deal with this alone if he could. He had waited because he knew that the risk was rather high. Now, he had been forced to this point and carried out his task with 120%. Currently, it had some effect, but only a little. Happy's attack rhythm was only being weakened, but not completely disrupted. Under this sort of harassment, their DPS wouldn't be affected all that much. Jingyan didn't know if it was enough. He was currently rapidly trying to come up with more ideas. You again. As he was deep in contemplation, a loud yell sounded beside his ear. Jingyan, startled, darted away again unconsciously. But it turned out that Yishio was just bluffing. Soft Mist hadn't moved at all. Jingyan didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Even he wasn't used to this sort of bluff. This was because pro matches didn't have voice, so there wouldn't be this sort of jump scare of a distraction. The effect of the same word sent into the chat was incomparable with a yell on voice. If it was just a message sent to the chat, Jingyan would focus more on Soft Mist's movements instead of acting with what he heard and subconsciously running. Jingyan, feeling rather helpless, once again had Dark Thunder run back over. Yet he hadn't even begun circling when he saw Soft Mist's figure swerve to the side. Who? Jingyan was stunned for a moment. They weren't in line anymore. He could attack. He hadn't even gotten the chance to attack when a black shadow sped in front of him. Some sort of skill from the Ghost King had arrived. He hastily had Dark Thunder dodge, and when he raised his head again, another black fireball was heading his way. Was this a counterattack against him? Thinking this, Jingyan once again dodged the fireball. When he looked up again, Soft Mist's spear had arrived. When he wasn't launching an attack, Yishio had erupted into meaningless yelling again and again, but when he was actually charging over, he was completely silent. Jingyan didn't dare to face the other head-on and hurriedly retreated. This time, however, Soft Mist gave chase. As for the Ghost King, it changed targets and lumbered towards Dancing Rain. The aggro target switched. Jingyan was shocked, only just realizing that Happy had been doing something more during their quiet DPSing. Chapter 11:22. One man can hold the pass. Without an aggro establishing skill like the Knight's Provoke, it was impossible to suddenly switch the target of the aggro. Even OT required that certain conditions be met. Otherwise, if it were as simple as your damage surpassed mine so the aggro immediately transferred, then two characters could simply take turns attacking and ping-pong the boss back and forth until it died. The aggro system wasn't designed so foolishly. To cause OT, the aggro had to surpass a certain percentage. Because of this, the fact that Dancing Rain had managed to suddenly pull away the aggro meant that they had prepared for this long in advance. Dancing Rain was leading the boss away just like this, closely followed by Steamed Bun Invasion and Deception. Yet Jingyan couldn't do a thing to stop them, because Yishio was right in front him. In Yishio's hands, Battle Mage Soft Mist definitely wasn't an opponent that Jingyan could just easily blow past. In the blink of an eye, Ghost King and Happy's three players vanished into one of the tunnels, while Jingyan's Dark Thunder continued to be beaten down by Soft Mist's chained attacks. For him, the important thing was to track where the Ghost King was being taken, but now, in order to accomplish that, he first had to defeat Yishio. For Jingyan, this wasn't an entirely impossible task. After so many years in the professional scene, the two had met on the battlefield multiple times, and Jingyan did have some victories. But every battle was extremely difficult. Although it was possible that he could defeat Yishio, he definitely couldn't just quickly kill him with a chaotic flurry of slashes. What's worse was that Yishio had the initiative right now, and Jingyan was on the defensive. Jingyan didn't think he had the ability to defeat Yishio in this current situation. Just continuing to defend would be difficult enough. No good would come from continuing this fight. Jingyan understood this clearly. So the only thing he could do was to recklessly charge through Yishio's blockade, to see where Ghost King went. Just as he thought this, Yishio suddenly stopped attacking. Soft Mist jumped back several times, retreating away. Jingyan was surprised. As he watched, Yishio controlled Soft Mist to stop right in the tunnel. The area where they had been fighting the Ghost King was a relatively wide and open space, like an underground tomb chamber. But this tunnel at the end of the chamber wasn't so wide. Seeing Soft Mist stand right at the entrance of the tunnel and completely blocking the way forward, one proverb flashed to the front of Jingyan's mind: one man can hold the pass against 1,000 enemies. He. What now? Guess you can't pass. Yishio said gleefully. Yishio, you shameless bastard. From Dark Thunder's side came a somewhat distant shout. Yishio, with all his experience, immediately knew that this was the sound of someone sitting next to the player yelling into the player's headset. Which pro player is such a sore loser? Yishio asked. He could even distinguish the owner of the voice. It was Jala. Jala was already eliminated from this dungeon, but he still watched closely from Jingyan's screen. Seeing this situation, he immediately knew that things were bad. Even if they waited for Han Wenqing and the others to arrive and they were able to kill Yishio with the advantage of numbers, after that, they had no idea where the Ghost King went and they'd have to start their search all over again. Happy would probably have enough time to kill the Ghost King before they found them again. Jala this time really became the screenwriter. Jingyan tried to rush Yishio a few times. Yishio didn't try to compete with him, he just parked himself right in the tunnel and prevented him from passing. Every time, the effort was fruitless, and Jingyan's own health was almost depleted. Then, Han Wenqing, Zhong Xinjie, and Qin Muyan arrived. In a 4v1, the outcome was as expected. This time, Yishio didn't continue to run. He blocked the tunnel with all of his life, but was eventually pushed over. But now, where was the Ghost King? The four continued to run forward, but they very quickly arrived at another fork in the road, shattering their hearts. Give up. Yishio sent a message to them in the global channel. As long as it wasn't over, tyranny would never give up. They split up to search, but in the end, all they found was a system announcement. Team Deception successfully killed the Ghost King. The announcement was broadcast to the whole world. The players who were still online, after seeing this announcement, were in an uproar. Although they didn't earn the ability to participate in this bonus event, they at least knew that all of the participants were professional teams and players, including the 4 Heavenly Kings of Tyranny. They also didn't know what had happened in Ghost Lair. But in the end, the team that successfully killed the Ghost King was Deception's. Team Deception, wasn't that just Team Happy? Was Happy really this strong? Everyone was discussing this outcome. Of course, in the eyes of the ordinary players, a grassroots team like Happy was relatively weak. The fact that they had managed to vanquish Excellent Era was, after all, deemed a miracle. But after defeating Excellent Era, Happy was able to get another victory in this competition, beating even Tyranny. A miracle was called a miracle because it was extraordinary. Something that happened often couldn't be called a miracle. Happy defeated Excellent Era and now defeated Tyranny in this competition? And not just Tyranny, but also Wind Howl, and Misty Rain, and Royal Style. These teams couldn't be dismissed either. Everyone was mulling over the implications of this, even the media reported on it. Over the summer break, there were no battles to be written about, so there were much fewer topics of interest. Weekly esports newspapers that relied primarily on news about the glory professional scene would shrink their publications during this time. But even now, everyone was still looking for stories to report on. The biggest news during the summer was news of transfers. Reporters would jump on this treasured news, reporting on completed transfers as well as the barest hints of rumors. But this sort of news wasn't enough to support the paper. After all, unlike the 10-per-week regularity of professional matches, news of transfers was spontaneous and sporadic. So the media looked to other places for news, and the in-game world of glory was a natural choice. The weekly esports newspapers would often have a section about the in-game gossip, and during a time where there weren't matches to report on, nor other interesting news, the in-game section expanded. The 11th server, and the Heavenly Domain. With a few million players, there were countless topics of gossip springing up every day. As long as you had the patience, there was enough to report on. Even if the weekly newspaper was changed to daily, there was enough material. However, as a professional esports media outlet, Esports Home still hoped to find some high-end material. Pro players spending the summer break working or training in-game certainly counted as high-end material. In past summers, there were plenty of pro players who had been discovered in-game, and the papers were as diligent in their reports as ever. And this year was even more exciting, especially with this summer's event. The pro players of the various teams all picked up their accounts and entered the game, which was a rare sight to be seen. Thus, this week's esports weekly papers of course focused on the performance of the pro players during the Ghost Parade event. The reporters swiped their account cards and entered glory, contacting the guilds, or directly contacting the pro players, and tracking their progress. And tonight, there was even an Easter egg unlocked. Suddenly 5 teams were thrust into direct competition, and the reporters anxiously waited outside for the outcome and to ask what happened. The one who finally killed Ghost King was happy? The reporters' professional intuition told them that there was a story behind this full of twists and turns, and they all grew excited. They paid attention to the 5 teams in the dungeon, and those that had the pro players added as friends could track the progress of the teams by seeing when these players went offline. Because the pro players immediately logged off upon exiting Ghost Lair, the reporters had no way of interviewing them in-game. Outside of the game, the most convenient was to use a chat method like QQ. All of these teams had dedicated reporters that followed them, and these reporters all had the QQs of the various players on the team. However, it was one thing to send a message on QQ, and it was another to see if the player was actually available and would reply. In the end, this was just an in-game event, not some explosive news, and there was still plenty of time before publication, so the reporters weren't anxious in waiting. If they could contact the player directly then great, if not, they would find other avenues to get news. So very quickly, reporters discovered that Fang Rui had just made a new post on Weibo. This Weibo was sent from his phone, timestamped after he had logged off from the Ghost Lair. Just for words in the post, the weather has changed. And then, a sighing emoji. Below the post, a whole crowd of fans had gathered in the replies, but they weren't able to find too much to discuss, just some comments like Fang Rui make sure not to leave your clothes out in the rain and such. But reporters were perceptive, and would certainly ponder over what they saw. Especially the reporters following Wind Howl, they lived in the same city as Fang Rui. Seeing this Weibo, those reporters quickly pulled up weather reports, only to find that the weather was stable, with clear skies and bright sunshine forecasted for the next several days. Even if it was some prediction made from analyzing the night sky. The reporters looked out their windows into the darkness, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Then, looking at the sighing emoji, the reporters began to have a faint feeling of the meaning behind this post. The reporters patiently flipped through the comments on the post. There was a lot to look through. After all, Fang Rui was a star of a pro player and had many fans. Not long after it was posted, the comments and replies were already in the hundreds. This actually wasn't even as many as it could have been, given the obscurity of this post. Many people didn't know what to say and just didn't reply. The reporters patiently flipped through. Since Fang Rui was a god of playing dirty, his fans were naturally fans of dirty playing as well. In the numerous strange replies, there were more than a few dirty and vulgar comments, which wasn't unexpected. But after flipping through several pages of comments, the reporters soon found another clue. One fan also seemed to have perceived that Fang Rui's mood was different from normal, and posted an ordinary, "Fang Rui, what's wrong?" In the end, it was this comment that earned Fang Rui's reply. 5 words, "My love has been exhausted." Chapter 1123. Brawler and Thief. Cheng Xian, Esports Home's reporter in City N, was the team reporter for Team Wind Howl in the glory scene. After seeing the comment "My love has been exhausted," Cheng Xian felt even more shocked. She immediately checked several pages of comments and saw many puzzled reactions from fans. However, Fang Rui didn't further explain his comment. If his comment was related to glory, could he be planning on retiring? Cheng Xian jumped up in fright at this conjecture. Fang Rui had joined the alliance in Season 5. Many outstanding players had appeared that year, but because it happened to be after the influx of players from the Golden Generation in Season 4, Season 5 seemed weak in comparison. Among the pros that had been chosen for All-Stars, apart from Fang Rui, there was one half to Void's famed Ghost Blade duo, Wu Yu's, and the current #1 Glory player, Ju Zakai. These three had become famous during their early years too. They, along with the Golden Generation, were at the height of their careers. No matter what had happened with Fang Rui, he shouldn't be having any thoughts of retiring, no? Cheng Xian shook his head ferociously, getting rid of such a crazy thought. My love has been exhausted. If this comment wasn't directed towards Glory, could it be towards his team? Or his personal life? Glory's pro players were all at the prime of their youths. Encountering love troubles wasn't anything too unexpected. Cheng Xian was familiar with Team Wind Howl, though. She had never heard of Fang Rui setting foot into a relationship. After getting rid of this thought, the only other possibility was the team. Fang Rui no longer loved his team? Was this a sign of his departure? Cheng Xian was surprised. As Wind Howl's team reporter, she knew more about the changes happening in the team than anyone else. Tang Hao's addition to the team and Zhao Yuji's rise gave the team vitality and drive. However, as a professional, she could also see that Fang Rui's position had been weakened because of the changes to the team's strategies as a result of those two's play styles. She had pointed this out in an article and had hoped for Wind Howl to make adjustments. But Wind Howl had started the season explosively and also collapsed explosively. This issue hadn't been properly taken care of. In the new season, Wind Howl had signed on new players. People paying attention to this issue were waiting to see what changes Wind Howl would make to their style next season. They most likely hadn't thought that the resolution to this problem would actually be to let go of Fang Rui. If Fang Rui truly was unable to assimilate into the team, he could only accept this decision. But the problem was that as Wind Howl's team reporter, Cheng Xian hadn't seen Wind Howl try to do this though. All she saw was Tang Hao and Zhao Yuji showing off their playstyles without restraint, while Fang Rui worked tirelessly to chase after them. He failed to catch up, so he was being let go? If that was the case, Cheng Xian could completely sympathize with Fang Rui's "My love has been exhausted." Transfers were undoubtedly the highlights of the summer for reporters. A transfer for an all-star like Fang Rui was a highlight among highlights, so as soon as she realized this possibility, she definitely wasn't going to stay idle. But basing her news off of a few words on Weibo wasn't reliable. She needed to find more data. Cheng Xian tried sending Fang Rui a text but didn't get a response. After hesitating a bit, she took out her phone and gave a call. However, Fang Rui had turned his phone off. She couldn't get in touch with the person directly involved. Since relying on a few Weibo words to contact Wind Howl for an official response would be somewhat excessive, Cheng Xian continued to read the replies on Fang Rui's Weibo and pondered over what she should do. Suddenly, she realized that Fang Rui's Weibo had been posted after the Ghost Parade Easter egg event. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Perhaps something had happened during the course of this event that had affected him to the extent that he would post "My love has been exhausted." If she could understand what had happened in this event, maybe she would be able to get some clues. Who to ask? Cheng Xian looked at her friends list on QQ. She was friends with practically everyone on Team Wind Howl, but asking someone on Wind Howl might end up being a situation where the person on the spot is baffled, while the spectator sees more clearly. What about the other teams? Cheng Xian thought to herself. Chiyunxiu? Sumuqing? Female pro players were in the minority, and it wasn't too different for Glory News reporters either. As rare species, she had a pretty good relationship with these two gods. These two just happened to participate in the Easter egg event too. Cheng Xian immediately messaged them. Chiyunxiu seemed to be offline already though. As for Sumuqing, she replied back promptly and explained what had happened in the Easter egg event. Because of their good relationship with each other, whenever Cheng Xian asked a question for more details, Sumuqing didn't decline. When she heard about the direct confrontation between Happy and Wind Howl, Cheng Xian became excited. This time, she had indeed asked the right person. Cheng Xian didn't want to miss any of the details of this battle. Su Muqing also knew that Cheng Xian was Wind Howl's team reporter, so she wasn't surprised. After Tang Hao's demon Subduer was killed in the skirmish, they quickly retreated and then hid as they watched Misty Rain and Royal Style trap Wind Howl. The conflict between Zhao Yuzhe and Fang Rui had taken place after Demon Subduer died, after Happy had already retreated. As a result, Su Muqing didn't know about it. But Su Muqing still remembered Zhao Yuzhe charging at them solo during their retreat, as well as Fang Rui's doubtful demon being the only remaining member left, so Su Muqing obviously talked about those. Cheng Xian hadn't directly heard what she had wanted to hear, but she was familiar with Team Wind Howl. The series of events, from Zhao Yuzhe pursuing Happy alone to Wind Howl stopping their pursuit to Fang Rui being the only survivor from the encirclement by Misty Rain and Royal Style, gave her a lot of clues. She was certain that something had happened between Fang Rui and Zhao Yuzhe, because she understood Wind Howl's players. If she had to comment on Zhao Yuzhe, to put it nicely, he showed a lot of initiative; to put it negatively, he was short-sighted. In that situation, he would choose to pursue the enemy, but Fang Rui, who was the master at playing dirty, would definitely err on the side of caution. Fang Rui also had a better understanding of Yishou's skill. In that situation, he definitely wouldn't chase after the enemy rashly. Their captain, Tang Hao, wasn't there. Even though Fang Rui was Wind Howl's vice-captain, the number 2, because of his difference in ideology, Zhao Yuzhe, who aligned with Tang Hao's play style, didn't recognize Fang Rui's methods at all. Zhao Yuzhe disagreed with most of Fang Rui's orders and did as he pleased. Thus, it would be hard to avoid a conflict. And in this conflict, Tang Hao would most definitely favor Zhao Yuzhe. After all, their ideologies were similar. The longtime veteran Fang Rui was almost like an alien to them. Cheng Xian let out a deep sigh. She understood what Fang Rui meant by "my love has been exhausted." Fang Rui had probably been trying to establish a connection with Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe the entire time, but he was never able to get a response. It was just like that phrase, "I treat you well, but you treat me with indifference." He hadn't only attempted it once or twice. Fang Rui was unable to synergize with Tang Hao or Zhao Yuzhe over the entire last season. Even after their defeat in the playoffs, Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe still refused to make any changes. Maybe this was a form of perseverance, a form of confidence in their play styles. However, Fang Rui had been hurt because of their persistence. Discouraged and downhearted, besides leaving, what other choice did he have? Club Wind Howl didn't seem to have any opinion on this matter. They remained indifferent. But in reality, in the clubs, the captain had authority on these issues. Tang Hao's position on this problem was equivalent to the club's positoin. Unfortunately, this was the outcome for Fang Rui. Tang Hao insisted on his intrinsic playstyle and didn't try to fit it with Fang Rui's playing dirty. Only Fang Rui tried his hardest to fit in with the team. However, the results were poor. His value could not be utilized optimally. The weather really has changed. Cheng Xian murmured to herself. Brawler and Thief. Demon Subduer and Doubtful Demon. After Fang Rui entered the team, Wind Howl had established this duo nicknamed the Criminal Partners, which had received quite a lot of attention. Even though they failed to make it into the finals, Wind Howl frequently made it to the playoffs. Their strength was not that of a bottom team. But now, it was all over. Lin Jingyan had left. Fang Rui was about to leave. The Thief class didn't seem to appeal to Tang Hao's tastes. Wind Howl probably wouldn't introduce a new Thief player. Brawler and Thief, the Criminal Partners, were going to fade away wordlessly just like this? Cheng Xian also didn't know. She didn't have first-hand knowledge from the people directly involved, but she was already saddened. Even though she knew that this choice would be favorable for Team Wind Howl's growth, the invested fans wouldn't react to this resolution rationally. The Criminal Partners were the symbol of Team Wind Howl's core. And now, this partnership would be breaking off. It was as if 100 Blossoms no longer had blood and blossoms, or Void no longer had their dual ghost blades, or Blue Rain no longer their sword and curse. It would always feel strange. Why did it turn out like this? Cheng Xian didn't make any more inquiries about what else happened in Ghost Lair. She was already too lazy to write about this content. She believed that there would be many others who would write about that. Right now, she was only concerned about Team Wind Howl. She was already preparing to personally pay a visit and ask tomorrow morning. Who would have thought that the next morning, before Cheng Xian could even leave the door, she received a phone call about the huge news. Cheng Xian was stunned. She thought that Fang Rui leaving the team had happened overnight, but it turned out that it was news of Team Seaside's Zhao Yang retiring. Chapter 1124. Weibo War. Zhao Yang was a pro player who had debuted in the 3rd season. He had been highly regarded upon his debut, but had lost to Wang Jieshi for the season's title of Best Rookie. But he had still managed to be voted into the All-Stars for 7 years in succession, starting from the year of his debut. He was, unarguably, the #1 Chi Master in glory. This glory belonged to Zhao Yang, but what stood out most about him was that he had managed to be voted into the All-Stars for 7 years, yet hadn't played in a single playoffs match in 7 years. Out of all the All-Stars, the only player that had never made it to the playoffs was Zhao Yang. 7 consecutive years of making it into All-Stars spoke lengths of Zhao Yang's strength. 7 consecutive years of not making it into the playoffs spoke lengths about Team Seaside's strength. People weren't willing to give them the label of weak team because of their all-star player. In truth, Seaside was quite far from those teams that drifted about the relegation zone. They were solidly mid-tier, always just steps away from the playoffs. Because of this awkward situation, plenty of people tried to entice Zhao Yang to other teams, but he stayed, leading Seaside over and over again in an attempt to charge into the playoffs. 7 years of hard work, 7 years of disappointment, results that were beyond average. Zhao Yang had been suspended in such a situation for 7 whole years, and now he was finally exhausted. He hadn't switched teams to try again, but instead gave in to defeat and announced his retirement. Zhao Yang's career as a pro player hadn't been short of mockery. There was little need to talk about Wang Jieshi, who had debuted in Season 3 with him and was considered the most successful pro player second to Yi Xiu. To most people, there was nothing to compare, what with Zhao Yang having never even experienced a single playoffs. Most people were more willing to compare him to Yang Tsong. Captain of 301 Degrees, the #1 assassin of the Alliance and also a 3rd season debutant. Yang Tsong was different from Wang Jieshi and Zhao Yang though. At first, Yang Tsong hadn't stood out at all, but as he grew and developed, he slowly gained acknowledgement, and with him, 301 Degrees also grew as a team. This team was full of players who, like Yang Tsong, weren't eye-catching, but had a great grasp of the basics and trained themselves up step by step. They lacked natural talent, but made up for it with their diligence. They weren't a powerhouse, and didn't really have any sort of solid identity as a strong team, but they often managed to slip into the playoffs and could cause quite some trouble for any powerhouse. In comparison, Zhao Yang, who held everyone's expectations, had never drawn any doubt about his skill, but he had never managed to bring his team up to a breakthrough. And Seaside also had terrible management as a club, having managed to experience all the problems a club could experience, financial troubles, workplace politics, etc. It was impressive that they had managed to hold on for so long. However, Zhao Yang was leaving now and no one would expect anything more from this team. Even though they had an all-star level account, Boundless Sea, that they had put all their resources into making, Seaside's chaotic management meant that even an all-star account wouldn't be enough to attract any talents. Zhao Yang's retirement press conference was very peaceful, and his career had been one entire awkward situation without anything worth commemorating. In the end, even Zhao Yang himself could only use "at least I got here and tried my best" to comment on his 7 years as a pro. After that, it was just the necessities like Seaside thanking him for all his hard work and whatnot. Another talented player left, but like his career, his departure didn't have much of an effect on the Alliance as a whole. What people cared about most would always be the fight for the championship, and Seaside had never been a part of that. Their weakening would only let those in danger of relegation sigh in relief. Since there weren't any significant repercussions, Cheng Xian ignored it after looking over the gist. It wasn't like she would be doing any of the interviewing regarding Zhao Yang's retirement. Cheng Xian prepared to contact Fang Rui, but opened up Weibo beforehand, only to stare in shock at what she saw. The Weibo post by Fang Rui had exploded. Cheng Xian had analyzed and guessed, coming to the conclusion that Fang Rui might want to leave. But she needed more resources before she could act on this because she was a news reporter. No normal person would need to show this form of integrity. After making their guess, they could just announce it freely, and then gossip. What was different though, was that many pro players were also participating in this irresponsible gossiping. What's wrong? This sort of sincere and plain inquiry came from Fang Rui's once teammate, Lin Jingyan. As old partners, they had quite a close relationship, and would naturally worry for the other at times like this. However, most of the comments were full of mockery, just to rile things up for entertainment. What's wrong, shameless Fang? Has your shamelessness reached the point where Howl can no longer endure it and has to get rid of you? Voids Wu Yus, a player who had debuted the same season as Fang Rui, sent a not-so-sincere and caring question. Senior Fang Rui's style really doesn't quite align with Howl's current style. Samsara's Jiang Buto used Wu Yu's question to formulate his own comment. Though he had only debuted a year after Fang Rui, he still politely called the other senior. Howl's high-paced and efficient fighting style has placed constraints on the effectiveness of dirty play. The opinion from Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie was professional and concise, and after that, he didn't say a single extra word. TCH, what's with all the useless chatter? Huang Xiaoqian expressed, but his comment didn't end there. To avoid the 140-character word limit that was constraining him, Huang Xiaoqian had only used that as a title for his lengthy article that he attached to the comment. Cheng Xian subconsciously clicked into the article and was hit with exclamation marks that took up a third of the article. Cheng Xian skimmed a few lines before calmly closing the article. There was no need to read pure trash talk, and that TCH, what's with all the useless chatter of Huang Xiaoqian's was the most irritating thing in sight. From gods to rookies, there were many pro players who joined in with the discussion. After commenting, they also reposted and commented on each other's comments. Cheng Xian had naturally followed all the pro players with Weibo and ended up getting her screen flooded by said pro players. The number of posts were still increasing by the minute. It was clear that these guys had gotten stirred up upon seeing Fang Rui's post in the morning. Just think of the hand speed they had, with every passing second, several new Weibo posts would appear. Cheng Xian couldn't keep up at all. However, she refused to give up. The pure trash talk that most pro players sent were worthless. Cheng Xian wanted to see if any members of Howl were joining in with the discussion. For a while, she had completely forgotten that she had planned to contact Fang Rui, the one who had started all this. But as she continuously refreshed the screen, a Weibo post suddenly jumped out at her. You don't have a future there. Why don't you pack up and come to Happy? Weibo poster, Yishio. Cheng Xian was stunned. As for the reason, it was clear upon looking at Yishio's Weibo account. Yishio's Weibo account had been verified with his ID and had been created for a long time now. After so many years, his followers had rose to tens of millions. However, follow 0, Weibo 0. Asterisk. That meant Yishio hadn't used his Weibo at all since its creation. He had maintained his air of mystery and didn't appear in public in any form or manner. However, after establishing Happy and winning the Challenger League, Yishio began to tread into this territory. He accepted interviews and attended press conferences. In the past, he would have never done any of these. Now, was he even using Weibo? For a moment, Cheng Xian didn't even care about the contents of Yishio's post, immediately heading for the comment section where everyone was dumbstruck, half of them asking if his account had been hacked. However, the pro players had already begun rapidly reposting and trash-talking Yishio's post. The discussion surrounding Fang Rui had cooled down drastically. This reminded Cheng Xian of a boss spawning. Only a boss spawning would immediately draw all aggro, no? Holy crap, who on earth is this? Let me take a look. Void's Li Xian managed to get the first kill in trash talking. Old Yi knows how to use Weibo? How long have you been learning? This is actually mooching, right? Mooching, I see you. Chu Yunxiu was the second. But she soon got a response back, Su Muqing having reposted and commented on her Weibo, "I'm over here." The great Yixio has given his Weibo virginity that he's been protecting for all these years to Fang Rui. True love needs no explanation. Team Thunderclap's Dai Yinchi courageously came up to tease Yixio and immediately gained a wave of attention. The truth exposed. Repost 10,000 times and your true love will become a reality. Come on, everyone. Holy shit, if true love comes, then we'll happy get yet another all-star. The topic suddenly swerved back to the main road and everyone suddenly realized that this was an important question. Everyone had always looked at Happy as a grassroots team, a new team, a weak team. But now, they had Yixio, they had Su Muqing. That was already 2 all-stars. If Fang Rui really went, then that would be a 3 all-star player team. How many teams like this were there in the alliance? Even if their characters weren't the strongest, how many would dare label them as a weak team? Compared to Happy, Tiny Herb is the real best option. Wang Jieshi, who hadn't been seen at all during the trash talking, suddenly popped up then. Are there even any spaces left in Tiny Herb? Why not come to our Thunderclap? Xiao Shiqin suggested. Come to Void, Void needs more shamelessness, Li Xian added, but his comment came with mockery. It was clear that he was just here for fun and not really here to recruit. Fang Rui was a good player, but they couldn't just try and take home every talent that seemed good. If you were going to take someone home, he or she had to be useful. If you were doing it for ornamental purposes, you might be willing, but Fang Rui might not. Cheng Xian was completely dumbstruck. By now, the only words that were actually relevant to Fang Rui were the 9 words, "The weather has changed, my love has been exhausted." However, under this Weibo post, a recruitment war had erupted. Of course, there were plenty that were just there to trash talk or just for fun, but some teams truly could give Fang Rui a stable place on their team. Chapter 1125. Confirmation. Everything on Weibo was pure nonsense. Cheng Xian zoned out for a while before she came back to her senses. Everyone was just playing around, how could she possibly find what she wanted? This gave her a good reason though. If she had only relied on the 9 words that Fang Rui posted on Weibo, then it would be inappropriate for her to ask for confirmation from Wind Howl. But because of the disturbances caused by the pro players, this matter had developed to the point that tens of thousands of Glory fans were talking about this topic. If she didn't seek any information from Wind Howl, she wouldn't have the nosiness a qualified reporter should have. As a result, Cheng Xian directly called Club Wind Howl. However, they denied knowing anything about Fang Rui's Weibo and asked her to wait for them to talk with Fang Rui. This seemed like a response to evade the problem, but that was the actual situation at Club Wind Howl. Fang Rui's Weibo had been posted late in the night, so the ensuing chaos had taken place in the morning. Wind Howl had only found out then too. Wind Howl progressed very quickly with their investigation. First, they asked Fang Rui about the situation. His current situation in the team wasn't a secret, so they understood. After that, they consulted team captain Tang Hao for his opinion, who didn't compromise at all. He didn't have any intentions of forcing Fang Rui away, but he would definitely not give up on his play style. Fang Rui hoped he could bring out more of his abilities, but so did Tang Hao. According to Tang Hao, catering to Fang Rui's style wouldn't allow him to perform to the best of his abilities, which was why he wasn't willing to back down. The club realized that things wouldn't be working out. Since Tang Hao and Fang Rui weren't compatible, they had to sacrifice one of them. Wind Howl made their decision instantly. Tang Hao was their ace they would be relying on for the future, so it was obvious that he couldn't leave. Although Fang Rui had been in the team for several years and was at the peak of his career, he still had to operate around Tang Hao as the ace. If he couldn't bring out his worth, then they could only say sorry to him. In the end, the boss of Wind Howl personally went to chat with Fang Rui and told him he was allowed to leave. As the number 2 in the team for the past 5 years, Wind Howl gave him the respect he deserved. Fang Rui wasn't surprised about the outcome. After all, this problem hadn't just been a one-time issue, but one that had lasted throughout the entire last season. Neither of them were able to work it out during that entire time. This was probably the final hammer. I understand, I completely understand. You don't need to say any more. Fang Rui smiled and didn't listen to the boss' explanation any further. He knew that the club was without a choice as well. All right. The boss of Wind Howl didn't insist on explaining. Wherever you want to go, we'll try to make things as convenient as possible for you. Let me think about it. Fang Rui spoke. That's fine, we have time. The boss of Wind Howl said. Indeed, they had time. The transfer window had only opened for half a month. Apart from Excellent Era's large cleanout so far, there were no heavyweight transfers. Where should I go? After coming out from the boss's office, Fang Rui was depressed. He had expected this outcome, but that didn't mean he was ready for it. He actually had to leave Wind Howl, the team he had played on for 5 years. Perhaps, 5 years was only a small part of a person's life, but for many pro players, it might very well be all of it. Fang Rui believed his situation wasn't bad because the 5 years that had passed were only a phase in his career. He only needed to find somewhere else and start a new chapter. But where should he go? Fang Rui thought to himself as he grabbed out his phone. He didn't check his phone since last night, so when he turned it on, someone happened to give a call. He checked his phone and realized it was Cheng Xian, the team's reporter from Esports Home. Fang Rui predicted what she would ask, but there was no point in hiding from a forthcoming reality. He picked up the phone. Are you really leaving? Cheng Xian finally waited for Fang Rui to power on his phone, and ended up hearing the exact news. Yeah. I'm leaving. Fang Rui said. His eyes started to look around again. Where are you planning to go? Cheng Xian asked. I haven't decided yet. Fang Rui said. There were a lot of teams inviting you on Weibo. Cheng Xian half joked. The trash talk on Weibo shouldn't be taken seriously. Weibo? Fang Rui was at loss. What, you haven't checked it yet? Cheng Xian asked. Nope. Fang Rui said. Go have a look, it's very interesting. Cheng Xian could only come up with this word. Even Yishio commented on your Weibo. Yishio? Fang Rui was shocked. He invited you to Happy. Cheng Xian said. Happy? Fang Rui started to ponder. Go have a look. Cheng Xian said. Team Happy was scrolling through Weibo instead of playing the game in the morning, which was a rarity for them. But in reality, Yishio left after casually leaving the playful message. Guan Rongfei, who hadn't slept for the whole night, had something important to discuss with him. Happy still needed to collect their reward for killing the Ghost King from Ghost Lair. Since they could pick their own materials as their reward, it was obvious that they would ask for the opinion of Guan Rongfei, the senior in charge of Happy's logistics. Since Guan Rongfei was most interested and passionate about the Myriad Manifestation Umbrella, he was resolute in selecting materials to upgrade the umbrella. However, in order to upgrade Myriad Manifestation Umbrella to level 75, Guan Rongfei's plan needed him to only use rare materials. The consumption was excessive, so he was hesitating on which materials to pick and prioritize. They didn't immediately log out last night because they were waiting for Guan Rongfei to reach a conclusion before collecting the prize. After they had waited for half an hour, they couldn't help but return to their rooms to rest. But after they had returned in the morning, they found Guan Rongfei in front of the computer in the exact same position as last night. His screen was filled with documents and the ground was covered in drafts. This guy didn't know which method he should use to treasure this rare prize of self-selected materials, so he even went as far as to stay up the whole night. What was even more tragic was that he still couldn't come up with a conclusion after staying up all night. Rest for now, we're not in a hurry. Yishio said. They still had a lot of time left to collect their reward. Shush shush, I'm about to have an idea. Guan Rongfei stared at the screen and ignored Yishio's suggestion. Yishio could only leave. After that, Su Muqing happened to find some gossip as she casually scrolled through her Weibo. Yishio went to have a look and also wrote something. Yishio posting on his Weibo immediately became an even hotter topic than Fang Rui's transfer. In comparison, the news about Zhao Yang's retirement became even colder. After many of the pro players shared the news along with a few lines of blessings, nothing else was said. After all, retiring was an emotional event. What made it worse was that Zhao Yang's career was quite tragic. Even if a person was extremely dirty, shameless, or inhuman, they wouldn't have the energy to ridicule Zhao Yang. Although they were opponents on stage, they were still friends outside of the match. It didn't matter whether one was close or distant. When he retired, it meant a permanent departure. They would never see this person on stage again in the future. During this time, everyone shared the same emotions. Goodbye. You'll be missed. Blessings. Good luck. Apart from these words, what else could be said? That was why Fang Rui's 4-word post and 5-word reply on his Weibo were able to stir up such a big reaction between the professional players. Even if he were going to transfer, who hadn't witnessed this before? When had something like this ever caused so much excitement on Weibo? This situation was in fact an excuse that allowed them to shift their attention as well as let out their emotions. Perhaps retiring was even more saddening for them than death. None of them wanted to retire, nor would they want to see anyone else retire. Unfortunately, this was a point in life in which each of them had to face. It would happen sooner or later, just like how everyone's life would eventually wither away. As a result, everyone messed around with Fang Rui. When they discovered Yishio had posted, they also started to mess with him too. However, Yishio was called over by Guan Rongfei, who said he had an idea and wanted Yishio to give advice. Go ahead, Yishio said after he came over. These. Guan Rongfei handed a piece of scratch paper to Yishio, which had his requirements written illegibly and spaced out. The reward for this extra event was to have each of the 5 members select 5 materials, as well as a piece of orange equipment. In total, that would be 25 materials and 5 pieces of orange equipments. What Guan Rongfei had been trying so hard to plan was obviously the materials. What surprised Yishio was that he even spent a whole night thinking about it. If it were up to him, he would have picked materials with higher priority. It shouldn't be this hard to pick, right? But when Yishio received and looked over the messy list written by Guan Rongfei, he couldn't understand his reasoning. I think these should be enough, Guan Rongfei said. Enough? What's enough? Yishio couldn't understand. I want to do an experiment, Guan Rongfei said. Experiment? Yishio said. An important experiment that will determine my plan for the Myriad Manifestation Umbrella. Only if this works can the Myriad Manifestation Umbrella continue with the established plan. If not, I'm afraid I will need to make adjustments, Guan Rongfei said. What experiment? You've never mentioned it before. Yishio said. You'll know soon enough, Guan Rongfei said. Then what am I supposed to look at? Yishio asked, holding up the ragged piece of scratch paper. Look? Who told you to look? Take the list of items and bring me the materials. Guan Rongfei said. Yishio's face darkened. After all this time, this master hadn't called him over for advice, but rather for him to go over and get the materials. Right, I'll collect the rewards. Are you about to start? Yishio said. No, I have to rest for a while. Collect it and leave it there for now, I'll deal with it at night. This must not go wrong. Guan Rongfei ended up talking to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. He then left without looking at Yishio. This wasn't the first day that Yishio had met him, so he wasn't surprised by his attitude. He took out the list of items and collected 5 materials for each of the 5 characters who participated in yesterday's battle. After he collected them according to the list, he transferred them all to Lord Grimm's account for safekeeping. They were upgrading the Myriad Manifestation Umbrella, so it was obvious that they would be using Lord Grimm's account. After that, new information about Fang Rui came out. After Club Wind Howl had finished sorting out the internal problems, they officially announced and confirmed that Fang Rui would be leaving the team this summer. Chapter 1126. Boundless Sea. The news was released on Team Wind Howl's official Weibo, so the pro players who were currently active on Weibo were the first to know. Fang Rui was really going to transfer? Everyone was stunned. They were just joking around earlier. Who would have thought that the news was actually true? Transfers were a different kind of departure. Even though it wasn't a permanent farewell like retirement was, but to be teammates one day and opponents the next wasn't a pleasant feeling. Professional spirit, professionalism. It sounded simple, but everyone was human, and what kind of human didn't have emotions? The so-called professionalism was, at its core, simply the ability to control one's emotions. Perhaps some people might enjoy leaving their original team and leap towards the future. But Fang Rui, everyone believed, was not that kind of person. Everyone saw and understood the problems between Fang Rui and Wind Howl. He only left out of helplessness. He personally felt wronged, and the team also felt that it was a pity too. So as soon as the news was revealed to be true, people couldn't joke any longer. After seeing that this news was confirmed, Guan suddenly became nervous. "Can we get him to our team?" Guan asked. Yishio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You can't just toss a good vegetable into our basket as soon as you see it. You have to see if it fits in or not. After all, we're not a recycling station." Recycling station? A recycling station is for trash, okay? This is an all-star we're talking about here. Guan resisted the urge to complain aloud. "We don't need his dirty playing." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Guan stopped. She looked at Yishio. And then she looked over at Wei Chen, who was casually dangling a slipper from one foot as he sat in front of his computer, smoking a cigarette. Happy might lack many things, but dirty play certainly wasn't one of them. What was the point in getting Fang Rui over here? Compete to see who could be the most shameless? Make a team that had shamelessness as its core play style, once and for all? Just thinking about organizing a team like that, Guan couldn't help but shiver. Let's just pass on him, she thought. But after Yishio finished, he immediately went back to join in on the fun. Because the news was confirmed, the Weibo War that had entertained countless fans had suddenly quieted down. But in this calm, Yishio, Thief Man with 10 million followers, 0 following, and 1 post, suddenly made his second post. "So you're really transferring? Happy is absolutely your best choice. Team of champions, master of kings. Fuck. You just couldn't resist?" A team that just emerged from the Challenger League was a team of champions, master of kings? Then what did that make everyone else? Tiny Herb, winner of 2 championships. Wang Jieshi wrote in an entirely neutral tone. Now that excellent era was no longer in the alliance, 2-time champion was an extremely impressive accomplishment. Samsara, winner of 2 championships in a row. Jiang Buotao's follow-up was immediate. Repeating Wang Jieshi's words but adding Gina Rao immediately made this accomplishment seem that much greater. Tiny Herb wasn't able to defend their title because they lost to the #1 team in the universe, Blue Rain. As expected of the master opportunist Huang Shaoqian, he seized the chance to interject with his extraordinary hand speed. Blue Rain's sole championship, originally seemingly weaker than the others, was suddenly lifted in importance. Tyranny has your oldest and most familiar partner. Zhong Jala also joined in on the fun, playing the emotion card because of Lin Jingyan's presence in the team. Yep, really quite old. Then someone below immediately came out of nowhere and made this reply. Zhong Jala was so mad he wanted to spit blood, but it was just an ordinary player. How could he get into an argument with someone like that? In an instant, Weibo was suddenly lively again. But it was still unclear as to which, if any, of these teams were serious in their comments. Because of Fang Rui's skill and status, if he transferred to another team, there was no way he would just be a substitute. He himself wouldn't be willing, and it would be a waste for the team. His arrival would require his new team to undergo a huge readjustment, and this wasn't something that could be clarified in just a few words. When a team invited a new player, they would first perform thorough analysis and observation of the player. As Yishio said, it wasn't a matter of tossing all the good vegetables into the basket, you had to see if you could use this vegetable to create a suitable taste. After Fang Rui's confirmed transfer, there were immediately people pulling him this way and that, but it was impossible to gauge their sincerity. Those that were actually interested in Fang Rui were likely gathered in intense discussion among the entire team. This was no small matter. After people chatted on Weibo for a while longer, it finally quieted down once and for all. To make a deal right here right now was obviously impossible. Fang Rui was going to transfer, but where he would end up wasn't something that could be decided in a short amount of time. However, as Chen Guo watched Yishio rile up the other pros, she suddenly started wondering again. Other teams had managers and bosses and many departments, all of which would need to be consulted for a matter like this. But Happy wasn't so complex and didn't have so many workers. She, the boss, was the tossing good vegetables into basket type of person as Yishio put it, and the others like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were just rookies and didn't have much to contribute on this end. So for issues like this, Yishio was essentially the sole decision-maker, with Wei Chen occasionally giving his opinions from the side. The other pro players were just playing around, their words didn't have any weight. But Yishio wasn't the same, because in practice, he held the same power in Happy as Lu Guaning did in Heavenly Swords. They were each a pro player, but also the decision-making boss. This Fang Rui, do we want him or not? Chen Guo asked. We don't, Yishio said, smiling as he shook his head. Wouldn't he raise the ability of our team? Chen Guo asked. All this time, she was trying to learn more. Although her ability at playing Glory probably wouldn't improve, she wanted to increase her knowledge and analytic ability to be a competent leader of Team Happy. He would, Yishio said. For a player with his skill, as long as you give him enough freedom, he would raise the ability of any team. But for us, his relative value is too low. An all-star player, and we'd have to get him an all-star account, how much investment would that take? And there's the price of his contract, too. If we did this, we'd be putting all of our eggs in one basket. There's no need for us to be stuck on this one tree for so long. After hearing this, Chen Guo understood. In the end, it came down to the fact that Happy didn't have enough funds. The 5 million award from winning the Challenger League was already split among all the players, and as for the other funds from broadcasting and sponsorship deals and such, Happy currently had around 12 million in usable funds. Wei Chen also had 18 million himself, and he had said that this was his investment in the team and available to use. But neither Chen Guo nor Yishio wanted to use Wei Chen's personal money. 12 million. Since Fang Rui was already confirmed to be leaving Wind Howl, then even though he was an all-star, the price wouldn't be too high. But if Fang Rui were to come, he would have to have a suitable account. If they also wanted to get the all-star character Doubtful Demon, then 12 million might be barely enough, if that. And there was no way that Fang Rui would be like Yishio and the others, who played without caring about income. He would definitely want a competitive contract. Fang Rui currently had an annual salary of 650,000 with Wind Howl, since he was still in his prime. He wasn't being transferred because of declining skill, so there was no reason for him to shrink his contract. With all of that, even if Happy were to tap into Wei Chen's 18 million, getting Fang Rui over would really put Happy into a predicament. Happy also had daily expenses, and all of its existing members still had to sign competitive contracts. Wu Chen needed a salary for managing the guild too. And there was still the issue of a lack of a stadium, which Happy had yet to resolve. Then what are you still causing this ruckus here for? After thinking over all of that, Chen Guo knew they wouldn't be able to get Fang Rui. But she also didn't believe that Yishio was just doing this all for fun. This guy always did things with a purpose. Ha ha. Let everyone have some fun together, Yishio said. And then? Chen Guo wasn't discouraged. Yishio definitely had an ulterior motive. Indeed, on Yishio's screen was a page displaying news of Zhao Yang's retirement. We can think about getting the character Boundless Sea. Boundless Sea, Chi Master? Do we need it? Chen Guo was surprised. It's at least more reliable than trying to get Fang Rui, said Yishio. Would Seaside let the account go just like that? Guan asked. Boundless Sea had special significance to Seaside. It was like one autumn leaf, an excellent era, or Vicaria and tiny herb. The value of such a character wasn't just in the power of the character or its equipment, this was a team's soul and core. One would have to buy the other party's feelings and memories with this account as well, and the price for that would only ever be high, never low. I think there should be a chance, Yishio said. Why? If Seaside still had strong aspirations, I think that they wouldn't have had Zhao Yang retire just like this, said Yishio. After all, Wang Jieshi and Yang Song, who had debuted the same year as Zhao Yang, were both still fighting. But a team without aspiration would let their core player retire, a team without aspiration, similarly, wouldn't needlessly cling to their core character. Yishio understood this. While others were still discussing as to which Chi Master player Seaside would recruit to replace Zhao Yang, he was pondering as to how to obtain Seaside's core character for Happy. What if other teams think the same thing and try to compete for it? Guan asked. Transferring accounts wasn't as complex a process as transferring players, since there were no personal preferences involved. Accounts weren't alive, the clubs could sell them wherever they wanted. So if there was competition, the price would just go up. This was therefore a difficult issue for Happy. Think about it, Yishio laughed. Among the current powerhouse teams, which ones have Chi Masters on their main roster? Guan blinked. With this question, the first team that popped into her mind was actually Excellent Era. Player Guan Yang, character Chi Breaker, a first-string member of Excellent Era. Guan had been a fan of Excellent Era, so she was of course familiar with him. But then, Wind Howl and Blue Rain. Yishio answered for Guan. Last season, of the 8 playoff teams, only these 2 teams had Chi Masters in their rosters. Wind Howl's Chi Master was from Excellent Era, this wasn't a class they originally had. He didn't integrate well over the past season, he often couldn't contribute much, so it's more likely that Wind Howl would give up on their Chi Master. As for Blue Rain, their Chi Master Receding Tides is fairly strong, so they might want to buy some equipment that they don't already have off Boundless Sea. But they probably wouldn't directly incorporate Boundless Sea into their team, that sort of base-level change isn't their style. So that's to say, we don't have any big competitors when it comes to Boundless Sea. Guan said. Chapter 1127. Guan Rongfei's Experiment. The news about the 2 All-Stars meant that this day was fated to be no ordinary day. However, for many, business had to continue as usual. Today was the 7th and last day of the Ghost Parade. Since luck was crucial in the Ghost Parade, everyone's ranking fluctuated. However, due to the immense difference in the skill level between pro players and normal players, the effects of luck between the two were eliminated. The daily and overall rankings were dominated by pro players. The last day. On the overall rankings, Deception still held the first place. Those who managed to rank at the top of the overall rankings had great luck over all 6 days of the event. Out of over 100 pro players, the only 2 who had continuous good luck was Mo Fan at first place and Zhong Jiala at second. As for the pro accounts after them, they had 2 or 3 days of bad luck, resulting in a large gap between their scores. It seemed that the first place overall would be one of these 2. However, the current situation had Zhong Jiala almost crying. Second. Second again. He was second even in an online event. What kind of fate was this? Zhong Jiala was close to vomiting. Why did this world taunt him like this? Zhong Jiala clenched his fist, sat in front of his computer and waiting for the last day of the event to start. But something like luck couldn't be changed just by being diligent. At exactly 7 p.m., the event began. On the last day, the number of ghosts had reached an unprecedented peak, and the players were immediately thrown into anxious hurrying. Zhong Jiala wanted to get first place, so tyrannical ambition would naturally provide him with support. For example, from the very beginning, they had arranged for helpers around Dazzling 100 Blossoms who would help him find ghosts. With help, Zhong Jiala had gotten off to a good start. However, after that wave, the effects of his helpers had weakened, because they also relied on luck to find ghosts. Having more people didn't mean having better luck. though spreading out would increase their chances. As they spread out further and further, it became impossible for Dazzling 100 Blossoms to run between them. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Zhong Jiala had Dazzling 100 Blossoms dart about before slowly coming to a realization that he had been overtaken with bad luck. His search for ghosts was extremely unsuccessful. Zhong Jiala could only hope that Deception was having an equally difficult time, but when he took a look at the ranking, Deception was still above him and had gained an even larger lead. Apart from raising a monster, there was no other way to turn the tides. Tyranny had a monster-feeding team, carefully and quietly preparing to raise one. They didn't need it to be anything amazing, just enough to send Dazzling 100 Blossoms to first place. However, the guilds all knew to be aware of this sort of thing, so it was very hard to hide one. In the end, Zhong Jiala received a message saying that their monster had been found and they had been forced to kill it. It was better than feeding it to their opponents. There was nothing more he could do. Looking at the rankings, Zhong Jiala sighed. His luck was really quite abysmal today. In the daily rankings, he hadn't even managed to squeeze into the top 5. On the other hand, Deception was sitting comfortably at third place, fortune still in his favor. There was really no helping with something like luck. The number of ghosts was continuously decreasing. After the Easter egg had been triggered yesterday, the guilds all hoped they would get another chance. Thus, the competition for ghosts was even more intense. What mattered first and foremost wasn't if they could find all the ghosts, but maintaining a spot in the top 5, or else they wouldn't even have a chance. At 10 that night, the number of ghosts fell to a 2-digit number, and by then, the top 5 positions were stable already. Deception was still third, and everyone could tell that this was a guy whose luck had persisted for all 7 days, much to their envy. Apart from him, the first, second, fourth and fifth were Blossoming Chaos, Angelica, Firebird Messenger, and Combat Form respectively. Blossoming Chaos was Yu Feng and Angelica was Shu Bin, 2 all-star level players. Firebird Messenger was Thunderclaps Dai Yinchi, the runner-up for Best Rookie of the 8th season, and an elementalist like the one who had ended up with the award, Zhao Yuzhe. As for Combat Form, this character had appeared in the top 5 for the first time, but had been noticed long ago by everyone. After all, the skill difference between normal players and pro players was very apparent. This person was definitely pro level. Not many were familiar with this character, but everyone knew that this was a young man from the old Excellent Era called Qiu Fei. Excellent Era had already fallen, so why was he still here? No one would hold in this curiosity for a full 7 days. They had gone to check when they first started wondering. It was then that they had found out that Excellent Era was still there. Excellent Era had survived, but it no longer held any of its previous splendor. The new owner clearly didn't have all that many funds, and the Excellent Era he had bought was basically just a skeleton. However, there were 2 very clear points to this. Of the original players of Excellent Era, he had managed to keep the young man called Qiu Fei as well as his Battle Mage Combat Form. In addition, he had managed to retain Excellent Dynasty. This Excellent Era was clearly not a powerhouse anymore, but they didn't seem to be nearly as weak as a grassroots team. Just what Excellent Dynasty could accomplish alone was impressive. The players remaining in Excellent Era were extremely united and loyal, especially after the dire situation they had gone through. They would work hard to bring Excellent Era back off the ground. Maybe it wouldn't be long before they would face Excellent Era on the battlefield again. That was what many people thought, but no one voiced it. The number of ghosts continued to decrease at a slower and slower rate. In the past, pro players would have logged off by now. What little was remaining wouldn't be able to do much to their score. However, now that they knew of the existence of the Easter egg, the top 5 pro players would stay for longer, until the event ended. By 11:23, the number of ghosts paused at 3. There was 3 left, 37 minutes left. The top 5 had already started forming parties, yet as time ticked by, the number 3 never changed. Even until the end, when midnight struck and the event ended, the Easter egg quest had never been triggered. On the final overall rankings, Deception stood at first place, Dazzling 100 Blossoms at second. However, the halo of second place clearly overpowered first place. This was because Dazzling 100 Blossoms was Zhong, the guy who had gotten who knew how many second places. Although everyone knew that Zhong would be upset at this result, many people still came to lament over it. However, Zhong had already logged off by then. Everyone had claimed their daily ranking prizes daily. The overall ranking prizes on the last day were, naturally, the best. The number 1 Deception had obtained 3 pieces of level 75 orange equipment, 15 rare materials, 30 Fuji Heaven Stones that could be used to repair the durability of level 75 weapons, a 50-point skill book, and a significant amount of gold. The other characters also gained rewards proportional to their final rankings. However, currently, at Team Happy, Yishio didn't have the time to spare for these rewards, because after sleeping a whole day, Guan Rongfei had finally come back. Yishio hadn't forgotten that this guy had said he needed to conduct an extremely important experiment. Have you gathered all the materials? As expected, that was the first thing Guan Rongfei asked. Everything's been prepared. Yishio followed him to the R&D room. Guan Rongfei didn't stop him. The others were curious but had the clarity of mind to not follow them inside, whispering to each other outside. What sort of experiment is it? Seeing Guan Rongfei sit and turn on the laptop, Yishio couldn't help but ask this. I'm trying to create a bonus effect, Guan Rongfei said. What effect? Yishio was stunned. The effects on a piece of equipment would naturally determine what use the equipment had. In creating silver weaponry, usually, the players themselves would ask for the effect they wanted and then the R&D team would go about trying to create it. Of course, rookies probably wouldn't have this sort of treatment and could only do their best to adapt to the current equipment and accounts in the club. However, Yishio, no matter what, had the right to dictate what sort of equipment he had. Thus, the current situation was rather strange. Guan Rongfei was dead set on creating an effect, but Yishio didn't know what it was. None of the effects he had suggested before required so much. 25 pieces of rare materials. Lowering the level requirement. Guan Rongfei didn't bother to act mysterious and gave Yishio the information he wanted. Lower the level requirement. Yishio naturally understood what this effect was, but why would we want? I'm going to upgrade the Myriad Manifestations umbrella directly to level 80. Before Yishio finished his question, Guan Rongfei gave him his answer. Upgrade to level 80. Yishio was dumbstruck. Apart from someone like Guan Rongfei, very rarely did people manage to surprise him so. Currently, characters only went up to level 75. If the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was upgraded to level 80, then it would be impossible to equip. Thus, it needed the effect of lowering the level requirement. This effect was rather common on usual equipment, but the pro circle had probably never looked into creating such an effect. This was because this was an effect used while still leveling up. For characters that were at max level, it was useless. However, Guan Rongfei said that he could create level 80 equipment when the level limit was still 75. Then that effect would naturally be key. You're crazy, how is that possible? Yishio was simply surprised, but he had no doubt that it was possible because he believed in Guan Rongfei's ability. If the other brought it up, then there was a possibility. It's impossible for other equipment, but not for the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, Guan Rongfei said. Why? This is something I've researched for a long time, but I haven't managed to find a way to realize it on any piece of equipment. I've realized that what was preventing any breakthrough was the fact that there were too few materials used to make the equipment, so it doesn't have the ability to create such a powerful effect. However, the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, this extremely complex piece of equipment can't be compared to normal equipment. After careful study of the materials, I believe that the Myriad Manifestations umbrella can break through to level 80. However, before that, I have to test out creating the effect of lowering the level requirement by 5 with level 75 materials. Alright. Go ahead. Yishio handed over Lord Grimm's account card. Guan Rongfei logged in and went directly for the equipment editor. He was much more familiar with the operation of the equipment editor than Yishio. I'm going to start now. After that last sentence, Guan Rongfei focused on operating the editor. Chapter 1128. Former teammate. Yishio and Guan Rongfei shut themselves in the R&D room. Although no one else went to watch, they were all very curious as to what the result would be. So, even though Ghost Parade had ended, everyone lingered in the training room. After tossing around some random guesses without much success, everyone quickly started talking about what had happened today. Seeing him stirring up all that ruckus, I thought he wanted to try and get Fang Rui over here. But in the end, it turned out he was after Boundless Sea, Chen Guo said, with a bit of resentment at Yishio's sneakiness. Boundless Sea? The Chi Master. That caught Wei Chen's attention, and he glanced over at Su Muqing. After hearing Chen Guo speak, Su Muqing also lifted her head, and it looked like there was something on her mind. Yeah. He said that the current strong teams wouldn't be interested in Boundless Sea, so it'd be easier for us to compete. Chen Guo said. Is that the only reason? Wei Chen smiled. Is it not? Chen Guo was puzzled. Weren't you an Excellent Era fan in the past? Wei Chen asked. Who? Chen Guo was thrown off by this seemingly unrelated question. A fan of Yishio? Wei Chen continued to ask. Chen Guo's reply was vague. Now that she was familiar with Yishio, if she admitted this, wouldn't that boost his ego? Chen Guo didn't want to make him even more arrogant. But she had no way of denying the reality of her past. Then when Excellent Era won 3 championships in a row, don't you know who the partner standing by Yishio's side was? Who? Chen Guo had to think. In reality, by the time she had become a fan of Excellent Era, their dynasty had already ended. And the first player she had liked wasn't Yishio, but Su Muqing. Her support for Yishio and Excellent Era didn't come until after she had become a fan of Su Muqing. Of course, as a fan of Excellent Era, she couldn't completely forget about Excellent Era's golden age of 3 championships. With Wei Chen's reminder, she suddenly remembered. When Excellent Era won 3 championships in a row, Team Excellent Era did not yet have Su Muqing. They didn't have Dancing Rain, nor did they have a launcher. However, one Autumn Leaf didn't fight alone. In that era, standing by his side were his reliable teammates, and the one that was mentioned the most was a player named Wu Sifeng. And this player's class was Chi Master, account Chi Breaker. All of this suddenly surfaced in Chen Guo's mind. One Autumn Leaf, Chi Breaker, the partnership that had dominated the alliance for 3 years. Launcher? That only came after. The first character who had stood beside the battle god was a Chi Master. Wu Sifeng retired after Excellent Era's 3 championships. Chen Guo, who had only become a fan afterwards, had only heard mention of his name. But even just hearing about this was enough to get one fired up. Yishio intended to get a Chi Master, and Chen Guo now felt the significance behind that. Is Wu Sifeng returning? Chen Guo was excited. The partnership that had swept the alliance for 3 years, if it could be recreated, then how thrilling would that be? But Chen Guo had forgotten, the character that Yishio now controlled was no longer the battle mage One Autumn Leaf. Him? Probably not. As a first-generation player, Wei Chen of course knew Wu Sifeng personally. Why not? Asked Chen Guo. Not long after retiring, he went abroad. Never heard any news about him again, said Wei Chen. Maybe Yishio contacted him. Chen Guo said. Even if he did, you shouldn't be too excited. That guy's even older than me. Otherwise why else would he retire? Although he was very lucky, he had Yishio beside him. His slipping condition was completely hidden by Yishio's continual improvement. Damn, if I'd been in Excellent Era then, maybe I also could have stumbled upon 3 championships. There was a trace of envy and indignance in Wei Chen's words. Chen Guo processed this information. She didn't say anything at first, but instead searched up Wu Sifeng's name on the internet. Chen Guo realized that she knew very little about this former Excellent Era player. When speaking of Excellent Era's championship days, people generally only talked about Yishio and his One Autumn Leaf, and Chen Guo was like everyone else, only paying attention to the battle god. There wasn't too much information online about Wu Sifeng. After all, the alliance was still being established during that period and hadn't reached the level of influence it had now. Back then, the Glory Pro scene was very small. However, the development of the Glory Alliance was incredibly rapid, which was evident from the increasing amount of news from each season as the years progressed. Season 3, another championship, establishing a dynasty, there was much discussion about these topics. But as for topics about Wu Shifeng, Chen Guo didn't see the respect given to a hero. More people discussed his luck, the luck of becoming Yi Xiu's helper. If I'd been in excellent era, maybe I also could have stumbled upon 3 championships. Chen Guo discovered that Wei Chen's statement just now was a popular sentiment back then. Even an ordinary player dared say this. This was a great compliment to Yi Xiu's strength, but it was disrespectful toward Wu Shifeng and the other members of excellent era. Sadly, Chen Guo searched for quite a while, but couldn't find an honest and reliable analysis. It wasn't like that. At this moment, Su Muqing's voice came from right next to her. Chen Guo turned her head, and saw that Su Muqing was also looking at the archived news on the screen. Wu Shifeng was an outstanding player, Su Muqing said. Without him, excellent era wouldn't have won its 3 championships. Yi Xiu said this. Chen Guo asked. Su Muqing nodded. Then would he come back? Chen Guo asked, pointing at Wu Shifeng's name on her screen. Don't know. Su Muqing shook her head. No one knew. And the one who had the most direct interactions with Wu Shifeng, aside from Yi Xiu, was of course Wei Chen. That guy. After being asked, Wei Chen began to search through his memories. He was truly a guy who relied on his brain and not his hands to fight matches. That might be the reason why he maintained his condition better than I did, even though he was clearly older than me. Wei Chen gave his serious opinion, which showed that his "if I'd been in excellent era" statement was just his automatic trash talk. He didn't disregard Wu Shifeng's personal contributions to excellent era's success. He used his brain, experience, awareness, accurate judgment, precise technique, Wei Chen said. Then why did he retire? Chen Guo asked. Please, his condition was only a little better than mine. His age was hanging right there. To be able to play those 3 years was already his limit, Wei Chen said. After he said that, Wei Chen crouched in front of the computer. There should still be some old match videos of him online. There really weren't many recordings from matches that had occurred years and years ago. But excellent era was at the peak back then, so their matches were more likely to be recorded and thus comparably easier to find now. Wei Chen soon found one, and Chen Guo realized that it was actually a video she had watched before. But just looking at the title of the video, it was obvious that this video wasn't saved to remember Wu Shifeng. Yi Xiu, One Autumn Leaf. It seemed as though the excellent era of that time period had left behind only these 2 names. And Chen Guo had been the same, only paying attention to the battle gods playing and completely forgetting about the battle gods' teammates. Was there some standout performance in this match? Chen Guo had no recollection. The video quickly began playing. Although the quality wasn't very good, Chen Guo still immediately found One Autumn Leaf. But what about Wu Shifeng's Chi Breaker? Seems like he's not in view right now. Wei Chen said, regretful. Soon, the 2 teams in the video began launching attacks. Excellent era's opponent in this match was a team formerly at the summit, Royal Style. Peaceful Hermit. Chen Guo quickly discovered another god-level character. The scythe in his hand flashed with the light and fire of vanquishing demons. A spirit guidance was used, and a twisting arc flew into the midst of excellent era's formation. Open battle! Chen Guo became entirely engrossed in the god-level face-off between One Autumn Leaf and Peaceful Hermit, until Wei Chen suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, he appeared. Right there. Ah. Chen Guo shook herself as though awakening from a dream, and remembered why she was watching this video in the first place. Chi Breaker finally appeared on screen. He was currently moving around constantly, his body occasionally vanishing from view. Because the video was entirely focused on Yi Xiu and One Autumn Leaf, the camera didn't move to follow anyone else. How sneaky! This was Wei Chen's appraisal of Chi Breaker's changing position. Did he also play dirty? Asked Chen Guo. Not exactly, said Wei Chen. His playstyle was whatever suited the situation best. The screen still showed the fight between One Autumn Leaf and Peaceful Hermit. But suddenly, Peaceful Hermit flew horizontally, out of view. The camera immediately swiveled to follow, and so Chen Guo saw that Chi Breaker had used a cloud-grasping fist to abruptly pull Peaceful Hermit away from the middle of his fierce battle with One Autumn Leaf. Fuck, what a pig of a teammate! A scrolling comment *** suddenly appeared on screen. He interrupted One Autumn Leaf's attack rhythm, how overbearing! His brain must be underwater. Before the fourth comment could appear, Wei Chen turned off the scrolling comments. A bunch of idiots, he scoffed. Just now, if Chi Breaker hadn't pulled Peaceful Hermit away, One Autumn Leaf would have been in trouble. Did you see it? Chen Guo felt her face redden, because she hadn't seen anything at all. In that moment, her thought process reflected the sentiments of the scrolling comments. She also thought that Chi Breaker's sudden cloud-grasping fist had interrupted Yishio's rhythm. If you wanted to coordinate, then just directly attack. Why pull Peaceful Hermit out of One Autumn Leaf's attack range? So you see, he always appeared when he was most needed. Truly a reliable helper. Wei Chen continued to give his analysis. To get Boundless Sea, I think. Wu Xiefeng wouldn't come back. Yishio's probably thinking of finding another helper, said Wei Chen. Oh, then who? Chen Guo asked. Yishio must have given some thought as to who to ask. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard two loud shouts from the R&D room. Shit! Fuck! Neither Yishio nor Guan Rongfei were the type to lose control easily. What happened? Everyone immediately crowded around to look. In the R&D room, Yishio and Guan Rongfei were staring at the computer screen, wordless. On the screen, Lord Grimm's myriad manifestation umbrella was flashing through its various forms, but the lowest line on its list of stats didn't change. Equipment required level -4. Chapter 1129. Many monks but not much Gruel. Glory equipment was separated every 5 levels. Characters weren't though, so lowering the equipment required level didn't necessarily have to be by 5. From the effect bonuses on current equipment, lowering the equipment required level between 1 to 5 levels was possible. But Guan Rongfei was upgrading the myriad manifestations umbrella. Apart from lowering the equipment required level by 5, any other effect was useless. It meant that this upgrade was a failure. What exactly went wrong? Guan Rongfei muttered to himself. He had checked all of the myriad manifestation umbrella's forms. Every single form had this effect, and all of them lowered the equipment required level by 4. At this moment, Chen Guo and the others had gathered here, asking what had happened. Yishio explained. No one cared about the experiment's failure. All of them were shocked. Level 75 was the level cap, but Guan Rongfei had wanted to produce a level 80 equipment. What sort of imagination did this guy have? Look at my death's hand. This was the first thing Wei Chen said after recovering from his shock. No. Apart from the myriad manifestations umbrella, it isn't possible. Guan Rongfei shook his head. He didn't seem to care about the discussion that everyone else was having. He had already buried his head back into research again. Yishio and everyone else quietly left the room. After regaining their composure, they began expressing their regret towards this failed experiment. The myriad manifestations umbrella isn't ruined, is it? Chen Guo asked. No. Yishio said. It could be considered as a fortune among misfortune. The experiment failed, but the myriad manifestation umbrella's intrinsic functions hadn't been ruined. There was just an extra useless effect. How reckless! Why'd you directly start with the myriad manifestations umbrella? Experiment with other equipment first before trying to do something like lower the required level. Chen Guo said. That step had been completed long ago. The current focus is to get all of the myriad manifestation umbrella's forms to have this stat. This step has been completed too actually. It's just that a problem occurred with the stat effect itself. Yishio said. Then it'll definitely be possible at level 80. Guan said. This, before we can ascertain that we can get this stat bonus, it's not convenient to test. If not, if we get it to level 80 but there was only a reduction of 4 levels, how am I supposed to use it? Yishio said. The experiment had failed. When Yishio and Guan Rongfei saw that the equipment required level had only been lowered by 5, they also felt grieved and frustrated. But the two quickly regained their calm. After all, there were many positives gained from this failure. They couldn't help with this matter, so they quickly shifted the topic to the Chi Master. Wu Xifeng? We haven't stayed in touch after he retired. I don't know. Yishio dispelled Guan's guess. Sure enough, he had no intentions of looking for this old general to return. Then after we get Boundless Sea, who are we going to find to use it? Guan asked. We have to choose very carefully. Do you guys have any suggestions? Yishio asked. Guan coughed blood. Don't you already have an idea? Did I say that? Yishio was puzzled. Don't make things up. Yishio said to Guan. Let's analyze the current Chi Masters in the pro scene. Yishio said. Guan understood. This transfer would be a transfer starting from scratch, from character to player. We have to get Boundless Sea first though. Yishio said. What if we get Boundless Sea but can't find anyone? Guan couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't happen. Yishio said, an all-star character should be very attractive to pro players. Seeing the current circumstances in the pro scene, I don't think it will be too difficult to snatch an outstanding Chi Master player. What do you mean by circumstances? Guan didn't understand. Many monks but not much Gruel. Yishio said. Guan stared blankly. She didn't continue asking about it. She was also trying to consciously train herself to be a better boss. Many monks but not much Gruel? Guan pondered over this phrase. Soon, she started to understand what Yishio meant. Among last season's top 8 teams, there were only 2 Chi Masters. What's more, Team Wind Howl's Guiyang wasn't in an important position on the team either. In the playoffs, the only active Chi Master was Team Blue Rain's Songxiao. Getting into the playoffs and fighting for the championship title was the dream of every pro player. But for Chi Masters, the current circumstances weren't good for them. Including the retiring all-star, Zhao Yang, the Chi Masters were on weak teams without any hopes for the playoffs. And in the powerhouses, none of them had any open positions for Chi Masters. Zhao Yang had been fighting with Seaside for 7 years. Admittedly, a part of that was because of his stubbornness, but a part of that was also because he didn't have many good choices. This was the current situation for all Chi Masters. Even if they were outstanding players, they were being held back by weak teams. They may want to join a top team, but the top teams didn't have Chi Masters, so there was no opening for them. Most pro players might not look too highly upon a new team like Team Happy who lacked resources. However, Chi Masters didn't have any better choices. And perhaps Happy might truly have a bright future. Thinking of all of this, Guan felt like she had improved greatly. She at least understood that transfers weren't like buying vegetables at the supermarket. It was a lot more complex than that. 3 days later, while everyone was still focused on Fang Rui, the all-star character Boundless Sea was bought by Team Happy for 5.5 million. Everyone was shocked. They weren't surprised that Happy could take out this sum of money. After all, winning the Challenger League earned them a good amount of money. A price of 5.5 million was relatively cheap for an all-star character, but when considering the current circumstances for Chi Masters as well as Team Seaside's current situation, it was a reasonable price. After Zhao Yang retired, news related to Team Seaside quickly came out. Fans would always be proud because of their all-star player or character in their team, but they would never think that sometimes their all-stars would be the burden of their team. Team Seaside was in this situation. They were a small team. Whether it was a contract for an all-star player or creating an all-star character, it was a huge investment for them. And ever since their start in Season 3, they had always been doing their utmost to keep up this investment. They had once been proud because of their all-star player and character, but they gradually realized that as they maintained this pride, the growth of the team became more and more unbalanced. A single skilled player and character wasn't enough to help them win more. When they tried improving their other players and characters, they discovered that because of Jingyan and Boundless Sea, they no longer had the resources to invest in anything else. In a nutshell, Team Seaside was a small team with a big team's mindset. They had insisted on this unsuitable management style for 7 years. They had hesitated and paced back and forth. It wasn't until this summer, when a new manager took office in Team Seaside, was a decision finally made. Seaside had decided to free themselves of this burden and take the path that a small team should be taking. Jingyan had been let go, so he decisively chose to retire. Boundless Sea had been sold. Seaside had invested too much into this character, and they didn't plan on continuing. If they weren't going to continue investing into Boundless Sea, there wasn't much point in keeping it. It would be better to sell it to strengthen the rest of the team. Jingyan's retirement, Boundless Sea's sale. Behind those were changes to Team Seaside's management. Yishio didn't know about all of this, but he had at least gotten a general sense of Seaside's position from Jingyan's retirement. As a result, he immediately acted and happily took in Boundless Sea. Seaside obviously wanted to sell Boundless Sea for the highest price possible. However, the top teams in the alliance weren't interested in a Chi Master, and the small teams were uncertain. The unwavering Happy suddenly stood above the crowd. After some negotiation, an agreement was quickly reached. Boundless Sea transferred to Happy. As soon as Happy acted, they grabbed an all-star character. For fans, it was very exciting news. But soon afterwards, doubts about Happy's management style sprouted up, questioning whether Happy would become the next Seaside. 2 all-stars and a bunch of characters to upgrade. Happy was a grassroots team. Their burden had been very heavy to begin with. Even so, in this situation, Happy actually bought an all-star character. Did they have the resources to maintain such a top-tier character? Would Team Happy become like Team Seaside? Would they become a grassroots team that walked the path of a powerhouse until their demise? However, the day after Boundless Sea joined Happy, Happy announced that Boundless Sea's silver weapon, Mirror Moon, had been upgraded to level 75. Everyone was once again shocked. Team Seaside hadn't been able to do it after half a season, yet Happy had done it in just a single day. The people doubting Happy clearly hadn't done a thorough investigation. For example, the club guild leaders definitely wouldn't have given such naive evaluations because no one knew better than them that even though Happy's resources as a whole were certainly lacking, in terms of high-end resources like materials, Happy was quite rich. Ever since the level 75 update, Happy had obtained the most wild bosses among the guilds. Happy's situation was completely different from Seaside's. It could even be said that taking this path to the peak was the most suitable for them. Boundless Sea allowed Happy to avoid the initial stages of character creation, which was exactly where their deficiencies lay. On the other hand, directly upgrading a good character to the top was exactly where their resources lay. However, upgrading a level 70 silver weapon to level 75 in a single day wasn't just an issue of ample resources. It seemed like Team Happy had someone very capable at creating silver equipment. Was it Yishio? Just when everyone made this guess, another report came out. Excellent Era's R&D god had been taken in by Happy after Excellent Era disbanded. Everything was clear now. Excellent Era's R&D team was obviously very proficient with Chi Master equipment. Chi Masters had been a part of their main roster. At Happy, Boundless Sea seemed to be blessed by the heavens. The only thing the character lacked was an outstanding player. Suddenly, the entire glory scene started helping Happy look for a Chi Master. Chapter 1130. Candidates. Did he decline? Su Muqing asked, after seeing Yishio sigh and close his QQ chat window. Yeah. Yishio nodded his head. His tone was filled with regret. Among the current Chi Master pros, the first person Yishio looked for was Guan, who was originally part of Excellent Era. After Excellent Era had been relegated from the Alliance, Guan had joined Team Wind Howl. There was no need to question the skill of a player that had been part of Excellent Era's main roster. Yishio and Su Muqing used to be his teammates. They already had good synergy with each other, so Guan would have a much easier time assimilating into Happy compared to any other candidate. As a result, even though Chengguo wasn't too pleased with it, she had to admit that in theory, Guan was their best choice. Unfortunately, Guan very resolutely declined Yishio's invitation. Compared to Happy, he looked more favorably upon Wind Howl's future. Although he wasn't in an important position at Wind Howl right now, Fang Rui's departure had been confirmed. When his old Excellent Era teammate Liu Hao joined the team, Guan felt like the day he had been waiting for had finally come. Happy? No thanks. Guan wasn't interested in Yishio's invitation. Even though Boundless Sea was certainly very enticing, Guan felt like that alone wasn't enough to convince him. He had once been part of a powerhouse. The character that he had used previously, Chi Breaker, had been top tier too, so his standards and ambitions were high. He didn't just want a good character. He wanted a team of powerful teammates and a team of powerful characters. Wind Howl suited him. As for Happy, he didn't feel like he needed to run away to a new team. So what if you had Boundless Sea? I'm not some small fry who hasn't seen the world. Why not try Songxiao? Guan said to Yishio. Yishio could only close his chat window after seeing this recommendation. He could obviously tell that Guan was being sarcastic. Song Xiao's position in Team Blue Rain was solid. He had a powerful character and his future at Team Blue Rain was bright. There was no reason for him to try out Team Happy. As a result, Yishio hadn't put Song Xiao as a candidate. But with this recommendation, it was clear that Guan felt like his situation was the same as Song Xiao's. To him, Happy was being delusional asking him to join. Thus, there was nothing more to say. Wind Howl had made it to last season's semifinals. Their momentum was going strong. Transferring from this type of team to a new team didn't make any sense. Yishio had thought that he had a chance because Guan didn't have too important of a position in Wind Howl, but Guan seemed to be optimistic about his future at Wind Howl, so there was no point wasting any more time with him. Zhao Yang had retired. Song Xiao wasn't an option. Guan had confidently declined. There were only 3 more Qi Masters in the Alliance: Team Heavenly Swords Ning Yuan, Team Parade's Zhao Bin, Team Radiant Sun Haowen. These 3 guilds had superb relationships with Happy in the game. However, the team was an entirely different matter. Team Heavenly Swords was an exception. Lu Guaning was very kind to them. If they really asked Heavenly Swords for a trade, it wouldn't be too difficult, relatively speaking. But the problem was that Team Heavenly Swords was a team made up of friends. Lu Guaning's group of friends firmly occupied their spots on the main roster. Even if Zhu Zikai, Huang Shaoqian, Wang Jieshi, etc. came to Team Heavenly Swords, the only spot for them would be as the 6th player. As for Ning Yuan? Yishio had no idea where Lu Guaning found him. He had most likely been invited to meet the minimum requirements to form a team. An entire season had passed, and he had never appeared on stage. Unless Lu Guaning's friend group had all their hands broken, he would probably never go on stage. If Happy actually asked, Yishio reckoned that Lu Guaning would probably just gift him to them. Lu Guaning didn't care. After all, the chances of all 5 friends breaking their hands were very low. How could Happy dare to use this type of player though? This person was a substitute with no future at Team Heavenly Swords, yet this person was still calm and composed. It looked like he knew very well that he was just there as a stopgap. He didn't have any excessive thoughts. Just from this middling ambition alone, no one would want to place their team's hopes on him. Team Parade's Zhao Bin and Team Radiant Sun Haowen were from bottom tier to middle tier teams. It was hard not to overlook them. These 2 didn't have anything that would make people's eyes light up. They were still better choices than Ning Yuan though. However, if Happy wanted to be the champions, getting a player better than Ning Yuan was far from enough. Chengguo looked at Yishio. She didn't know what other plans he had. Going from their theory of many monks but not much Gruel, the outstanding Chi master players were probably buried by others. But from the looks of it, they were buried so deeply that there weren't any suitable candidates in the pro scene. Maybe the outstanding Chi masters were buried in the game because no team needed them. Or there was an outstanding seedling at some club's training camp. Like Excellent Era? Yishio should be very familiar with Excellent Era's training camp. Excellent Era had a Chi master as part of the main roster, so if an outstanding Chi master seedling was found, it was very likely for Excellent Era to keep him or her. Excellent Era may have disbanded, but it wasn't like these outstanding seedlings disappeared. This should be another possible solution. Chenghua trusted that Yishio hadn't just started coming up with plans after buying Boundless Sea. When he decided to get Boundless Sea, he probably had ideas in mind. Guan was their first choice. He had declined unfortunately, but it wasn't likely that Yishio put all his eggs in one basket. What next? Chenghua didn't ask. She quietly walked to Yishio's side. Chenghua was able to maintain her composure better than in the past. She wouldn't panic before she got a clear understanding of the situation. Yishio was scrolling through his QQ friends list, but after scrolling for a while, Chenghua was finally starting to get nervous. No way, we've reached a dead end? There are no more choices? Just when she was worrying, she saw Yishio turn his head to the side and ask Su Muqing, "Do you have Song Xiao as a friend?" Song Xiao? Isn't he pretty unlikely? Su Muqing said. Chenghua was dumbstruck. Hadn't they already crossed out Song Xiao as a candidate? Did Yishio have a way? Even though Su Muqing was puzzled, she still told Yishio, "I don't have him, but he's in the chat group." Oh, right. Yishio mumbled. He found Team Blue Rain's receding tides in the pro player chat group and messaged him, but he didn't get any response back. Then, Chenghua saw as Yishio scrolled through his friends list and found Troubling Rain. Huang Xiaoqian. Song Xiao's teammate in Team Blue Rain. Chenghua was feeling dizzy. Then, she saw Yishio type, "Is Song Xiao there? Have him check his QQ." Song Xiao? Why are you looking for him? If you're looking for him, why are you asking me? F***CK. No way. What are you doing? What do you want? Are you trying to get Song Xiao to join? Are you drunk? Why would Song Xiao be interested? You should ask Guiyang. You guys know each other. He's at Wind Howl, and he's not doing too well either. Huang Xiaoqian replied promptly. Chatting with him was very fast-paced. As for whether asking him would save time, only a wise man knew. For example, take his recommendation. Let alone Yishio already trying, in reality, the pro circle had already discussed it and felt like Guiyang was very suitable for Happy. Let's cut the nonsense. Is he there? Yishio didn't act like someone asking for a favor. TCH, it looks like you're dead set on him. Hold on. Huang Xiaoqian typed. Not long afterwards, he sent Yishio an invite. He had formed a group and added Song Xiao into it. However, he was also there, watching on the side. Yishio cut to the chase and happily stated, "What do you think, Song Xiao? Are you interested in coming over and becoming a champion with us?" Ha 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 ha, champion? This probably isn't even your biggest selling point, right? Song Xiao, keep listening. Huang Xiaoqian said. Happy has a great environment. It's very quiet. Yishio said. F***CK off F***CK off F***CK off. Huang Xiaoqian spoke first. Ha ha, I was almost tempted. This time, Song Xiao replied too. Of course, I was almost tempted meant he hadn't been tempted. It was another rejection. His words still stabbed at Huang Xiaoqian's heart though. Huang Xiaoqian was quiet at the moment. Yishio was wondering whether those two were fighting right now. Of course, Yishio hadn't looked for Song Xiao for fun. He had wanted to give it a try. The discussion in the chat group wasn't a very serious one. In reality, in his private chat window with Song Xiao, he was still trying to persuade him. Think of Happy's chances of winning the championships. Maybe you'll feel interested afterwards. Yishio said. In terms of pure resources, Happy indeed couldn't compete with Blue Rain. But what they did have was the possibility of shocking the world. Maybe he was the type who sought novelties and was willing to give it a try? Ha, I'm kinda looking forward to it, but I still think Team Blue Rain has better chances. Reality proved that Song Xiao was rather practical and wise. He didn't seek novelties. You're not interested in creating history. Yishio said. History? Just think, a new team winning the championships. Wouldn't that be exciting? Yishio said. I think I'll pass. Young people have no drive these days. They're so depressing. Yishio said. I'm feeling quite good where I'm at, really. Song Xiao said. Think about it carefully. If you're interested, contact me anytime. Yishio said. Honestly, there's a tiny part of me that's tempted, but I'm still more afraid that I'll regret it. Song Xiao was a nice person. He didn't hide his real thoughts, but because he made it clear, he didn't drag on his refusal. He was a person who was confident in his decisions. What a pity. Yishio expressed his regret, but he didn't pursue it any further. Another refusal. Yishio shook his head and sighed. That shouldn't be surprising though, no. Chen Guo said. She had to admit that when Yishio talked about the possibility of creating history, she thought it might have been possible. Words like that were truly moving. Yeah. Yishio said. His mindset had been that he might as well try. What now? Chen Guo finally asked. HM. Yishio replied. He clicked on the chat group that he hadn't closed yet and clicked on someone. Dirty Fang, have you ever thought about changing classes? What do you think about Chi Masters? There's one waiting just for you. Yishio typed into the new chat window. Chapter 1131. Persuasion. Are you joking? Fang Rui was also online, so he quickly replied back to Yishio. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Think about it. Yishio said. Change my class. Yup. Chi Master. Yeah. You're not joking. Of course not. You've got to be kidding me. Fang Rui sent about 20 emojis to express his confusion and bafflement. It wasn't like no pro had never changed classes before. Quite a few pros had even made breakthroughs after changing classes. However, Fang Rui was an all-star who had already proven his abilities. He didn't need to make some kind of breakthrough. In fact, he would bear greater risks if he changed his class. The risk would be for both himself and the team he joined, so Fang Rui could only interpret this as a joke from Yishio. You're not that unfamiliar with Chi Masters, right? Yishio asked. I can't be unfamiliar with any of the classes. Fang Rui said. Indeed, this was because they had to know themselves and their enemies well. As a pro player, he couldn't be unfamiliar with any of the 24 classes. In fact, one could say that a pro player could choose a random class and still be more skilled than a normal player. In the eyes of a normal player, every one of the pros was proficient at every class. Of course, Yishio was a grandmaster at an even higher level, who no one else in the league could compare with. That was how he had earned the title Glory textbook. Not being unfamiliar with any class was definitely not a reason for one to change classes. You're different. I remember when you started off at Blue Rain's training camp, you were a Chi Master, no? Yishio asked. Damn, you even know that. Fang Rui was shocked. Excellent Era always paid a considerable amount of attention toward Chi Masters. Yishio said. I know. I saw a lot of comments that said if you had managed to recruit Zhao Yang, the rookie who joined Season 3, things might have turned out differently in Season 4. Fang Rui said. Of course, but our monopolization would have destroyed the greatest charm of competition, suspense. In order to let the Glory League develop further, we could only restrain ourselves a little and not upgrade our potential to the limit. What a pity. Yishio said. Fuck. Are you serious? Fang Rui was astonished. You're so easy to trick. And you call yourself the master of playing dirty? Looks like I'll have to reconsider if Happy should offer you a position, Yishio said. Fang Rui sent 2 lines of speechless emojis before replying, hurry and reconsider then, stop bothering me. Seems like you have a lot of faith in your future. Yishio asked. It's all right. Fang Rui wasn't being arrogant. After he confirmed he would be transferring, all sorts of analysis flooded his way. Fang Rui's transferring options seemed numerous. Every strong team in the league, apart from Howl who didn't want him, could offer him a position. You want to go to Samsara to form a 5 All-Stars Galacticos? Yishio asked. That would be the most amusing possibility. After Samsara took in Sun Slong and 1 Autumn Leaf, they had 4 all-star players who were all capable of playing at the front lines. If they could take in Fang Rui and Doubtful Demon, then the team would have been extravagant enough to make one suffocate. As a team who had the ambition of starting another dynasty, everyone was wondering if Samsara would be so tyrannical. Unfortunately, Samsara can't endlessly, no? It's very difficult to support 5 all-star players. On top of that, Juzukai's contract would be due next summer, so Samsara would pay any price to keep him. Would you compete with Juzukai? Yishio asked. I wouldn't dare. Fang Rui appeared to be calm. This was because Samsara had already expressed that they weren't interested in him. He liked how amusing a 5 all-star player team would be. Plus, they were a champion team. If he could get in, then it would have definitely been his top choice. Unfortunately, Samsara's response was very straightforward, which might be because of what Yishio had analyzed. Team Tyranny has your old partner, Old Lin, and those few are not far from retiring, which would stabilize your position in the future. It seems like a good choice. Yishio said, but continued. But even if your position is stable, without those old guys, who would be around you? Would Tyranny still have the ability to compete for the championship title? They are currently gambling with all they have, but their future isn't clear. Fang Rui didn't rebut because this was indeed what Tyranny was criticized for the most. Their aging problem was fatal. They lacked a structure that could help them stably transition. Once the few old players retired, then they would have to re-establish themselves. The risks were fairly great because it was possible for the team to not recover from the fall. Yishio was only stating a possibility when he said Fang Rui might have a stable position after the old players retired. It was obvious that Fang Rui would be thinking deeper for his future. He considered that when Tyranny needed to reconstruct themselves from ground zero, they might not need him anymore. Then, he would be stuck in choosing where to transfer to again. It wasn't a good thing for players to constantly drift around if they aimed for something great. Although there was the saying that if a tree moves, it dies, while if people move, they grow. However, those who move constantly are nomadic, which sounded depressing. Moving on to Tiny Herb. After underwent the large adjustments last summer, their player lineup is quite good and they're getting along very well. If they add a new member, they would have to readjust their strategies. I think they would be hesitant to recruit you. Then we have Blue Rain. Their ace is stable and their rookie has a bright future, but the departure of a player like Foam also made a clear impact on them. Blue Rain indeed needs a strong player, and it can't be replenished by some new rookie. Unfortunately, this person can't be you. Blue Rain's tactic is giving Huang Xiaoqian enough freedom. If they add someone dirty like you, by the time the team matches start, 2 out of 5 players would disappear. That would leave them with a healer, a handicap player, and someone random. Unless Team Blue Rain are masochists, they probably won't consider recruiting you. Yishio finished analyzing the 4 teams which were undoubtedly the current mainstream powerhouses. In many people's eyes, the other top 8 teams like Misty Rain, Void, and 100 Blossoms from last season were still a step lower. Howl was currently shifting away from this group, but this was the team that Fang Rui was leaving from. After Yixiao finished his analysis, Fang Rui stayed silent for a long time. A few days had passed since he made his mind to transfer. The conditions Yixiao had analyzed were proven in reality. Samsara firmly refused. Fang Rui was personally hesitant with tyranny, while on the other hand, Tiny Herb was the side who expressed their hesitation. As for Blue Rain, they had a discussion with Wind Howl but gave a vague reply. Apparently, they were contacting another team so they could bring together a large-scale transfer which involved a few other teams. It seemed that Blue Rain wasn't interested in Fang Rui, but wanted to use the marketing effect of Fang Rui's transfer to gain what they needed. No wonder that team revolved around opportunism. They even acted that way in a transfer. From what I see now, teams that are not top tier would be a better choice. Team Misty Rain's tactics are pretty unusual. They have long-ranged classes as their main forces, while also relying on skills to weave around to create chaos. Li Hua is currently taking this responsibility. I think you'd be a good candidate because you'd provide more variations and options for them. Moving on to Void, I think Li Xian mentioned that they needed more shamelessness in Weibo. He wasn't entirely joking, the Ghost Blade duo need another capable helper. Then there's 100 Blossoms, they are remaking their old path, but they also have a new style. If you join them, you might give them new ideas and help them make a breakthrough. These three were the top 8 teams from last season, but apart from them, there is another team that I strongly recommend. Yixiao said. It's Happy, right? Fang Rui thought about Yixiao's shamelessness. Nope, it's Thunderclap. Yixiao said. Thunderclap. Fang Rui was surprised. That's right, with Xiao Shiqin there, you won't have to worry about not being able to develop your skills. He is someone who can use his tactics to maximize everyone's abilities. Especially with his year in Excellent Era, he improved a lot. Thunderclap currently seems to be no different from before, but I am optimistic about their future. Yixiao said. What, you're not going to mention Happy? Fang Rui was confused. What? You're interested? See, I knew you would be interested in Happy the most, right? Yixiao asked. Interested my ass. Fang Rui's words were rather disrespectful towards the team, but it was obvious that he was extremely annoyed. Firstly, Happy will let you show off your rich experience in changing classes. Yixiao said. F*CK off, who are you saying is experienced in changing classes? Fang Rui said. You started off as a Chi Master, then Wind Howl recruited you. They originally wanted to train you as a brawler to succeed Old Lin, but for some reason, you ended up changing into a thief to partner with him. You've changed classes 3 times, and you're telling me you are not experienced? Yixiao asked. That doesn't count. Fang Rui yelled. The experience Yixiao mentioned was true, but the problem was that he was in the training camp at the time. For a player, the training camp was like a school where everything wasn't set in stone yet, so it was natural for him to make changes. However, when he became an official pro player, he had stayed as a thief. Fang Rui was only testing out what his best options were when he changed classes at the training camp. It was only when one's class was set and then changed, could it be counted as changing classes. Frankly speaking, Happy is not as weak as you think. Our goal is not low-key at all, we are aiming to be champions. Look at our formation, there's Su Muqing and me. With your addition, wouldn't we have 3 all-stars at the front lines? Yixiao asked. What about the others? Fang Rui asked. The rookies are all rising stars. All the big teams kneeled and begged for us to sell them, but they were kicked away. Yixiao said. Yeah, right. Fang Rui spoke with disdain, but knew that this wasn't a baseless claim. Many teams thought highly of Happy's Tang Ru, but apparently this girl wasn't interested in any other team. A team even threw out a large contract that contained the price completely unfit for a rookie, but she denied the offer without even taking a look. I'm not bragging. Even though Happy currently has weak characters, we are gradually improving. As long as we get through the early stages smoothly, we will gain an advantage in our high-end upgrades. We proved this by upgrading Boundless Sea's weapon to level 75 within a day. Yishio said. Chapter 1132. Change classes and synchronize your rhythm to our growth. Yishio and Fang Rui casually discussed. Although it was impossible to know what Fang Rui was thinking, Chengwei, standing beside Yishio, had been petrified for a while now. It was only after Yishio made this statement, and Fang Rui didn't reply for a while, did she finally come back to her senses. What's this all about? Fang Rui. Chengwei immediately asked. Didn't you say earlier that getting Fang Rui would be impossible? Fang Rui as a thief would be impossible, but if he changed classes to Chi Master, that could be possible, said Yishio. Why? Chengwei didn't understand. Because thieves are more expensive than Chi Masters, said Yishio. That's it. Chengwei was slightly confused. Happy obtained Boundless Sea for 5.5 million, which was an extremely low price for an all-star account. But Doubtful Demon hadn't fallen that far in status, its price would likely be at least 10 million, the difference was obviously large. But aside from this, Fang Rui's transfer fee and salary would put great pressure on Happy. They would definitely need to use some of Wei Chen's 18 million. Don't think so much for now. Right now, the important thing is to convince him. Yishio said. Fang Rui switching classes to Chi Master, can he actually do it? Asked Chengwei. I'm not 100% sure either. But Gui Yang and Song Xiao both rejected us, so we have to go for the next best thing and take a slightly riskier route, said Yishio. Aside from Fang Rui, what are our other risky options? Asked Chengwei. Those who don't fit us very well, or who aren't as skilled, would be our other riskier options, Yishio said. He replied. The chat window suddenly flashed with a notification, and Chengwei immediately pointed it out. Yishio took a look. Fang Rui had typed 2 words, go on. Dirty. Yishio first sent this contemptuous reply. This guy didn't bother with engaging in a dialogue with Yishio, he just wanted to hear all that Yishio had to say. But this could be considered a good sign. He was willing to listen, which meant that he wasn't completely resistant to the idea. He didn't think that this was inconceivable. What he needed now was more convincing evidence. What else is there to say? Don't you want to be a champion? Yishio asked. Let's be real, who would believe that your team Happy can win the championships? Fang Rui asked. After considering Yishio's personality, he hurriedly added, aside from Happy yourselves. Does belief matter? Then, do you believe you can get the championship? Yishio asked. Of course I believe I can. Fang Rui, master of playing dirty, responded unusually quickly to this question. But after doing so, he realized that this question could have been a linguistic trap, so he quickly added, but I still have no way of believing that I can do so at Happy. You believe you can win a championship, but as of now you still haven't. I also believe that I can win a championship, and I've won 3. Just by looking at this, it seems that my belief is more convincing than yours. And right now I believe in Happy, what about you? Yishio said. Fang Rui spat blood. What linguistic trap, how low end. He used his solid, but very much real, 3 championship cups to smash Fang Rui's baseless confident belief. But this sort of argument was meaningless, it didn't say anything about Happy's actual strength. He really shouldn't get wrapped up in such an argument with this person. At this moment, Yishio responded with a question of his own. You know, I've always wondered, why is it, exactly, that no one believes that Happy can win the championship? Because? Fang Rui typed this word, and then he discovered he didn't know what to say. Because of what? A team's strength primarily came from 2 components, the players and the characters. Players? Happy had Yishio and Su mooching, and if they gained Fang Rui as well, in addition to the talented rookies who had earned the world's attention, there was no reason for their roster to be considered weak. Then, the characters? Their characters were currently relatively weak, but as Yishio already said, as long as they got through the early stages, then once they reached the higher level upgrades, they actually had an advantage. Fang Rui understood to what he was referring to. The pro players had participated in the fight for wild bosses in the heavenly domain after the level 75 update, so he knew how Happy had dominated all of the other guilds, and therefore the other pro teams. This meant that Happy was rich in the rare materials needed to upgrade level 75 equipment. But a character's strength couldn't simply be measured with how many materials were available. The skill of the R&D department and the character's skill points played a role too. And even if Happy was rich in higher level rare materials, that only meant that later upgrades would be easier. They would still struggle during the early stages. On this end, Happy was in a rather confusing situation. At first glance, it seemed like their character's strength wouldn't be a problem, but this appearance couldn't withstand a detailed examination. After thinking over this carefully for a while, Fang Rui finally replied to Yishio's question. Right now, in terms of players, aside from you and Su Muqing, they're all rookies, and their instability is evident. Rookies can be unstable, but don't underestimate the value of a rookie's ability to grow, especially talented rookies. Yishio said. In terms of characters, you've definitely gotten a lot of high-level materials over this past year, but do you have enough low-level ones? It's comparably easier to obtain low-level materials. We've already established guilds in various areas to build up our reserves. Even if we lack some things, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain them. We could easily get them from the market. Yishio said. Once or twice, maybe, but does Happy have the funds for frequent transactions? Fang Rui asked. Only frequent equipment production failures will use up too many materials. But Happy invited the core of excellent errors R&D, and his skill and experience will allow us to minimize waste, Yishio said. With that, Fang Rui realized that even the issue of the R&D department had been addressed by this guy. What about skill points? How are the skill points on your characters? Fang Rui said. Number 1 in the universe. Yishio said. Fucking hell. Straight to the universe. Even if Fang Rui wanted to retort with "and I'm number 1 in XX, he couldn't, because there was no bigger environment than the universe. But he'd have to believe those words. But before Fang Rui even had a chance to figure out how to mock that statement, Yishio had already sent an image to him. You photoshopped this, didn't you? Fang Rui cried out in shock. The image was of a character's skill tree. Where the number of skill points used was displayed, there flashed a domineering 5,500. 5,500 points. At level 75, that meant maxed skill points. Wasn't that even scarier than Team Samsara? TCH, would I use such low methods? Yishio scoffed. Are there other characters like that? Fang Rui asked. Sign a contract with us, then I'll show you all our secrets. Yishio said. Then just tell me in general, around how many skill points the others are at. Fang Rui asked. They're pretty much all like this. 5,400 is the lowest, belonging to a character that can't even raise its head in Happy. Yishio said. Fang Rui continued to be shocked. 5,400, his doubtful demon in Wind Howl was only at 5,355, and that was after he'd lucked out with a 20-point skill point from Ghost Parade. Even with that, at Happy that'd be a character that couldn't even lift its head. Now do you see how powerful our Happy is? These are all secrets I shouldn't have told you, Yishio said. Fang Rui was still recovering from the shock of the skill points. Okay, then if Happy has so much potential in all these areas, then I think it's strange, why not also get Doubtful Demon for me to use? Fang Rui said. Good question, said Yishio. I hope that didn't stump you. Fang Rui said. Nonsense. If that were a difficult question, then there'd be no reason for me to do all of this, Yishio said. So the reason is? No money, Yishio said. Aside from a spitting blood emoji, what else could Fang Rui say? No money is just one of the reasons. If we had a lot of funds, we would consider getting both you and Doubtful Demon, but we would only consider it. In the end, Happy doesn't need a dirty thief, we need more tactical analysis and research. However, if the option of a Chi Master is there, I would absolutely take it. So we got Boundless Sea, and now we shoulder the risk of having you switch classes, Yishio said. Because all of the other Chi Master players rejected you? Fang Rui asked. Yup. Choosing them would be the safe option. But if it's you, you might have something they don't. Yishio said. Such as? The ability to grow. Yishio said. You want to use me like a rookie? Fang Rui asked. During this season, Happy will continue to grow throughout, whether the players or the characters. This is a factor of instability, but it will also be our weapon. And your change of class will allow you to synchronize with this rhythm of growth. We will constantly develop new content, bringing surprises to everyone again and again. Unexpected, don't you like that word? Yishio said. Fang Rui of course liked this word, very much in fact. Because unexpected truly encapsulated the style of playing dirty. Through our unexpected playing, we'll obtain an unexpected victory. And you? Do you want to unexpectedly change classes? That definitely has the sneakiness of your dirty playing, said Yishio. I? Fang Rui seemed as though he were reaching the end of his deliberation. I'll come visit Happy and then decide, was his final decision. Welcome. Yishio wasn't too disappointed. A transfer was a player's investment in his future, and that wasn't even considering the risk of changing classes. If the class change was successful, that was a breakthrough. But if it wasn't successful, then not only was it unfortunate, it was possible that when the player tried to change back, he wouldn't be able to discover the old feeling again, and the player's skill would be ruined for good. For such an important matter, Yishio didn't expect that a decision could be reached with a chat window. Steamed Bun was probably the only person who could make such a life-changing decision so casually, and of course Yishio didn't want everyone to be like Steamed Bun. You really convinced him. This result shocked Guan. Not just him, I even convinced myself. Yishio said. How? I suddenly feel that having Fang Rui change classes is really an exceptionally wonderful decision. Yishio said. You only like the sneakiness of this plan, don't you? Guan looked at him coldly. No. Our team is still lacking in many areas, so if we want to obtain unbelievable results, then we need unconventional moves. Later, we'll move slowly, but this time, we'll take this leap. Yishio said. Chapter 1133. Fang Rui's first day at Happy. Great Fang Rui, welcome. Please go up the stairs through here. Guan furtively greeted the person who had just arrived outside of Happy Internet Cafe. She looked back cautiously to detect any signs of movement from the customers in the cafe. Living up to his reputation as the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui immediately understood and followed Guan nimbly after a quick nod. He was here to watch Happy, he wouldn't want to be watched by others upon arrival. However, before he headed upstairs, Fang Rui couldn't help but look back. What he saw across the road was completely different from his memory. Fang Rui wasn't a stranger to this street. He used to come here for the away games against Excellent Era. By the time he came again, Excellent Era was no longer there. But across the street, a new team was born in an internet cafe. The thought that this team might become his new home made him emotional over the changes that took place over time. Fang Rui followed Guan to the second floor of the internet cafe. He walked past small, individual rooms, the R&D department, the guild department. Compared to Club Wind Howl, Happy was obviously pitifully tiny. Guan, who was walking in front, felt nervous. She didn't know what sort of thoughts this god would have about the simplicity of Happy. Guan only hoped that this wouldn't influence his first impression that Happy's skills were also simple. They didn't walk for long before they reached the training room. Guan took note of Fang Rui's expression when she invited him in, but failed to pick out anything. When Fang Rui entered the training room, he saw familiar faces like Yishio and Su Muqing. They soon finished introducing the unknown rookies of Happy individually. So many hot girls. This was the first thought that came across Fang Rui's mind upon his visit to Happy. So, Guan forcibly swallowed the word dirty from traveling out. Although it was rather dirty of Fang Rui to only mention the girls, his gaze didn't dwell on them. His opinion remained an opinion, he had come here for actual business. Would you like to try the account for Boundless Sea? Yishio was a lot more direct. He was already walking over with Boundless Sea's account card. Isn't this too soon? Frankly speaking, it was still too much for Fang Rui to change classes. Although he had come over, he was still very hesitant. What else is there to do? You've basically finished the tour around Happy, Yishio said. Chengguo's face reddened. Happy was truly tiny. It only took them 1 minute to finish touring the place. Fang Rui ended up being a bit unprepared due to how quick the tour ended. Everything had happened too quickly. Drop the formalities and hurry up. We actually need to assess you to see if you have any future with your Chi Master's skills. If you don't, you might as well go back to your thief, Yishio said. This was way too direct. It meant that whether Fang Rui could get in Happy wasn't solely based on himself. Happy also needed to see if he could play the Chi Master well enough. Chengguo immediately panicked when she heard this. Fang Rui was already a top-tier thief player, so changing classes was completely unnecessary. Now that Yishio spoke with such attitude, would Fang Rui just leave? Fuck! In the end, Fang Rui didn't have such a bad temper. He accepted the account card for Boundless Sea from Yishio after swearing. He swiped the card and logged in. At the same time, you can also experience Happy's strength, Yishio said. Oh. Fang Rui did have such intentions. He looked around at the rookies of Happy with interest. Who would be his first opponent? Then he saw Yishio sitting down across from him. What are you doing? Fang Rui asked. Rookie Yishio would like to experience the great Fang Rui's Chi Master. Yishio spoke deeply. Fuck off. Fang Rui almost flipped the table. An unspecialized. Don't you want to experience it? Yishio asked. Then let's play a round. Fang Rui accepted after a short moment of thought. The two entered the arena in-game. When Boundless Sea logged on, it naturally attracted a lot of attention, but since there was a password set for the room, people could only see where they headed to without being able to enter. It was obvious that everyone from Happy would be watching, so they all came rushing over. Just when they were about to settle down and enjoy with a comfortable pose, the match finished. Not bad. Fang Rui spoke with a calm expression. To last for 1 minute and 38 seconds is not bad indeed. Yishio was also calm. I haven't played as a Chi Master in 5 years, Fang Rui said. You're lying. You haven't touched it even once in private? Are you that heartless? Yishio asked. Fang Rui was at a loss for words. It was impossible for him to not touch the class at all. Putting Fang Rui aside, any pro player would occasionally play the other classes for fun. If they needed to study a certain class in depth, then they would play that class more often. Shall I give you another chance? Yishio asked. Can I fight someone else? Fang Rui asked. Sure. Yishio stood up and left, but Sumuching took his place. Fang Rui nearly swore again. Then he battled with Dancing Rain. Fang Rui lost again, but this time within 2 minutes. Although it was true that a pro player would still be a lot stronger than normal players even when playing another class, that was because the pros relied on their mechanics and experience. If they had to fight another pro player with the same mechanics and experience, then the unfamiliarity with an unspecialized class would be magnified. Fang Rui knew very clearly that he had no chance of winning against Yishio and Sumuching, so he didn't dwell on his loss too much. He only thought that Yishio was too shameless in setting him up to fight strong opponents he could never beat. Luckily, Sumuching retreated after this match and was replaced by Tang Ru. Fang Rui was trembling with excitement and prepared to teach the rookies just how scary top-tier players in the league could be, but in the end, the match finished in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The time was even shorter than the match with Yishio. The speed that a match finished in was closely tied to the player's playstyle and character, so it was insufficient to judge a player's skill according to the amount of time they took to win. Tang Ru obviously wasn't as skilled as Yishio, but her straightforward and bold playstyle made Fang Rui even more flustered. He made Thief move subconsciously, and only realized he was using a Chi Master when the character made no reactions. Hey, this pretty girl is good. This time, Fang Rui lost the match rather unnaturally. He was a top-tier god after all. Even if he was using the Chi Master, he believed he could fight a rookie, but he ended up losing so directly. The rookies from Happy were a lot more fearsome than he had imagined. After that, it was Qiao Yifan's turn. Ghost Blades weren't specialized in fighting 1v1, and adding on the fact that Qiao Yifan was cautious and careful, this round wasn't as violent as the previous 3 rounds. Under the slow pace, Fang Rui was finally able to reveal some of his fundamentals as a Chi Master. However, the match still ended with his loss after a few minutes. After losing against a class that wasn't strong in 1v1s, Fang Rui felt even more embarrassed. After that, it was Steamed Bun's turn. After a chaotic battle, Fang Rui lost in utter confusion. Fang Rui attempted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, so he cracked a joke with the next person who came to fight. However, this person's face stayed emotionless as he sat on his seat and started the fight. When Mo Fan came up, he fought silently and killed Fang Rui's Chi Master without saying a single word. Fang Rui no longer had the energy to say anything. At this time, the person sitting across from him was eagerly chatting with him. "Can you even win one round?" Wei Chen asked as he sat down. Fang Rui was gloomy. If he had been playing as a thief, then he would have the confidence to fight with anyone, but since he was playing as a Chi Master, it felt as if his hands and feet were tied. He had already grown used to a thief's decision-making habits after many years, so how was it possible to change all of these instantly with ease? He wasn't a textbook like Yi Xiao. In the new round, Fang Rui was slowly tortured to death by a warlock with an abnormally long casting range. Who was he? He was a top-tier player in Glory. How long has it been since he had been toyed with like that? This loss was nauseating enough for Fang Rui to puke. Then he looked at the players from Happy and saw that every one of them was trembling with excitement. Were they there to gain experience from him? And what's up with that Four Eyes over there? He was the cleric, right? Was he going to join in and bully him, too? Fang Rui was furious. Although the style of playing dirty required one to abandon their pride, the master of playing dirty currently found it difficult to keep his face. Who's next? Fang Rui grumbled. Luo Ji lifted his hand on the other side and sat down timidly. He glanced uneasily at the companions around him. What are you afraid of? He's easy to beat, hurry and fight. Steamed Bun cheered his apprentice Luo Ji on. Easy to beat? Fang Rui glared at Steamed Bun. This guy only won the previous match out of pure luck. It would be hard to determine who would be the victor if they fought for a few more rounds. This rookie was so arrogant to the point that he didn't know how vast the sky was. Fang Rui thought to himself as he let out all his resentment in this match. Unfortunately, Luo Ji had the lowest skill in Happy, so even if he was considered skilled among normal players, there was a significant gap between him and pro players. It was obvious that he couldn't resist Fang Rui's Chi Master. Oh my, I have a chance. This opponent sucks. Fang Rui thought with high spirits. Then he started crying on second thought. What was wrong with him? Had he fallen to the point where he could only win when the opponent was bad? This was so embarrassing, so shameful. Fang Rui was able to finish Luo Ji off cleanly, and finally achieved his first victory in Happy. Who else is there? Fang Rui desperately needed to prove himself. Yishio thought for a while, and then said, should we call a Ning up to give it a go? Who? Fang Rui suddenly fell silent with awe. He thought Happy was finally about to reveal their hidden pro. The cashier for our internet cafe. A Ning also plays Glory. Cheng Guan asked. I think so. Yishio said. You, fight me. Yes you, come on, I challenge you to 300 matches. Fang Rui yelled at Yishio. As a result, Yishio sat down once again. Fang Rui spent his first day in Happy dueling with the Chi Master account, a class he hadn't touched for many years. He strove to find a breakthrough, but he ended up being slaughtered by Yishio's Lord Grim every single time. Chapter 1134. Fang Rui's Worry. Fang Rui himself never would have imagined that as soon as he arrived, he would be thrust into a rotating battle session against Happy's entire roster. At first, Fang Rui was truly and thoroughly beaten up. He was unable to immediately change his long-time habits and decision-making, which led to flaws in his Chi Master playing and resulted in defeat after defeat. However, as time passed, he gradually adjusted to the class, and his win rate steadily increased. Facing the rookies, he was no longer defeated so soundly. As expected of the class-changing expert, Yishio said, standing up. This round, Yishio's Lord Grim lost to Fang Rui's Chi Master Boundless Sea. Class-changing expert my ass. Fang Rui maintained that his earlier classes weren't changing classes, but rather choosing a class in the first place. With this victory against Yishio, Fang Rui felt as though he had just successfully achieved a major accomplishment. He stretched and casually glanced at the clock. What he saw made him jump in shock. 3 hours. It had already been 3 hours. Fang Rui had completely forgotten the time. His entire heart had been immersed in glory, his mind had been filled only with thoughts of how to play with the Chi Master in his hands and defeat this whole crowd of happy players. And during these 3 hours, Happy had been rotating its members, while he hadn't had any rest aside from the time it took for them to switch. Fang Rui's ability to adapt to the Chi Master, as well as his energy and focus, were all worthy of admiration. After Yishio stood up, no one went to take his place. Fang Rui looked around, and it seemed like no one else was going to come, so he began to give his commentary on the match that had just ended. You made too many mistakes in this match, Fang Rui said to Yishio. You're right. After seeing you play so hard, I truly couldn't bear it anymore, so I went a little easy on you, said Yishio. Fuck, if you're not satisfied then let's go again. Fang Rui yelled. This going easy wasn't considerate at all, at least pretend to hide it. And it was one thing to throw a match so obviously, but to just directly admit it like that after it was over? Just because he was the master of playing dirty didn't mean he had no dignity. Don't be like that, let's eat first and then go again. Yishio said. Fang Rui stared blankly. Only now did he realize that he really was a little hungry now, it was about time for dinner. Chen Guo had already made dinner plans for all of them, making a reservation at a nearby, relatively nice restaurant. All of Happy headed over, as well as Fang Rui. At the table, Fang Rui didn't say much. His appetite seemed fairly normal. After quickly eating his fill, he played around with the straw in his drink. You played the Chi Master pretty well, you have a lot of potential. At this moment, Yishio gave him a high degree of recognition. Fang Rui rolled his eyes and didn't bother to answer. In reality, Fang Rui knew better than anyone else whether he could play a Chi Master. After all, he wasn't some newbie, and he had played Chi Master very early on. He was very clear on whether or not he could manage it, and the fact that he hadn't immediately turned down Yishio's offer showed that he knew the possibility existed. And he also knew that Yishio could see this as well. There was no way he had pulled him over here just to test him and see how things went from there. This afternoon of battling was, in theory, to test Fang Rui's ability to change classes to Chi Master. But in reality, it was a way for Fang Rui to see Happy's strength. Happy's strength surpassed Fang Rui's expectations. Each of the rookies had their own styles, and as Yishio had said, they all had plenty of room to grow. Once they completely matured as players, what kind of power would this team possess? And over the course of this afternoon, not only did he see Happy's players, he was also able to see their characters. Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea were all-star characters that didn't need to be mentioned, as they'd be a strong addition to any team. But Happy's other characters were plenty strong as well, each with silver equipment. Although they couldn't compare to a powerhouse team, they were extremely well off for a new team. How about it, after seeing everything in person, how do you feel about Happy? Yishio now asked him. Not bad, Fang Rui said. He didn't directly say that Happy was approaching powerhouse levels, but from what he had seen, whether the players or the characters, they had all surpassed his predictions. Good, then let's talk about your compensation. You saw us, our conditions right now are rather poor, a whole bunch of people crowded in an internet cafe to train. 10 people at a meal and we only have 8 dishes, and no soup. What's your current salary? 6.5 million? Is that before or after tax? Before tax, Fang Rui said. It's already that much before tax. Do you have no shame? Yishio said. Fang Rui was speechless. What was there to be ashamed about? If you're trying to bargain down my salary, then just directly say it. But the problem was, he clearly still hadn't agreed to join Happy. Why were they already talking about his contract? And also, what was this about 8 dishes and no soup? Wasn't that just because the rest of dishes hadn't been brought out yet? The door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. The server entered with a large tray and placed 2 more dishes on the table. This was really bad timing. Yishio complained. The rest of the table was silent. To use that as an argument, are you treating Fang Rui as someone who can't count? He was clearly right here with all of us when the dishes were being ordered. But no matter what, Happy still hoped that Fang Rui would concede a little bit when it came to the contract. This point, at least, Yishio made clear to Fang Rui. If you have any thoughts, just say them directly. Don't sit there being sneaky. After seeing Fang Rui playing with his drink without saying anything for a while, Yishio spoke up again. Damn! Fang Rui was gloomy. He was just taking some sips of his drink, what was so sneaky about that? Besides, what thoughts could he have? Happy was really not bad, better than he had expected, but something about this still didn't sit well in his heart. He still feared this drastic change, and this fear caused his hesitation. Even if what he saw at Happy surpassed his expectations, his worry still had yet to be eliminated completely. I don't know, that was that. If only he knew, then Fang Rui would have a way of getting rid of the worry in his heart. Happy was clearly better off than he had imagined, and he had even begun to anticipate Happy's future, so why was he still so uneasy? Was there something about Happy that still nagged at him? The simple accommodations? Fang Rui was never one to care about that. A contract where he'd have to make some compromises? Fang Rui also wasn't one to care too much about money. The identity of being new to the alliance? To be honest, Fang Rui rather liked this identity, it allowed them to bring more surprises. He thought and he thought, but he was still at a loss. He didn't know what he was worried about, but he was worried. The room was quiet. No one even moved to touch the dishes that had just been brought up, and the overall atmosphere was rather cold. Fang Rui, lacking something to say but not wanting the silence to drag on, tossed out a very ordinary question, how did you all come together anyway? Us? Yishio blinked, and then casually went around the room, describing all of their backstories to Fang Rui. Fang Rui had only wanted to lighten the atmosphere, and so he asked a question that could be discussed for a while. To be honest, he didn't really care about the answer. But as he listened, Fang Rui suddenly jolted. He realized what was worrying him about Happy. After Yishio finished his introductions, Fang Rui immediately asked a question that was important to him. How many more years do you plan on playing? Me. Yishio said. Yes, you. Fang Rui said. I hope that I can continue to play forever. Yishio said. But we both know that that's impossible, Fang Rui said. Especially for you, playing an unspecialized, that's a heavy burden on you, and it will definitely shorten the lifespan of your career. The fact that you've been able to maintain this condition up until now is already a miracle in my eyes. But how much longer can you maintain it? 1 year? 2 years? This, who can say for sure? Yishio said. Then, after you retire, what about Team Happy? At last, Fang Rui asked the question that had been worrying him all this time. Every team had its motivation in being established, and this motivation would be the most fundamental force pulling together the members of a team. Just looking at the current alliance, every team's existence was undoubtedly based on profit. All of the bosses of the teams were trying to maximize their profits, so they concentrated on the expansion and development of their teams. But what about this team Happy? This team was pulled together by Yishio after his retirement. It didn't have any major financial backing, and the so-called boss was just the boss of an internet cafe who was severely limited in power. Fang Rui could sense that the authority of this supposed boss was ultimately less than that of Yishio. Then what was Yishio's motivation in establishing this team? It could be anything, but Fang Rui was certain that it wasn't for profit. Relying on profit to sustain oneself was an uncomfortable feeling. But unfortunately, this was the cruel reality of the world. Only profit was eternal. Aside from that, things like the players' love of glory, or their pursuit of the championship title, would always fade with the passage of time. And, with their declining condition, the players would ultimately have no way of continuing. Yishio was unquestionably the foundation upon this team could exist, and Fang Rui would never doubt his support and passion for this game. But even with such a heart, Yishio would leave one day, and this day could come very soon. When that time came, what would happen to Team Happy? Would they have the cohesion that they showed today? Just considering Happy's boss and her financial power, it was uncertain if she could even hold on to all of these talented players. The better Happy performed, the more tragic the scene would be when that day arrived. Speaking of which, Happy's rookies were already exceptional, and Fang Rui was rather surprised that none of them had been pulled away so far. Happy's financial power couldn't compete with any of the other teams. Was Yishio's presence alone enough to keep them here? Was this guy's personal charisma really that great? Fang Rui had his doubts. But regardless of his charisma or lack thereof, if this team had completely relied on Yishio to come together, then that only increased the worry in his heart. In this sort of situation, it was truly difficult to predict what Happy's future would look like. If Fang Rui came to Happy, he would be switching classes. He couldn't take such a large gamble on a team that would disperse after Yishio's departure. You want to know about Team Happy after my departure? Yishio said. Then you'd better ask my boss. Chapter 1135. An entirely new future. Who? Me. When such a critical question was suddenly sent her way, Guan couldn't help but panic. True, it wasn't like she'd never thought about this question before. She was always working hard to learn and improve, both in order to lighten Yishio's burden, and so that when Yishio was no longer around, she could still look after this team. But to suddenly have to answer this question right here and right now, she was completely unprepared. But now, she had no more time. She sensed the significance of this question, that this was Fang Rui asking about Happy's future. And Happy's future would be the deciding factor as to whether or not he would throw his lot in with this team. If she, the boss, didn't have an unshakable resolve, then how could the players be at ease? Guan took a deep breath. It was time to muster her resolve. Even after Yishio leaves, Happy will continue forward, she began. Oh? How so? Fang Rui asked. If he's willing, we of course will retain him as a coach, or for any position he's interested in. Guan first made plans for Yishio. As for the others, I believe that they will have completely matured by then, enough to carry our team, Guan said. Oh? Then how can you guarantee that they won't all just leave? Fang Rui's gaze suddenly sharpened and became calculating. There are many temptations in the professional scene. I know that you've already received a few invitations from other teams and declined all of them. But right now, you're still just newbies in the alliance. In a year or two, if you became all-stars, champions, your value will reach a peak. At that time, the temptations you'll face will be unimaginable. Money, status, and countless other things, are you sure that you won't be swayed by any of it? Fang Rui felt that his speech would pierce straight into the soul, that no one would dare retort. But at that moment, someone at the table said, with utter conviction, I'm sure. It was Tang Ru. What a pretty girl, but right now, in Fang Rui's eyes, she only seemed hypocritical or naive. She didn't even think before opening her mouth and saying I'm sure. She seemed to have much too high of an opinion of herself. The pretty girl sure has confidence, huh? Fang Rui snickered, and his skepticism was clear in his every word. He was about to teach this arrogant girl something about the real world. Don't you know? That's nothing. But just as Fang Rui was about to give an example, he was interrupted by Chen Guo. Chen Guo of course knew that Fang Rui wanted to give her a slap in the face, but at the same time she knew that he would fail, and that it would be his own face receiving the slap. To prevent Fang Rui from suffering that awkwardness, it was better to explain first. She really won't be swayed, really, said Chen Guo. Oh. Her dad is Tang Shulin. If you don't know him, then look him up online. Chen Guo, sitting next to Fang Rui, patted him on the shoulder. This sort of business tycoon wouldn't be a household name, so Fang Rui truly did not know. However, he at least could tell that this was likely a remarkable background, so he didn't argue, immediately searching up on his phone under the table. Not much longer, he sat up straight again and lifted his head. His facial expression didn't change at all, but he lifted his chopsticks. Come on everyone, let's eat. How come no one's touched these two dishes that were just brought out? Everyone laughed, but they didn't call him out. To talk about money and status in front of Tang Ru, that was like talking about glory skill in front of Yi Xiu. Wasn't it just throwing yourself against a rock? It was impressive enough that Fang Rui remained this calm in the face of that, so let him restabilize. Everyone ate quietly and didn't say much. Fang Rui, who had earlier expressed that he had eaten his fill, was clearly eating the most right now. It was as though he wanted to use this food to erase what had just happened. While he was searching online, he already sensed that this pretty girl had an extraordinary background, but when he finally got his answer, his eyes still almost flew out of his head. Eat, eat. When Fang Rui said this, he really wanted to eat the plate itself as well. Thus, after that, Fang Rui couldn't bring himself to mention anything else about temptation. What if this Miss Tang just waved her hand and bought out the entire Glory Alliance? Then she'd be the one distributing prize money to the various teams. And he had wanted to talk to her about temptation his ass. Ah, Happy is really too full of potential, ha! Fang Rui said. When Chen Guo heard this, she knew that he had misunderstood, treating Tang Ru's background as Happy's background. In reality, these were two completely separate things. Tang Ru was like the rest of them ordinary players, signing a contract to earn her salary. She didn't exercise any power outside of that. But still, this sort of feeling, the fox pretending to have the power of the tiger, it wasn't a bad feeling at all. Chen Guo glanced at Tang Ru and saw that she was making a face at her right now. Chen Guo laughed. This was something she very much liked about Tang Ru. When Happy found out that she came from such a high background, it seemed like there was some new distance between her and the rest of them. Even Chen Guo, who had known her the best, hadn't adjusted immediately after finding out. But Tang Ru faced this unusual treatment directly. She wasn't arrogant about her background, but she didn't try to avoid it either. She wasn't like the many hypocritical ladies who would want the people around her to treat her like an ordinary person. She was herself, the same Tang Ru she always was, who would never run from anything. And so, the barrier caused by her background gradually faded, and everyone saw that Tang Ru was still Tang Ru, nothing had changed. The barrier only came from each person's imagination, and so when everyone saw reality, everything returned to the way it always was. On the other hand, it was funny and entertaining for these guys around her to watch people be terrified after learning about her background. Such as Fang Rui, who was currently burying himself in his food. There was a long period of time where he didn't say anything, and everyone thought it was just too great. But Chen Guo was, in the end, a responsible person, so she clarified for Fang Rui. Here, little Tang is just an ordinary player, no different from anyone else, Chen Guo said. Fang Rui nodded. This time, he didn't say anything directly, he hid his true thoughts. Tang Ru was just an ordinary player? That was impossible. It looked like this boss Chen hadn't truly understood. Her background meant that she was a wildcard, a player that couldn't be controlled by any team, including Happy. Money, status, and so on had no way of tempting her, which also meant they had no way of controlling her. She belonged to herself and herself alone. As long as she wanted to play, she could keep playing with Happy. But if one day she decided she no longer wanted to play, then who would be able to keep her? What would stop her from leaving? The contract? To forcibly break the contract only required money, and would that be a problem for her? Her powerful background placed her above the spirit of the contracts upon which society was built. This was somewhat unfair, but it couldn't be helped. For Tang Ru, they could only rely on her personal character, so Fang Rui didn't say anything more. Yishio chose this moment to open his mouth. Happy's future will be shaped by its players. You only want to be a spectator, taking a ride and reaping the profits. That's just too dirty, too shameless. Do you dare come with us to build the future together? Do you dare come with us to face your so-called unimaginable temptations of money and status? That's right. He was worried about whether or not Happy could keep its players, but what about himself? If he also became a member of Happy, then when that day came, would he also be swayed? Before doubting others, shouldn't he first strengthen his own resolve? If everyone worked together and created a unified team, there was no need to worry this much. If people left, then more would come to replace them. That's right. That's how it should be. Fang Rui slammed his hand on the table. I'll join Happy. Excellent, welcome. Chen Gui exclaimed. With me here, the championship has nowhere to run. This dirty player had a face swelled with confidence. Good. Then let's talk about the issue of your contract, Yishio said. Damn it, can't you let everyone be excited together for 3 or 5 minutes? Fang Rui was depressed. The atmosphere was wonderful, but with talk of money, the feeling was somewhat ruined. Excited about what? Are you a rookie or something? Yishio said. So what do you think about my contract? Fang Rui said. You see, we're very poor right now, only 10 dishes for 10 people, and no soup. Just as he said this, there was a knock at the door again. Excuse me, but could you open the door please? The soup is here. Qiao Yifan, who was sitting closest to the door, immediately pushed it open, and the server entered with the soup, his forehead coated in sweat. The door was locked. I hope I didn't interrupt. Don't worry, it's fine, Chen Gui said, and the server placed down the soup and quickly left. Shameless. Fang Rui said to Yishio. In any case, we don't have any money. Yishio slapped the table. 6.5 million is impossible. How about 650,000? Fuck, don't be too rude. I'm an all-star player, after all. If that contract got released to the public, how could I show my face? To everyone else, you can say 65 million. Yishio said. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? Then how much do you want? It's fine if you reduce it a bit, but at least 5 million, don't you think? Fang Rui said. 5 million, do you have no shame? Being an all-star is impressive, sure, I'll toss all my all-star nominations in front of you like a pile of bones. I could bury you in all the honors I've won. And yet despite my achievements, I have to kneel in front of the boss's door every day and beg to get my pay here at Happy. Who do you think you are, asking for 5 million in front of me? Fang Rui was speechless, and then started half crying. That's not what I meant. You youngsters, always thinking about money, money, money. Why don't you think about how much glory you'll obtain by joining Happy? That's something that no amount of money can buy, Yishio said. Fang Rui was once again speechless. How was this guy so shameless? He made winning a championship seem as easy as buying a red bin bun. If it were truly 100% guaranteed that they'd win a championship, Fang Rui would be willing to join for no money at all, but of course that could never be the case in competition. Chen Gui had enough of this nonsense, and finally interjected with her voice of reason. Right now, we really are tight on money. Aside from your contract, we also still have the transfer fee with Wind Howl, and we don't know what price they'll ask for. This first year, what do you think about 3 million? Compared to that guy, you really are a good person, but this is really too low. I know, but after lasting through the first year, we can discuss again next year if we're in a good position. If you're worried, you can write it in the contract, that's fine too. All right. Fang Rui finally nodded. After all, he didn't come to Happy to get a high-paying contract, so he had been prepared. Ultimately, he was here because he wanted an entirely new future. Chapter 1136. Significant transfer. Everyone suddenly seemed to gain an appetite, so they ordered a few more dishes and ate with a lively atmosphere. Fang Rui left the next day, and all that was left were the contract negotiations with Club Wind Howl. When the player had a preference as to where they were going, it generally wasn't difficult to reach a deal. Wind Howl was truly shocked at Fang Rui's final choice, but in the end they respected his wishes. However, they were disappointed when Happy said that they weren't going to buy Doubtful Demon as well. They had originally planned to sell off Fang Rui and Doubtful Demon together, permanently making the rookies Tang Hao and Zhao Yuzhe the core of their style, and abandoning the dirty play style once and for all. Who would have thought that Fang Rui would leave without his character? He actually wanted to change classes to Chi Master? You? Are you sure? There were still feelings between Wind Howl and Fang Rui after so many years. For someone who'd already become an all-star player, it seemed like there was no reason for him to change classes. It was illogical. Seeing that Fang Rui wanted to do this, Wind Howl had to say something, whether it was for Fang Rui's own interests, or their plan to sell the player and character together. I'm sure. Since returning from Happy, Fang Rui was completely certain of his decision. What kind of poison did Happy brainwash this guy with, to convince him to accept these conditions? Wind Howl, after having their plan messed up, was at a loss as to what to do. But for the sake of the team's image, they had to respect the wishes of the player, especially for an important player like Fang Rui. Wind Howl then planned to negotiate with Happy, but Happy completely rejected their attempts to sell Doubtful Demon, so in the end, Wind Howl could only start putting up a price. In terms of price, this sort of voluntary transfer sale would never go too high. Additionally, Fang Rui was mediating, so Wind Howl didn't expect to make much money from this. After they talked back and forth, they soon decided on a transfer fee of 4 million. After news of the transfer was released, the entire alliance wondered if they had read incorrectly. Fang Rui chose Happy? This was as shocking as when Xiao Shiqin chose to transfer to the relegated Excellent era last season. Were all the All-Stars taking unconventional routes now? But no matter what, the transfer satisfied the rules, so Fang Rui's transfer was quickly approved. Now, Fang Rui was officially a member of Happy. Because there weren't too many issues to be worked out, the transfer was swiftly completed. The media was still in the middle of figuring out which teams were more interested in Fang Rui when the contract was already signed. When the media caught wind of this, Happy was already holding a news conference. Happy didn't yet have a specialized PR department, so the conference was arranged by a PR company they had found to help. After the news released, the various esports media all came without even being invited. It was a full house, and there were endless requests for private interviews. Chen Gui, Yi Xiao, and Fang Rui were the 3 participants in the press conference, and it was completed as planned. Meanwhile, the rights to an exclusive interview were of course given to the reporter Chang Xian of City HS Esports Home. Chang Xian was ecstatic. When he had first noticed Happy, he hadn't been thinking about gambling on their growth as a team. He was just a newbie in the industry, how would he have such foresight? He was just doing the ordinary thing, reporting on this grassroots team that had gained some attention. Who would have thought that with this gamble, he had won big? After Happy won the Challenger League Championship, Chang Xian felt how fortunate he was. He could sense his status at Esports Home rising, and the editor-in-chief spoke with him in person much more often. And now, Fang Rui was transferring to Happy. In the summer transfer window, he had obtained the first major exclusive interview since Excellent Era disbanded. Undoubtedly, this interview would be on the front page of next week's edition of Esports Home. Facing Fang Rui, Chang Xian was slightly apprehensive. He had been with Happy's members for a while now and was familiar with all of them, but that was partly because of their humble beginnings as a team. Xian had never felt too much of a professional atmosphere from them. But Fang Rui was different. Facing an interview, he had the aura of a god. Xian was reminded of when he was just starting out in the industry, and the pressure he felt when he was tagging along with senior reporters to carry their bags. And now, he was facing this aura by himself. God Fang Rui, may we begin? Fang Rui steadied his emotions. He knew, after today, he would be facing countless interviews like this. Fang Rui was transferring. This was the first big news. Fang Rui was switching classes. This was the second big news. At the press conference, when they learned that Fang Rui would be playing with Boundless Sea, the entire pro circle went wild. What was the reason? During the press conference, Fang Rui grinned and said, because Happis broke. They can't afford Doubtful Demon, so I could only switch to using Boundless Sea. Who would believe that? The number one thief, an all-star player, was treated like this after being bought? Even if Happy was willing to waste talent like that, how could Fang Rui agree to such treatment? Compared to Fang Rui's transfer, his change to Chi Master suddenly became a much more exciting topic of discussion. This is truly an unprecedented decision. If I recall correctly, before you, there's never been a top player who chose to change classes like this, one reporter said. What do you mean? Yishio suddenly interjected, dissatisfied. Didn't I do that too? Silence. This, how to put it? Even if an unspecialized wasn't a real class, it certainly wasn't the Battle Mage class that Yishio had always played. This was indeed a class-changing player, and he was sitting right in front of all of them. How had they missed it? The reporter who had spoken was filled with shame, while the others asked themselves, why hadn't they realized that Yishio was also a class-changing player? And the more attentive reporters now realized another point. I remember, Happis Xiao Yifan, when he was in Tiny Herb, he was using an assassin, but now he's changed classes to a ghost blade. You're correct. Yishio nodded. The reporters glanced at each other. Team Happy actually had 3 class-changing players. Was this Happy's style, some hidden attribute? The purpose of the press conference was primarily to deliver news, so the reporters didn't have much time to ask questions. There was simply no opportunity for them to get to the bottom of this situation. And the one who had obtained the opportunity to do so was Xian, with the exclusive interview. He was now rather smug as he asked about the details. Why did you decide to change classes to Chi Master? Because of Happis' invitation. What kind of invitation was it that could cause you to make such an important decision? An extremely sincere invitation. How sincere? Very, very sincere. Look at my eyes, Fang Rui said. Xian felt like crying. It was no use, he was still too young, too inexperienced. He had no control over this master of playing dirty. Chapter 1137. Happy the Dark Horse. Having accepted an exclusive interview, Fang Rui naturally wouldn't call the reporters over and just mess with them. After making his jokes, he answered the question seriously, from personal to team, and explained his reasons for changing classes. In the following issue of the Esports Home, Xian's exclusive interview naturally made the headlines. This exclusive interview with Fang Rui took the chance to introduce Team Happy's team structure and future plans after the actual interview. This thorough analysis even caught the attention of the pro scene. After reading it, many of the pros suddenly realized that Team Happy's current class combination had many possibilities to it. Just considering Fang Rui's shocking addition, what class was Fang Rui's most familiar partner? A Brawler? Coincidentally, there happened to be a Brawler in Happy's lineup as well. Even though Fang Rui had switched classes to a Chi Master, this didn't mean his familiarity with working with a Brawler would vanish. Then, consider Fang Rui's class switch. The Chi Master had been Yishio's most reliable ally when he had built Excellent Era's dynasty. After that, the Chi Master had consistently been a core class in Excellent Era's lineup. Yishio was very familiar with working with Chi Masters, and Su Muqing wouldn't be alien to it either. In addition, Team Excellent Era's ace had been a battle mage. Coincidentally, Happy also had one. It wasn't hard to imagine that excellent era's traditional strategies would all be realized once more in Happy. After this analysis, everyone finally realized how agreeable Fang Rui's arrangement to transfer to Happy was, as well as how the arrival of a Chi Master would unite Happy. Now, Fang Rui and his Chi Master seemed like Happy's tactical core, connecting all the pro characters. But even if he achieved such an effect, he still wasn't the core of Happy. Who was the core? Even an idiot would know it was Yi Xiu. And what class was Yi Xiu? Unspecialized. There was very little high-end research done on this class, so no one was certain what role it played in the team competition. This was the foundation on which Happy was built, but it was also the most mysterious. Though Yi Xiu and Lord Grimm had appeared quite early on, the people in the pro scene were simply curious. Who would have thought to start researching an unspecialized so soon? But now, Yi Xiu really did return, bringing his unspecialized and a team that didn't seem weak at all. If there was anyone that still looked down on Happy before, then they had to change their minds after Fang Rui's transfer. Yi Xiu, Su Muqing, Fang Rui. This was a team with 3 all-star level players. If this wasn't worthy of careful consideration, then what kind of team was? Naturally, Happy's characters would be a little weaker, their facilities wouldn't be as well established, and their finances would also be a little tighter. However, no one dared underestimate them in a match. With 3 top players, no one would disregard them as a threat. Grassroots? A grassroots team with 3 all-star level players? No one could continue calling them such. Were they a dark horse? Would Happy be a dark horse in this season? Just like last season's Heavenly Swords? No. Not even Heavenly Swords was so dark. That was mostly blown out of proportion on purpose. The discussion that arose around them had garnered them more attention from the people. With more attention, there were also higher expectations. Their darkness had been from public opinion. As for Happy? With 3 all-stars, no one dared to say that they weren't a dark horse. All the Glory-related forums, all the experts and noobs in the scene, even the pro scene, were discussing what sort of impact Happy might have on this season. Happy had suddenly become much more imposing in comparison to when they had fought in the Challenger League. All this came from Fang Rui's arrival, from Happy's daring in completing such a significant transfer. This was an attitude of the players and of the team. An all-star player held Happy in high regard and joined Happy. Happy dared to spend this money on an all-star character, an all-star player. Happy's goal was the championship title? There weren't many people laughing now. A team with 3 all-stars was a strong team in the eyes of normal players, a team that had a right to fight for the championships. Those who were rational were still considering Happy's flaws from different perspectives, but most people had gotten carried away by their excitement over Fang Rui's transfer. Happy, champions! There were people who really did dare yell this sort of slogan. Before now, even Seven Fields and the others, who had been loyal since they had met Yi Xiu in the 10th server, had been too embarrassed to face Happy's goal of winning the championships. But now, any random Glory player could methodically explain how powerful Happy was to you. With this transfer, Happy gained the spotlight once more. That was when the Glory Game Company and the Pro Alliance came knocking. They wanted to begin issuing Team Happy merchandise such as character models, Happy style accounts, etc. The rights to the creation and sale of these products were given to a third party upon joining the alliance, so they didn't have to worry about finding someone to work with. As for the profit, all teams would gain the same percentage of the revenue generated. There was little that the team actually had to do. They just had to provide their appearance and then do well in competitions, gain popularity and promote the sales of their merchandise. In the preliminary plans of the Alliance and the game company, someone as popular as Su Muqing wouldn't be missing. Even last season, when she had gone to the Challenger League with the rest of Excellent Era, merchandise regarding her and her dancing reign were still popular. Now that dancing reign had come to Happy with Su Muqing, the two coming together as a package was a good thing for the merchandise company. For example, the hottest merchandise were character models with Dancing Rain's equipment as a launcher and Su Muqing's actual figure and appearance. In comparison, Chu Yunxiu and Misty Rain were in an awkward situation. The player was a lady but the character was a guy, so they couldn't merge the two together. Thus, in the end, they could only sell Misty Rain's character model. As for the player model, those weren't as popular. Everyone preferred the epic appearance of the character model. No one had noticed this situation at first, but by the time they did, teams like Team Misty Rain were rather depressed. With the high status gained by being in the pro scene and the mutual benefits gained along with the game company, asking to get the character's sex and appearance changed wouldn't do anything to the balance of the game. However, Misty Rain had been a guy for so long. Everyone was used to it already. If they suddenly changed his sex, then their fans probably wouldn't be able to accept that, so Misty Rain could only endure it. But this time, after acknowledging the strength of the twin sisters that Misty Rain had contracted, they decided that they would make sure to not make the same mistake and contacted the game company to change the sex of the two characters while they still had a little influence. Since this change wasn't a game changer, the normal players didn't mind the pro scene having this special benefit. In their eyes, it was a good thing for them to align the sex of the character with the player, especially with two beautiful ladies playing two guys. For Happy, Su Mooching and Dancing Rain were good to go, then there was Tangru and Soft Mist. With her beauty and grace, she was perfect in the alliance. The game company viewed her as a treasure, finding a talented team to create a model of Soft Mist with Tangru's appearance. Then, they just had to hope that Tangru would be able to play well and gain fame. After all, this was a competitive scene. For Happy, they had wanted to create 3 different models and account cards. Su Mooching and Tangru were good, now there was Yi Xiao, who was an entirely different problem. Originally, their hopes for Yi Xiao were even higher than Su Mooching and Tangru. This was a top-tier expert that had hidden himself away for all these years. Now that he was willing to show himself, the Alliance and game company wanted to take this chance. But when it came to collecting the materials, the game company was close to crying. Glory had been designed by them. This, naturally, included the equipment available, and Lord Grimm's mix and match equipment could even cause the game company to be lost in wonder. What sort of talent did you have to manage to find such an ugly combination of equips? When designing the game, they naturally wouldn't make ugly equipment. The equipment would be perfect and beautiful or have some sort of uniqueness to it that left a lasting impression. However, why was Lord Grimm's set so uncomfortable to look at? In that moment, the game company had a thought to cheat and modify Lord Grimm's equipment design and make this mix and match a better sight to look at. But it was only a thought. This sort of change would have too big of an effect. Although the design didn't affect the stats and technically wasn't a game changer, if they made the equipment look good on Lord Grimm, what would they do if the equipment looked terrible when someone else wore it? In the end, it was Lord Grimm's abnormal class choice that made his equipment diverge from the beauty of the game. Experts had observed Lord Grimm's current design for a long time, discussed it for a long time, but they all shook their heads in the end and admitted defeat. The Alliance was depressed, the game company was depressed, but they refused to give up on thinking of a way to profit, coming up with another idea. They were going to make a commemorative version of One Autumn Leaf. Yes, that One Autumn Leaf, one with Yi Xiao's appearance. That would probably make up for many people's disappointment, right? Would it really? Soon enough, someone voiced this doubt. It wouldn't be hard to make this combination right now. Although One Autumn Leaf already belonged to Samsara, they just had to split some of the profits with Samsara and Happy. The problem was that One Autumn Leaf simply didn't have Yi Xiao's appearance, but the model was already very popular. The commemorative version would be simply adding in Yi Xiao's face. Models were based primarily on the impressive designs of the characters. Adding in the player's appearance was just to show their love. The excellent era One Autumn Leaf had garnered a lot of buyers already and was just lacking Yi Xiao's face. Would adding his face really make any difference? After careful consideration, they hesitated. After all, as players of this competitive scene, their value never lay in their faces. Why was this Yi Xiao always so troublesome? The Pro Alliance and Glory Game Company felt like they were going to cry. Chapter 1138. Keep our spots and become the champions. Happy was becoming more and more prosperous by the day. The season hadn't started yet, but the transfers, both accounts and players, were eye-catching enough already. The Pro Alliance and the Glory Game Company were even more worried than happy. Let alone new rising teams in the Alliance, most teams didn't get such treatment. No team was willing to lag behind happy. Everyone was doing their best to find ways to improve. Team Wind Howl, who had been the backdrop behind Fang Rui's transfer, was currently having a headache about what to do with Doubtful Demon. Team Wind Howl displayed quite the benevolence towards Fang Rui's transfer. Even though they would rather offer him as a package with Doubtful Demon, in the end, they didn't make things difficult for Fang Rui if he wanted to leave alone and let it pass. But as a result, dealing with Doubtful Demon became much more complicated. They no longer had a thief player. Doubtful Demon clearly needed to be sold. If not, leaving him there in the team but not using him was just waiting for it to depreciate. Understanding this point, the crafty teams in the Alliance wouldn't be impatient to act. They were planning on patiently waiting. When the time came, they would go and negotiate with a lower price. For a moment, it was as if no one wanted Doubtful Demon. Just when the teams were patiently waiting for the right moment, the sudden news of another transfer disrupted their plan. Team Blue Rain's Lin Feng had been transferred to Team Wind Howl for 3.2 million. The Glory Circle was completely stunned. From the price of 3.2 million, it could be seen that Lin Feng wasn't a top-tier player, but he was a thief player. Team Wind Howl sent away Fang Rui and decided to abandon the thief's dirty playing style. Suddenly, they invited Lin Feng? What were they doing? Could it be that they wanted to raise Doubtful Demon's price, so they intentionally mystified the situation? Quite a few people thought of this possibility, but they also felt it was too ridiculous to believe. But not long afterwards, several skillful people analyzed the background behind this transfer. It was true that thieves were very suitable for playing dirty, but that didn't mean that was the only style they could play. As for Wind Howl, they may have given up on dirty play, but that didn't mean that they had given up on thieves. As a result, the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, may have left, but it was ambiguous if the thief, Doubtful Demon, would leave. When Wind Howl saw that selling Doubtful Demon wasn't going well, they gave their answer: Doubtful Demon would not be leaving. Because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a substitute on Team Blue Rain. He had a few opportunities to appear on stage, but his position wasn't as stable as the core members. Even so, he had his own style. His thief didn't play dirty. Team Blue Rain wasn't suited for playing dirty. As a result, he grabbed the attention of Team Wind Howl. The dirty Doubtful Demon was gone. A new Doubtful Demon had risen. In the press conference for Lin Feng's addition to the team, it wasn't hard to see Team Wind Howl's hopes for the new Doubtful Demon. Up until now, Team Wind Howl's lineup for the new season seemed to have surfaced. After 2 summers, this team had replaced their criminal partners. Their Brawler and Thief were still there, but their players were different. It would be hard to say if the old criminal air around the team would appear again. After Lin Feng transferred, another mid-level transfer came out. Lu Yining, Team Misty Rain's sharpshooter, the best 6th player. The 6th player was oftentimes the main sub in the team competition. The 6th player would sometimes be the person that would turn the situation around. However, at other times, the 6th player wouldn't appear on stage because their team's main 5 players smoothly defeated the opponents without the need for a 6th player. In any case, he was a skilled player. Lu Yining's transfer price of 4.6 million proved this point. In the end, Lu Yining transferred to Team Thunderclap. It was hard not to pay attention to this team. Team Thunderclap had been hard-pressed money for many years. Over their many years of existence, their biggest transfer was to get back their former core character, Life Extinguisher, from Excellent Era. It truly made people speechless. A 4.6 million transfer might not mean too much to some of the powerhouses, but for Team Thunderclap, it was no small sum of money. It looked like this team had quite the ambition this new season. Was it because of Xiao Shiqin's and Life Extinguisher's return? Had Xiao Shiqin found new growth from Excellent Era's defeat? Misty Rain sold their sharpshooter player entirely for the beautiful sisters Shukari and Shukasin to take position. They obviously didn't need to find any replacements. Adjustments had been made to the beautiful sisters' characters, which had been displayed last season. It looked like the new season would be their time to shine. Apart from that, various teams had a few transfers to fix up some minor patches. There were a few retirements and a few rookies selected for promotion. Overall, besides the huge changes from Excellent Era's disbandment, Fang Rui was the only core player to transfer. The other teams followed their usual path and firmly walked along it. Doubt? Wavering? Each year had 2 transfer windows. In reality, these windows were for teams to patch these up. Perhaps an issue popped up during the course of the season, but by the time the transfer window ended, the majority of teams would fix these and start walking again. They might be going at different paces, but every team was advancing forward. 2 months passed by in a flash. On the 9th of January, the transfer window closed. It also happened to be Monday, so the esports home gave a summary of this summer's transfers. There wasn't anything extremely shocking, but every team was moving towards a more steady direction. The transfer window had closed and the new season was about to begin. Each team began announcing their goals. The powerhouses naturally talked about winning the championships. They had the confidence and the strength to back their words. The vast majority of teams could only aim for the playoffs as their goal. They felt too embarrassed to claim that they would become the champions. As for the bottom-tier teams, their goal was to keep their spots. Even though not much attention was paid to them, they definitely had to achieve it. As for Happy? Keep our spot and become the champions. Yishio posted on his Weibo. The following 2 comments were 2 orderly pair of ellipses. For a moment, everyone was speechless. They had heard of the saying, with second secured, strive for first, but keep our spot and become the champions. The 2 goals spoken were like the difference between heaven and earth. How could you say that? As soon as Yishio posted this Weibo, the players on the weak team started livening up. Then our goal will also be to keep our spots and become the champions. Team Heavenly Swords Lu Guaning was the team's boss, captain, and core player. Even if he didn't have any spectacular achievements, he was already destined to be a legend in the history of glory. He suddenly changed his Team Heavenly Swords goal. Soon afterwards, Parade and Radiant also changed their goals for fun. Seconded +1. Keep our spots and become the champions. This slogan suddenly became the most popular slogan this new season. The powerhouses wanted to cry. Striving to become the champions was supposed to be a grandiose and magnificent goal. With all these people inappropriately making a mess out of things, their goals no longer gave off the same feeling. In reality, the teams truly aiming to keep their spots didn't have the heart to joke around. Parade and Radiant shouldn't have much trouble keeping their spots, but they also didn't have much hope for making it to the playoffs. They were the kind that lacked pressure but also lacked motivation, so they could happily joke around. But according to one person, while these later teams might just be joking, was Happy joking? Placing the 2 extremely disparate goals of keeping their spots and being the champions together might be a sign of the uneasiness in the depths of their heart. Yeah, even I can't tell if Happy is strong or weak. It's too scary. Yishio unexpectedly replied to this person. God, Yishio has noticed me. He replied back. This person suddenly dissolved. He was a Yishio fan in the end. F***CK, this Weibo commenter is pathetic. Commenter, stand up. Commenter, what happened? There were a few who cared about the question of Happy's strength. I think we'll know the answer soon. The Pro Alliance's official Weibo actually gave a reply. At the same time, the official Weibo released the new season schedule for the first match. The Samsara vs Happy match was highlighted. Team Samsara, last season's champions. As per convention, the reigning champions would be arranged to play a newly joined team to show the disparity between them. And this newly joined team would be the one invited into the alliance. However, that was just an unwritten tradition, not an established rule. As a result, this season, the reigning champions would be facing Happy, the team that had advanced their way through the Challenger League. Team Miracle felt like crying. Truthfully speaking, the invited teams would usually be favored more than the Challenger League team because the teams that came from the Challenger League were usually the ones relegated from the previous seasons and then revived. Those teams weren't fresh at all. Only these invited teams would be truly new teams. However, Happy was an exception this time. They became the first truly new team that had successfully made their way through the Challenger League. Thus, it was a tragedy for the invited team this time. How could the attention towards them be higher than the attention towards Happy? In the end, the opportunity to have the first match with the reigning champions was given to Happy. Team Miracle wasn't so delusional to think that they could make a name for themselves by beating the reigning champions. However, it had always been a form of care from the alliance towards the new team. It looked like the love was being given to Happy though. It was as if Team Miracle was stuck in their stepmother's home. Even more unfortunate for them was that Team Miracle mainly consisted of Team Excellent Era's old players. Being reduced to a new team and being beaten by Happy were not without a relationship. How could they not be having complicated feelings towards them? Samsara versus Happy might be the Alliance's most hyped welcoming match for a new team. How would this match turn out? From the pro circle to the player circle to the media to the masses, the discussion lasted for days up until 9/5 when the first match took place. The result, Team Samsara swept Team Happy with a clean 10-0. Chapter 1139. Feeling a little rusty. 10-0. A clean sweep. There was no outcome more tragic than this. The ones who disliked Happy were overjoyed. The ones who supported Happy felt worried. The harsher ones had already started trashing Happy, keep our spot and become the champions? Ha ha, good luck on the first half of that. In reality, the newly joined team getting swept by the reigning champions was a common occurrence. Last season, Team Heavenly Swords had also been hyped up, but they returned with Big Zero as well. Of course, the hype towards Team Heavenly Swords and Team Happy were very different. In countless people's eyes, Happy wasn't a weak team. A team with 3 All-Stars was enough to qualify them to compete against any team in the Alliance. However, they were swept clean just like any other new team. It was truly too surprising. In the post-match press conference, the reporters had gathered, but the main guests hadn't arrived yet. The reporters had been quietly discussing this topic for quite a while now. This opening match usually wasn't given much attention. After all, it was a match between a strong team and a weak team. But this time, because of Happy, everyone thought it would be a match worth seeing. No one would have imagined that it would be no different than the opening matches of the past. Finally, Happy's players arrived at the press conference under the guidance of the staff. According to the Alliance's rules, at least 3 players needed to attend the post-match press conference. They could come together or separately. It didn't matter. For players from Happy came out, Yi Xiao, Su Muqing, Fang Rui, Steamed Bun. The 3 All-Stars had appeared. The reporters felt pleased but not satisfied. Everyone in Happy was a huge topic for discussion. The reporters hated how they couldn't have every member of Happy reply to their questions. Where's Team Blue Rain's former captain, a grandpa nearly 30, Wei Chen? Where's the beautiful rookie, Tang Ru? Where's the player who came from a champion team and changed classes, Qiao Yifan? Where's the punk who wasn't all that skilled yet dared to play the #1 most difficult class, a summoner? Where was that infamous scrap picker from the heavenly domain? Where was that cleric, who held an important position but was somewhat lacking? Get over here! Only then would their cravings be satisfied. There was no hope now though. When the 4 appeared, the reporters carefully read their expressions. They wanted to see how they were affected by this disastrous loss. However, all they saw were 4 calm and composed faces. Even Steamed Bun, this new rookie, was unperturbed. Speaking of which, this person had only participated for a brief moment in the final Challenger League press conference, no? He had cultivated such a professional aura that fast? In the blink of an eye, Happy's 4 players took their seats. The press conference began. Numerous reporters raised their hands. Yi Xiao picked a random one. The person picked asked what everyone wanted to know. What are your thoughts on being swept in your opening match? The reporter asked. I'm very calm, but you guys don't seem to be. It's a commonly seen outcome. What's there to panic about? Yishio asked back. Panic? We're not panicking. We're just excited about this subject, okay? The reporters silently criticized. The reporter that had been picked was stumped by this response though. The others could ridicule Yishio in their minds all they wanted, but it wasn't convenient for him to say, we were just excited because you guys got swept. He could only open his mouth and reply with an "ah." In the past, new teams being swept by the reigning champions was a common occurrence, no? Our Happy has always stayed low profile, so of course it turned out the same as everyone else, Yishio said. Ah? I don't think there's ever been a new team that claimed that they would become the champions. You call that low profile? In the end, someone wasn't able to resist and stood up to fire back. You guys don't understand. Yishio said, when Team Heavenly Swords joined the alliance, they had originally wanted to become the champions too, but it was because of my advice that they stayed low profile. In the end, they didn't claim they would become the champions. This reply could be considered a mini-scoop. The reporters at the scene quickly passed this news on to their colleagues on the other side. Coincidentally, the other side was the post-match press conference for Heavenly Swords match. Team Heavenly Swords just happened to be sitting on stage too. The reporters, who received this information, were jumping with joy. Nothing noteworthy had happened and this press conference was about to end. Suddenly, everyone raised their hands in unison and waved it towards the front. This sudden commotion frightened Lu Guaning. Did he say something wrong? For a moment, Lu Guaning didn't dare call on a reporter and immediately recalled what he had just said. But after confirming several times that he had said nothing wrong, he very carefully picked a reporter at the front. This reporter was excited. He was talking before he even stood up. In Team Happy's press conference, God Yishio revealed that Team Heavenly Swords' goal last season had been to become the champions too. It was only because of his advice that you didn't is this true? This reporter was even having trouble finding the right words. Lu Guaning suddenly started to sweat. It got exposed. Become the champions? Heavenly Swords could only say it was a joke. If they actually said it was real, wouldn't they become the jokes? It's just a joke. That was only a joke, Lu Guaning immediately said. Really? Then, when Heavenly Swords claimed that their goal would be to keep their spot and become the champions, could this be your ambition showing? The reporter asked. Every pro player has this kind of ambition, no? Lu Guaning regained his composure and started speaking confidently. It was just a small leak. How could he be stumped by something like this? At Happy's press conference, Yishio was currently talking, speaking of which, hasn't the Alliance always arranged the other new team to challenge the champions? Why did they suddenly arrange for us to challenge the champions? This sudden change really caught us off guard. We thought we'd be playing against those old devils, tyranny. Old devils. Aren't you one too? The reporters were sullen. They really wanted to fire back. However, what they wanted to say wasn't suitable for a place like a press conference. For the first time, the reporters felt like they were the disadvantaged group and could only watch as Yishio rambled on freely. They really wanted to interrupt, but it wouldn't be good to, so they could only stifle their frustration. So you're saying it's the Alliance's arrangements that led to Happy not performing ideally this round? The reporters could only word it in this way. I never said that. Yishio continued to evade the question. Then, what are your thoughts on your own individual performance this match? A reporter asked. In the previous match, Yishio first came out in the group arena as their third player. He went up against Samsara's third player, Juzukai, but lost. Afterwards, in the team competition, Samsara attacked even more ferociously. Happy wasn't able to hang on for very long. If you only took a look at Yishio's performance, it wasn't too bad. He didn't make any terrible mistakes, but there also weren't any particularly bright spots either. It's been too long since I've played a pro match. I was feeling a bit rusty, Yishio replied. What were they supposed to say? It was true that not competing in high-level league would have an impact on his condition, but he seemed quite fierce when he fought against Excellent Era. Was that a good reason? The reporters were doubtful. Their gazes shifted to Su Muqing. Just when they were about to ask, she took the initiative to speak up. It's been too long since I've played a pro match. I was feeling a bit rusty. Su Muqing had faced Samsara's vice-captain, Jiang Buotao, but lost. A copy and paste. The reporters fumed. But the problem was that Su Muqing had been relegated along with Excellent Era for a year. She hadn't played in a high-level league either. After serious consideration, Happy's reasoning held up. Their gazes shifted again. I haven't played a Chi Master in a long time. I was feeling a bit rusty, Fang Rui said. Okay, even though it was another copy-paste answer, it was definitely a legitimate reason. He transferred in the last third of June and switched to a Chi Master. It had only been a month since then. It was normal for him to not do too well in his first match with a new class. Fang Rui was the second player for the group arena. Samsara's Sun Xiong had been the first to come out. After Sun Xiong beat Happy's Tang Ru, he nearly completed a 1v2 and almost beat Fang Rui too. In the end, even though Fang Rui won, it didn't take long for him to lose the second round. He practically left two players for Yishio, and one of those was Juzakai. Good joke. On the other hand, look at how sincere I am, Fang Rui said to Yishio after leaving the stage, and was met with a kick. The reporters received 3. I was feeling a bit rusty. Afterwards, they looked towards Happy's fourth player, Steamed Bun. He came out in the individual competition, but lost to Samsara's all-star grappler, Lu Buiyuan. Steamed Bun had given quite a few frights to the enemy. For a new player, this loss could be considered as an honorable one. He could completely feel satisfied with his performance today. However, Steamed Bun looked at everyone and then immediately copied the previous 3's responses. I've never played in a pro match before. I was feeling a bit rusty. Fuck. What was that supposed to mean? Are you saying that if you weren't feeling rusty, you would have beaten Lu Buiyuan? The others might have been away from the pro scene for too long or switched classes, so feeling rusty was possible, but you're a genuine rookie. What do you mean rusty? You can't be rusty in the first place. Fuck. The reporters could only restrain their desire to curse at them. What an uncomfortable feeling. A few people had even left the venue with their hands against their hips. Those guys had probably left out of anger. What are your thoughts on Happy's future this season? A reporter was determined to keep asking questions. Keep our spot and become the champions, Yishio said earnestly. Become the champions, Su Muqing said. What else did I come here for? Fang Rui said. What happened to keeping our spot? We don't need it anymore. Steamed Bun saw that his 2 seniors had gotten rid of the keep our spot apart and felt discontent. Becoming the champions implies that we'll have kept our spot, Fang Rui lectured Steamed Bun. Oh, that makes sense. Steamed Bun sighed. They couldn't take it any longer. The reporters felt defeated. They had at least found 2 things from this interview though. This sweep hadn't damaged Happy's morale. What's more, Fang Rui seemed to be meshing together well with Happy. At least personality-wise. Chapter 1140. First round. Happy may have been swept by Samsara, but they won versus the press conference reporters. After routing the reporters, the 4 left the stage in high spirits. When they left through the passageway for the players, they just happened to bump into Samsara, who would be participating in the next part of the press conference. Juzakai, Jiang Buotao, Sun Xiong. For the opening round and a good beginning, Samsara hadn't held back and had sent out their 3 all-stars. Even though Sun Xiong's year at Excellent Era had been a devastating failure, he was still young and people still looked highly upon his future. From this match, it could be seen that Sun Xiong was meshing well with Samsara. There was no point talking about the individual competition, but in the team competition, he had done a great job assuming the responsibilities of an attacker. One autumn leaf in the front. Cloud Pisser in the back. The duo tore apart Happy's formation as if everyone in Happy was a dead branch. It was easy to foresee that this wouldn't be the only time the duo would go on a rampage. This duo would certainly become a nightmare in the entire alliance for a long time. Many reporters were already describing them in this way. Senior. After bumping into Happy in the passageway, Samsara's Jiang Buotao gave a polite greeting to Yi Xiu. The winners would often console the losers. It seemed like Jiang Buotao wanted to do the same. I'm glad to see how outstanding the younger generation is. Yi Xiu sighed. Sun Slong rolled his eyes. Because of this person, he had been put into a difficult situation. However, he had gained a lot of experience from these failures. But if it had to be said that he felt gratitude for Yi Xiu beating him, Sun Slong wasn't so sweet. He still wanted to ruthlessly crush him. In today's match, he had gone all out, and Samsara had achieved a perfect victory. However, in his heart, he didn't feel like he had beaten Yi Xiu. Was it because it wasn't a direct confrontation? Sun Slong was somewhat puzzled. Before anyone in Samsara could reply, Fang Rui nodded his head. Yes, I'm glad too. Ju Zikai stared at Fang Rui but didn't say anything. Ha ha, aren't you and little Ju both from the same generation? Jiang Buotao laughed. Really? Who told him to always be so quiet? I forgot. Fang Rui said. Pro players should speak with their play. Jiang Buotao said. Okay, I'll give a good talk with you guys next time. Fang Rui said. See you next time. See you next time. The two sides departed after a brief exchange. Samsara's press conference went more like how an opening round press conference should go. Most of the discussion was focused on their goals for the new season. Their new player Sun Slong was given a lot of attention and was asked about his thoughts on Samsara and how he was fitting in with the team. The four passed through the player passageway and returned to the guest team's lounge at Samsara's stadium. They didn't take a moment to sit down and take a break. They pushed open the door and called out to the others inside, "Let's go!" Happy left Samsara's stadium and returned to City H with their 0 points. Saying that they didn't care at all about their 0 points obviously wasn't possible. On the plane, Chenghua was just sitting and she wasn't feeling comfortable. She looked at Su Muqing, who was seated next to her, and wanted to chat, but then she saw that Su Muqing was looking at the tablet in Yi Xiu's hands. What's he watching? Chenghua asked curiously. The VOD for the match that just ended. Su Muqing said. Oh. Chenghua didn't say anything more. Happy wasn't the only one playing their first match. Happy was already on their way back home. The matches going on in the other stadiums had already ended as well. Team Miracle, the other new team alongside Team Happy, hadn't received the champion sweep. Instead, they had been swept by Team Tyranny. Truthfully speaking, Team Miracle wasn't that bad. They had joined when Team Excellent Era disbanded. Seizing this opportunity, they had fished up quite a few things including 3 of Team Excellent Era's players. In terms of their players, Team Miracle was actually superior to last season's Team Heavenly Swords. Unfortunately, apart from some leftovers from Team Excellent Era, Team Miracle didn't bring anything fresh to the alliance, so the attention received was less than that of last year's Team Heavenly Swords. Speaking of Team Heavenly Swords, their announcement that Sun Jiping would be returning and joining their team had led to a heated discussion. After all, the last time they checked, Sun Jiping had been with Happy in the Challenger League. Everyone thought that he would return along with Happy. Who would have thought that he would turn around and run to Team Heavenly Swords? For Heavenly Swords' opening match, they happened to be matched with 100 Blossoms. First, it was Zhong Jiala. Then, it was Sun Jiping. 100 Blossoms' 2 kings had retired then returned, but neither of them chose to go back to their team. When Zhong Jiala returned, the fans cried and cursed, unable to understand and accept it. As for Sun Jiping? When he had fought with Happy in the Challenger League, people had foreseen this development. However, Sun Jiping had been away from the scene for a long time now. The sentiment towards him had lessened drastically. What's more, when he returned, he had been in the Challenger League, so everyone felt like he wasn't being too serious about it and was just having some fun. On the other hand, Zhong Jiala had returned and joined Tyranny. It was obvious that he had gone over because of their fame. In comparison, Sun Jiping's return truly didn't set off any big waves. There was still some noise though. The reporters also knew that this could be considered a noteworthy topic. As a result, in the press conference, someone tossed out this question. Sun Jiping's return didn't unfold as magnificently as Zhong Jiala's, but Sun Jiping himself was a lot fiercer than Zhong Jiala. When he was asked why did you choose Heavenly Swords and not 100 Blossoms, his reply was just 3 words, I wanted to. Everything there was to know about Sun Jiping's situation had pretty much been uncovered when he had been with Happy. Everyone already knew that his hand injury wasn't fully healed. He could play, but he couldn't play for long. He was incapable of becoming a pro team's main force. Thus, many smart people had already guessed why Sun Jiping chose to go to Heavenly Swords. He clearly had an appropriate reason that everyone could understand, but instead, he gave this 3-word reply. I wanted to indicated that he wasn't going to give an explanation. This was just how Sun Jiping was. His hand injury meant that he could never become a true pro player again, but he himself hadn't changed. In the match between 100 Blossoms and Heavenly Swords, 100 Blossoms won 8-2. Heavenly Swords had won 2 points in the individual competition, one of which had been gotten by Sun Jiping. Many people felt it was regrettable. It had been many years since he had left the pro scene, yet even with an injury, he could still perform to such a level. If he hadn't gotten his injury, what status would Sun Jiping have in the current pro scene? Unfortunately, there were no IFS in this world. Apart from that, the opening round had 7 other matches. There weren't too many particularly noteworthy confrontations. This was also how the Pro Alliance always arranged the league schedule. It was the opening round. Satisfying the fans' curiosity towards the team's adjustments during the summer was enough. They didn't need to set up anything special. 7 matches. Team Blue Rain beat Team Bright Green 9-1. Team Tiny Herb swept Team Lightly 10-1. Team Wind Howl beat Team Conquering Clouds 9-1. Team Misty Rain beat Team Seaside 8-2. Team Void barely beat Team 301 6-4. Team Thunderclap beat Team Parade 7-3. Team Royal Style beat Team Radiant 7-3. There were no surprises. The teams that should have won. The teams that should have lost. Although, in regards to the competitive format, with everyone vying for points, there wasn't technically a win or lose. However, out of habit, everyone still considered the team with more points as the winner and the other team as the loser for every match. From this first round, the placings were currently Tyranny, Samsara, and Tiny Herb tied for first with 10 points. Wind Howl and Blue Rain tied for fourth with 9 points. Misty Rain at 6th with 8 points. Royal Style and Thunderclap tied for 7th with 7 points. In last were obviously the 3 teams that hadn't won a single point, Happy, Miracle, and Lightly. Team Lightly was a mid-tier team in the Alliance, neither good nor bad and rather invisible. Author's note, yes, very invisible. It wasn't until I officially started writing about the Pro League did I realize that there was still one team missing out of 20. And thus, Team Lightly was born. If they matched against a powerhouse, losing badly was nothing surprising. As for Happy and Miracle, the Alliance's tradition continued. Who had these two face against the finalists last season? These 3 teams all had 0 points, but Happy was thrown to the bottom. Unfortunately, placings were done by points and then by reverse alphabetical order. Happy started with the letter H, which came before Miracle's M and Lightly's L star. Season 10's opening round ended with these results. It was hard to predict how this season would go based on these results though. It was just that Happy, the team that had been hyped, was swept by Samsara, so Happy was once again an unfathomable mystery. Was Happy a good team or a bad team? The media was discussing this question. The players were discussing this question. But all of them were simply outsiders in the scene. The ones with the headache were the Alliance's teams. They were the ones who needed to rack their brains to figure out how they should be looking at Happy. Each team found something from the VOD of Happy versus Samsara. This information was too precious. In general, there were practically no recordings of Happy against high skill level. Only last year's match versus Happy could be considered as one. As soon as they started studying Happy, all of the teams realized that there were many things needed to be studied. Not only did Happy have a bunch of rookies, even among the 3 old veterans, they were only sort of familiar with Sumuching. The other 2 had switched classes. Since they had started again from scratch, it meant that the teams needed to start up their research on them from scratch too. It was a bit better for Fang Rui. There were footsteps to follow. However, Yishio made them feel nauseated. Unspecialized? Everyone knew what an unspecialized was. They knew the theory behind one and could train one too. But the problem was that they didn't have a myriad manifestations umbrella. An unspecialized without the myriad manifestations umbrella was completely different from an unspecialized with one. They had no way of testing an unspecialized themselves, nor could they imitate one. Their only source of information was from match VODs. There were really only 2 matches significant enough to watch though, so they could only watch these over and over again. Yishio was clearly someone that everyone was incomparably familiar with, but he was a completely mystery right now. This sort of feeling didn't feel good at all. You bastard! You've already retired, so why'd you have to return? If you're going to return, why'd you switch classes? If you're going to switch classes, why'd you have to choose an unspecialized? If you're going to choose an unspecialized, why'd you have to have an exclusive weapon? Chapter 1141. Which match to watch? In the eyes of the pro teams, Happy was a troublesome existence. In the past, when had they ever needed to spend so much effort studying a new alliance team? Those teams on the border of relegations were no different than cheerleader teams in the eyes of the powerhouses. However, for Happy, they felt uneasy not taking them seriously. Fortunately, matches were played one by one. Over the entire season, each team would at most bump into Happy twice. The teams scheduled far from Happy weren't in a rush. On the other hand, the teams scheduled closer to Happy were rather worried, such as Team 100 Blossoms, who would be playing Happy next. Team 100 Blossoms had made it to the playoffs last season and even gave quite the trouble to Team Tyranny. After waving goodbye to Blood and Blossoms, their team became better and better. Yu Feng, the new generation's #1 berserker, stood firm in Team 100 Blossoms. His strength had erased Sun Jiping's influence to some extent. Along with the passing of time, Team 100 Blossoms had been rather indifferent about encountering Sun Jiping, at least, they hadn't been as nervous as facing Happy. Because 100 Blossoms was a team on the fringe of the playoff level, it was very possible that a slight slip would lead to their playoff spot being taken, so in their view, Happy was an especially worrisome opponent. The difference in points this round might determine which of the 2 teams would be making into the playoffs. However, no matter how diligent they might be, there were only 2 real matches of Happy to look at. In their match against Excellent Era, Happy had displayed closely interlinked and masterful strategic planning, but against Samsara, before Happy could even get their tactics going, Samsara had scattered them. Samsara is even stronger this season. Team 100 Blossoms cleric, Mo Chu Chen, said. But soon afterwards, under the gazes of everyone else in the team, Mo Chu Chen shifted topics in a fluster. Focus on Happy, focus on Happy. Yes, he had mistaken what was important here. But the problem was that there really wasn't much to see from Happy this match. Happy hadn't been able to display any of their tactics before collapsing. In the post-match press conference, Happy threw the word rustiness left and right, leading to a complete collapse of the reporters. But from Team 100 Blossom's careful analysis, they felt like this rustiness might really be the truth. Samsara had won 2 consecutive championships. Their strength didn't need to be questioned. Their team was an aggressive team, especially after the addition of Sun Strong and one Autumn Leaf. With such strong attackers, their tempo only quickened. As a result, when Happy ran into Samsara, from their performance in the team competition, they indeed had been overwhelmed by Samsara's fast pace. Happy's decisions were always a half beat too slow. Even though they tried hard to make adjustments to their tactical rhythm, by the time they finished adjusting, Samsara was already on the next beat. After all, Samsara was different than Excellent Era. Excellent Era was a team that Yi Xiao understood all too well. When fighting against Excellent Era, his tactics were clearly targeted towards them. Excellent Era had also been crushing noobs in the Challenger League for an entire year, so they had somewhat fallen from the pace of the pro scene. How could they compare to the reigning champions? Happy needed to adapt to the pace of the pro matches. 400 Blossoms, this was undoubtedly good news. Thus, the general direction of this upcoming match was more or less confirmed now. Fight fast. 100 Blossoms players reached a consensus. As for the specifics, each team had their own class compositions and styles. For the following week, they would be undergoing targeted practice for utilizing this play style. This was the pro scene. This was a pro match. How each battle played out depended on the opponents. The week passed quickly. The second round of the league had begun. In this round, there were two important matches. The first was between Team Happy and Team 100 Blossoms. Everyone had been discussing how strong Happy was exactly over the course of the week. The other match was between Team Thunderclap and Team Void. After Xiao Shiqin returned to Thunderclap, there had been a few more adjustments made during the summer transfer window, revealing the team's newfound ambition. As for Void, their dual Ghost Blades were legendary, but this duo always gave people a feeling that these two weren't able to support the general picture. However, people saw room for growth from Void, not from transfers but from the interior. Last season, Blue Rain's rookie Lu Hanwen shined. In his first year in the Alliance, he had been chosen as an all-star. Another star was rising. In the end, the best rookie went unsurprisingly to Lu Hanwen. However, was this decision truly without controversy? For Team Void's fans, that was absolutely not the case. Last season, a formidable rookie had appeared in their team too. An exorcist, Ji Saijie. Ji Saijie was 19 this year. No matter how it was looked at, he was at an age brimming with youth. However, placed among pro players in a competitive scene getting younger and younger, compared to the 15-year-old Lu Hanwen, the 19-year-old Ji Saijie was immediately labeled with traits such as mature and staid, words that didn't suit youths. Ji Saijie was indeed a serious person with an air of a great general. Alongside Glory's famous Ghost Blade duo, he displayed a terror never before seen in a rookie. His performance was always consistent. Even though the Ghost Blade duo was still the core of Team Void, the air of a leading role appeared around him. This wasn't him trying to overtake his seniors. It was simply his play style. He was someone with the potential to become the core of a team, a person that could carry the team's banner. Everyone had always been waiting for a good helper to the Ghost Blade duo, but right now, a youth, who sometimes made the Ghost Blade duo change from leads to support, had appeared. The two seniors seemed to have no disagreements towards him. And whenever Team Void's Ji Saijie performed spectacularly, they always obtained good results. For this type of player, even if he didn't grow to become the core of a team, he would still be a great general in a team. It was just a pity that his seriousness made him different than Lu Hanwen, who was brimming with energy and passion. The attention towards him was far less. Team Void had always been lamenting at this injustice. In the selection for Best Rookie, Lu Hanwen snatched away the majority of the votes, leaving a huge gap between the second-place Ji Saijie. This didn't affect Ji Saijie though. Another summer had passed and he became even more mature. Last season, he had been the new rookie of the team and now he had already become a player that Team Void couldn't lack. The opening round of the league further proved this point. In the opening round, Team Void fought against Team 301 in a bitter battle. In this round, Ji Saijie had been crucial to the points won by Team Void. He had won a point in the individual competition. In the team competition, Team 301 took the initiative, but he stood firm and led the team for a counterattack, resulting in a huge victory. In the post-match press conference, Team 301's captain, Yang Tsong, praised Ji Saijie. He even said that Ji Saijie reminded him of Wang Jieshi despite their playstyles being entirely different. Afterwards, Team 301's all-star grappler Li Yihue, who had once been a part of Team Tiny Herb but had been traded for Team 301 Shu Bin, also expressed his approval towards his captain's praise for Ji Saijie. Team Thunderclap vs Team Void was the match chosen to be broadcast. Even though everyone's curiosity towards Happy hadn't been erased, the broadcast could only choose a single match. They couldn't only broadcast Happy's matches this season, no? On the 9th of December, the second round of the Glory Professional League's 10th season started. The viewers tuning into watch saw Team Void Stadium as scheduled. But the commentator Pan Lin seemed to be even more uneasy than anyone else. Hello friends, this is the second round of the Glory Professional League's 10th season, Thunderclap vs Void. The players on both sides have entered the stadium. First up will be the individual competition, of course. And at the same time, there's another important match between 100 Blossoms and Happy, which is taking place in City H. I'm sure everyone knows that after Excellent Era was defeated in the Challenger League last season, their boss Dao Xian sold practically all of Excellent Era's assets. Many people probably thought that Excellent Era's competitive stadium was a part of these assets, but in reality, Excellent Era's stadium used to be called Shaoshan Gymnasium, a public gymnasium in City H. When the Glory Professional League was established, the competition soon needed this type of venue, so Excellent Era rented it for long-term use. Later on, the name was changed to the Excellent Era Stadium. The lease was suspended ahead of time and the stadium has returned to the original Shaoshan Gymnasium. Right now, Happy is temporarily leasing it for their stadium. In truth, this isn't surprising. This is the only venue in City H with the conditions to display Glory's projection technology. Ahem. A cough interrupted Pan Lin's introduction. After a pause, Pan Lin realized that he was currently commentating the match between Thunderclap and Void, but after only a short introduction, he had suddenly shifted focus to Happy. The director had told him to give updates on the situation between Happy and 100 Blossoms. It would be enough to just say a few words when a result came out. He wasn't supposed to go too far though. Let's get back to the scene. Pan Lin immediately pulled the subject back from Shaoshan Gymnasium. His old partner Leaderboard gave a loud laugh. It looks like our little Pan has quite the interest in the match between 100 Blossom and Happy. We'll be giving updates on that match from time to time. Pan Lin said. Okay, the match between Thunderclap and Void will be starting soon. First up is the individual competition. The first two players to come up will be Thunderclap's Dai Yinchi and Void's Li Zun. Pan Lin started focusing on the present match. And at the same time, standing inside the venue renamed at Shaoshan Gymnasium, Yi Xiao let out a deep sigh. Even though the name had changed, the venue itself hadn't. The only addition to it was equipment for the projection technology. I'm back. A year and 8 months to stand back here. My name has changed. My character has changed. But my will to compete will never change. I'll be going. Yi Xiao called out to his teammates and stepped towards the stage. Dai Yinchi has opened fired. For now, Li Zun is unable to approach and is moving around. A beautiful air jump. He jumped backwards in mid-air to dodge the magic coming at him. Happy sent out Yi Xiao as their first player. The viewers tuning into the match were listening to Pan Lin commentating the intense battle between Elementalist and Assassin when a piece of news about Happy suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Chapter 1142. A nervous rookie. Yi Xiao was the first one to walk onto the stage for Happy. Pan Lin was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in the stadium, including the players from Team 100 Blossoms, were astonished. According to the usual practices, the ace player would appear in the group arena to fight for the 2 points. The ace player rarely appeared in the individual competition. With Happy's arrangements, was Happy giving up on the group arena, targeting the 3 points in the individual competition? There was no need to dwell on this thought. The list of names for the matches were set before the game. Zhang Xinran from Team 100 Blossoms went on stage for this away game. Who was Zhang Xinran? Before this match, no one knew. He was a rookie promoted from the 100 Blossoms training camp this season. When his name was submitted to the league in the new season's players list, it could be considered as his first public appearance in the circle. After that, he appeared Esport Home September 1st edition, introducing the team rosters for the Alliance's 20 teams. All officially registered appeared in this list. Important transfers would have short introductions, but Zhang Xinran only had his name listed and popped up on 100 Blossoms team roster just like this. No press conference had been convened for him, so no reporters thought about interviewing him. He was not a rookie who had gained the adoration of millions, but the team gave him a chance because of his skill. He became an official player and waited for the chance to appear on stage. Then, he would use his play to earn a name for himself in the league. 100 Blossom didn't send him up for the opening match, so he sat idly on the bench. However, he wasn't annoyed. Unless he was one of those so-called heavenly talents, this was something almost all rookies had to experience, even more so in Team 100 Blossoms. They had watched as player came out of their training camp, sign a contract with them, and sit on the bench. He found opportunities here and there. He gradually became a part of the main roster, then the core of the team, then a god in the Alliance. Tang Hao. For every rookie sitting on the benches, there was nothing more encouraging than Tang Hao's story. Zhang Xinran inherited Delillo, the Brawler account Tang Hao left behind when he left 100 Blossoms. He promised himself that he would be like Tang Hao and conquer the world, starting from the bench. He was able to get a chance to fight in their second round. For someone who knew Tang Hao's story very well, he knew that he had gained an opportunity even earlier than Tang Hao. This fact raised his spirits. He was moved and excited and didn't even sleep well last night. He could finally step onto the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent just had to be Yi Xiao. Who didn't know of Yi Xiao's accomplishments in the early days? New rookies didn't feel too pressured facing him though. This was because that era of glory was too far in the past. Only players who had played glory for over 10 years had the chance to personally witness that era. Zheng Xinyan obviously hadn't played glory for that long. By the time he started playing glory and entered 100 Blossoms training camp, Yi Xiao had already been labeled as outdated. Not long afterwards, he retired. When he returned, Excellent Era disbanded. Zhang Xinran indeed admired the amount of commotion this god could make, but he only started to learn about Yi Xiao's skill when his team was preparing to fight Happy. Like everyone else, he only knew about the unspecialized and the myriad manifestations umbrella in theory, but not much in actual practice. Team 100 Blossoms had been distressed for this very reason. However, Zheng Xinran was relatively at ease because he didn't think he would have the opportunity to fight Yi Xiao. He would be appearing in the individual competition, so the team competition was irrelevant. He didn't expect to meet Happy's core and god in the individual competition. However, what he didn't think would happen happened. He was a rookie who would playing in his first competitive match in his professional career. Unfortunately, he just had to face a god who had fought hundreds of battles. The thunderous applause given to Yi Xiao in the stadium caused half of Zhang Xinran's body to go numb. He realized that competition wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Why did he feel so suffocated in such a big stadium? Happy was a new team that had only recently entered the league, yet they already had so many fans. So noisy. Zhang Xinran entered the player booth. The player booth was completely cut off from the outside world. However, his brain was still in a mess. The amount of noise and the feeling of suffocation lingered in his mind, and he was unable to wipe it away. 1 minute had passed. Yi Xiao pressed ready after logging on with Lord Grim and joining the arena room. However, there was no sign of activity from Zhang Xinran. What happened? The crowd became restless, so the referee immediately took action to see what was up with Zhang Xinran. Then, he saw a player whose body was completely rigid and tense. It was pressure. The referee was experienced and this wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. He only needed to glance at the player to tell that he was too nervous. "Are you ready?" The referee sighed and knew the player was definitely not prepared, but the match couldn't give him limitless time to prepare. He could only confirm with this method, if he was ready, then the match would start at once, if not, then he would forfeit. Zhang Xinran obviously knew the rules, so he immediately nodded. Under the guidance of the referee, he logged on, entered the room with his character, and pressed ready. They soon reached the end of the countdown. Both Lord Grim and DeLillo loaded into the map. DeLillo was the character Tang Hao had previously used. When he had been present, 100 Blossoms made an effort to upgrade it. But after his departure, 100 Blossom went back to their old Berserker and Spitfire combo. DeLillo was no longer an account the club focused on. After the level 75 update, DeLillo naturally wasn't a priority. Now that the account had been handed down to a rookie, the majority of the equipment was still as Tang Hao had left it. Upgrades in the equipment were made through upgraded level 75 orange equipment instead of upgraded level 75 silver equipment. In comparison, Happy's character weakness wasn't so obvious before DeLillo. Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestation Umbrella was at level 70. Even though he didn't have any other silver equipment, a full set of level 75 orange equipment was enough to compare with silver equipment at level 70. As for character player suitability, in reality, only the powerhouses had the resources to be so picky. The moment Yishio entered the room, he had Lord Grim sprint ahead. As for Zhang Xinran, he was still in a daze. He didn't do anything and was still trying to sort out his emotions. The audience didn't know about Zhang Xinran's situation. All they saw was that the old general was charging forward impatiently, while the rookie Kami stood his ground. Had those two switched accounts? The audience didn't know about Zhang Xinran's situation, neither did Yishio. Yishio didn't have any way to learn about such a new rookie, so he could only learn as the match progressed. However, when Lord Grim reached the center of the map, he didn't see his opponent. Is he moving strategically? For any pro player, this observation was instinctive. Yishio immediately looked over the terrain. This was a home game for Happy, so they picked the map themselves. Even if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't walk the wrong way on this map. He immediately took note of any locations that were possible for a sneak attack, but he couldn't sense any movement from the opponent. Is he playing dirty? Yishio wondered. The Brawler was a class that could play dirty, so Yishio took caution and carefully looked around. He had Lord Grim move ahead while deliberately making mistakes. No response. Zhang Xinran from 100 Blossom was still trying to regain his composure at the spawn point, so he hadn't moved. Even if the audience watched from a bird's eye view, none of them knew what was happening. Those who had watched Happy's matches in the Challenger League sent glances towards Wei Chen at Happy's bench. Playing dirty by standing at the spawn point was similar to this old player. Happy had once used this tactic against their opponents. Was this retribution for Happy? If this was the Challenger League, the audience might have been a bit excited, but this was different. This was an official league match, as well as a home game for Happy. Even though their popularity couldn't be compared with the early years of Excellent Era, it was definitely enough for the bottom-tier and mid-tier teams be jealous of. Having a large audience meant that a lot of people bought tickets. This was probably where teams earned most of their day-to-day income from. At this home game, Happy's fans started to feel a little worried. They were afraid of the strange moves this foreign rookie from 100 Blossoms would make. The atmosphere in the stadium started to grow heavy. Everyone watched Lord Grim gradually get closer to DeLillo while the latter was calm as always. At last, the two characters appeared in each other's view. Yishio saw DeLillo, and Zhang Xinran saw Lord Grim. After that, DeLillo charged forward. He sprinted straight without showing any signs of turning. There was no touch of tactics as he advanced straight ahead as if this was the deciding point. He must be scheming something. The audience thought to themselves. If this were really the deciding point in the match, what was he doing earlier? Was he just standing there to nurture his strength while exhausting the enemy? Frankly speaking, that wasn't possible in Glory. Many players would do random ineffective actions before they encountered their opponent as warm-up. There must be some sort of scheme within all this for Zhang Xinran to just wait there doing nothing. It was just like what Wei Chen had done at Happy. The audience didn't have time to think any further because the two had started fighting already. 100 Blossoms Zhang Xinran, a schemer in everyone's minds, was sent flying backgrounds in the first exchange. The audience was stunned, and Yishio was also a bit astonished. He had been 120% careful and had numerous variations and follow-ups prepared after Falling Flower Palm, but it turned out that Falling Flower Palm was all it took to send him flying away. As for his follow-up, Lord Grim missed when he struck with his spear. This was a rare mistake for veterans like Yi Xiao. It was simply because that palm hitting was too surprising. The moment DeLillo was about to reach the ground after being blown away, his body twitched and he lay flat on the ground. What is he doing? Yi Xiao was dumbstruck. To even fail to quick recover, was he really a pro player? Even Yi Xiao was slightly dazed. He was playing in a pro match, right? He wasn't in the arena or the Challenger League, torturing scrubs, right? Is it a trap? Yi Xiao didn't move forward and instead used long-ranged skills. After a chain of ferocious attacks, his heart finally steadied. It was impossible for this to be a trap. If it was, then this was way overboard. The player before him was simply playing really bad for some reason. Lord Grim rushed forward without any hesitation. He dispatched his opponent cleanly and won. The audience was dumbstruck. They even forgot to applaud and cheer for their team. What happened? This victory was too simple. Was 100 Blossoms deliberately playing badly? Chapter 1143. An ordinary veteran. Zhang Xinran wasn't the first rookie to lose a battle because of nerves, nor would he be the last. But no rookie would ever want their very first battle to have such an embarrassing ending. This was the very first point obtained by Happy in the Pro League, a memorable point won by Yi Xiao. The story stopped there, though, since there was nothing memorable about the process of winning the point. This wasn't a match to be proud of. Somehow, Happy won the point just like that. Aside from the judge, who had seen with his own eyes how nervous Zhang Xinran was, the only others who could really understand what had happened were his 100 Blossom teammates. Others didn't know anything about Zhang Xinran, but his teammates understood his skill very well. After all, he was sent out for this official match because he had the skill necessary to possibly achieve a win. But in the end, his performance didn't suit his actual abilities at all. The 100 Blossoms players thought, and immediately knew that he had been too nervous. It was common to be nervous, but strange to be nervous to this extent. But they couldn't put more pressure on Zhang Xinran after this. When he came off stage, his teammates spoke words of comfort and encouragement to him, until the judge called for the second individual competitor to go on stage. Zhong Wei. An ordinary name that couldn't get any more ordinary, just like his professional career. Zhong Wei was a veteran player. After debuting in Season 3, he had played continuously for Team 100 Blossoms. He wasn't particularly talented, nor did he show any sort of breakthrough growth. Through the years, he was just another ordinary member of 100 Blossoms. He had seen Blood and Blossoms wreak havoc upon the Alliance. He had seen Sun Chiping's tragic injury and untimely retirement. He had seen Zhong Jiala alone but still persevering in the fight. He had seen Tang Hao's rapid rise from a benchwarmer to a god at the peak of the Alliance. All of this took place right beside him, and he experienced it all, yet hadn't changed afterwards. In the end, he was just a very ordinary member of 100 Blossoms. There were actually many pro players like this. They weren't very eye-catching, and they wouldn't often come up in the media or in conversations between ordinary gamers. However, they were still a very important component of the Alliance. It was just like how in real life, the majority of people were just ordinary people. Pro players were an extraordinary subset of glory players, and Zhong Wei and the others were the most ordinary of this subset. The second player in the individual competition for 100 Blossoms away match at Happy was this ordinary player, Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei went on stage, entered the player booth, swiped his account card, logged into the game, and joined the match room. He had repeated this process many times over the years and so didn't need any sort of preparation. To him, it was as simple as eating a meal. Soon after entering the room, he saw his opponent enter, Steamed Bun Invasion. Oh, it's that confusing player. Zhong Wei thought back to the research they had done prior to this match. This player named Bao Rongxing had earned that evaluation. This guy. He had good technical skill for sure, but his performance in matches was sometimes good and sometimes bad. If that were his only problem, they could just treat him as a player whose condition was unstable. But this guy? Sometimes his good would become bad, and sometimes his bad would miraculously produce good. His play followed no rules, and so it was impossible to devise any tactics to counter him. In the end, the plan was just 4 words: play it by ear. And now the task of playing by ear had fallen upon Zhongwei's head. Countdown. Loading match. Zhongwei's character was a witch called Endless Forest. Although he was an ordinary player, he had played in 100 Blossoms for many years now, and his position was relatively stable, so his character Endless Forest was fairly good. Of course, it couldn't compare to Vicaria. Zhongwei had debuted the same year as Wang Jieshi and played the same class, but his name was never mentioned with Wang Jieshi's, because in people's eyes there was nothing to compare. Zhongwei used this decent witch, Endless Forest. The strategy of this match was to play by ear, so Zhongwei's original plan was to open with strategic change of position. But the map that Happy had chosen was simple and flat. With no cover, there was no way to surprise the opponent, so he had no choice but to directly charge forward. Steen Bun didn't hesitate at all. As soon as the match started, he brazenly charged out, at the same time sending a message: "Let's decide the winner." "All right." Upon seeing the opponent's message, Zhongwei sent a reply. Soon enough, without dodging, or rather with nowhere to dodge, the two players met at the center of the map. Both Brawler and Witch were close to mid-range fighters, but the Witch's range of control was a bit larger. As a mage, a Witch absolutely had to have some sort of AoE. Zhongwei's actions were extremely simple. Endless Forest tossed a lava flask, which was the most common opening move for witches in PvP. Throw a lava flask, it didn't matter if you burned the opponent, just limit their movements. If they didn't want to suffer damage from the lava, they could only go around. Okay, he's jumping over here. The lava flask had instantly turned the area into a field of lava, but Steen Bun Invasion leapt into the air. With a powerful knee attack, half jumping half attacking, he continued straight towards Endless Forest. He managed to avoid the lava flask this way, but this kind of attack was just too reckless. Endless Forest stepped to the side, and with a wave of his sleeve, a dark purple shadow flew out. It was the Witch skill Night Cloak, which could grab, and because it had a higher priority than knee attack, the grab could not be avoided with this skill. The mid-air Steen Bun Invasion looked like he crashed right into the Night Cloak, and he was immediately bound by the shadows and fell into the lava. But Zhongwei wouldn't let him get away with just that amount of damage. Endless Forest raised his broom and prepared to launch further attacks, only to see something small flying toward him and steadily growing larger. In an instant it filled his field of view, and he was hit by the brick. When was this brick thrown? Zhongwei didn't know, but he was sure that it was before his Night Cloak, otherwise it would have been interrupted by the Night Cloak's grab. And now, the brick had hit him and interrupted his attack, while the binding effect of Night Cloak had worn off already. Steen Bun Invasion was in the lava, and although he was taking damage, it didn't affect his movements. Tyrannical Chain Punch. Zhongwei immediately wanted to have Endless Forest to dodge, but it was already too late. Steen Bun Invasion was right in front of him. He got up and turned over, ignoring the lava's damage and coming with a ruthless hammering blow. Zhongwei would suffer in this exchange. But he didn't really understand Steen Bun Invasion's usage of Tyrannical Chain Punch right now. Although this was a fierce attack, there were no good follow-up skills. It would make more sense to first use some smaller attacks to pave the way, then finish the combo with a Tyrannical Chain Punch. But Steen Bun Invasion was decisive, directly using the final step and leaving it at that. Right, leaving it at that. After the Tyrannical Chain Punch, Steen Bun Invasion rolled backward and retreated. This was the motion prescribed by the system at the end of this skill and was unavoidable. Of course, Endless Forest, who had just been battered by the Tyrannical Chain Punch, wouldn't be able to counterattack in such a short period of time. Otherwise, this attack would just become a skill where after it was used the player would be forced to suffer an attack. So after this, the two characters stood up at almost the same time, and tossed out items at the same time. Steamed Bun Invasion used Sand Toss, while Endless Forest used a Disperse Powder. If the opponent had any buffs, the Disperse Powder would get rid of them, and if they didn't, then the Disperse Powder would reduce their speed. The two scattered materials intersected in midair and continued toward their targets, neither affecting the other. Because they were close to each other and were both attacking, neither had time to dodge, and they were both struck at the same time. Steamed Bun Invasion's movements instantly became slower, and Endless Forest had been a little late in turning his camera, so the sand toss reached his face. His field of view turned black. Being blind didn't mean that you couldn't move, so Rongfei immediately had Endless Forest to jump backward. The blind effect from sand toss didn't last very long, while the effects of Disperse Powder would last a solid 10 seconds. After the blind wore off, he would still have plenty of time to counterattack. Rongfei hopped backwards in darkness, but while doing so suddenly felt like his character had been hit by something. After seeing the status effect appear, he was startled. Wasn't this the lowered speed effect caused by Disperse Powder? Tooth for tooth. Rongfei immediately knew that Steamed Bun had used this skill before his Disperse Powder, which allowed him to secretly learn the Disperse Powder skill. But as to why Steamed Bun activated Tooth for Tooth, Rongfei couldn't understand at all. Even though the events had already passed and Disperse Powder had been stealthily learned, Rongfei still couldn't understand why he would make such a move. Using such a powerful attack and then a Disperse Powder just pulled their speeds to the same level, he hadn't established any sort of advantage. While he was confused, the blind wore off and his vision recovered, only for him to see Steamed Bun Invasion charging toward him. There was still a large distance between them. How would Rongfei let himself be attacked so easily? He saw Steamed Bun Invasion raise his hand in preparation to throw something, and he was prepared to dodge, but he quickly saw that the direction in which he had raised his hand was simply too far off target. What direction is that? Rongfei turned his camera to see where Steamed Bun Invasion had thrown that mist poison needle, and then suddenly, there was a clunk at the back of his head. He was hit by a brick, knocked dizzy. Brick! Where'd it come from? Rongfei didn't know, but he had been blind for a moment, so Steamed Bun Invasion must have used that time to find the right angle to pull it out. But Steamed Bun Invasion of course wouldn't run around behind him to throw the brick. After all, he couldn't teleport. This brick had originally been thrown at him almost head-on. The blind on Rongfei had worn off, but while he had still been fuzzy, Steamed Bun had come up with a diversion. That mist poison needle caused Rongfei to turn his camera, so he didn't see the brick and left the back of his head wide open. This? What kind of strategy was this? He'd never heard of such a thing before. Rongfei was utterly baffled. And in that tooth-for-tooth exchange, what was with that Disperse Powder? He understood that even less. Chapter 1144. A Hurried Core. Rongfei couldn't grasp Steamed Bun's train of thought. At this moment, his Endless Forest was in a dizzy state. No glory player would miss this kind of opportunity to attack. Steamed Bun Invasion stepped forward. He gripped Endless Forest's neck with a strangle and let loose punches and kicks. Witches had far better close combat capabilities compared to elementalists. Enhancing the broom with magic dust had once been a popular playstyle. However, for defense, besides battle mags, who could activate Magic Shield to forcefully take a burst of damage, mags were quite frail. After a strangle combo along with the previous tyrannical chain punch, Endless Forest's health had dropped by 20%. The opening wasn't going well. Endless Forest was able to escape from the combo and fly away with his broom. He hadn't been able to find an opening to launch a counterattack, so he planned on resetting back to neutral and starting over. However, this map had a vast empty horizon. Endless Forest could only pull a bit of distance between them. He wasn't able to actually hide anywhere. While in the air, Rongfei had his character look back and saw Steamed Bun Invasion chasing closely after him. He could see all sorts of openings to attack and felt an unbearable urge to act. Could it be some sort of weird trick again? Rongfei carefully analyzed the situation and repeatedly reassured himself. Endless Forest leaped in the air and swept with his broom, using a witch's unique way of attacking to strike Steamed Bun Invasion. Then, he saw Steamed Bun Invasion turn around and immediately run away. Rongfei was puzzled. He was truly at a loss. What is going on? As soon as I turned around to attack, he ran away. What is he thinking? He can't be thinking of chasing me from behind and hoping that I stand still for him to attack me, right? While still in a daze, he suddenly noticed an object flying towards him in his field of vision. Another one. This time, Rongfei was prepared. Endless Forest swept his broom in the air and twisted his body to dodge the brick. How dangerous! It was a very normal attack, but Rongfei could feel cold sweat running down his back. He had lost focus for just an instant again. A little bit closer and that brick would have hit. When fighting against this Steamed Bun, it's really hard to concentrate. During this time, Steamed Bun raised his hand again. Rongfei didn't even think about what Steamed Bun might be doing. He immediately had Endless Forest sweep his broom again to dodge. A poison needle flitted by. Brawlers had quite a few mid-range attacks. After this poison needle, Steamed Bun Invasion raised his hand once more. You're going to keep going? What's the point? Rongfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had his Endless Forest sweep his broom in the air another time. Ooh? I didn't move. Rongfei blanked out. He immediately realized what had happened and wanted to cry. Trying to react now was too late. A Molotov cocktail smashed into Endless Forest, setting him ablaze. Endless Forest turned into a giant fireball and crashed towards the ground. Ha 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 ha, witches can only sweep their brooms 6 times. You don't even understand that? What a noob. Steamed Bun even typed some trash talk in the chat. Rongfei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Pro players made mistakes. Sometimes, those mistakes were low-level ones. For example, he had forgotten to count how many sweeps he had left, which was indeed a beginner mistake. As the saying goes, a man is prone to stumbling when walking, and a horse is prone to stumbling when galloping. In any case, the word noob shouldn't be used to describe a pro player, let alone one that had fought in the pro scene for 8 years. He was undoubtedly a veteran that had stood the test of time. Rongfei was furious. Unfortunately, Endless Forest's current fireball appearance was truly a manifestation of his mistake. On the ground, Steamed Bun was already waiting for him with a sand toss ready in his hands. Rongfei didn't even need to think to dodge. Endless Forest twisted his body, turning his head at the same time. Suddenly, a brick hit him. Rongfei was about to go crazy. A sand toss to force him to turn his head and then a brick? What a shallow and outdated move, who does that anymore? But the guy in front of him was happily using it with gusto. That previous poison needle had been the same principle. Was this guy treating this pro match like the in-game arena? Rongfei would occasionally go there to have some fun, and quite a few outdated moves in the pro scene were used a lot among normal players like Steamed Bun's previous move. But the important part was that this shallow and outdated move had actually worked. After being put into a dizzy state, Endless Forest was given a fierce beating. His health dropped a large chunk again. And this time, Rongfei was bent on revenge. He wasn't going to retreat and wait for an opportunity like before. He was planning on directly finding an opening and attack the other side. Even ordinary old-timers could be angry. Steamed Bun obviously wasn't able to execute a perfect combo. Not long afterwards, Rongfei found an opening. Endless Forest swept his broom at Steamed Bun Invasion and fiercely attacked him. Steamed Bun Invasion went on the defensive and soon found an opportunity too. He seized it and gave Endless Forest a blow or two. Bang bang bang. The two got into a messy scuffle. In the end, Rongfei was experienced. There was order to his randomness. He was constantly calculating the costs to each trade. However, like before, Rongfei was unable to figure out Steamed Bun. In this scuffle, he clearly had the advantage. He had almost caught up, their health bars were nearly even now. But Steamed Bun didn't seem to have any intentions of trying anything different. He seemed as if he were content with continuing this fight in this way. What is he planning? Rongfei couldn't help think to himself, but he was unable to make heads or tails out of it. Their team had analyzed that when fighting Steamed Bun, he should play it by ear and act whenever he saw an opportunity, but the problem was that he couldn't find any opportunities, so how could he act on them? Whatever, let's just keep going. Rongfei threw caution to the wind, and he kept fighting Steamed Bun in this way. And then he won, just like that. You're pretty good. When Endless Forest cleaned up the last of Steamed Bun Invasion's health, Steamed Bun left these dying words. During the entire match, the two hadn't really talked with each other. Only Steamed Bun Invasion had said a few words. The first time he talked, he called Rongfei a noob. The second time he talked, he said Rongfei was good. His two remarks were polar opposites. There hadn't been any setup for this sudden turnaround. I won? The word glory jumped onto his screen. Steamed Bun Invasion had turned into a corpse on the ground. Rongfei was still in a daze. I won, just like that? What type of match was that? Had there been any crazy technical moves? Had there been any meaningful interactions? Had there been anything noteworthy enough to reflect upon? Rongfei came out from his player booth. When he came down, his brows were furrowed the entire time as if he had been the loser. He couldn't help but look towards Happy. He looked at that guy, Bao Rongxing, who returned to Happy's player bench in high spirits, walking confidently and freely as if he had been the winner. What a pity. I almost won. Rongfei could hear Steamed Bun say to his teammates. Rongfei nearly tripped. What do you mean almost won? It wasn't even close. With your inability to adapt, any knowledgeable person could have foreseen that you would lose. Could it be that you couldn't see it? Even if you couldn't, the others in Happy should be able to. What about Yishio? It was a pity. Better luck next time. Yishio said. Fuck. Yishio was agreeing? What the heck? Had he really been in danger just before? I had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell by just a fluke. Rongfei was a veteran that had joined the scene in Season 3. He had witnessed the pinnacle of Yishio's career and didn't doubt this god's capabilities. With even Yishio agreeing with Steamed Bun's remark, Rongfei suddenly started to doubt himself. Nice job. A teammate said to him at this moment. It was a common encouragement from a teammate. What a close call. Rongfei subconsciously blurted out. Ah? How was that close? His teammate looked weirdly at him. Who? Rongfei also looked weirdly at his teammate. It wasn't close? He couldn't help but look at Happy's side. Steamed Bun had already sat back down, chatting exuberantly with the person next to him. Rongfei couldn't hear him clearly, but it sounded like he was very proud of himself. How come the listener looked like he wanted to cry out SOS though? What exactly went wrong? Rongfei went into deep thought. At this moment, the individual competition's third round began. 100 Blossoms Zhu Yuan versus Happy Su Muqing. It was a confrontation between two gunners. However, Su Muqing had become famous far earlier than Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was also very famous right now, but this fame had always made him feel uneasy. He had originally been a normal second-year player, ready to stand up from the bench. He would do his best whenever the team needed him and strive for more opportunities. After the team dragged him from the bench, they refused to let him sit back down and even gave him the team symbol, dazzling 100 Blossoms. Such treatment should be the dream of any pro player. Zhu Yuan had dreamt of this before too, but he would have never imagined this dream would come true. When Zhong Jiala suddenly retired, the team wasn't able to find a suitable Spitfire player, so they pushed him forward to take on the role. In the span of a single night, he became everyone's hope. He became the future of Team 100 Blossoms. He became the successor to Zhong Jiala. Before that day, no one had ever said these words to him. After that day, Zhu Yuan didn't feel happiness and joy, but fear and panic. He felt like he had been tossed into a maelstrom without anyone to guide him out of it. That season, Zhu Yuan didn't perform too well, but because of the fans' love for dazzling 100 Blossoms, he had been pushed into All-Stars. All-Star, Team Core, Ace Player. Zhu Yuan obtained what many strived for without any difficulties, to the extent that he couldn't escape from these responsibilities even if he wanted to. However, Zhu Yuan knew very well that nothing here was real. That season, he had risen along with Tang Hao, who shined endlessly. Tang Hao had been Team 100 Blossom's true pillar. And him? He had probably been seen as a burden who occupied a toilet but didn't shit. Zhu Yuan bitterly hung on for an entire season, persevering with something he simply couldn't do. When that season ended, Zhu Yuan was at a loss for his future. He had been the core of a team for a season, but he didn't feel confident in himself in the slightest. Then, Zhong Jiala returned and joined Team Tyranny, who purchased dazzling 100 Blossoms. Having lost this character, Zhu Yuan thought he would be kicked out. Who would have thought that the team would immediately look for him and discuss creating a new Spitfire for him? They would also find him a suitable partner to rebuild the team's core. This time, he wouldn't be pushed to do something beyond his abilities like last season. This time, the team truly wanted to nurture him. After a season of struggle and confusion as the core, the team still wanted him as the core. Zhu Yuan truly felt like a dream had come true. Then, Team Blue Rain's Yu Feng joined and together they formed the new 100 Blossoms. The team didn't break their promise and created a new Spitfire, Blooming Blossoms, according to his habits and strengths. He was capable. He shouldn't be considered Zhong Jiala's substitute. Team 100 Blossoms introduced him as such. Chapter 1145. Launcher vs Spitfire, 1. The 5-second countdown passed quickly. This match was undoubtedly the first highlight of today's battle. 2 all-star players, 2 all-star characters. Although Zhu Yuan's status as an all-star was partly fueled by the emotions of 100 Blossoms fans, after one season, his ability was beginning to gain attention and recognition, and he himself steadily gained confidence. The match began, and Zhu Yuan had his Spitfire Bright Blossoms rush towards the center of the map. Blood and Blossoms. Team 100 Blossoms had wanted to recreate this duo. But it was a shame, for this world had only one Zhong Jiala, and only one Sun Jiping, and therefore only one Blood and Blossoms. Recreating this pairing was 100 Blossoms' dream, or at least the blueprint that they drew out for their fans. But in reality, Zhu Yuan had his own style, and Yu Feng wasn't very much like Sun Jiping. No matter what, it would be impossible for these two to completely mimic the partnership between Zhong Jiala and Sun Jiping. But, so what? The inimitable wasn't necessarily the strongest. From the start, Yu Feng hadn't been very interested in recreating their style anyway. He had come from Blue Rain, a team aiming for the championship win, because he wanted to build an era that was entirely his. He certainly wasn't here to be a copy of anyone else. During the first half of last season, they had attempted to recreate Blood and Blossoms, but 100 Blossoms' performance hadn't been very good. Afterwards, Yu Feng and Zhu Yuan made adjustments. They coordinated with one another in a more comfortable way based off their personal habits and personal styles. 100 Blossoms' immediately performance went up. Now, neither of them would become confused. They would use their own style to surpass their seniors and establish a partnership that was entirely their own. Even though the outside world still called them Blood and Blossoms, they believed that they would eventually earn a name that was entirely their own. Carrying this belief, Zhu Yuan and 100 Blossoms greeted the new season together. In the first round, they encountered Heavenly Swords, and with them one of the previous creators of Blood and Blossoms, Sun Jiping. In that match, Sun Jiping won 1 point in the individual round, and although his opponent was neither Zhu Yuan nor Yu Feng, the world still made the comparison between junior and senior. Heavenly Swords lost overall, but Sun Jiping's 1 point stood out, and later discussions painted him as if he were the victor. These sort of irresponsible remarks left Zhu Yuan feeling helpless. All he could do was focus and battle well. I must win this point beautifully. This was the goal that Zhu Yuan set for himself. He knew that the opponent he was about to face was no pushover, but the greater the difficulty, the greater the value of this point. Bright blossoms quickly reached the center of the map, and Zhu Yuan saw Dancing Rain rapidly approaching from the other side of the map. Dancing Rain was absolutely an all-star character, but after her return to the league, everyone discovered that Dancing Rain hadn't grown as much as expected of such an all-star character. For most teams, their all-star characters were the focus of their upgrades after the level cap was raised. After Happy upgraded Boundless Sea Silver Weapon Mirror Moon to level 75, every all-star character's weapon was level 75. As for their other silver equipment, that varied between teams and depended on their conditions. But although Dancing Rain was an extremely qualified character, an all-star launcher, her current equipment was somewhat lacking. Her weapon Devouring Sun was the only silver equipment she had. It was clear that while she was in excellent era, after the level 75 update, Dancing Rain hadn't had an important place in their upgrading plans. Of course, another reason was that excellent era's materials gathering hadn't progressed very smoothly during that time. Now, comparing these all-stars just by their equipment, Bright Blossoms was in much better shape. This account was wearing 5 level 75 equipment, which was considered very good. In terms of characters, 100 Blossoms had the upper hand. What about player condition? Su Muqing had gone a whole year without playing any pro matches, while Zhu Yuan had improved his technique, awareness, and temperament over the course of the past year. In terms of condition, it seemed that 100 Blossoms held the upper hand here as well. This was the analysis conducted by 100 Blossoms on Su Muqing and Dancing Rain. Now in this confrontation, Zhu Yuan was completely confident. He didn't make any move to avoid her, and prepared to meet her head-on. He might not have moved strategically, but when Su Muqing saw Bright Blossoms, she was the one to change direction. Zhu Yuan was confident, but not arrogant. Seeing Su Muqing's careful avoidance, he didn't rush forward. The map for this battle consisted of narrow streets, and in theory it didn't really suit long-ranged classes, because there were simply too many ways to find cover from an attack. But both players were gunners here, so there wasn't any advantage to be had here. It couldn't be forgotten that this was Happy's home game, they were the ones to choose the map, and Su Muqing was no rookie, having more experience than even Zhu Yuan. She chose this map, so she must have some plan. Her current maneuvering must be to take advantage of the special characteristics of this map. So, Zhu Yuan didn't rush forward. He studied his surroundings, and after studying the paths he could take, he chose to circle around to intercept her. But right when Bright Blossoms changed directions, a commotion arose from the audience. From their omniscient view, the audience saw the full picture of what was going on. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain, after changing paths, wasn't trying to move around in a roundabout way, but instead chose to stand and wait in that position. After Bright Blossoms decided to circle around, Dancing Rain emerged again, and came around behind Bright Blossoms. Glory wasn't Counter-Strike, there was no chance of a one-hit knockout. But in a battle between experts, the first to attack had a high chance of seizing the initiative for the entire battle. In the current situation, Su Muqing undoubtedly had the advantage. Dancing Rain quietly crept around behind Bright Blossoms, and began to launch an attack at his exposed back. But who would have thought, at this moment Zhu Yuan's Bright Blossoms suddenly stopped moving, and just stood there in that narrow street, as though in deep thought. The audience couldn't see anything from the projection, but on screen, where they were displaying Bright Blossom's camera view, everyone suddenly saw that from Bright Blossom's currently slightly diagonal position, he could see both in front and behind him. Zhu Yuan hadn't neglected his back, he had made preparations for 2 possibilities. With this method, he hadn't really seized any opportunities, but at least he wouldn't let his opponent have an easy time. He wanted to pull this battle back to a face-to-face confrontation, which, in a way, reflected Zhu Yuan's confidence. Of course, Su Muqing had no way of predicting all of Zhu Yuan's plans. She circled around, and as soon as she appeared, Zhu Yuan saw her out of the edge of his vision. Su Muqing saw that Bright Blossoms was just standing there as though he had gone offline, so she didn't move to dodge or hide, and immediately fired an attack. The sneak attack didn't work, and the two were now directly throwing attacks at each other. The battle was progressing the way Zhu Yuan had hoped it would. He readjusted this focus and prepared for a good direct fight. But Bright Blossoms had barely managed to take 2 steps forward. He hadn't even fired his first shot when Dancing Rain's powerful smothering attack arrived. Zhu Yuan had no choice but to first evade the attack, but with this evasion, he immediately lost the initiative. Even a launcher's normal attacks carried an AoE effect, not a single one was a point attack, and so all their attacks were AoE, the only difference was the extent of the area of effect. As a result, Zhu Yuan discovered that he had made a mistake. He had picked this position so that Bright Blossoms could see both sides, but it was too narrow here. When the launcher attacked here, Zhu Yuan suddenly found that he had no way of dodging this position. Zhu Yuan finally realized how disadvantageous this position was for him. For the launcher, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. It was impossible to go forward, so his only choice was to control Bright Blossoms to retreat backward, which would be a difficult task. Of the 24 classes in Glory, the launcher had the largest attack range, and Dancing Rain was an all-star character. In Excellent Era, she would often have to use a screen cannon strategy to coordinate, and so her equipment boosted her attack range even further. And now he wanted to try to increase the distance and escape her range, but how could it be that easy? Zhu Yuan of course couldn't rely just on movement to escape. Under the rain of bullets, Bright Blossoms ate the damage and tossed out 2 grenades. One of the grenades instantly exploded. The screens displaying the match to the audience turned a flashing white. It was a flash bullet, and Dancing Rain was clearly affected. That flashing white screen was her current camera view. But the attacks didn't stop. In these conditions, Dancing Rain was still using her heavy cannon, spitting out dense blasts in front of her. Bright Blossom's other grenade was a smoke bullet, and the smoke was already roiling in the air. But not even the flash bullet was enough to stop Su Muqing's attacks. Would the reduced vision caused by the smoke be an obstacle for her? It didn't seem so. Dancing Rain was engulfed in the smoke, but her footsteps didn't stop, nor did her attacks. To attack here, she didn't even need to see. Flash bullet, smoke bullet, these things became meaningless. The audience was stunned. What kind of skill did it take to be able to fight blind like this? Immediately, sound of applause rose from the audience. Of course, Zhu Yuan obviously couldn't hear. He had come into the match filled with confidence, but now he was already a little panicked. From the audience's perspective, neither of his grenades had affected Dancing Rain's attacks at all. But Zhu Yuan, in-game, could see more clearly, and he knew that Su Muqing's attacks had changed. The instant her vision was blocked, her attacks became even stronger, even fiercer. The area affected by her attacks instantly became even larger. In such a condition, she actually gained an even greater initiative. But Zhu Yuan wasn't prepared to lose just like this. Ever since he had built up his confidence, his playstyle had become tougher. Flash bullet, smoke bullet, these skills could be used to create a turning point, and Zhu Yuan wasn't about to let them go to waste. Su Muqing wasn't affected by her loss of vision, so he could add some more attacks to cause trouble for her. Bright Blossoms didn't retreat and counterattacked. Chapter 1146. Launcher vs Spitfire, 2. Under the pressure of Dancing Rain's relentless attacks, Zhu Yuan pushed forward instead of retreating. He had Bright Blossom steadily advance, so he could get into a range from which he could attack her. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yuan's current strategy would certainly lead to Bright Blossoms taking a lot of damage, and there was the possibility that he wouldn't even be able to break through Dancing Rain's attacks at all. But now, the Flash Bullet and Smoke Bullet were serving their purpose. Dancing Rain didn't stop attacking because Su Muqing was relying on her technical skill to continue, but Zhu Yuan knew that she had no way of aiming accurately when she couldn't see. Bright Blossoms fiercely charged forward, and as expected, there were no changes in Dancing Rain's attack patterns. Su Muqing had just increased her firepower, but since she couldn't see anything, she had no way of adjusting to Bright Blossom's change in movements. This unchanging attack pattern posed no difficulty to Zhu Yuan, for he was now a confident core player. Bright Blossoms endured the damage, and Dancing Rain finally entered his attack range. He lifted his gun and prepared to fire a freezing bullet, but just as he was about to shoot, he heard 3 sounds of cannon fire. 3 anti-tank missiles, spitting fire, had flown in front of him. Zhu Yuan was shocked. The effects of the flash bullet on Dancing Rain still hadn't faded, so how did Su Muqing know his movements? Bright Blossoms could obviously take the damage from the anti-tank missiles, but the problem was the impact caused by the explosions would shake his character and prevent him from attacking. This was a special characteristic of gunner classes. Even for normal attacks, as long as the target was accurately hit, there would be a stun effect to the part hit. And the launcher had heavy firepower compared to the other gunner classes, so this characteristic was the most apparent out of all of them. As a result, Zhu Yuan had Bright Blossoms ducked to the side. But then he heard a series of bangs. Dancing Rain had fired an artillery shell in a low arc which exploded, sending stingers flying in all directions. Seeing this attack, Zhu Yuan suddenly understood. In reality, Su Muqing hadn't seen Bright Blossom's movements, but she understood what kind of attack she was most vulnerable to at the moment. So, she kept track of the time and took preventative measures. As it turned out, Zhu Yuan had done what she was guarding against, allowing Su Muqing stop him with her eyes closed. "You want to continue?" The effects of the flash bullet had faded, and Su Muqing could see Bright Blossoms closing in ahead, so she used aerial fire. Her character flew backwards and pulled away, and in an instant he was smothered under her attacks again. Zhu Yuan despised this narrow little road. If the map weren't like this, he wouldn't be suffering so badly right now. If the map weren't like this, Su Muqing couldn't have crushed him with her eyes closed like that. If the map weren't like this, he wouldn't have once again fallen under Dancing Rain suppression. In reality, a Spitfire could also similarly render an opponent helpless with their firepower, but unfortunately for him, Su Muqing was taking full advantage of the launcher's superior range. Despite facing a Spitfire, another long-range attacker, she could still use distance to suppress him. If he charged forward, Dancing Rain would retreat back. If he tried to retreat, Dancing Rain would approach. The precision of her attacks and technique left Zhu Yuan stunned. Su Muqing. 1 year without playing any pro matches. Even though she might not be able to immediately adjust to the tempo of high-level battles so quickly, but her personal skill had unexpectedly advanced over this past year. As a result of her skilled usage of the map, Bright Blossoms was beautifully trapped in this narrow alley, and Zhu Yuan couldn't find any opening to escape. Was this Su Muqing? Zhu Yuan, beaten down, was puzzled. Personally, he didn't really understand Su Muqing. He had debuted as a pro in Season 7, becoming a rookie in Team 100 Blossoms alongside Tang Hao. But because he played the same class as Zhong Jiala, he had pitifully few chances to play during that season, and he wasn't much different from an audience member. In Season 8, he was suddenly thrust into the role of the main character, and he stumbled through that season in a trance. He wasn't able to find his own bearings. How could he pay attention to anyone else? Then, by Season 9, when he became a truly stable main player, Su Muqing wasn't among his list of opponents, so he had no reason to investigate her. What kind of player was Su Muqing? Zhu Yuan's understanding only came from gossip. He knew that although Su Muqing was extremely popular, many people didn't think much of her. They would say that she relied on her physical appearance, that her strength was overrated. Some people directly called her a flower vase, and some radical Excellent Era fans blamed on her the team's decline after its 3 consecutive championship victories. After all, she joined Excellent Era in Season 4, and after then, Excellent Era had never managed to win another championship. To the public, Su Muqing was a controversial player, but what about in the pro circle? Zhu Yuan knew that, aside from some rookies who didn't know anything, no one viewed her like that. Then what about Zhu Yuan himself? Zhu Yuan was forced to admit that he was biased against Su Muqing. And this bias didn't come from his own analysis, but was influenced by surrounding opinion. Rookies within the same team always tended to have good relationships with each other. And the year Zhu Yuan debuted, his fellow rookie was a player named Tang Hao. Given Tang Hao's personality, it wasn't hard to guess that he would have an opinion about such a controversial player. And because Zhu Yuan had the most interactions with this fellow rookie Tang Hao, his opinion of Su Muqing was influenced by Tang Hao, so he tended not to think much of her. But at that time, they were just two gossiping rookies. Neither he nor Tang Hao had the status to treat Su Muqing as an opponent. By the time the two of them had that status and position, Su Muqing had run off to the Challenger League. Zhu Yuan didn't remember much of the gossip of his rookie days, but that impression from back then lingered in his heart. On the battlefield, Zhu Yuan didn't carry that mentality with him. No matter the opponent, he wouldn't underestimate them. But Su Muqing's demonstrated skill still truly shocked him. It far surpassed his expectations of the Su Muqing he thought he knew. Because of his bias, the Su Muqing he thought he knew didn't have all that much skill. But now, he was thoroughly suppressed by Su Muqing. Zhu Yuan wasn't as arrogant as Tang Hao, so he quickly recognized this reality. But so what? This realization came too late. At the end of this battle, Zhu Yuan was defeated. In the individual round, Happy gained an early lead of 2-1. As this was Happy's home game, there were of course cheers and applause from the crowd. In the midst of the cheers, Su Muqing walked out of the player booth and offstage. She was calm when facing victory, just like when facing criticism. She would always smile and not reply. Because she didn't care about that. She walked offstage and returned to Happy's player area, where Yishio stood and clapped to welcome her. Hee, Su Muqing giggled, making a victory sign with her hands. Impressive, Yishio praised. You suppressed him without leaving a single opening. You played really well. Don't you think? Su Muqing was still smiling as she sat beside Yishio. She would always strive for victory, but beside this person, she felt that her hard work had greater meaning. All right, next is the group round, those who are going. Yishio turned to call for those who were playing in the next round. Of course, Su Muqing couldn't go on again, so she simply sat to the side and watched. Her smile was even brighter than it was when she had obtained victory. Happy was bright, but 100 Blossoms was lost. They had lost 2 points in the individual round, and the 1 point they had won was under strange circumstances. The opponent clearly wasn't in good condition. Yishio and Su Muqing already went in the individual round. No matter what, we can't lose the group round, Fang said to the two players who would be playing with him in the group round. The two of them nodded determinedly, and then they looked over at Happy. In their eyes, Happy's strongest players were Yishio and Su Muqing. Although Fang Rui was also an all-star, he was in the midst of changing classes, and he couldn't completely adjust so quickly. If he were still a thief, 100 Blossoms would also treat him as a dangerous opponent, but as a Chi master, he was a little weaker. There was a short break between the individual and group rounds, but 100 Blossoms' 3 players were already walking toward the player booths. The large screens at the stadium displayed to the audience the players of both teams who would be playing in the group round. Team 100 Blossoms, Zhu Guangyi, Yu Feng, Zhu Xiaoping. Team Happy, Fang Rui, Mo Fan, Tang Ru. The first matchup was Fang Rui against Zhu Guangyi. Both characters had already logged on, and it was now the pre-match display segment. In their player booths, the players could see this on their screens as well. Fang Rui, this #1 thief in glory, suddenly becoming a Chi master. To be honest, Zhu Guangyi respected his courage. Zhu Guangyi was familiar with Fang Rui, as they had both debuted in Season 5. He had better opportunities at the beginning than Fang Rui did, because he had been in Tyranny, and at that time, Tyranny had just toppled Excellent Era's dynasty to win the Season 4 championships and officially stand at the summit. Zhu Guangyi began in a championship team, and his future was nothing but bright. The next few seasons, Zhu Guangyi's development was smooth. Although he didn't become a star, he was continually improving, and he became a very strong player. However, while Zhu Guangyi was improving, Tyranny was declining. After Season 4, they didn't manage to fight their way to the finals again. Last season, Tyranny made huge adjustments, inviting 2 top experts Lin Jingyan and Zhong Jiala. Tyranny's plan was clear. They wanted to let these veterans at the end of their careers shine brilliantly one last time. Lin Jingyan and Zhong Jiala shone brilliantly, exciting the players, but at such a time, it was inevitable that there would be grief for some members of Tyranny. There were only so many spaces on a roster, and if a player came, that meant that another one had to go. Every player longed for a chance to play on stage, so that season, Zhu Guangyi left Tyranny sadly, the team where he had fought for 4 years. He had originally thought he could play on that team until he retired. Chapter 1147. Chi Master vs Assassin 1. The first round of the group arena between Happy and 100 Blossoms. Fang Rui, Chi Master Boundless Sea. Zhu Guangyi, Assassin Cold Seasons. The two had debuted the same season, so they were quite familiar with each other. It was a long-standing tradition for the rookies of each season to make a chat group and share experiences and tips with one another. As long as a player wasn't too antisocial, then they'd be able to make friends during this time. Even if they ended up in different places and positions, the days they had spent messing around together weren't forgotten easily. Fang Rui and Zhu Guangyi were by no means unfamiliar with each other, and they got along fairly well. When these players matched up with each other, it was natural for them to chat. "Old Zhu, admit your defeat. I know your assassin very well, but have you ever witnessed my Chi Master?" Fang Rui started to provoke him. "Witness your unfamiliarity with the class." Zhu Guangyi responded. "That was last week," Fang Rui said. "How about this week?" "A bit rusty in the right hand, but my left hand is very adept," Fang Rui said. "Then I hope your right hand won't be a burden for your left," Zhu Guangyi said. "Impossible. With the title of Golden Right Hand, even if my right hand is a little rusty, it far surpasses your imagination," Fang Rui said. "Let's hope so." Zhu Guangyi laughed. In Glory, the left hand used the keyboard while the right controlled the mouse. The mouse was mainly used to control an attack's trajectory and positioning. Fang Rui had the title of the Golden Right Hand due to his right hand's godly speed and precision, but unfortunately, his right hand was outstanding to the extent that his left hand couldn't keep up with the right hand's pace. All in all, playing required coordination between both hands, so without the assistance of a golden left hand to support his golden right hand, Fang Rui couldn't display his full potential. As a result, Fang Rui's left hand was always dragged his right hand back. Zhu Guangyi obviously knew about this, "So I hope your right hand won't be a burden for your left," was a fairly fierce slap to the face. The two friends continued to talk trash to each other. Soon afterwards, Zhu Guangyi's assassin reached the center of the map, but Fang Rui's Boundless Sea was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Guangyi wasn't surprised, because even if Fang Rui had changed to a Chi Master, he probably wouldn't drop his dirty playing. A direct confrontation was never his style. As an assassin, it was more effective to launch a sudden ambush. The passive skill that assassins received after advancing classes at level 20 was Assassination. Its use was to increase the attack damage struck at the back of characters by 20%. Players already had a bonus of a 20% increase in damage for attacks hit on the back, an addition of another 20% would make it reach a shocking 40%. This was why when players were in a dungeon, regardless whether they were fighting a mob or boss, that strike on the back was always reserved for assassins. On top of this, Assassin's level 50 active awakening skill Vital Strike was an active skill. When it was activated, the assassin could pinpoint a vital point on the target, and when an attack accurately struck that vital point, the damage could reach as high as 200%. Assassination, Vital Attack, and Life-Risking Strike. Among the 24 classes, the assassin was the only class who could truly instant kill. As long as those skills were fully combined, even classes with high health like the Knight or Paladin might not be able to resist an assassin strike. Instant killing was probably the boldest and most hot-blooded attack in Glory, but it was rare to see it in professional matches. This was because everyone would naturally watch out when they knew the assassin had such skills. In addition, Life-Risking Strike was a skill in which both sides would suffer, so it might not give their team a chance to gain the upper hand. However, throughout the course of Glory's competitive history, it wasn't as if no assassin had made such a heroic move. There was a time when such a move became extremely well known, and that one time was made through the character Zhu Guangyi was currently using. That one assassination was completely worth it, whether judging by the target killed or the result it achieved. That attack was enough to cement Cold Season's place in the annals of Glory. When Zhu Guangyi and Cold Seasons transferred to 100 Blossoms together, the fans of Tyranny even got quite emotional. In the final match of the Season 4 finals, Cold Seasons' life-risking strike assassinated one Autumn Leaf. With this strike, Tyranny was able to win the championships and end Excellent Era's dynasty. With this strike, the MVP of the final match was neither Han Wenqing nor Zhong Xinjie, but the user of Cold Seasons, who was called Ji Lung. In reality, he wasn't an extremely outstanding or special player, but such a breathtaking strike made everyone remember his name. Cold Season retired after that season and Zhu Guangyi joined Tyranny, taking over Cold Season the Assassin. Because of how exciting the finals were, whenever people saw Cold Season, they all hoped to see another stunning life-risking strike. However, things weren't so simple in real life. Everyone's attention towards him gradually died down as they realized that the miracle wouldn't happen again. Most assassins wouldn't really use such a suicidal method as their main playstyle. In recent years, only Li Zun from Team Void would pull off such a move, but that was because Team Void was able to provide him with the right conditions. As a team who possessed the strongest Phantom Demon, they could control their targets well, while also providing buffs for Li Zun's assassin. This was why when Li Zun launched life-risking strike, his chance of succeeding was greater, and the damage he took to himself was lower. This was why he was able to utilize this move more often than others in team matches. As for Zhu Guangyi, although he had inherited the assassin who made the most stunning instant kill in the league, he wasn't someone who enjoyed pulling off an instant kill. His fighting style was similar to that of Yang Tsong from Team 301 Degrees, who fought in a dominant and direct manner. In reality, it was the same for Ji Lung because it was Team Tyranny's style. For whatever reason, the conditions just happened to give him the opportunity to execute this surprise life-rising strike. But because of how astonishing this strike was, the impressions towards his original style had been erased. Ji Lung had originally been like Zhu Guangyi. Both of them had the same style as Team Tyranny, straightforward and direct. Cold Season rushed to the center, and as expected, Fang Rui was nowhere to be seen. If this was before, he would have been able to predict and guess Fang Rui's train of thought. However, Fang Rui had changed to a Qi Master, so Zhu Guangyi had no idea how he would fight. However, considering Fang Rui's play style, it was too risky to wait for him to appear. Who knew how many tricks Fang Rui would set up to dupe you? Zhu Guangyi thought to himself. He decided to take the initiative. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing and wait for Fang Rui to find the perfect opening. The group arena's map size was the same as the individual competitions. The map wouldn't change from the start to the end of the match, so it would even leave behind the marks created by the players who had fought previously. The map that Happy picked this time was called Life-Seeking Path. One would only need to hear the name to know that it was a disgusting, maze-like map which was suitable for dirty playing. As a result, it wouldn't be a surprise for Fang Rui to sneakily hide somewhere as soon as the battle began. After Zhu Guangyi had Cold Season enter the tangled and complicated maze from the vast, open land, he still couldn't find any signs of Boundless Sea. Instead, he saw Fang Rui roar in the channel. "What's going on? I've arrived. Why did you run away? Where did you run off to?" Zhu Guangyi ignored him. He wouldn't fall for such a childish trap. However, maps like Life-Seeking Path tended to make him lose his temper. It was obvious that Tyranny, the team he had been in, would never use such a disgusting map. As for 100 Blossoms, their ace was a long-ranged Spitfire, so they also wouldn't prefer maps with too many crisscrosses. A shadow suddenly flashed before him. Only 2 people existed in this match, so there was no doubt that the shadow must be Boundless Sea. Zhu Guangyi trusted his eyes and was resolute about sprinting ahead. However, considering Fang Rui's dirtiness, it would be too risky if he tailed directly behind. He had to change directions to catch him off guard. Zhu Guangyi was still scouting out another direction when the shadow from before appeared again. "Fuck, there you are, making me go to so much effort to find you. Why'd you start playing dirty after transferring to 100 Blossoms?" As Fang Rui spoke, he rushed straight ahead, much to everyone's surprise. "Qi Bullet!" Boundless Sea shot out the Qi Master's lowest level skill with a lift of his hands. It was obvious that such a skill wouldn't cause Zhu Guangyi too much trouble. He dodged it easily, but he felt like there was something fishy about Boundless Sea charging straight towards him. Was there some sort of trap lying around? The match with Zhu Yuan was a lesson to learn from. One could say that he was completely oppressed by a single wave after being lured into an extremely advantageous terrain for the opponent. What about now? This place wasn't spacious. Although Chi Masters didn't have the launcher's extremely long shooting distance or strong firepower, they had reduced versions of such abilities. Was Fang Rui planning to repeat the same scene? Sky-piercing strike? As he thought, Boundless Sea leapt up while pushing his hands down in midair. An airwave shot towards Cold Season. Zhu Guangyi immediately had Cold Season dodge by jumping back. The sky-piercing strike hit the ground and shockwave spread from the ground. One jump wasn't enough for Cold Season, so he jumped again. If he followed his usual habits and style in a match, he would have charged forward and made a counterattack before Boundless Sea had a chance to reach the ground. However, his opponent was Fang Rui. How could he possibly fight head-on? There must be other reasons. Don't think too much. We know each other so well, let's just fight it out. Fang Rui yelled. Oh, really? It's too narrow here, shall we pick another place? Zhu Guangyi said. Sure, lead the way. Fang Rui was very generous. Zhu Guangyi grew suspicious. Glory's matches had a lot of freedom. Players could chat as they fought and it wouldn't count as cheating. This was because there could be traps and tactics hidden within the conversations. For example, Zhu Guangyi believed that there must be something fishy with Fang Rui's suggestion. Although he was leading the way, he did it by jumping backwards. He would never turn his back on someone who was titled the Master of Playing Dirty and the Golden Right Hand. Chapter 1148. Chi Master vs. Assassin, 2. Old Zhu, your distrust wounds me right in the heart. Fang Rui's Boundless Sea casually followed the other player, and he even found time to send a message in chat. With this message, not just Zhu Guangyi but every single person who had any understanding of the Glory Pro Circle was shouting in their hearts, Glory's Master of Playing Dirty, if even you could be trusted, then nothing would be impossible in this world. Zhu Guangyi, of course, was unmoved. He didn't see any clear signs, but he had a gut feeling that Fang Rui's trickery was about to unfold. If this were in the past, Zhu Guangyi absolutely could have guessed that this guy had traps over there to lure him into, but a Chi Master couldn't lay traps, so what kind of danger would be waiting for him to discover? Zhu Guangyi didn't dare slow down, so of course he didn't want to type a reply. He scrutinized the grass and trees and rocks around him as he moved. Shortly thereafter, Cold Seasons retreated all the way to the center of the map, Boundless Sea following him along all the while. As former partners, let's have a clean and dignified fight to determine who wins. Fang Rui called out in the chat. Zhu Guangyi was speechless. What do you mean, former partners? For one, they had never been teammates before. Besides, in their personal relationship, they had always been friends and had never had any sort of conflict. They were on opposing teams, but that never affected their relationship. So what was with that former? But Zhu Guangyi was in no mood to chatter with Fang Rui. Tyranny's players might have a word or two with you in a match, but it was never their style to talk on and on. Watch my attack, sky-piercing strike. Another message was sent to the chat. And then Boundless Sea waved his hands, but he released a fast chi bullet. How dirty! The audience all thought this, but would Zhu Guangyi be tricked? Of course not. He had known Fang Rui for many years now and had lots of experience facing him in battle. He wouldn't believe a single thing Fang Rui said in his messages and just pretended he didn't see them. A chi bullet of course couldn't instantly kill an opponent. But Boundless Sea directly used a chi flowing cloud, which was a skill that caused chi to surround the user and increase the user's speed in all aspects. Next, he directly charged toward Cold Seasons. The Chi Master was a fighter subclass, so of course this class was very good at close combat, and many explosive skills were better at close range. But the problem was, Chi Masters wore cloth armor with very low physical defense, and most close-range classes were physical attackers. So, if Chi Masters wanted to stay close to an opponent and fight explosively, they needed to find a good opportunity. It was very rare to see a Chi Master shoot a Chi bullet and then just directly rush an opponent like this. Especially since he was facing an assassin right now, who possessed extremely high physical attack and numerous skills that could deal explosive damage. And this assassin was in the hands of a former Tyranny player. Players from Tyranny excelled at this sort of direct fighting. Anyone who had some analytical understanding of glory all thought that Fang Rui's actions right now were illogical. An all-star level player should never be making such illogical actions. But this person was Fang Rui. Thus, the illogical immediately smelled of something suspicious. There must be some trickery here, this thought crossed the minds of everyone watching this match. They were using their advantage of being able to see the entire battlefield to try and discover the truth that was hidden behind the deceit. Everyone thought this way, and Zhu Guangyi was no exception. He was 180% sure that Fang Rui was not planning to have a face-to-face confrontation with him. So, when Boundless Sea activated Chi Flowing Cloud, he immediately had Cold Seasons activate Swift Movements. An assassin sprinting with this buff would move the fastest out of all 24 classes. Even with Chi Flowing Cloud, Boundless Sea couldn't catch up. As a result, a close combat specialist assassin was increasing his distance from the mid-range Chi Master. It seemed extremely illogical and counterintuitive. But no one thought this way. Everyone felt that Zhu Guangyi acted completely correctly, as expected of an experienced player. At this time, how could he let himself fall into Fang Rui's A? Better to first spar with him a bit. In a foot race, Boundless Sea wasn't Cold Seasons' opponent, but he had attacking skills. As they ran, he launched Chi bullet after Chi bullet, occasionally interspersed with other skills. Many of a Chi Master's skills required a cast time. It was like the mag spell casting, but here they called it chance. The biggest difference between this and spell casting was that when spell casting, a mage had to focus, so they couldn't move or make any other actions. Chi Masters were different, their chants could be done at the same time as other actions. This characteristic was similar to a ninja seal's. They chased and fought for a while, but no trickery was revealed. But the assassin was a class that focused on explosive bursts of power, including buffs. They were powerful when used, but their effects were short-lasting. The duration of Fleet Foot was much shorter than Chi Flowing Cloud, so after the effect wore off, Boundless Sea steadily caught up to Cold Seasons. Of course, this was also partly because Zhu Guangyi didn't want to run completely away in the first place. He just wanted to try and figure out what Fang Rui was up to. But after using up this Fleet Foot, he truly didn't discover any kind of hidden mystery. Next, give it a try? This was Zhu Guangyi's thought. These Tyranny players never liked running around in circles like this. Today, it was only because he was facing Fang Rui that he was careful and went to the effort to spend so much time wandering around. But now, Zhu Guangyi's patience had reached its limit. Cold Seasons was in front, Boundless Sea was behind using all sorts of skills to attack non-stop. But Cold Seasons suddenly stopped and spun around, riding a cold light as he flew toward his opponent, prepared to kill. Shining Cut! An attack skill that also involved the character moving at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant he had appeared next to Boundless Sea. The audience roared in excitement. This counterattack was extremely sudden, but as soon as he decided to take action, it was with such a decisive move. The assassin's momentum could change with a glance. The Shining Cut came very quickly, but Fang Rui wouldn't just waiting to be hit. If an attack like this was enough to take him down, did he have the face to stay in this profession? Boundless Sea jumped to the side. With a movement of his hands, a mass of chi sparking with electricity formed between his palms, and he forced it toward Cold Seasons. Chi Master Skill, Flash Burst. After hitting the target, it would pour chi into the target, dealing continuous damage. This skill, if used in coordination with a team seizing the target, a flash burst lasting until the end could be extremely painful. Although this wasn't as strong as that situation, Zhu Guangyi didn't dare slow down. Cold Season sheathed his knife from the shining cut and jumped directly to Boundless Sea's side. Then, Boundless Sea also turned with him. He was still holding the flash burst in his hands, pushing it in this new direction. "You're using that as a shield." Guan thought this. Cold Seasons instantly jumped up, and then double-jumped. In an instant, he was behind Fang Rui, and he straightened his legs into a diving arrow kick. Boundless Sea was still holding that flash burst. This attack was like that. As long as the right controls were being continually inputted, it could be pushed around indefinitely. Even as Cold Seasons ducked around and used the diving arrow kick, Boundless Sea's flash burst was still prepared to be sent toward him. But diving arrow also had the side effect of giving the user another jump. Regardless of whether or not the kick landed on its target, the user could borrow its power for movement. Guan, of course, wouldn't let Cold Seasons crash into that flash burst, so he used the force of the kick to move backward. Fang Rui finally gave up on this flash burst, and pushed out a chi bullet. This low-level attack didn't cause much damage, nor did it have any particular effects, so Guan didn't prepare to dodge it. But this chi bullet was actually launched inaccurately. Given its trajectory, it was going to pass right by Cold Seasons without his doing anything. But the golden right hand. Fang Rui had the title of the golden right hand because of his accuracy in attack. How could he miss this attack? This guy was thinking too much. This was Guan's instant judgment. He hadn't planned to dodge this attack, but Fang Rui thought he would, so he aimed slightly elsewhere as a predictive attack, making the attack miss? No. It wasn't like that. The instant the chi bullet passed him, Guan realized it. Even if it was supposed to be a predictive attack, there was no way it should have that trajectory, and given his golden right hand, there was no way he picked the wrong position by accident. It didn't have much power, but the chi bullet was a flashing white mass, and as it passed by his face, it filled Guan's camera with that flashing whiteness. This guy wanted to make this effect. Guan finally realized it, but it was too late. He couldn't see Boundless Sea's movements, only guess at them, and in the end he couldn't escape the evil claws of this master of playing dirty. This time, the golden right hand's attack was extremely accurate. Boundless Sea thrust two pointed fingers towards Cold Seasons, and the chi between his fingers was forced into Cold Seasons' body. Chi Master Level 75 Skill, Pulse Break. There were many attacks where the goal wasn't to damage the target's health, but the target's stats. Decrease vitality, decrease strength, decrease intelligence, decrease spirit. With a successful pulse break, the corresponding attribute of the target would be decreased. The pulse break that Boundless Sea used here was Break Intelligence, which decreased Cold Seasons' intelligence stat. Decreasing intelligence affected the target's magic attack, magic defense, and total mana. An assassin didn't rely on magic attacks, and the class's magic defense wasn't particularly good either. After being hit by this decreased intelligence, his magic defense became even more flimsy. And a Chi Master mostly dealt magic damage. This was obviously the effect that Fang Rui wanted. After that attack finished, another immediately followed. A palm landed on Cold Seasons' body, a Chi blast, and the Chi was forced into Cold Seasons' body. There were no flashing effects, but the equipment on Cold Seasons' body suddenly looked like it was malfunctioning, and Cold Seasons' health slid down at an extreme rate. When a Chi Master dealt damage, it was just that quiet and incredible. The combination of a level 75 and a level 70 effect instantly stole away a quarter of Cold Seasons' health. Cold Seasons was ultimately sent flying by the Chi blast, but after he got up, he saw that Fang Rui hadn't controlled Boundless Sea to chase him over here. Hurry and get up, victory still hasn't been decided. Fang Rui, filled with righteousness, continued to talk in the chat. Chapter 1149. Chi Master vs. Assassin, 3. After being blasted away by the high-level skill, Cold Seasons returned to his feet with a quick recover. However, when he looked across, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea showed no sign of seizing this opportunity to pursue him. He stood steadily while the airflow created by the Chi attack's explosion stirred up the dust on the ground. He looked righteous and had the imposing manner of a grandmaster. What happened? Did his playstyle also change after switching classes? The doubt only lingered in Zhu Guangyi's mind for a second. The Qi Master's design was radiant and righteous, but just then, Fang Rui had sneaked an attack when his view was blocked by the Qi bullet. How sneaky and deceitful was that? Playing dirty wasn't just a tactic, it involved many aspects, such as the technique and mentality. Fang Rui was someone whose dirty playing was tainted right to his bones core. Why didn't he seize the opportunity to launch his attacks after the high-level skill? Due to the system's judgment, it was very difficult to continue a combo after a high-level skill, but there was still a lot of opportunities for him to seize. However, Fang Rui seemed as if he were unwilling to take advantage over someone in a tough spot. Boundless Sea stood silently like a grandmaster, waiting for Cold Seasons to get up and make his move. What was strange about it? Zhu Guangyi had to wonder why. When a quarter of his health was blasted from Boundless Sea's high-level skill, he thought that Fang Rui might not be scheming. Perhaps he only wanted to use reverse psychology to make Zhu Guangyi lose focus. Now that Boundless Sea had a calm and composed manner, Zhu Guangyi couldn't help but hesitate. Boundless Sea didn't advance, but neither did Cold Seasons. There were 14 units of distance between the two. It was as if someone pressed pause. Zhu Guangyi couldn't see through Fang Rui's intentions, so he thought about letting Fang Rui make the first move. Zhu Guangyi planned and decided to counter every change by remaining unchanged. However, Fang Rui was patient like him, and Boundless Sea also did not move. The two confronted each other in such manner for 1 minute. "Why aren't you moving?" Fang Rui spoke in the chat. "Why aren't you moving?" Zhu Guangyi asked in return. "I'm waiting for you to move," Fang Rui replied. Zhu Guangyi was speechless. Why was he trash-talking with Fang Rui? "Then I'll move." His tyranny roots made his blood boil, and Zhu Guangyi decided not to overthink this. "Let's charge straight on and make this an intense fight." Cold Seasons initiated with a shining cut. The cool air cut through 9 units of distance out of the 14 units between them. Boundless Sea retreated the moment Cold Seasons was about to attack. Fang Rui was planning to flee. There was a plot after all. This thought flashed in Zhu Guangyi's mind. However, his determination was set. No matter what trap Fang Rui had prepared, he decided to fight head-on. After a shining cut, Cold Seasons split into 2. He used Shadow Clone technique, the ninja's lowest level skill. The actual Cold Seasons teleported behind Boundless Sea. The dagger was about to quietly slit his throat with Cutthroat. However, this attack was within Fang Rui's expectations. Boundless Sea suddenly ducked down and dodged the attack. The character twisted his body around and used a back throw while he was ducked down halfway. Cold Seasons immediately jumped back and barely dodged the grab. His body then flickered and returned to Boundless Sea's side as he stabbed with his blade. A normal movement wouldn't have such a quick speed. Zhu Guangyi was currently using the assassin skill, Teleporting Stab. It was as if the 3-unit distance didn't exist as he flashed back to the target side. It seemed like Boundless Sea was still recovering from his back throw. However, when Cold Seasons' dagger stabbed forward, Boundless Sea stretched out his hands from the grab immediately rubbed together. Countercurrent. This was the Qi Master's lowest level skill, as well as one of the airborne skill available for every class. Although it required the Qi Master to launch it by pressing his hands together, it had its strength in staying hidden. No one had expected Fang Rui to cancel his back throw much earlier on, and borrowed the position where both his hands were stretched out to launch a countercurrent. This was hard to defend from. However, Zhu Guangyi was different. He knew Fang Rui very well. Although he resolved to attack proactively, he still reserved some power for defense. Teleporting Stab versus Countercurrent. In terms of the skill level, Teleporting Stab was definitely higher leveled and was faster. If this skill continued to be used, it would definitely pierce Boundless Sea first. However, this attack was unable to interrupt Boundless Sea's Countercurrent. Since the launching method of Countercurrent was unique and the air was already rising up, it couldn't be diffused by such an attack. This skill could be exchanged for damage, but he would be the one who was suspended into the air by countercurrent. Should he trade? Zhu Guangyi immediately made the decision. He cut down ruthlessly without backing down. The countercurrent then sent cold seasons flying in midair, as well as the beads of blood that trailed from his dagger. Since Zhu Guangyi was willing to make the exchange, it was obvious that he had methods to counter it. Air jump, the assassin's unique passive skill, allowed them to face airborne effects with ease. After being suspended in midair, cold seasons leapt back again. He jumped even higher and activated the assassin's new level 75 skill in midair, Rend. There was no need to question the damage of a level 75 skill. There were 5 new level 75 skills for the assassin: Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate. The 5 skills could be used separately, but when the 5 were used in the order of a Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate as a combo, it would deal additional damage. After all, the assassin only pursued instant and efficient bursts. Zhu Guangyi was already starting with the Rend, which showed that he believed he had the opportunity to finish using the Rend, Kill, Dodge, Flash, Exterminate combo. No one would have thought that when he started with the Rend, Boundless Sea, who was previously on the ground, was tumbling away. Zhu Guangyi suddenly had no place to use his skill and experience the loneliness of life. This guy! Zhu Guangyi thought that when Fang Rui was exchanging countercurrent with his teleporting stab, he had skills which would follow up after the airborne Zhu Guangyi. He used Rend, the high-level skill, so he could have a showdown with Fang Rui. Who would have thought that, after what seemed like a wrong judgment, Fang Rui resolutely made Boundless Sea flee after the exchange. He could only use the high-level skill by slashing at the empty air. Although Cold Seasons didn't receive any attacks after being suspended in midair, Zhu Guangyi wasn't happy at all. The moment Cold Seasons reached the ground, he followed it up with another shining cut. This low-level skill had a short cooldown, so it was often used to launch a quick sneak attack by assassins. Boundless Sea suddenly turned around and fired a chi bullet. Zhu Guangyi was hasty in his pursuit, so his lack of defense caused him to be hit straight in the face. Although the damage wasn't high, and it wouldn't stop his shining cut, it was satisfying to watch the chi bullet hit and explode in someone's face. Zhu Guangyi felt annoyed as he watched it explode on his screen, and immediately realized something not good. This was just like the chi bullet from before. Fang Rui was aiming to restrict his vision. Zhu Guangyi mashed his keyboard, but he was too late. Boundless Sea almost came at the same pace as the chi bullet. When the chi bullet exploded, Boundless Sea's following attack had arrived. He jabbed with his finger for pulse break. Break intelligence! No way? Zhu Guangyi yelled in his head when he saw the pulse break take effect. After that, the chi exploded and Cold Seasons was blasted away. Boundless Sea was calm and stood straight like a grandmaster. To be blasted away twice with the same method. Zhu Guangyi didn't know whether it was because Fang Rui was too shameless, or that he himself was too stupid. Cold Season stood up again and Boundless Sea remained unmoving. However, Zhu Guangyi couldn't stand idly anymore. After losing some of his health twice, almost half of his health was gone. Cold Seasons immediately rushed up and launched his attack. "Sai, why are you so hasty this time?" Fang Rui called in the chat while Boundless Sea turned and fled crazily. An idea flashed in Zhu Guangyi's mind. Fang Rui was using the cooldown method. The cooldown method was when a player attacked the opponent solely with high-level skills. However, the cooldown for the high-level skills was rather lengthy, so it couldn't be used continuously. As a result, when this tactic was used, the player would need to change positions or use any other methods to stall for time after the high-level skills was used. When the cooldown had finished for the high-level skills, they would be used again, and this process would repeat. Fang Rui was currently using the high-level skills Pulse Break and Chi Blast. The damage inflicted on the assassin, a class with low defense and low health, was very great. Judging from the two characters' situations so far, Cold Seasons could only receive 5 more of the 2 skills maximum before he would die. The cooldown method was commonly seen in the online arena, especially classes with some handy high-level skills. Some players actually relied on high-level skills to attack the opponent before running and hiding for the rest of the time. This was a method of fighting that was extremely looked down upon. However, the cooldown method was rarely seen in professional matches. One of the reasons was that the method wasn't accepted by many. The other reason was that a pro player wouldn't be helpless and struggle when dealing with high-level skills like normal players would. However, Fang Rui still managed to use the cooldown method. As the master of playing dirty, he had no qualms about using such an unaccepted and disdained method. When he was using this method, it was obvious that he wouldn't purely rely on the damage of the high-level skills. He only managed to succeed twice by launching the sneak attack at the most surprising time when the chi bullet blocked the opponent's view. He wasn't greedy at all despite succeeding with the pulse break. After the chi blast exploded, he didn't think about how he could connect it as a combo. This guy? All in all, Zhu Guangyi was pretty familiar with Fang Rui, so he could predict his intentions. Since Fang Rui had changed his class, he couldn't immediately play with ease and habit like he did with the thief for many years. Fang Rui used the cooldown method because repeating a few skills was a lot easier than having to deal with full sets of skills and combos for a different class. In addition, his unexpected dirty playing was able to make Zhu Guangyi suffer twice. I won't let it happen a third time. Zhu Guangyi felt that he had already paid enough for this painful lesson, so he wouldn't be tricked again. After that, Fang Rui made the effort to avoid fighting, while Zhu Guangyi was also helping him calculate the skill's cooldown. He estimated when the two skills would finish its cooldown, then he would immediately be on guard with caution. After he had failed twice, Fang Rui was helpless. "You've seen through me. It's a cheap trick," Zhu Guangyi said. "Hey, where did half of your health go?" Fang Rui asked. "Here's my attack." Cold Season sprinted ahead. "You only have half of your health left, you think I can't handle that?" Fang Rui yelled and faced him. This time, it was a real showdown. In the end, Fang Rui won. Chapter 1150. As blossoms fade and fly across the sky. Fang Rui understood Zhu Guangyi better than Zhu Guangyi did of him. After succeeding twice, Fang Rui doubted that his trick would work a third time. He had decided that he would face Zhu Guangyi in a direct confrontation to determine victory. But did that mean that he would put his dirtiness aside? Of course not. In this situation, Fang Rui suddenly facing Zhu Guangyi righteously in a direct confrontation was a dirty move. With those two previous moves, the cooldown method had deeply taken root in Zhu Guangyi's mind. When Fang Rui started playing like a great hero, Zhu Guangyi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He was unable to fully commit to a direct fight without any second thoughts. Under these circumstances, Cold Season's health had started with about half of Boundless Sea's health. In the end, Zhu Guangyi lost. It was an inevitable outcome. Even so, when Fang Rui clashed directly with Zhu Guangyi, it hadn't been an easy victory. When Cold Seasons died, Boundless Sea had less than half of his health left. As for Zhu Guangyi, it was only when Cold Seasons fell did he realize that in that last half, Fang Rui hadn't set up any traps. However, not setting up any traps became the greatest trap. He had once again fallen for Fang Rui's trickery. Yes. Whether it was in an official match or a private conversation, Zhu Guangyi hadn't lost to Fang Rui just once or twice. It was just like this match every single time. He would always be constantly reminding himself to be careful and be wary of Fang Rui's dirtiness, but in the end, he would always fall into Fang Rui's trap and lose miserably. It wasn't that he wasn't trying. His opponent was just too crafty. Zhu Guangyi noticed that after every loss to this guy, he would always have the same thought. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Zhu Guangyi came down from the stage, he was quite calm. He simply had too much experience losing to Fang Rui, so another loss was something he could cope with. If a rookie had been in his place and lost in this way, who knew how hard the rookie would take the loss? When Zhu Guangyi returned to his team's player area, his teammates consoled him. He could only smile and express that he was fine. Now, it was time for Team 100 Blossom's second player to come out, their team captain Yu Feng. Yu Feng had joined the league in Season 6. In terms of career length, he was a junior to Zhu Guangyi, but his current fame far surpassed Zhu Guangyi's. He was also Team 100 Blossom's captain and core player. Zhu Guangyi hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still warned Yu Feng, "Keep a steady heart." "I understand." Yu Feng chuckled and nodded his head. He recognized Fang Rui's fame as the master of playing dirty. As a player who joined in Season 6, he had only joined a year later than Fang Rui and Zhu Guangyi, so his competitive experience didn't lose out to those two. When Yu Feng walked onto the stage, the crowd became even more fervent. This match would be a confrontation between two all-stars. The map was the same as before, Life-Seeking Path. Yu Feng was currently using what was once the former #1 Berserker, Blossoming Chaos. After receiving Blossoming Chaos, Yu Feng took back the title of #1 Berserker for his character. In recent times, Team Blue Rain had wanted to sell Brilliant Edge, the Berserker formerly used by Yu Feng, in the winter. After Yu Feng transferred, no one succeeded him, so Brilliant Edge had just been sitting there idly for half a season. However, the winter season transfer window happened to coincide with Glory's massive update, resulting in a drastic drop for the value of level 70 characters. But because of this drop in value, quite a few teams fought for it. In the end, Brilliant Edge had been sold to Team Heavenly Swords. However, Team Heavenly Sword was a unique team. Their team roster was untouchable and their characters couldn't be moved either. After Team Heavenly Swords took away Brilliant Edge, they immediately dismantled Brilliant Edge and gave the equipment to Lulan Slash. A rising Berserker character was thrown away just like that. Quite a few people cried at the loss. Sometimes, compared to players, the fate of these characters made people feel even more sorrowful and helpless than the players. The Berserker that Yu Feng had used for many years had been thrown in the trash, but Yu Feng wasn't affected much by it. He had fully adapted to his new Berserker. Blossoming Chaos soon reached the center of the map. To no one's surprise, Boundless Sea wasn't there. "So you want to try the same trick?" Yu Feng thought to himself, but he didn't hesitate. Blossoming Chaos advanced forward and entered the complicated intertwining maze. Not long afterwards, Boundless Sea appeared, shooting out a chi bullet to provoke and probe Blossoming Chaos. Yu Feng had Blossoming Chaos avoid it. He didn't panic. He simply used his normal running speed to dodge and move towards Boundless Sea. The tangled and complex map was filled with twists and turns, but Blossoming Chaos's thought process was very clear. He calmly followed behind Boundless Sea. Whenever a fork appeared, he never seemed to hesitate. It was evident that Yu Feng wasn't a stranger to this map. He even had a decent tactical understanding of it. The two characters played hide and seek just like this. On the stadium's large screen, a bird's eye view of the map was displayed, showing the two characters moving around. "He's trying to trap him." Yishio lifted his head and said, when he saw how the two were moving. "This punk seems to be quite familiar with this map." Wei Chen said. His understanding and decisions are on point." Fang Rui has been forced into a corner," Yishio said. "He's trapped." On the map, Boundless Sea's movement stopped. At this moment, he had reached the end of the map and could not continue moving forward. As for the other exits, Yu Feng had sealed them. Yu Feng had finally forced Fang Ruin into a dead end. Who would have thought that someone like you would have researched this map? Fang Rui spoke in the chat as his character turned around. Blossoming Chaos already had his greatsword out, dragging behind him. Greatswords had the highest attack out of all swords, but greatswords were also the heaviest weapons, yet many berserkers loved using them. Even though Blossoming Chaos had been remodeled when Yu Feng came, this greatsword had been preserved and had been upgraded to level 75. Burial Blossoms. This was the greatsword's name. It didn't sound like a name befitting that of a greatsword, especially since this name gave quite an unsettling feeling towards Team 100 Blossoms. However, the community was brimming with youths. No one really thought too much about it. What's more, didn't the former owner, Sun Jiping, have to give up on this weapon because of what it forbade? Burial Blossoms? Very good. Very cruel. When this weapon was created, the name automatically generated for it had once cast quite a gloomy shadow on quite a few people in Team 100 Blossoms. However, the owner of the weapon took it up and then shattered this shadow into pieces. That year, just how tyrannical had Blossoming Chaos been, brandishing that greatsword Burial Blossoms? Nowadays, the forgotten Burial Blossoms once again saw the light of day last season. In the second half of the season, it had been upgraded to level 75. It was now helping Team 100 Blossoms rise to glory again. Burial Blossoms was lifted above Blossoming Chaos's head. Fang clearly didn't plan on chatting with Fang Rui. He completely ignored Fang Rui's words. Fang felt like his resistance towards trash talk was quite high. Don't forget, he had come from Team Blue Rain. The Alliance's most terrifying trash talker had been his teammate. Collapsing Mountain. It was the most common move used by berserkers to initiate a fight. It was evident just how calm he was right now. As for Fang Rui, he didn't appear to be panicked after being forced into a dead end by a berserker. He observed the momentum of Collapsing Mountain and leaped backwards. Then, he pushed his palms and a chi bullet shot towards Blossoming Chaos's face. Anyone who watched Fang Rui's fight with Zhu Guangyi would know that the purpose of this chi bullet wasn't to injure the opponent, but to block the opponent's line of sight. The theory was no different from the Knight's Shield Blind strategy. The Shield Blind strategy was more precise and more difficult to figure out the timing though. This sort of trick wasn't going to work on Fang though. Blossoming Chaos stepped to the side and the chi bullet flew past him. He pulled on his greatsword and with a backward slash, the enormous sword frame hacked towards Boundless Sea. Fang Rui immediately activated Chi Flowing Cloud. Boundless Sea's movement speed increased and he dodged the sword, utilizing this opportunity to move past Blossoming Chaos. Blossoming Chaos immediately switched attacks. His other hand grasped towards the nearing Boundless Sea. It was the Berserker's soul-devouring Crimson Grip. This grab skill was quite tyrannical. The blood from the hand would form a domain. The hand didn't need to directly grab the body. As long as the target was within a certain range, the target would immediately be sucked in. Sure enough, Fang Rui didn't dare let Boundless Sea keep moving forward. The greatsword Burial Blossom swung to the side, forcing Boundless Sea to roll to the side. The greatsword Burial Blossoms chased after him. The soul-devouring Crimson Grip left hand gripped back onto the greatsword hilt and struck out with a wild blood strike. This chain of skills was practically instinctive to Fang. As for Fang Rui? Facing these fast-paced and precise mix-ups, his unfamiliarity with Chi Masters was forced out. For every variation, Fang Rui would always be slightly slow. After several blows, his rhythm lagged a beat behind. Finally, Blossoming Chaos's attack was unable to be dodged. A scene too appalling to look at. Ishio shut his eyes. He's still in the middle of changing classes. Facing a top-tier place is simply too difficult for him, Wei Chen remarked. This wild blood strike was a solid strike. And it just so happened that this attack triggered Burial Blossom's 6% chance effect. Sword light transformed into innumerable flower petals that danced in the air. Boundless Sea should have originally been sent flying by the wild blood strike, but he had unexpectedly been stopped and swept up along with these flower petals in the air. It was a force knock-up, which had a 6% chance of triggering when Burial Blossoms hit a target, blossoms fade and fly. And when the enemy was in the air, any pro player would have numerous combos in mind to execute. Launching an enemy into the air was never a disadvantage for them. The only ones with a headache would be the ones knocked into the air.